You were once the human emperor who guarded the abyss of demons for 100,000 years. Yet, on the day of humanity's greatest joy, you instigated a dark rebellion. The reason? Because, having crossed over, you knew that during your time guarding the abyss of demons, not only was your family on the verge of being destroyed and despised by the world, but you yourself would be killed by the male protagonist of fate. Now, after 90,000 years, the seal you had created in alliance with the other 9 emperors was on the brink of breaking. Since the heavenly Tao was unfair, you decided to transform into a demon. The alien emperors deep within the abyss of demons felt the aura of Muge grow dim and thought that his end was near. They immediately sent one emperor to test him. A middle-aged man erupted with the power of an emperor and rushed toward the abyss. In an instant, a blood-red light filled the sky. The demon emperor, Muge, sent you off. As he spoke, a long spear surrounded by black energy appeared in his hand. Although it was only a test, there was no room for hesitation. If they could kill Muge, that would be the best, for then, no one would stop them from breaking out of the abyss. But just as the spear was about to fall, Muge, who had his back to the abyss, suddenly opened his eyes. A terrifying aura erupted from him. With just one palm, the void collapsed. The alien emperor was instantly suppressed and unable to move. Wasn't Muge about to die? The alien emperor trembled and nearly fell to the ground. Before becoming an emperor, he had seen Muge fight. Every time he did, an emperor from his race would fall. Just as he closed his eyes, ready to face death, he suddenly realized that the pressure on him had vanished. Muge glanced at the abyss and said coldly, "I will no longer guard the abyss of demons. Go back and tell your holy emperor to come out. I have something to say." The alien emperor, regardless of his injuries, hurriedly agreed and ran into the abyss without looking back. Seeing this, Muge formed hand seals with both hands, closing his eyes to make calculations. He knew that, at this moment, the people of the future would suffer. So, he continuously changed his hand gestures, relying on his bloodline connection to deduce the situation of his people. Inside the abyss, dozens of alien emperors stared at the injured man who had just returned and were left dumbfounded. How could this happen? Muge didn't kill you? What did he say to you? He said he would no longer guard the abyss of demons and that I should go tell the holy emperor to come out and speak with him. Upon hearing this, the group of alien emperors inhaled sharply. After sending someone to find the holy emperor, their gaze fell upon Muge's image in the void, their eyes filled with shock. Through repeated calculations, Muge could sense the presence of his bloodline, but his eyes still gleamed with murderous intent. You'd better pray that my people are safe. Otherwise, I will make the entire divine domain flow with blood. At this moment, outside the Lingshu Heavenly Emperor's family, the Gu family, a sea of figures stood. Among them were several terrifying auras. The head of the Gu family, Gu Zongping, looked at the sky and slowly closed his eyes, as if mourning. Behind him were the strong members of the Gu family, all on high alert, seemingly ready for battle. After a while, Gu Zongping opened his eyes again, as though he had made a decision. He raised his hand and commanded, "Activate the Imperial Array." In an instant, the entire Gu family territory shook, and a massive sound echoed through the air. The Guardian Imperial Array had been activated. The outside powers watching were shocked. It was said that this array was the one left by the Gu family's ancestor, the Yellow Sky Emperor, and contained a fragment of its essence. They still call him the Yellow Sky Emperor. The so-called Gu family's ancestor was just a Sin Emperor. No matter how strong this array is, it won't protect the Gu family today. A cold snort echoed through the air, and a middle-aged man in a purple golden robe stepped forward, walking down the starry path. It was Xingxuan, the Emperor of Starry Heavens. All the strong forces bowed their heads in respect upon seeing him. Xingxuan's gaze swept over the great array and finally landed on Gu Zongping. The other 9 Sin Emperors' families have all been destroyed. The Gu family is the only one left. Do you really think you can resist the entire Lingshu heavenly realm? Gu Zongping coldly snorted, "Xingxuan, though you are an emperor, your words are laughable. My Gu family's ancestor fought to the death alongside the other 9 founding emperors for the people and against the alien race. Where do you get the face to speak so arrogantly?" However, after hearing this, Xingxuan sneered. These are just the lies of the 10 Sin Emperors. The alien race suffered heavy losses in that battle and didn't need them to guard the abyss. Now, they clearly want to monopolize that land. Who knows, maybe those Sin Emperors were already secretly colluding with the alien race. Gu Zongping didn't expect the other party to speak such words, and he trembled with anger. For a moment, all the forces in the area erupted in a frenzy of curses and angry shouts. In the next instant, space shattered, and another emperor arrived. A young woman looked down at the Gu family, her eyes filled with disdain. I come on behalf of the Tsangyan Holy Emperor to do 2 things today. First, the Gu family is a disgrace to Lingshu Heaven. I will destroy the Gu family. Second, I, Luluoli, will cancel my engagement with the Gu family's young master, Gu Iching. As soon as these words were spoken, a young man from the Gu family turned pale, his eyes filled with rage as he looked up at Luluoli, who was floating in the air. The Tsangyan Holy Emperor was once nothing but a subsidiary family of the Gu family 90,000 years ago. Now, they dared to come and break the engagement. It was a humiliation to the Gu family. Before anyone from the Gu family could react, they saw a figure walking toward them from the horizon. Every step they took caused the world to tremble. It was another emperor. An old man, looking down at the Gu family, spoke slowly. I hereby announce that from today, the Zhong family and the Gu family have no more relations. At these words, the scene erupted again. The Zhong family, a top-tier family in Lingshu heaven, had once been a subsidiary of the Gu family, relying on them to grow and even produced an emperor. Now, they were clearly going to take advantage of the situation. Xingxuan reached out and grabbed the air in front of him. A golden spear appeared in his hand and stabbed directly into the Gu family's Imperial Guardian array. But the array didn't even show any signs of resistance. Before Gu Zongping and the Gu family could react, the red-haired elder behind Luluali suddenly opened his eyes. A terrifying emperor aura condensed into a blazing phoenix and shot directly toward the Gu family. At the same time, Zhong Chunyuan of the Zhong family summoned a seal and pressed it down fiercely toward the Gu family. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, facing the attack of three great emperors, the Gu family's imperial formation showed no signs of damage and remained intact. Star Xuandai's pupils contracted, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "How can this formation be so sturdy? Even when three great emperors attack at the same time, it cannot be broken?" The red-haired Song Yensei Lord and Zhong Chuanxiu did not speak, but their deep eyes showed surprise. Before they could speak, Star Xiandai narrowed his eyes and sneered at Gu Zongping. "Do you think this formation can protect the Gu family? This imperial formation is indeed unexpected, but so what? It's just a formation set up 90,000 years ago. How long can it last? You two, attack with me," he shouted coldly, looking at the other two emperors. In an instant, countless stars appeared in the void beside Star Xiandai, and a starry spear materialized in front of him, more terrifying than before. "Go!" With a wave of his hand, the spear pierced the void and swept forward. Song Yensei Lord and Zhong Chuanxiu did not speak, but both made their moves once again. A terrifying sea of fire covered the sky. The Thousand Zhang seal pressed down again. The three emperors showed no mercy, attacking together with killing intent, carrying the aura of destruction as they struck the Gu family's imperial formation. Boom! 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 They did not stop. The imperial emperor's magic powers rained down fiercely. With each attack, the imperial formation rumbled, shaking violently. Amid the continuous thundering sounds, I didn't expect this formation to be so sturdy, still protecting the Gu family despite the attacks of three great emperors. So what? Star Xiandai, Song Yensei Lord, and Zhong family master are all great emperors. No matter how sturdy this formation is, it can't hold up much longer. People from all sides watched intently, eyes fixed on the three great emperors' attacks. After all, witnessing the actions of a great emperor was a rare sight in the past. If one could comprehend even a little, it would be an enormous opportunity. The attacks of the great emperors continued. The imperial formation shook even more violently. The entire Gu family was trembling under each impact. Seeing this, all the Gu family members' eyes turned red, staring resolutely at Star Xiandai and the others outside the Gu family. Because they knew the imperial formation left by the ancestor couldn't last long under the relentless attacks of the three great emperors. Gu Zongping closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his gaze was calm. "Gu family's sons, now, I will give the final order as the family head." His voice was hoarse as he turned to look at the Gu family members behind him, his tone resolute. "Once the formation breaks, we fight to the death. Even if the Gu family is doomed to perish today, we cannot surrender, and we must not disgrace the ancestor's face. We cannot let the ancestor be ashamed of us." As his words fell, all the Gu family members' eyes burst with endless fighting spirit, nodding decisively. The Gu family has no cowards who fear death. Why fear death? Before I die, I will take a few of those beasts down with me. If the ancestor were still alive, these white-eyed wolves wouldn't dare act like this. Today, we fight to the death without surrender. Rest assured, family head, we will never disgrace the Gu family's name. Kill! 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 In an instant, the Gu family members erupted with overwhelming battle intent, shouting with a determination to die. Their bloodthirsty spirit was evident, gathering an invisible force that shook the heavens and the earth. They looked at the imperial formation, which was shaking violently and clearly couldn't hold much longer, and prepared themselves for a deadly battle. Chapter 7, Gu Fan's Rage, Invading the Divine Realm with the Demonic Abyss's Foreign Race. In the Demonic Abyss. At this moment, Gu Fan had successfully deduced, following the pull of his bloodline, and the void in front of him was displaying the image of the Gu family being besieged, in a perilous situation. Good, very good, so very good. His deep eyes gleamed with a blood-red light, as if containing an endless purgatory, laughing uncontrollably. I, along with the other 9 emperors, guarded the demonic abyss for 90,000 years, and in the end, we became the so-called collaborators with the foreign races. The Sin Emperor who dominates a part of the world? One by one, the old friends of the great emperors fought to guard the demon abyss for tens of thousands of years, battling the foreign races within the abyss without retreat. When their time was near, they did not think of returning to their roots, but instead exhausted their last breath and soul, merging with their life-bound imperial weapons to strengthen the seal in the formation. But their descendants were continuously wiped out? Now, it's the turn of the Gu family? This is so ridiculous, so laughable. The scenes that unfolded earlier were all seen by Gu Fan, and at this moment, an endless terrifying murderous aura surged within him. Although he laughed, his eyes and face were filled with an endless coldness and killing intent. A roar rang out from the void. A chilling aura spread. The encounters of the 9 great emperors' descendants and the Gu family now seemed so ironic. Sin Emperor? Ha! In the game, the original body of Emperor Huang Tian didn't know any of this at this point in time. He was still scheming for Ling Su Tian in the Divine Domain, planning to choose the same fate as the other 9 great emperors. Until the Gu family was wiped out and their bloodline severed, only then did he realize, but it was too late. This led him to fall into madness, gradually becoming the ultimate villain. But now, Gu Fan entered the game ahead of time and already knew what would happen at this time, so naturally, he wouldn't let things repeat. You say I'm a Sin Emperor, that I colluded with the foreign races, that I dominate a part of the world, and that I don't protect you all, right? He coldly looked at the scene before him, his eyes flashing with blood-red light, his voice hoarse as the killing intent spread. Good, very good. Then from now on, this emperor will follow your wishes. I will no longer guard the demon abyss, and I will let the foreign races from there descend upon the divine domain and invade Ling Su Tian. Every word, every sentence was filled with endless killing intent. In the scene, the so-called Star Shin Emperor, the Holy Lord of Tsangyan, and the people of Ling Su Tian did not take the foreign races in the demon abyss seriously. How ridiculous! Under the heavy burden carried by himself and the other 9 great emperors, these ignorant beings dared to think like this. Both Gu Fan and the 9 original emperors who had already fallen knew the terror of the foreign races in the demon abyss. This world had already been through countless wars and had long since become an empty void, with no spiritual energy, a true dead zone. This is why the 9 emperors ultimately couldn't advance any further, and their lifespan slowly came to an end. And the world beneath the demon abyss, where survival was extremely difficult for the foreign races, was also the reason why the previous chaos of the foreign races' invasion occurred. They were seeking a place to survive. Back then, the foreign races chose Ling Su Tian, and so did the other 9 great worlds face invasions. For 90,000 years, it was they who sacrificed everything for the greater good of the human race, pushing the foreign races back into the demon abyss, struggling to guard it, which is why the foreign races did not return. But what they received in return was becoming the Sin Emperor, betrayal after betrayal. Since that's the case, why should I guard the demon abyss? It's better to fulfill their wishes. Let the foreign races of the demon abyss see the light of day again. Kill their way back into Ling Su Tian. Once this thought crossed his mind, Gu Fan suddenly turned and looked at the demon abyss. In an instant, his eyes flashed with blood-red light, his body enveloped in a monstrous aura of twisted void and overwhelming killing intent. Having made his decision, he said coldly, Holy Emperor, I give you 10 seconds to come to me. Gu Fan's voice rang out, sending terrifying pressure sweeping toward the demon abyss. The entire demon abyss trembled violently. The boundless void boiled in an instant. Gu Fan's roar caused the demon abyss to explode violently, with the blood sea below stirring up towering waves. Hiss! The dozens of foreign race emperors who had been present felt the immense pressure and gasped in shock. Although they were emperors, they were nothing but ants before Gu Fan. There was no doubt about that. At the same time, these foreign race emperors, who hadn't left, all saw with their own eyes the images Gu Fan had previously deduced from his bloodline tracing. The shock on his face was impossible to hide. Those humans actually did such excessive things to the descendants of the Radiant Emperor, and even the other 9 emperors' descendants have all been wiped out? Those people are indeed selfish. Have they forgotten who brought them 90,000 years of peace? Now that human emperors are emerging one after another, they actually choose to betray them. No wonder Gu Fan said he would no longer guard the abyss of demons before. Who wouldn't be furious? They are nothing but beasts. How did they manage to embody the word beast so vividly? If Gu Fan isn't angry, I can't even calm the fire in my heart. 90,000 years. Gu Fan and the 9 original emperors suppressed us for 90,000 years just to protect these beasts. Looking at Gu Fan's reaction, this is definitely not fake. No wonder he is so enraged and wants to see the sacred emperor. The people of Lingshu Heaven are simply too foolish. The 9 emperors had fallen, and if it weren't for Gu Fan stubbornly holding on, would they even have the right to be so arrogant today? Even though they were emperors, when they saw the scenes Gu Fan had deduced, they were deeply shaken. Gu Fan and the 9 fallen emperors had guarded this place for 90,000 years, with countless battles erupting in that time. By now, they were true arch-enemies. Though they were enemies, they still held respect for Gu Fan and the 9 emperors. Now, seeing the Gu family betrayed and Gu Fan declared a sinner, the alien emperors present were all furious, instinctively feeling indignant and angrily condemning the actions of the divine domain and Lingshu heaven. While the alien races of the Abyss of Demons were in shock. Outside the Abyss of Demons, Gu Fan suppressed the rage in his heart and coldly watched the scenes deduced before him. The Emperor Alliance. He thought of the name that Emperor Xingxuan had mentioned earlier, his eyes narrowing as memories surged in his mind. This so-called Emperor Alliance, in the later stages of the game, becomes the terrifying existence that controls everything in the divine domain. As for the one who annulled the engagement, Luluwali, the saintess of Sangyan Holy Land, she will later become one of the 10 great female emperors of the divine domain. And the head of the Zhong family will eventually reach the Emperor Supreme realm. If I remember correctly, all the forces that destroyed the Gu family today will rise to power in the future, forcing the original owner step by step into becoming the ultimate villain. But since I'm here now, you can forget about getting what you want. The most urgent matter now is to resolve the crisis facing the Gu family. Chapter 8, Counterattack, Living a Second Life, Emperor Ancestor Realm. After murmuring to himself, Gu Fan's eyes turned even colder. But he felt the weakness in his body and how using his power earlier had made the aura of death around him even stronger. He was already at the end of his life. Suddenly, ding! The Dark Villain system is activating. Activation successful. A series of unfamiliar voices rang in Gu Fan's mind. A system? A sharp glint flashed in his eyes the moment he heard the voice. He had already transmigrated, so he wasn't too surprised by the system activation. However, he started as an emperor, and now he had activated a system. Did this not mean he was instantly invincible? System, tell me your function. Gu Fan didn't hesitate and immediately asked. Soon. The system responded. Ding. The Dark Villain system has been fully bound to the host. From now on, as long as the host commits acts befitting a dark villain, there will be chances to receive random rewards and dark points. The greater the impact of the villainous acts, the richer the rewards and the more dark points earned. The host can use dark points in the system shop. Detecting that the host has fully adapted to the body and is nearing the end of his lifespan, the system has prepared a grand gift package for the host. 1. The system will help the host counterattack and live a second life. 2. The host will obtain an imperial decree capable of crossing endless voids and the river of time, allowing contact with the Gu family. Does the host wish to claim the reward? In an instant, killing intent surged around Gu Fan, as if in excitement, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Claim it immediately. His heart was filled with joy, and without any hesitation, he chose to claim it. The rewards contained in the novice gift pack were exactly what he needed at this moment. Every single one of them, even now as an emperor, was enough to be called a great fortune. The rewards are being distributed. As soon as the system's voice fell, the entire abyss of demons became extremely unstable, and from the boundless void came a series of terrifying roars. The platform trembled violently, on the verge of collapse. Crack, crack. Gu Fan's face twisted in pain, no longer youthful, as he aged rapidly before everyone's eyes. In the blink of an eye, he became hunched over, his body filled with an overwhelming aura of death. He started trembling, his already white hair falling off strand by strand. Most terrifyingly, his body began to rot, the stench of decay growing stronger, and as he dissolved, he turned into a pool of black, foul-smelling blood. In just a few breaths, Gu Fan had become nothing but a lifeless skeleton, devoid of any vitality, shattering into dust and scattering with the wind. Boom! A roar, as if from ancient times, echoed through the void, shaking the abyss of demons. The pool of rotting blood on the platform began to condense, ultimately forming a single drop of golden blood. At this moment, a sudden phenomenon erupted. The golden drop of blood kept expanding, growing larger and larger, until it transformed into a sphere dozens of meters in size. Brilliant golden light burst forth, illuminating this void-filled world. Within it, the aura of cultivation began to rise. Bone refinement. Foundation establishment. Spirit Sea. In an instant, it reached the Supreme Realm. Then the Saint Realm. And soon after, he returned to the Emperor Realm. And at this moment, thump! Thump! From within the golden sphere came powerful thundering sounds. No, to be precise, it was the sound of a heartbeat, so intense it made one's scalp go numb. The entire abyss of demons was engulfed in a terrifying storm. The Emperor's aura did not stop rising, it continued to climb. Crack! Crack! The golden sphere trembled violently, cracks spreading all over it, flashing with golden light before finally exploding. Endless vitality instantly surged through the abyss of demons. The surrounding storm became even more violent, causing the void to collapse and reform, over and over again in a never-ending cycle. As the light faded, a handsome young man stood there, his body bare, his skin pale and flawless, his eyes tightly shut, while his long black hair fluttered wildly in the storm. It was Gu Fan. Through the manifestation of the reward, he had defied the heavens and lived a second life. He was now even younger than before, with no trace of the previous aura of death, replaced instead by an overwhelming, boundless vitality. Rumble. The entire platform began to collapse, the void crumbling around him, as Gu Fan's cultivation returned to its peak. He didn't just stop at the Emperor realm, he directly broke through to the Emperor Sovereign realm. But it wasn't over yet. Mid-stage Emperor Sovereign. Late-stage Emperor Sovereign. Peak Emperor Sovereign. Beyond the Emperor realm was the Emperor Sovereign realm. But even the Emperor Sovereign realm was far from the pinnacle of cultivation in the divine realm. So, when Gu Fan reached the peak of the Emperor Sovereign realm, he broke through once more without any warning. Rip. His deep, piercing eyes suddenly opened, sharp like blades, as he instantly ascended to the Ancestor Emperor realm. The entire abyss of demons began to collapse. The surrounding void seemed to be torn open, as terrifying astral winds surged forth endlessly. The entire cosmos trembled at this moment, as deafening booms that could annihilate emperors echoed in all directions. Ancestor Emperor realm. Gu Fan's eyes gleamed with brilliance as he felt the unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, the exhilarating sensation of being able to control everything. Muttering to himself, he said, "Now, I'd like to see who can stop me." With satisfaction, he clenched his fist, and though the abyss of demons collapsed, it reassembled immediately, as infinite vitality surged through his entire being. At this moment, he was a being reborn, standing at the pinnacle of the Ancestor Emperor realm. Within the abyss of demons. As Gu Fan underwent his second rebirth and transformation, the blood sea below raged violently, raising towering waves. The Radiant Heaven Emperor has lived a second life. One by one, the foreign emperors watched in utter shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Undefined translated _story. A terrified and unified exclamation. They saw with their own eyes that Gu Fan, whose end was near, had his blood, bones, and flesh all separated, and then reconstructed. The cultivation that had long dissipated. After his body was reshaped, it instantly returned to its peak. He even directly broke through to the Emperor Ancestor realm. One must know. Gu Fan had already reached the Emperor Sovereign realm before, but after living too many years and carrying numerous hidden injuries, his lifespan was already running out. But now, they actually witnessed Gu Fan defying the heavens and living a second life, and even his cultivation surpassed his peak period, reaching the Emperor Ancestor realm. This, how is it possible? Emperor Ancestor, Gu Fan actually broke through to Emperor Ancestor. How did he do it? Living a second life is defying the heavens, the success rate is extremely slim, but this monster not only succeeded, his cultivation did not need to recover slowly, instead, it directly surpassed before, instantly reaching the Emperor Ancestor realm? Every foreign race emperor was horrified to the extreme, shouting in shock, feeling the supreme pressure that made their souls tremble, as well as the vast life force that made them shudder. Seeing Gu Fan live a second life with their own eyes, they were shocked, their expressions turned blank, unable to believe the terrifying scene they witnessed, trembling violently in extreme fear. The entire sea of blood surged endlessly, and at this moment, beneath the sea of blood, a terrifying aura seemed to be awakening. Chapter 9, The Emperor's Decree contacts the Gu family, I am always here. The abyss of demons was in an uproar, the sea of blood overturned. Countless foreign races were already terrified to the extreme, fearful exclamations echoed continuously. However, Gu Fan did not care about what was happening in the abyss of demons, nor did he have the time to deal with the foreign races at all. System, what is the function of this decree? He looked at the golden, radiant decree manifesting before him and immediately asked the system. Right now, the urgent matter was to save the Gu family from their dire situation. Ding! The host can use the decree to traverse the river of time, trace the bloodline, pierce through the endless void, and contact the Gu family. The decree can be imprinted, condensing an avatar of the host, which will possess the host's current cultivation, unleashing Emperor Ancestor realm power. Reminder, this decree is a one-time use item. After understanding the function of the decree, Gu Fan nodded in satisfaction. Buzz. He immediately imprinted his divine sense upon it, sending a drop of blood infused with Emperor Ancestor realm cultivation. Instantly, golden light burst forth, and the surrounding void seemed to be devoured. Although the decree could only be used once, it was already enough for him. After fully imprinting the decree and establishing the connection, go! Gu Fan raised his great hand, and the void before him was instantly torn open into a shocking rift. The decree transformed into a streak of golden light and vanished into it in an instant. At the same time, behind him, within the abyss of demons, waves roared endlessly. A terrifying aura was slowly rising, spreading outward. Meanwhile, in Lingshu Heaven, within the Gu family of Central State, Emperor Xingxuan and two other great emperors continued their frenzied assault on the Emperor formation. Boom boom boom. Crack, crack. Under their relentless attacks, even with the protection of the formation, the Gu family began to tremble violently, even visible to the naked eye. After countless terrifying attacks, the formation visibly cracked. After all, it was a formation from 90,000 years ago. Now, with three great emperors attacking together for so long, its durability had already exceeded everyone's expectations. When Emperor Xingchuan saw the cracks appearing in the formation, he immediately sneered and said, "Once this formation breaks, it will be your time to die." As soon as these words fell, bang bang bang, the attacks of the three great emperors became even more ferocious, and the formation revealed even more cracks. Inside the Gu family, all members of the Gu family, upon seeing the formation about to collapse, had bloodshot eyes, all ready to fight to the death. They remained silent, only waiting for the formation to shatter, prepared to battle with their lives. As the family head, Gu Zongping sighed deeply, unable to stop himself from lamenting the Gu family as an emperor clan. It lasted for 90,000 years, but today it meets its doom at the hands of a group of white-eyed wolves. Such a pity, such a pity. It's a pity that before the Gu family perished, they could not inform the ancestor. When the ancestor left the Gu family to guard the demon abyss, he never left any way to contact him, so they couldn't tell him that it should never have been them guarding the demon abyss for these white-eyed wolves, in exchange for 90,000 years of peace. Gu Zongping let out a bitter laugh, despair flashing across his face. He was only a near emperor, how could he compete with the three great emperors? The so-called fight to the death, he knew well, was merely seeking death. But Gu Zongping's words directly stirred the Gu family members, making them angrily glare at everyone outside. The head of the family is right, these people are ungrateful white-eyed wolves. The ancestor and the other 9 emperors should never have stayed to guard the demon abyss for the divine realm in Ling Su Tian. They almost gave up everything, always guarding against the alien races in the demon abyss, but after 90,000 years, these beasts actually did something worse than pigs or dogs. It's not worth it. If the ancestor knew, he would never let these scoundrels bully us like this. The ancestor and those 9 emperors sacrificed so much, and in the end, they were called the guilty emperors. How ridiculous. They shouted, their eyes red, trembling with anger, their hearts full of sorrow. But just then, a voice rang out, "Grandfather, the head of the family, what is that?" A little girl, no older than 10, blinked her eyes and pointed towards the depths of the clan grounds, crying out in surprise. Upon hearing this, Gu Zongping and the others turned sharply, their bodies trembling in shock. That's the direction of the ancestral hall? They all felt a wave of energy that made their bloodlines tremble with awe, and saw a streak of golden light flashing continuously. Before they could react, a massive golden light pillar shot into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. The entire Gu family was covered in a layer of golden light in the blink of an eye. The sudden scene caused a commotion throughout the Gu family, and every member of the Gu family felt their bloodline being drawn. Wah! What is happening? They stared in astonishment, their hearts full of shock. Gu Zongping, shocked, quickly stepped forward, rubbing his eyes hard, the feeling of his bloodline being drawn becoming stronger. An ancestor. He sensed an aura from the ancestral hall that was similar to the emperor formation, and suddenly realized, shouting in astonishment, "This is the ancestor's aura, he is calling us." As soon as these words were spoken, the Gu family members on the scene stared wide-eyed in shock, trembling with dry mouths. In an instant, you all come with me. Gu Zongping dared not be the slightest bit slow. Seeing the emperor formation was about to collapse, he rushed towards the Gu family's ancestral hall at the fastest speed. The rest of the Gu family members, filled with shock, followed closely behind. Seeing this, are they planning to escape? The 3 great emperors and others, watching from outside the emperor formation, didn't notice much of a problem but thought that Gu Zongping was trying to flee, so they struck even more fiercely. A tremendous roar resounded through the sky again. Meanwhile, outside the Gu family's ancestral hall, many of the Gu family's elders had already arrived in a hurry. After Gu Zongping arrived, without a word, he rushed into the ancestral hall. "Ancestor, it is truly the ancestor's aura, he seems to be calling us." After confirming he was not wrong, he looked at the ancestral hall already glowing with golden light, staring at the highest plaque and excitedly kneeling down. The other Gu family experts and young geniuses also did not hesitate, kneeling down, their minds shaking wildly, their faces full of excitement. "Ancestor, is it really you? Can you see us? Ancestor, Gu family, the Gu family is going to perish. The descendants of the 9 great emperors who once guarded the demon abyss with you have all perished. Today, all the forces of Ling Su Tian are encircling the Gu family, and the 3 great emperors have descended at the same time. Ancestor, can you hear us? If the ancestor is still alive, please save the Gu family. 90,000 years have passed, the Gu family is already in decline, and today's calamity is beyond our ability to handle. We are ashamed of the ancestor." They felt the boiling of their bloodlines within their bodies. Crying out with sorrow, bowing with utmost sincerity and devotion, Gu Zongping was also breathing heavily, looking at Gu Fan's memorial tablet, choking with uncertainty and murmuring, "Ancestor, are you listening?" Even though this was absurd and impossible, he still asked with hope, longing for a response. Suddenly, a golden light erupted in the ancestral hall, and a chilling aura descended. Rip. A golden decree tore through the void, appearing before everyone. Immediately after. "Yes, I've always been here." A voice filled with coldness and endless killing intent echoed slowly from the decree, resonating throughout the ancestral hall. Chapter 10, Welcoming the Ancestor. The Emperor is coming back. Boom. The entire ancestral hall shook violently, and the memorial tablets on the altar glowed brilliantly. All the Gu family members present had their eyes widen in shock, their bodies trembling uncontrollably the moment they heard the voice. Just now, was that the ancestor speaking? No matter who it was, they all looked at each other in utter disbelief at the words they had just heard. The ancestor had responded to them. The ancestor was still alive. Previously, they had only wanted to vent their frustrations after the family head's words filled them with grief and anger. But they never expected to actually get a response. Ancestor. Gu Zongping's eyes were bloodshot, trembling as he looked at the golden decree floating above the ancestral hall, too overwhelmed to even speak. Could this be the backup plan the ancestor left when he departed from the Gu family? If that's the case, wouldn't this mean the Gu family was saved? Under everyone's gaze. "My descendants, do not fear, I have always been here. I am aware of everything that has transpired in the divine domain and Lingshu heaven. Anyone who dares to destroy the Gu family will pay the price. From now on, you need not be afraid or take action. Leave everything to me. Because from this moment on, I will take over everything. This emperor is coming back." The golden decree shone brilliantly, and words filled with the oppression of bloodline echoed in the ancestral hall. To all the Gu family members present, it was like thunder roaring in their ears. In that instant, Gu Zongping and all the Gu family members trembled with excitement, tears welling up in their shocked eyes. The ancestor is returning to the Gu family? They all looked at one another, speechless from the boundless shock in their hearts. Their ancestor, Emperor Huang Tian, was still alive. And he had always been there. And soon, he was coming back. This news sent a shockwave through every Gu family member's heart, making their faces flush red with excitement. Thump, thump. The ancestral hall fell silent, with only the rapid breathing and pounding hearts echoing clearly. Gu Zongping, as the current family head, snapped out of his shock, looked at the golden decree, and cowed out heavily. "We, your descendants, await your return, ancestor." His eyes were burning with passion, the looming shadow of the Gu family's destruction was completely swept away as he shouted loudly. In an instant, all the Gu family members bowed respectfully toward the decree, eyes filled with hope and intense anticipation. "We await the ancestor's return." They shouted excitedly in unison, releasing all their pent-up frustrations. As long as the ancestor returned, nothing could threaten the Gu family anymore. Sin Emperor? All of them would pay the price. But suddenly, boom! A deafening explosion came from outside. Gu Zongping and the others' expressions changed, and they all rushed out of the ancestral hall, their faces turning grim. Because at this moment, the Emperor Array could no longer hold on and was rapidly collapsing. Emperor Xingxuan. The Holy Lord of the Tsangyan Holy Land, Emperor Tianyan. The head of the Zhong family, Emperor Lingyin. 3 emperors led countless forces, descending above the Gu family without any obstruction. Boom! 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 Dark clouds covered the sky, terrifying emperor might engulf the entire Gu family, distorting the heavens and the earth. They looked down at Gu Zongping and the others gathered in the ancestral hall. The Emperor Array can no longer protect the descendants of the Sin Emperor, and the Gu family shall perish today. Emperor Xingxuan sneered coldly. To have the 3 of us emperors send you on your way, you can die without regrets. As these words fell, Emperor Tianyan coldly snorted and said with displeasure, "You all should have been annihilated long ago, but you've lived for tens of thousands of extra years. The fact that your destruction comes only today is already our mercy beyond the law." With these words, the pressure emanating from him grew ever more terrifying. Meanwhile, the Spirit Seal Emperor of the Zhong family looked at Gu Zongping with mockery and said, "Gu Zongping, once the Gu family is wiped out, it will be the Zhong family that takes its place as the imperial clan of Lingshu heaven. The Zhong family has spread its wings fully, while the Gu family is already history, it is doomed. Do you have any last words?" The 3 great emperors made no effort to hide the killing intent in their eyes. And their gazes were as if they were looking at the dead. Yet, in the face of these 3 emperors, not a single member of the Gu family showed the sorrow and despair they had before. Their eyes held not the slightest trace of fear, but instead, they brimmed with astonishing killing intent. Even their brows carried a sense of confidence. Because just moments ago, they had received a response from the ancestor. The ancestor had even declared that he was about to return. Sensing the abnormal behavior of the Gu clan members, Emperor Xingxuan chuckled mockingly and sneered, "What? Have you finally accepted reality? Your futile resistance is nothing but a joke. Now that the imperial formation has been shattered, you know that the Gu family has no way out, so you've all gathered here in the ancestral shrine to worship that so-called sinful emperor of yours?" Just as his words fell, Gu Zongping let out a cold snort and immediately rebuked, "Emperor Xingxuan, the destruction of the Gu family is not for you to decide. This matter is none of your concern. Instead of flapping your lips, you'd be better off worrying about yourself. You're at death's door and still have so much nonsense to spout." After his mocking words, he took a deep breath, his heart filled with unease. But no matter what, he believed that the ancestor would not lie, he would definitely return and save the Gu family. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xingxuan's eyes widened in rage. "You!" His face turned ashen, utterly shocked that Gu Zongping could still be so defiant when death was upon him. But after lashing out at Emperor Xingxuan, Gu Zongping felt a wave of satisfaction, shifting his gaze onto Emperor Tianyan of the Sanyan Holy Land. He sneered and said, "Back in the day, Sanyan Holy Land was nothing but a pathetic pile of trash. If not for you shamelessly begging for an alliance through marriage, desperately clinging to power to crawl your way up, leeching off the Gu family's support for 10,000 years, how would you have ever reached this point? It was you who begged for marriage, and today, it is also you who breaks the engagement, all because the imperial alliance has risen, and you see the Gu family's downfall approaching, so you can't wait to sever ties? Good. Very good. What a perfect example of a heartless, ungrateful beast." Each word, each fact was laid bare, every syllable exposing the sheer ingratitude and shameless opportunism of Sanyan Holy Land. As soon as these words fell, "What bullshit, Emperor Tianyan? He's nothing but a despicable, ungrateful wretch. An emperor like that is a disgrace to all of humanity. Humph. Just a beast in human skin. We need not waste our anger on such filth." One after another, the Gu clan members spat out words of ridicule, each one striking deep like a knife. In an instant, the atmosphere at the scene became unbearably tense. Hearing this, Emperor Tianyan's face turned dark as night, his expression twisted with fury. These damnable ants. He trembled with rage, his eyes bursting with an overwhelming killing intent. Since ascending to emperor, never before had he been so publicly insulted, so blatantly disrespected. Chapter 11, Joint Attack, Kill. Gu Fan returns. At this moment, Luluoli let out a proud, mocking laugh, righteously retorting, "Your ancestor, Gu Fan, is a sinner of the Forbidden Lands. On a grand scale, he betrayed the divine realm, on a smaller scale, he betrayed all of Lingshu heaven. Compared to that, who is truly heartless and ungrateful? You descendants of a sinful emperor, what right do you have to accuse my master?" Each word was unwavering, as if merely stating undeniable truth. Hearing this, Emperor Tianyan coldly snorted and said, "Indeed. The actions of the sinful Emperor Gu Fan are abhorrent to both gods and men. Any cultivator of Lingshu heaven would kill him without hesitation. This kind of crime emperor is truly a wolf-hearted and dog-liver, a shame to the human race." However, facing the two's defense, Gu Zongping completely ignored them, and with a glance, turned to look at the Spirit Seal Great Emperor of the Zhong family, mocking, "Just a dog of the Gu family from back in the day, and now you dare to flaunt your power here?" Just a simple sentence directly caused the Spirit Seal Great Emperor's face to contort in rage, and he roared in fury, "Gu Zongping, dare you insult this emperor? As a great emperor, to be called a dog, how could he not be enraged?" But Starshan Great Emperor raised his hand, signaling the furious Spirit Seal Great Emperor to calm down, then coldly turned to Gu Zongping and sneered, "Even if what you say is the truth, all that is in the past. Today, no matter how much you say, it will be of no use. A crime emperor is a crime emperor. Even if you speak with silver-tongued words, the Gu family will eventually perish, just like the other 9 imperial families, completely disappearing." Each sentence revealed strong murderous intent. After finishing his words, "No need to waste more words, let's all act together and wipe out the Gu family." Under the Starshan Great Emperor's harsh command, a vast number of stars appeared in the void behind him. Upon hearing this, the deep gaze of the Tianyan Great Emperor flashed with cold light, and he coldly said, "Today, the Gu family is erased. All the members of the Gu family, completely annihilated." He raised his hand again and summoned the Sea of Fire, covering the entire Gu family. The Spirit Seal Great Emperor did not hesitate, his imperial pressure shot straight into the sky, and he sneered, "After wiping out the crime emperor's descendants, we have no choice but to act." The 3 great emperors spoke in succession, their killing intent overwhelming. Before they could even take action, the terrifying pressure made every Gu family member struggle to breathe. Various phenomena appeared in the sky. Now, the Gu family was truly facing its doom. But Gu Zongping, trembling under the immense pressure, raised his head, and with an unafraid expression, he let out a wild laugh. Good, then let's see who dies today. In an instant, he suddenly turned around and knelt before the ancestral hall. In the confused gaze of Star Xian Great Emperor and the others. Please, ancestor, take action and resolve the Gu family's crisis. As Gu Zongping raised his head again, his eyes filled with expectation, and he suddenly shouted, Please, ancestor, come forth. At this moment, every single Gu family member, under the terrifying pressure, knelt before the golden decree. Descendants of the Gu family humbly request the ancestor to take action. Please return to us. They all trembled as they shouted in unison, their voices rising to the sky. The incredible momentum caused the void to tremble. Such a scene immediately made Star Xian Great Emperor, Tianyan Great Emperor, and Spirit Seal Great Emperor's pupils shrink, and they instinctively took a few steps back. What? What are they saying? They're asking the crime Emperor Gufan to take action, even return? How is this possible? Are they out of their minds? The three looked at each other, simultaneously exclaiming in surprise, their faces filled with disbelief as they stared at the unimaginable scene outside the Gu family ancestral hall. The crime Emperor Gufan had been a great emperor 90,000 years ago, and since he went to the demon abyss, there had been no news of him. How could he still be alive? Even when the other 9 great imperial families were destroyed. The 9 great emperors who were with Gufan at the time had not appeared, and it was known that those emperors had long perished. Then, how could the Gu family's ancestor still be alive? After Star Xian Great Emperor regained his senses, he laughed mockingly, playing tricks. 90,000 years have passed, and the crime Emperor Gufan cannot possibly still be alive. We need not pay attention, the Gu family must be stalling for time. If the crime Emperor Gufan were alive, would he let us break the imperial formation and not show up? Suppressing the shock in his heart, Star Xian Great Emperor raised his hand, gathering a vast number of stars. In an instant, the heavens and earth twisted. Tianyan Great Emperor and Spirit Seal Great Emperor both cast their spells, and the entire area was instantly covered by endless phenomena. As if in the next moment, the entire Gu family would be wiped out, completely disappearing from the world. But even so, Gu Zongping and every single Gu family member did not show any fear. Instead, they appeared especially calm. Even the corners of their mouths curled into a cold smile, not speaking much. Their gazes were filled with expectation as they fixed their eyes on the golden decree in the ancestral hall, waiting respectfully. At this moment, Gu family, it must be destroyed. The Starry Emperor, the Heavenly Flame Emperor, and the Spirit Seal Emperor sneered as they made their move, unleashing 3 terrifying spells that could destroy the heavens and the earth, pouring down towards the Gu family below. The void cracked, and the earth trembled. It seemed like the Gu family was about to turn into nothingness. Presumptuous. From the ancestral hall of the Gu family, a golden decree erupted with dazzling brilliance, followed by an extremely cold reprimand. In an instant, the color of the world changed. A terrifying force surged out of the ancestral hall, sweeping everything in its path, relentlessly tearing apart the 3 terrifying spells rushing toward them. In an unexpected turn of events. Boom! 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 The terrifying power released by the golden decree shattered the 3 emperors' attacks, causing them to explode in the void, sending a destructive shockwave straight toward the 3 emperors. Everything happened too quickly. Too fast for anyone to react. The 3 emperors' expressions changed drastically, and they grunted in pain, repeatedly retreating. What happened? The Starry Emperor, the Heavenly Flame Emperor, and the Spirit Seal Emperor stopped and looked at the Gu family ancestral hall, their faces full of shock as they exclaimed in unison. Who was speaking just now? And that terrifying force, how could it shatter their attacks? How could the Gu family, who was supposed to be doomed, still have a trump card? The Starry Emperor obviously wouldn't believe that the Gu family's ancestor was still alive. His face darkened as he shouted angrily, Who? Who is playing tricks? Get out here now! How dare you hinder the Empire Alliance's business? Are you seeking death? As he shouted, he fixed his gaze on the Gu family ancestral hall, suddenly noticing the golden decree floating in the air. The Heavenly Flame Emperor and the Spirit Seal Emperor also noticed the golden decree. Before they could question it further. Whir! A hum that made countless people dazed echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. The golden decree suddenly exploded with even more dazzling holy light, expanding to a size of 100 feet, illuminating the entire ancestral hall and even the heavens with golden brilliance. Dong! 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 Immediately after, thunderous footsteps resounded, shaking the world in all directions. Amidst the golden light, under the gaze of countless people, a terrifying and imposing figure stepped out from the decree, entering everyone's sight. It was none other than Gufan. Chapter 12, How is this possible? Gufan is really still alive. In an instant. Boom! The world lost its color with Gu Fan's appearance, and endless thunder poured down like a torrent. The might of an emperor surged, shaking the heavens. Seeing this scene, what is that? The Starry Emperor, the Heavenly Flame Emperor, and the Spirit Seal Emperor froze, trembling as their scalps tingled. In the blink of an eye, a man with long black hair tied in a bundle, wearing white robes as pure as snow, with eyes as deep as the abyss, Gu Fan, flashed, appearing above the Gu family ancestral hall, clearly visible to countless people. A vast and terrifying oppressive force like a storm swept out from his body, engulfing everything around him. The void cracked, and those who had come to destroy the Gu family spat blood. In the face of this unexpected situation, not only did the central continent tremble, but the entire Lingshu heaven was shaken at this moment. Other than the constant rumble of thunder in the heavens and earth, there was no other sound at all. And when Gu Zongping and all the members of the Gu family saw Gu Fan's manifestation stepping into the void, they were all overcome with emotion, tears welling up in their eyes as they choked with joy. Ancestor, that's our ancestor, he's really still alive. He's back, our ancestor, he's back. Whoa, I knew it, the ancestor wouldn't just stand by, he's alive, he's not dead. Ancestor, these ungrateful people want to destroy the Gu family, calling you the Sin Emperor, please, ancestor, strike down these filthy scum. They shouted with trembling voices, tears streaming down as they expressed their grievances. With an overwhelming sense of bloodline connection, every one of them knew that this seemingly young and handsome man was the ancestor of the Gu family. One of the first emperors of the past, the Radiant Heaven Emperor. Amidst the cheers of the Gu family and the shockwaves that followed, the ancestor of the Gu family, the Sin Emperor, Gu Fan. The three emperors stared at Gu Fan, who was stepping on the void, causing the very heavens and earth to twist and shake, alarming the entire Lingshu realm. Their pupils trembled, filled with more shock. Even though they were emperors, at this moment, they all felt an invisible pressure, as if their hearts were once again stirred by violent waves. They were dumbfounded, looking at each other, seeing the horror in each other's eyes that could not be hidden. Then, after Starshan Emperor, Skyflame Emperor, and Spirit Seal Emperor regained their senses, they remembered the change in the Gu family's attitude earlier, and their pupils constricted to tiny dots. How could he still be alive? The Emperor of Glorious Sky, the Sin Emperor Gu Fan, 90,000 years have passed, and the other 9 emperors have all died. How did he survive? Damn, this is impossible. Moreover, why does he look so young, full of life? What is going on? Why is he back? Why isn't he dead? They trembled, speaking with disbelief, their faces that had once shown no anger now filled with fear, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. They had originally thought that once the imperial formation was broken, they would easily destroy the Gu family. But the Sin Emperor Gu Fan actually returned. Not only was he unharmed, but he looked especially young, with no sign of aging, even his vitality so strong that it was shocking. The 3 emperors, once high and mighty, were struck like they had been hit by lightning. Their words revealed various forms of shock, and their expressions kept changing. In fact, they vaguely sensed something was wrong, and unease began to rise in their hearts. As the world began to fall into dead silence, the Gu family members trembled with excitement, their eyes fervently looking up. The forces that had come to encircle and kill them, and the countless spectators, all stared wide-eyed, their minds shaking as they gasped for breath. Under the gaze of countless people, Gu Fan's expression was indifferent, and his invisible pressure surged like an overwhelming wave, sweeping over everything in the world. You call me the Sin Emperor? He took a step toward Starshan Emperor and the others, his eyes cold, his words like ice. With just one step, the sky seemed to tremble and collapse. A tremendous pressure enveloped everyone's hearts. Starshan Emperor, Skyflame Emperor, and Spirit Seal Emperor were at the forefront, and upon hearing the question, they were momentarily speechless. Boom! Their spirits trembled, and they felt as though their cultivation was being suppressed. Before, they had boldly called him the Sin Emperor, feeling justified, but all that was based on the fact that the Gu family's ancient ancestor, the former Emperor of Glorious Sky, had already fallen. But now, the former Emperor of Glorious Sky, the Gu family's ancient ancestor, was still alive. This was something they couldn't accept even now. Gu Fan stared coldly at the 3 emperors who had been so aggressive earlier, stepping forward again, causing the ground to shake. You want to destroy my imperial family, the Gu family? He sneered coldly, his words once again like a thunderclap. In that instant, the entire place fell silent. The 3 emperors' scalps went numb, and a strong feeling of unease rose in their hearts. Thump thump. Their hearts raced, speechless. But the next second, had. A colder sneer appeared on Gu Fan's lips as he spoke again. I never expected, 90,000 years have passed, and yet you all could be so ungrateful, wolves with wild hearts. And yet, you dare to boldly declare the destruction of the Gu family? As his words fell, Gu Fan took another step. This time, his overwhelming pressure surged even more, sweeping across the entire Gu family, the entire central region, and even the Lingshu realm. Among the crowd, only the Gu family members grew more excited with each passing moment, while everyone else had their expressions change drastically, trembling under the terrifying pressure. And yet, do you deserve it? Gu Fan first looked at Star Shen Emperor, then swept his gaze across Sky Flame Emperor and Spirit Seal Emperor, roaring, "Do you deserve it?" Every word and sentence was filled with extreme coldness and murderous intent. The temperature in the world suddenly dropped, as if one were in an ice cave. In an instant, looking at the imposing and cold Gu Fan, the three emperors' faces changed again, their breathing becoming labored as their faces turned pale. He. The three of them looked at each other, completely suppressed by Gu Fan's imposing presence. They still couldn't believe that the Gu family's ancestor, the Emperor of Brilliant Heaven, the so-called Sin Emperor, was still alive. This was something they had never expected. It was because the change came too suddenly. Gu Fan's appearance had sent their minds into turmoil, and it hadn't settled even to this day. The Emperor of Heavenly Flames and the Emperor of Spiritual Seals shuddered, their pale faces unable to hide their panic. Their heartbeats were unusually intense. How could this be? The two of them trembled with dry mouths and couldn't even bring themselves to look directly at Gu Fan. In the past, they were once subordinate to the Gu family. After becoming stronger, they chose to join the Imperial Alliance. But who could have imagined that Gu Fan hadn't died, but instead had come back to life, appearing right now to settle the score? In the midst of the changing storm and the trembling of heaven and earth. Wait! The star-profound Emperor suddenly spoke, staring hard at Gu Fan. Then, he narrowed his eyes and furrowed his brows. He sensed something was wrong and instantly felt a glimmer of hope. Because there was no vital energy or blood power in Gu Fan's body. In an instant, we were all wrong, we don't need to fear him. The star-profound Emperor realized and, with an angry expression, pointed at Gu Fan, gritting his teeth and said, "This is not the true Sin Emperor at all, but merely a Dharma body created through special means." Chapter 13, A Dharma Body? Sin Emperor Gu Fan, you are doomed to die. Damn it, we've all been tricked by the Gu family. The star-profound Emperor noticed the clue and immediately roared, the true body of the Sin Emperor, Gu Fan, could not have appeared in the Gu family. He must still be in the demon abyss. Besides, after 90,000 years, even if he hasn't died, his time is almost up. A dying emperor, that's all. Why should we fear him? As soon as these words were spoken, the dark clouds and pressure hanging over everyone's heads dissipated by more than half. The Emperor of Heavenly Flames and the Emperor of Spiritual Seals were suddenly shocked, then turned to look at Gu Fan again. They also realized something was wrong, and the tension in their hearts disappeared. Damn it, we almost got played. When they discovered that Gu Fan was indeed not the true body, they both widened their eyes in anger, breathing a heavy sigh of relief. Since that's the case, there was nothing left to fear. It was just a Dharma body, after all. No one knew exactly how many years it had existed, but it was probably a backup left behind by Gu Fan when he first left the Gu family, leaving the Lingshu heaven. The golden legal decree in the Gu family's ancestral hall was the fundamental reason for summoning this Dharma body. In an instant, Sin Emperor Gu Fan, Gu family, you won't be able to protect it. The Emperor of Heavenly Flames' face darkened as he sneered, even if your true body left a backup, you are merely a Dharma body. What can you do to stop us? Today, the Gu family will surely perish, and you can't stop it. As his voice fell, the Emperor of Spiritual Seals no longer felt any anxiety and laughed wildly. Even if you were once the first emperor in the divine domain, so what? You are just a mere Dharma body of an emperor. Stop pretending to be a god. Even if your true body is still alive, so what? But if I can watch you witness the destruction of the Gu family, that would be quite nice. The other 9 Sin Emperors don't have the privilege like you. At this moment, the 3 emperors no longer had any uncertainty. Upon learning that Gu Fan was only a Dharma body, they instantly gained confidence. Thinking back to the earlier intimidation, they couldn't help but feel their faces darken, their eyes filled with anger. It was just the Dharma body of a Sin Emperor. They had frightened themselves. The star-profound Emperor calmed his inner shock and sneered at Gu Fan's Dharma body. Sin Emperor Gu Fan, since you left a Dharma body, this isn't bad. In that case, we'll first cut down your Dharma body and declare the end of your Sin Emperor era. After that, the Gu family will still be destroyed. This is the Gu family's fate, the result of your betrayal of Lingshu Heaven and the Divine Domain. Each sentence seemed to contain magical power, causing the heavens to roar and falling into the ears of countless people. Every word was righteous and filled with great justice. At this moment, the star-profound Emperor sneered, disdainfully looking down on Gu Fan's Dharma body. Sin Emperor Gu Fan, do you have any last words? He laughed up to the sky, his laughter spreading in all directions. It stirred up the forces that came to crusade against the Gu family, making them roar in unison. The Sin Emperor Gu Fan must die. You betrayed Lingshu Heaven, and yet you, a Sin Emperor, still dare to speak so arrogantly? The Gu family must be destroyed, the Sin Emperor must die. All 10 Sin Emperors should die, and their bloodline descendants must perish as well. Now, only the Gu family remains. We humbly request the 3 great emperors to strike down the Sin Emperor Gufan's avatar and eradicate the Gu family. At this moment, the forces behind the 3 great emperors shouted with full confidence, as if they were judges passing a final verdict on Gufan and the Gu family. Angry curses and condemnation surged like raging waves, each wave louder than the last, shaking the skies. In an instant, the entire world was in an uproar. The overwhelming momentum caused the surrounding void to tremble, making the Gu family and Gufan once again the target of all hatred. Gufan and the Gu family. As if they had committed unforgivable sins, provoking the wrath of both gods and men. Seeing what was happening, these beasts, Gu Zongping and the Gu family members trembled uncontrollably, their faces turning ghastly pale, their blood boiling with fury, their teeth almost shattering from clenching too hard. Yet only Gufan, after listening to the verbal attacks from the 3 great emperors and the various forces, did not show any anger. Instead, he laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha. He swept his gaze across Emperor Xingxuan and the others, his eyes filled with mockery, and within his unrestrained laughter, there was an endless sorrow, followed by boundless, violent killing intent. Feeling his emotions surge, the space around him twisted and collapsed, the sky itself trembled as if it were about to fall. One ugly face after another entered his sight. Old friends, do you see this? Gufan shook his head, suddenly quieting down, lowering his head as he muttered, back then, we repelled the alien races, forcing them back to the abyss of demons and sealing them away. We guarded the abyss for 90,000 years. And in the end, we are called Sin Emperors, accused of betraying the divine domain by these beasts. Your descendants were all wiped out, and now, mine too are being hunted by all sides, to the point that even 3 great emperors have been dispatched against us. What a grand display of power. Everything we did, how worthless, how laughable it all was, ha ha ha. Gufan laughed up at the sky once again, his sorrowful words echoing through the heavens, causing the very sky to tremble violently. Yet every word of his carried an earth-shattering killing intent. And at this moment, a terrifying aura was rising from his body, making hearts shudder. Right now. This. Emperor Xingxuan and the other 2 emperors felt a sudden chill in their hearts. Before they could say anything, Gufan suddenly lifted his head, his blood-red eyes shining with a terrifying light. His indifferent face was filled with boundless murderous intent, and a towering killing aura erupted from his entire being. If it was all worthless, then today, I will make Lingshu heaven tremble in fear. As he spoke, the space around him shattered, and he declared coldly, word by word, let them feel the fear they should have felt. And my old friends, I will avenge you. None of those involved shall be spared. An immense, boundless killing aura erupted like a storm from Gufan, engulfing the heavens and covering everything in existence. The ultimate intent to slaughter exploded in full force. Gufan said nothing more. He simply lifted his palm and struck down towards Emperor Xingxuan, Emperor Lingyin, and Emperor Tianyan. Crack! The overwhelming power of heaven and earth reversed, and as his palm descended, an enormous palm print, spanning 1,000 feet, smashed down, causing a vast collapse in the void. The sky itself was filled with destructive thunder, and this one strike seemed to make the heavens tremble in fear. With this decisive and ruthless strike, miserable screams rang out from all directions. Boom! 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 One after another, the weaker cultivators among those who had come to besiege him exploded into pieces without warning, their bodies bursting apart in the void, turning into blooming flowers of blood. In no time, courting death, Emperor Xingxuan finally reacted, his eyes widened as he roared in fury, unleashing his full emperor-level power. Seeing the vast number of deaths behind him, he was enraged, completely unprepared for the fact that even a mere avatar of Gufan would dare to strike back at them. Sin Emperor! The Star Shan Great Emperor's eyes widened with fury, angrily shouting, don't say you're just a Dharma body, even if your true self were here today, you would still have to bow your head and admit your guilt. Gu family, you can't save him. This Dharma body of yours will be ended by us, giving an explanation to the betrayed Lingshu heaven. Amidst the cold shouts, the stars in the void behind him kept flashing, each emitting a terrifying aura. Then, the Star Shan Great Emperor looked towards the Tianyan Great Emperor and Lingyin Great Emperor, and said in a deep voice, you too, help me slay the Sin Emperor's Dharma body. As the words fell, he raised his hand and began to form a starry spear. Suddenly, night fell, and countless stars appeared in the sky, containing supreme star power, sealing off the entire Gu family. Seeing this, the Tianyan Great Emperor and Lingyin Great Emperor slightly nodded, their expressions solemn, their eyes narrowing, not holding back any of their emperor-level cultivation. Sin Emperor, today is the Gu family's doomsday, your Dharma body will soon fall. 90,000 years have passed, and now it is no longer your time. The 2 of them snorted coldly one after another, their eyes bursting with overwhelming killing intent, each unleashing their killing moves. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying sea of fire swept across the sky full of stars, enveloping the entire Gu family, shaking the earth of Zhangzhou. In addition, a huge seal almost blocking their vision shattered the void, drawing the attention of countless people. The world lost its color, and the sound of the great Tao echoed. The three great emperors did not hold back, almost at the same time attacking the Gufan's Dharma body. Boom! The universe trembled, explosions constantly echoed from all directions. Starry spear. A sea of fire that could destroy the world. A seal that blocked the heavens and earth. All of them locked onto Gufan, roaring as they swallowed the heavens and devoured the earth. Seeing the terrifying scene of heaven and earth collapsing. Thump! Thump! All the people of the Gu family could not help but show panic, not daring to breathe, their hearts only praying continuously, staring at Gufan in the void above. Because they knew that their ancestor was the first-generation great emperor of the divine domain, and had guarded the demon abyss for 90,000 years, and if they counted the time. Now, his lifespan was almost at its end. The true body was still in the demon abyss, and right now, it was just an ancestor's dharma body. Could it have the strength to resist the three great emperors? Under the deep worry of the entire Gu family. The saintess of the Tsangyan sacred land, Luluwali, could not help but sneer, facing the three great emperors attacking, the Sin Emperor will definitely lose. The Sin Emperor seems young, but he is already over 90,000 years old, and according to the rules of the divine domain's heavenly Tao, a great emperor who has lived for over 90,000 years is nearing their end. Now, it's just a dharma body. Against three great emperors at their peak, there's no chance of victory. As long as the Sin Emperor's dharma body is slain, it will be the Gu family's destruction. She was extremely confident, speaking with a strong voice, her eyes filled with mockery. Not just Luluwali, but whether it was the forces surrounding the Gu family or the powerful beings watching from afar, no one believed the Gu family could survive today. Under the gaze of thousands, crack! Crack! The three great emperors combined their killing moves, rushing towards Gufan with unstoppable force. Every strike was enough to destroy a world. Let alone three of them. The Starshan great emperor had a confident smile between his brows, sneering, "Let the three of us great emperors strike, Sin Emperor, you can die in peace. My starry spear alone is enough to make your dharma body collapse. After that, you will watch the Gu family perish." As the words fell, the starry spear was already near. The roaring sea of fire suddenly transformed into a fiery long spear, piercing through the void and stabbing down. The massive seal covering the sky suddenly shrank, emitting a destructive wave of energy to suppress everything. Die! At this moment, the three great emperors looked at Gufan with eyes as cold as seeing a dead person, shouting loudly. However, under the twisting of the void in all directions, Gufan's expression remained calm, suddenly raising his hand to grasp at the void in front of him. Buzz! A buzzing sound echoed. Endless power of heaven and earth surged wildly at this moment. The dazzling radiance illuminated the heavens. A terrifying sword intent, overwhelming like a raging storm, suddenly erupted, tearing open an astonishing rift in the void, hundreds of meters long. Immediately after, a long sword, forged from the power of heaven and earth, shining with seven-colored flowing light, resplendent and radiant, and exuding a monstrous killing intent, suddenly shot forth. Upon seeing this, that is, the Emperor's sword of the Sin Emperor. At the sight of this sword, Emperor Tianyan and Emperor Lingyin were instantly shocked. Yet Emperor Xingchuan remained indifferent, sneering, "It's nothing more than an imitation, why make such a fuss? No matter what he does, it is futile. He is doomed to die under our combined assault." Just as his voice fell, before Emperor Tianyan and Emperor Lingyin could say anything, the sword intent pervading the heavens and earth surged even more violently. Gufan gripped the Emperor's sword, his long hair flowing, and the killing aura around him had thickened to the point of distorting the sky. Slash! He uttered coldly, and as the temperature plummeted, he suddenly swung his sword. With this slash, the heavens and earth trembled. The void in all directions seemed unable to withstand it and began to collapse continuously. The sword radiance soared into the sky. A sword energy infused with monstrous killing intent, capable of annihilating everything, roared forth like an untamed wild horse. In just an instant, it clashed fiercely with the attacks of the three great emperors. With an earth-shattering boom, a sudden change erupted. Boom! The star spear of Emperor Xingchuan, upon colliding with the sword energy, shattered in an instant without any warning. Following that, the blazing spear of Emperor Tianyan. Boom! At the very moment of impact with the sword energy, it was bizarrely devoured. Flames capable of incinerating everything. Yet there was no chance to react. Boom! Even before Emperor Lingyin's grand seal could collide with the sword energy, countless cracks appeared on it, and in an instant, it was obliterated. In merely 2 breaths' time, the offensive of the three emperors collapsed completely, vanishing into the heavens and earth. However, the sword energy unleashed by Gufan continued to sweep forward, slicing through the void wherever it passed. witnessing such a terrifying scene. How is this possible? The smile on Emperor Xingxuan's face froze, his pupils contracted suddenly, and he cried out in panic. His attack was completely dismantled by the Sin Emperor without the slightest effort? It was merely an incarnation, how could it possess such terrifying power? Beside him, Emperor Tianyan and Emperor Lingyin widened their eyes abruptly, their minds violently shaken, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. No, something is wrong. This incarnation of the Sin Emperor is not normal. This incarnation's power is not weaker than ours, but even surpasses us. A chill ran down their spines as they watched the ruthless sword energy closing in within the blink of an eye, their expressions drastically changing. A tremendous sense of crisis erupted in the hearts of the three great emperors. Attacked together. Their pupils trembled violently, not daring to hesitate for even a moment, as they unleashed their cultivation without reservation, striking out once more to meet the unstoppable sword energy. Chapter 15, Two Great Emperors Fall Instantly. Annihilation. The three emperors did not dare show the slightest negligence, and together they unleashed a terrifying offensive toward the sword energy. Boom! Upon collision, the heavens and earth trembled. The violent impact spread outward, and some powerful figures nearby who had no time to react were instantly obliterated, their bodies and souls completely erased. Not even a scream remained. Only clouds of blood mist dispersed in the void. The pungent scent of blood filled the air. Suddenly, Put! Emperor Xingxuan, bearing the brunt of the impact, widened his eyes, spitting blood as he staggered backward. Emperor Tianyan and Emperor Lingyin fared no better, also vomiting blood one after another, retreating in horror by more than 100 meters. In an instant, the world fell into deathly silence. The three great emperors' auras were in complete disarray, all severely wounded by Gu Fan's single slash. How can this be? Their minds went blank as they stared at Gu Fan in utter disbelief, their hearts pounding wildly. They had thought that the incarnation of the Sin Emperor's ancestor was something they could easily slaughter together. But not only was that not the case, but they themselves were injured in the very first clash. Emperor Xingxuan's pupils trembled once more, his scalp tingling as he forcibly suppressed his injuries. Suddenly, he looked up at Gu Fan. You. His throat was dry, and he didn't know what to say. This was because the current situation was already beyond the scope of what he had previously imagined. He and the other two emperors could not suppress or kill the ancestor of the Gu family? Moreover, that was only a Dharma body. The three emperors immediately felt a chill down their spines, looking at the seemingly calm Gu Fan, their hearts were overwhelmed with fear. Thump thump. Their hearts were pounding, and their eyes showed confusion, unable to understand what was happening. In the heavens and earth, anyone who witnessed the scene was equally terrified, with mouths wide open but unable to speak. In the Gu family. Ancestor. Gu Zongping, seeing the three emperors suffer a setback in their first battle, cried out in excitement, his eyes nearly bursting. Instantly, the gloom above the heads of the Gu family members was swept away, and their worries were halved. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Gu Fan did not pay attention to anyone and quietly looked at the three emperors in the distance. Destroy the Gu family? Label me as the guilty emperor? I betrayed Lingshu heaven? Judging me and the Gu family? Each word was spoken with a voice that seemed to come from the depths of the underworld. Upon hearing this, the Starry Emperor, the Skyflame Emperor, and the Spiritual Seal Emperor felt a chill down their spines, instinctively taking a few steps back. What is going on? The three of them exchanged a glance, unable to believe that this was the current situation. Their faces were full of seriousness and disbelief, their hearts shaken as they looked at Gu Fan, already at a loss. It was precisely because they were all emperors that they understood that Gu Fan's Dharma body was extraordinary. Its terrifying power exceeded expectations, and its strength was not weaker than their own. But clearly, the ancestor of the Gu family had been guarding the demon abyss for 90,000 years, with his lifespan about to end. How could the Dharma body left behind still be so terrifying? Before the three emperors could figure out how to respond. Slay. Gu Fan raised his hand, and the emperor's sword hummed. The world lost its color, and only the dazzling sword light of 10,000 feet illuminated all directions. Without paying attention to the reactions of the three emperors, he coldly spoke, and the unparalleled terrifying sword intent wreaked havoc across the entire world, fiercely cutting down a sword. This time, the sword energy spread across 10,000 miles, tearing apart the void and sweeping out. Gu Fan's eyes flickered with cold light, and he said coldly, "Today, I will make you pay the price you deserve. The debt from the 9 great emperor clans I previously destroyed will first be collected from you three as interest. I may be old, but I am not dead. Even if you three are emperors, I can still slay you with a single sword." These words echoed through the sky, reaching the ears of the onlookers in all directions. Instantly, it made everyone's hearts tremble. Especially the Starry Emperor, the Skyflame Emperor, and the Spiritual Seal Emperor, who trembled upon hearing it. When they saw Gu Fan strike out another earth-shattering, world-dimming, terrifying sword, their expressions immediately changed dramatically. Crack crack. The sky cracked, and the void collapsed. This scene of destruction made the three emperors' souls scatter, feeling an unprecedented pressure pressing down on them. Not good. Facing the intense life and death crisis, they all shouted in alarm, and then, without coordination, they wildly attacked to resist. The stars in the sky, the raging flames, and the densely packed seal impressions bombarded wildly. The three emperors didn't dare hold back, fully mobilizing their cultivation, unleashing terrifying imperial laws filled with supreme primal power. Boom! 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 But with each successive impact, it was ultimately unable to stop the sword energy that swept in. No matter what methods the three emperors used, before they even approached the sword energy slashed by Gu Fan, they were directly swallowed by the boundless murderous intent contained within. Although many collisions had already occurred, they disintegrated and vanished in the blink of an eye. They didn't even have the qualification to make the sword energy pause. Just a moment later. Put. Whether it was the Starry Emperor, the Spiritual Seal Emperor, or the Skyflame Emperor, they all spat blood, becoming disheveled with fear and horror in their eyes after each backlash. At this moment, the sword energy had already covered their vision, occupying everything. A great terror loomed over the heart. And with just one strike from Gu Fan, the three great emperors were already powerless to resist. Only the early-stage Emperor Tianyan and Emperor Lingyin were the first to collapse under the pressure, trembling more and more as the sword aura approached, and shocking wounds appeared all over their bodies. No, this is impossible. You are just a projection, how could you have such terrifying power? No, Xing Xian save me. They were already terrified beyond reason, and as the sword aura closed in, their cultivation was directly suppressed. In the midst of their screams and calls for help, they begged Emperor Xing Xian. But when they looked toward him, their faces instantly showed despair. They saw that even Emperor Xing Xian, with his mid-level emperor cultivation, could not protect himself, his face drained of color as he struggled desperately under the terrifying suppression. Seeing this scene, "No, Emperor Huangtian, spare me. Emperor Huangtian, we were only following orders. We had no intention of opposing the Gu family. Spare me, I can serve the Gu family as a beast of burden." Emperor Tianyan and Emperor Lingyin's hearts had long been filled with fear, and they truly felt the overwhelming pressure of Gu Fan's strength. As the sword aura was about to strike, they desperately begged for mercy in the endless fear. But it was all in vain. Gu Fan did not care for the two begging for mercy, his eyes were filled with coldness. And at this moment, Xing! The terrifying sword aura that destroyed the void landed without any resistance on Emperor Tianyan and Emperor Lingyin. The brutal, violent sword aura instantly shattered their bodies. In the eyes of all who feared. Ah! The two emperors' pupils expanded, their faces full of despair, twisting as they let out a piercing scream, their bodies trembling violently, cracks appearing all over, with sword light bursting out. In an instant, they exploded with despair and regret, blood pouring like rain. And their souls were already destroyed without a trace. Life vanished between heaven and earth. The two emperors were erased on the spot. Chapter 16, What is the Imperial Alliance? Wait until this emperor settles the score. The world fell into a dead silence. From all directions, not a sound could be heard. No one could have imagined that Emperor Tianyan and Emperor Lingyin, with no power to fight back, were erased from the world on the spot. Their forms and souls were completely destroyed. Whether it was the forces that had threatened to destroy the Gu family or the many spectators watching, all were stunned, their eyes wide in absolute horror. No! A tragic, almost insane, shrill scream suddenly echoed through the heavens. The voice came from Emperor Xing Xian. At this moment, he was already in a terribly pathetic state. Not a single inch of his skin was intact, his hair was disheveled, and his eyes were filled with an unshakable terror. He had watched with his own eyes as the other two emperors perished. Gu Fan only needed one strike. And directly killed the two emperors. How is this possible? This cannot be. Emperor Xing Xian looked at Gu Fan in shock, his eyes filled with fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. In extreme fear, his posture was no longer one of dominance. At this moment, he realized the vast difference between himself and that Sin Emperor. The other side could easily strike down emperors with a single sword. Clearly, he's just a projection, clearly he has lived for over 90,000 years, but why is he so terrifying? Emperor Xing Xian's mind was a storm of disbelief as he stammered. He was supposed to be nearing the end of his life, how can he be so terrifying? Why? Now, he was horrified, his aura completely drained. If it hadn't been for Emperor Tianyan and Emperor Lingyin blocking most of the sword aura, he would have likely been obliterated as well. But surviving. Emperor Xing Xian felt that dying outright would have been better than enduring the current terror. You. He trembled as he tried to speak but couldn't make a sound. The earlier scene lingered in his mind, leaving him parched and almost suffocating. Gu Fan looked coldly at Emperor Xing Xian. Even though he was just a projection, his gaze carried an oppressive force that even the emperors could not bear. How dare you threaten to destroy my Gu family? With a long sword in hand, he stood like an ancient sword immortal, coldly laughing and saying, "In the past, I guarded the demon abyss, fighting against the foreign races. Where were you during the battles of the demon abyss? 90,000 years have passed, and humanity has been able to recover under our watch of the demon abyss. After the emergence of the great emperor, you slandered me and my 9 old friends as guilty emperors. After we created the imperial clan, are we to be destroyed? Very well, excellent. Since that is the case, today, I shall show you what a true guilty emperor looks like." His words, containing supreme demonic power, caused the sky to tremble, and thunder rumbled across the heavens. The words echoed endlessly throughout the world, resounding in all directions. They fell clearly into the ears of countless people. Even the entire central continent trembled violently at this moment. With those words, Gu Fan's killing intent was unmasked, and he coldly said, "The 2 who are already dead, it's your turn now." Just one sentence, and immediately, the eyes of the Star Xian Emperor shrank suddenly, trembling in fear, his body shaking even more violently. "You? I?" He was horrified and wanted to flee, but his body couldn't move. Because he knew, there was no way to escape. Gu Fan had killed 2 great emperors with one sword, so how could he escape from the hands of this person? In boundless trembling, the Star Xian Emperor suddenly screamed, You can't kill me. I am a member of the Imperial Alliance. You have already killed 2 great emperors. If you don't kill me, perhaps there is still a chance to salvage this matter." However, Gu Fan said nothing, and the imperial sword in his hand, formed from the power of heaven and earth, began to hum. Seeing this, the Star Xian Emperor's heart rose to his throat, his back chilling, his eyes showing madness as he roared, Are you going to go against the Imperial Alliance?" At this point, he could only use the Imperial Alliance as a threat, knowing begging for mercy was useless. Otherwise, how could the Tianyan Emperor and the Lingyin Emperor have died? This time, the Imperial Alliance? Gu Fan remained unmoved, murmuring softly. But at this moment, it seemed as though the Star Xian Emperor had grabbed onto a lifeline, thinking the threat of the Imperial Alliance could work, continuing to shout, "That's right, the power of the Imperial Alliance is beyond what you can imagine. It has already dominated the Lingshu sky, and soon it will invade the other 9 heavens. So, even though you can easily wipe us out, don't court death by going against the Imperial Alliance." Upon hearing this, Gu Fan chuckled and then his face turned even colder, becoming terrifyingly grim. A bunch of cowards, banding together to call themselves the Imperial Alliance? His deep eyes contained a storm, and he sneered, "A group of petty thieves, calling themselves the Imperial Alliance, daring to so confidently say they will destroy our imperial guilt? It's simply laughable. Don't even think the Imperial Alliance will come after me. When I return, the Imperial Alliance will be overturned. As for you and those 2 dead wastes, treat it as the interest before I destroy the Imperial Alliance." Upon hearing these words, the Star Xian Emperor completely lost his composure, and fear reappeared in his eyes. "What? What did you say?" He was struck by lightning, panicked and screamed, Your true self is returning to the Lingshu sky? How is this possible? How could you return?" This news was like countless thunderclaps exploding in his ears. The Star Xian Emperor couldn't stop trembling, the fear in his eyes overflowing. No, this is impossible." He shook his head wildly in terror, unable to believe the crazy news he had just heard. The ancestor of the Gu family actually wants to return from the demon abyss to the Lingshu sky. He even declared to destroy the Imperial Alliance master. The 9 great emperors who guarded the demon abyss in the past have fallen, but the Gu family ancestor is still alive and says he will return? Gu Fan ignored the Star Xian Emperor, who was scared out of his wits, and suddenly raised the dazzling imperial sword in his hand. "Exterminate!" He spoke coldly and suddenly slashed down. In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled wildly again. An unparalleled, terrifying sword chi exploded, instantly tearing through the void, sweeping across all directions. Seeing this, "No!" The Star Xian Emperor screamed in fear, his soul scattering. Seriously injured and powerless to resist, he could only watch helplessly as the sword energy came straight at him. In the boundless terror of his heart, he struggled madly, still trying to stop it. But even after using his last ounce of strength, unleashing countless talismans, sacrificing priceless treasures that made others envious, and even burning his own blood essence, he still couldn't stop the overwhelming, murderous sword energy. Boom! 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 Amidst the deafening explosions, all of Emperor Xingxuan's efforts were in vain. In the thick despair, he was directly cut down by the sword energy, his body frozen in place. Under countless gazes. Ah! Emperor Xingxuan's eyes nearly burst, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream as the terrifying sword energy rampaged wildly inside his body. With a sudden explosion, he shattered into countless pieces, his body and soul annihilated. Blood of the Emperor rained across the sky. The heavens lost their color once again. Chapter 17, Slaying the Future Empress, Changing Fate. Drip. Drip. Emperor Xingxuan perished in the void, his emperor's blood falling like rain upon the earth. The thick, overwhelming stench of blood spread rapidly, filling the world, making everyone's expressions change dramatically. The heavens fell silent. Countless people were struck with fear, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Hiss. Everyone gasped, staring blankly at the horrifying scene before them. 3 great emperors had arrived with unstoppable might, any one of them capable of wiping out the Gu family, severing their bloodline forever, without any surprises. It was supposed to be the end of the Gu family. But no one expected that instead of the Gu family perishing, it was the 3 emperors of the Emperor Alliance who were wiped out. All because the Gu family had an incarnation of their ancestor hidden within. And the terrifying thing was, this incarnation could effortlessly slay 3 emperors. Moreover, everyone had heard an unbelievable piece of news. The incarnation of the Gu family's ancestor had once said that his true self would return. And he would destroy the Emperor Alliance. No one had ever expected this. Boom! A thunderous roar exploded in everyone's minds, leaving them utterly dazed, their shock beyond words. At this moment, within the Gu family, Gu Zongping and all the clan members looked at the blood-soaked void, then at the blood-stained ground, before their gazes shifted to Gu Fan, transforming from shock to overwhelming joy. The ancestor won. The Gu family was not destroyed. The 3 great emperors died at the ancestor's hands. The Gu family survived. No wonder he was once able to battle against the alien races. Even after guarding the abyss for 90,000 years, just a single incarnation of his holds such terrifying power. The 3 great emperors were nothing but ants before the ancestor, wiped out with a mere wave of his hand. Whoa! The Gu family. The Gu family will not perish. The ancestor's incarnation said before that his true self would return. If he can return after guarding the abyss for 90,000 years, then who will guard the abyss when he comes back? Humph. These people are nothing but ungrateful traitors. So what if the abyss is left unguarded? That's right. They don't deserve his sacrifice. I never thought that one day, we would see the ancestor again. And even witness his true self's return. Everyone felt as if they had survived a great catastrophe. As relief washed over them, tears fell from their eyes. If not for the ancestor's incarnation, the Gu family would have ceased to exist. But now, the true self of the ancestor is returning. How could this not drive the descendants of the Gu family into a frenzy of joy and anticipation? Most importantly, after 90,000 long years, the ancestor is still so powerful, and he can return from the abyss. This was the news that excited the Gu family the most. Amidst the cries of joy and celebration in the Gu family, across the heavens and earth, the countless onlookers had already been shocked to the core, their scalps tingling, their eyes filled with intense terror. And these onlookers were not those who had participated in the attempt to destroy the Gu family. Each of them was a powerful figure. Among them, the majority were at the Saint realm, with some being quasi-emperors, and even great emperors who were not part of the Emperor Alliance had come to witness everything that had happened in the void. The Gu family's ancestor is merely an incarnation, yet how could it be so terrifying? One law body can easily annihilate 3 emperors, so how terrifying must the true body of the ancestor of the Gu family be? That's one of the first-generation emperors. He has survived until now with such powerful strength. Could it be that the ancestor of the Gu family has already broken through the emperor level? I think it's very likely. The main thing is that the ancestor of the Gu family's law body said his true body is about to return. I can't even imagine what would happen to Lingshu Heaven if the true body of the ancestor of the Gu family returns. After all, his law body had already said that when his true body returns, even the Imperial Alliance must personally destroy it. I didn't expect the Gu family, which was supposed to be destroyed, to have its crisis resolved by the law body of the Gu family ancestor, and now, with his return, the Gu family will have a backbone. If the true body of the Gu family ancestor returns, then the Gu family, an old imperial family, under his leadership, will surely rise wildly. So terrifying. Luckily we didn't join forces with those other factions to destroy the Gu family, otherwise we would have no chance of survival. The powerful figures from all sides, hearing the surging cheers from within the Gu family, all stared wide-eyed in shock, gasping in disbelief. Among them, the mighty figures in the Saint realm and the Semi-Emperor realm felt a fear in their hearts that could not dissipate. And among the emperors who had been observing from a distance, they were also trembling in fear. The law body of the Gu family ancestor had already made their hearts tremble, unable to calm down. In their view, the law body already seemed indistinguishable from the true body, and in terms of strength, it was not something an ordinary emperor could contend with. What they witnessed today was too explosive. No one even believed it could happen. Amidst the exclamations from all sides, the saintess of Sun Yin sacred land, Luluwali, was trembling with a face full of terror. What's happening? Her expression was dazed, her eyes filled with shock, and her chest heaved as she let out a terrified cry. The development of the situation was far beyond her expectations. 3 emperors, all dead at the hands of the ancestor of the Gu family. At this moment, amidst the shock and astonishment of all parties. Retreat! Luluwali's voice trembled with bone-chilling fear as she shouted, hoping to sneak away with the people of Sun Yin sacred land while no one was paying attention. The law body of the Gu family ancestor was too terrifying. 3 emperors were already dead, and staying here would change nothing. However, as soon as Luluwali turned around, the white phoenix beneath her feet suddenly began to tremble violently. A shock ran through her heart. Then, I almost forgot about you. In the void, Gufan looked coldly at Luluwali, who was trying to leave, and said icily, die. As soon as the word fell, he raised his hand and struck down with a palm. A palm containing the power of an emperor covered the sky, forming a massive hand 1,000 feet long, which came crashing down. A wild wind roared. The earth rumbled. Under this strike, the enormous white phoenix could not withstand it and exploded, scattering flesh and blood. No, please don't. Luluwali's pupils dilated, and she screamed in despair. But she had no strength to resist, her cultivation was completely suppressed. Trembling, she looked up at the giant palm falling towards her. However, it was already too late. Boom! Under Gufan's palm, Luluwali, the future empress, had her life erased. Her body shattered, her soul scattered. Not just her, but anyone from the other factions who had come to destroy the Gu family was completely wiped out by this strike. From then on, except for the unrelated onlookers, the 3 emperors and anyone who wished to destroy the Gu family were no more. Reduced to ashes. Thump! Thump! At this moment, all the onlookers who saw Gufan, ruthless and decisive, could not stop trembling with fear, their minds in turmoil as they gazed at the law body of Gufan standing firmly in the void. They were already pale, unable to speak from the extreme fear, completely overwhelmed. Chapter 18, Calling me the Sin Emperor, as you wish. Facing the fearful gazes from all sides. The thought has come clear. Gufan looked at the blood-red world and muttered to himself. Finally, it was in time. The Gu family did not perish. When thinking of Luluwali's death. In the future, she will force me to become one of the main antagonists, the Empress Luluwali. Gufan's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself, a cold smile appearing on his lips. If things had progressed normally, as the future Empress, Luluwali would come to the Gu family to cancel the engagement, and the Master, the great Emperor of Tianyan, would join forces with 2 other emperors to destroy the Gu family. When the original body sensed the severing of the bloodline and rushed back, Luluwali would act like a green tea, trying to explain that it was all a misunderstanding, and with righteous words, she would ask the original body to let go of the grudge. When persuasion failed, Luluwali even pushed the blame onto the original body, gaining recognition from many, with the Emperor Alliance supporting her, forcing the original body to stand in opposition to Lingshu Heaven and even the Divine Realm, turning into a demon and becoming the villain. But now, no one needs to force me. Gufan sneered, then, without needing Luluwali, the future Empress, to act like a green tea or morally manipulate him into becoming the villain. Because, he could choose to become the villain himself. He would actively make Lingshu Heaven flow with blood. Otherwise, how could he ever repay the heartless scum who betrayed his sincere efforts? After a moment, this incarnation won't last much longer. Gufan sensed his power was weakening, and his body was gradually becoming blurry, muttering to himself. Then, his gaze suddenly turned terrifying, as he coldly disregarded all existence around him. Under this gaze, boom! Everyone from various forces who had not yet left trembled, their hair standing on end in fear. Gufan ignored these people and coldly said, since this emperor is considered the sinful emperor by Lingshu Heaven, from this moment onward, anything related to Lingshu Heaven has nothing to do with this emperor. The abyss of demons, I will no longer guard it. When this emperor returns, anyone who participated in planning the destruction of the Gu family, or betrayed me, or their descendants will be held accountable. And before I return, anyone who touches the Gu family will die. Each word was domineering to the extreme, containing the power of the primal chaos, intimidating the heavens. The heavens and earth roared once again, and thunder struck the sky. It seemed to bear witness to Gufan's words. His gaze swept across everyone, and no matter who it was, even the emperors had to bow their heads and dared not meet his eyes directly. Shock. Fear. Chill. All kinds of emotions appeared on everyone's faces, to the point that they didn't dare to even breathe, let alone leave on their own. Gulch. They dryly swallowed, even though they could feel Gufan's incarnation growing weaker, about to dissipate, but none dared to show even the slightest rebellious thought or action. Seeing this scene, Gufan snorted coldly, withdrew his gaze, and looked down at the Gu family's descendants, who were reluctant to see his incarnation disappear, yet were unable to express their excitement. Rest assured, no one can destroy the Gu family. His eyes softened, and his voice became gentler, as he smiled lightly and said, "Wait for this emperor to return." As soon as his words fell, his body became even more blurry. In the end, under countless gazes, Gufan's incarnation turned into countless crystal lights and dissipated into the heavens and earth. But his words still echoed in the world. In the Gu family's ancestral hall. Whoosh! The once golden decree now lost its luster and slowly floated down from the void. Seeing this, Gu Zongping, with quick reflexes, grabbed it from the air as if it were a precious treasure. Ancestor! He gazed at the decree in his hands in a daze, muttering to himself, then took a deep breath and closed his eyes. At this moment, as Gufan's incarnation disappeared, not only the scene but the entire central continent fell silent. Countless people looked towards the Gu family, their eyes filled with confusion, as if everything was a dream, and it all seemed so unbelievable. No one believed that what they had seen and heard before was real. Until a moment later. Outside the Gu family's ancestral hall, all the family members, though reluctant, couldn't hide their excitement and anticipation on their faces. The family head, Gu Zongping, opened his eyes once more, overjoyed as he carefully put away the now useless decree. His eyes were filled with anticipation and brilliance. Good, good. The ancestor is still here, the ancestor is still alive. He let out a relieved laugh, his voice booming like a thunderclap as he shouted, "After today, who would dare to say the Gu family has no great emperor? All clan members, listen up. Repair the emperor formation. From today, no one in the Gu family is allowed to leave until the ancestor returns." With these words, the entire Gu family erupted in excitement. Wait for the ancestor's return. The Gu family is in seclusion, waiting for the ancestor to return. The day the ancestor returns will be the day the Gu family wipes away its shame. All the Gu family members gathered together, shouting hoarsely, their voices echoing across the land. Although the emperor formation had been broken, under Gu Zongping's orders, the entire clan began to repair it with all their might. From this point onward, the entire Gu family would enter a state of seclusion, waiting for Gufan's return. At the same time, the entire Lingshu sky was focused on the Gu family's news. Various emperors, semi-emperors, ancestors, and others were all watching, observing in different ways. In their eyes, today the Gu family would meet the same fate as the other 9 great imperial families, and the bloodline of those early emperors would be severed. But they never expected. 3 emperors teamed up, and even multiple forces joined them, only to be completely annihilated. And now, the Gu family ancestors' law body descended, forcefully killing the 3 emperors, wiping out several powerful forces, saving the Gu family, and declaring that the true body would no longer guard the demon abyss, but would return to Lingshu sky. This news swept through Lingshu sky like a storm. Boom! At this moment in Lingshu sky, terrifying auras exploded one after another, and horrifying gazes were fixed on the direction of the Gu family. The many emperors of Lingshu sky could no longer stay calm and were all startled. How could this happen? After 90,000 years, the Gu family ancestor's law body still has such terrifying strength? What? The Gu family ancestor is going to return to Lingshu sky? What is going on? Why did the other 9 emperors fall, yet the Gu family ancestor is still alive and well, able to return from the demon abyss? To kill 3 emperors at the same time, and that was just a law body. The Gu family ancestor even declared that after returning, he would settle accounts, and even destroy the Imperial Alliance. Is he going to confront the Imperial Alliance alone? The Gu family ancestor's law body is indeed terrifying, but to take on the Imperial Alliance alone, isn't that too overconfident? No matter which emperor it was, after hearing the news, they all felt horrified and filled with dread. But, the Gu family ancestor wants to destroy the Imperial Alliance? After 90,000 years, being able to kill 3 emperors with just a law body is indeed terrifying, but the Imperial Alliance is even more terrifying. Can the Gu family ancestor fight against the Imperial Alliance alone? It's difficult, too difficult. Even if the Gu family ancestor's true body returns, even if he reaches his former peak, it will be of no use. Chapter 19, The Oath of the Immortal Path, the Blood Demon Tribe Invades. In the demon abyss, Gufan's true body slowly opened his eyes, a chilling light flashing in them as he sneered, "The Imperial Alliance, I remember them. Once I return to Lingshu sky, I will destroy them." A simple sentence, domineering, terrifying. It immediately caused the void around him to churn, deafening roars echoing continuously. As for the Imperial Alliance, Gufan was very clear and understood their terrifying power. In the later stages of the game, the Imperial Alliance would have absolute influence and control over the divine domain. But that was in the later stages. Now, with his early login, he would make sure to disrupt the Imperial Alliance's plans. And in the game, there are 10 great female emperors. having already killed one in advance, he wouldn't let the so-called Imperial Alliance off easily either. Suddenly, the system's voice rang in his mind. Ding! The host has killed 3 emperors, saving the Gu family from peril and successfully changed the storyline, gaining 100,000 dark points. The host has killed the future female emperor, Luluwali, and successfully changed the storyline, gaining 20,000 dark points. Congratulations to the host for reaching 100,000 plus dark points, and now you may draw once for a reward. The system's notifications kept ringing in his mind. Gufan was stunned, feeling surprised. A draw? He glanced at the draw function. He saw the various unimaginable rewards within and couldn't help but feel satisfied. Even if all he received was corruption points, he had no complaints. After all, receiving rewards was random. Gufan did not dwell too much on it, leaving the corruption points behind, not in a hurry to draw rewards. The priority now is to free the alien races trapped in the demon abyss and fight our way back to the divine realm. He clearly knew that there was no need to rush for any rewards but to execute the plan he had already decided on. So, he suddenly turned and looked toward the demon abyss behind him. Then, Gufan narrowed his eyes and coldly shouted, "Saint Emperor, since you're here, why not show yourself?" In an instant, the void rumbled. And as the words fell, on the blood sea beneath the demon abyss, a group of alien emperors widened their eyes, full of vigilance, staring in shock at the image of Gufan in the void before them. At this moment, Emperor Huangtian was terrifyingly powerful. They couldn't understand, nor did they know how Gufan had lived through his second life and become even more terrifying in cultivation. But, the alien emperors present, upon hearing Gufan's words, all looked toward the blood sea below. Suddenly, boom! A thunderous roar suddenly echoed. The entire blood sea surged violently, and a giant wave of thousands of feet rose to the sky. In the blood sea, a brilliant and dazzling blood light shot out from the surface, causing every alien emperor to tremble, their eyes showing respect. Under the gaze of many, the Saint Emperor spoken of by Gufan emerged from the blood sea, heading straight for the outside of the demon abyss. Rumble! He appeared as a young man but had a cold expression, his face shrouded in shadow. He wore blood-red robes, his blood-colored pupils resembling an abyss, his skin marked with numerous black runes, and even his hair was crimson. A blood mist enveloped him, as though carrying a blood prison with him. As the Saint Emperor appeared, the entire blood sea suddenly boiled, the surface of the sea rolling violently, erupting into a tremendous tsunami. Bang! 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 The demon abyss shook, and the alien emperors looked on attentively. The Saint Emperor! He was one of the leaders within the demon abyss. And the alien race among them was the Blood Demon clan. Outside the demon abyss, the Saint Emperor rose and gazed at Gufan, who had already risen and stood on a massive platform. Old friend! His shadowy face was filled with sighs and admiration, then he smiled and said, "I never expected you to live out a second life. Congratulations!" Upon hearing this, Gufan did not respond with words, but instead, calmly and directly said, "No need for small talk. I'm sure you know why I came to see you." The Saint Emperor's deep eyes glinted, and he nodded with a cold smile, saying, "I already know about the matters of Lingshu Heaven. Although we are enemies, after facing off for 90,000 years, the Blood Demon clan has already gained respect for you. The actions of Lingshu Heaven are things even we disdain. Since you say you will no longer guard the demon abyss, as a trade, feel free to ask what you wish from my Blood Demon clan." At the end, the Saint Emperor showed goodwill, and his expression became serious. If Emperor Huangtian no longer guards the demon abyss, they no longer need to wait and can directly break out of the demon abyss to gain the freedom they had longed for 90,000 years. Gufan turned to look at the void behind him, as if seeing through endless space toward the direction of Lingshu Heaven, and coldly said, "Word by word, 90,000 years ago, you attempted to enter Lingshu Heaven, but were stopped by my 10 emperors. Afterward, you have been imprisoned in this demon abyss for 90,000 years. Now, the other 9 emperors have all fallen, leaving only me. The debt between us ends here. I will swear an oath to the immortal path today, breaking the seal of the 10 emperors and no longer guarding the demon abyss, allowing you to enter the divine realm. I have one condition: from this day forward, you may re-enter Lingshu Heaven, and outside of the Gu family, feel free to kill, even if rivers of blood flow." When his words fell, the entire demon abyss rumbled violently, and the void in all directions began to boil. This oath shook the immortal path. Boom! The immortal thunder streaked across the void above Gufan's head, each bolt containing a terrifying aura capable of making even the Emperor Ancestor realm tremble. Phenomena that could shake the entire universe continually appeared around, as if bearing witness. The immortal path oath, once made, could never be altered, let alone violated. If violated, the oath-taker's body and soul would be destroyed, never to enter the cycle of reincarnation. This scene caused countless foreign races in the demon abyss to widen their eyes, gasping in horror. Emperor Huangtian really intends to continue guarding the demon abyss, even making an immortal path oath. If he breaks it, no matter how powerful he is, he will be erased without a trace. Such an oath shows his determination and his disappointment with Ling Su Tian. Because of Ling Su Tian's foolish actions, can we finally regain our freedom? Those fools, they probably don't even know how foolish their actions were. 90,000 years, finally, we've waited for this day. Many of the foreign race emperors looked flushed, trembling uncontrollably with excitement. And aside from the foreign races in the demon abyss, at this moment, the Holy Emperor was also startled by Gufan's resolve, his heart racing. But soon, he burst into wild laughter and said, "Good. It's a deal. To show my sincerity, I too swear an immortal path oath that I will lead my people back to Ling Su Tian and not harm a single person from the Gu family. I will make this world flow with blood." In an instant, the immortal thunder exploded again. The terrifying phenomena erupted once more. Another oath was witnessed and recorded. Chapter 20, The Blood Demon Race's Elation, Unsealing the Life Forbidden Zone. Two immortal path oaths made the previously dark and desolate demon abyss fill with endless immortal thunder, making the lightning especially dazzling, lighting up the place. Crack! Gufan's eyes flickered, dispersing the 10 Emperor's seals. In an instant, the seal of the demon abyss was undone. At this moment, Gufan and the Holy Emperor exchanged looks and both laughed in satisfaction. After a moment, Gufan finished his task and had no more worries, nor any intention of staying in the demon abyss. Farewell, he turned around and slowly spoke. Upon seeing this, the Holy Emperor took a deep breath and immediately spoke, "Emperor Huangtian, if the human race cannot accept you, our blood demon race will always welcome you." As soon as these words were spoken, Gufan shook his head, coldly saying, "This matter is none of your concern." After the words fell, he took a step forward, and his figure vanished. The entire demon abyss rumbled, shaking the surrounding areas. The Holy Emperor looked at this scene, his blood-colored eyes filled with regret, and he sighed lightly, shaking his head. At this moment, deep within the demon abyss, the foreign race emperors stared in disbelief as Gufan truly removed the seal and left, unable to recover for a long time. There was no other reason, but because they couldn't get used to it for a moment. The seal was lifted. Emperor Huangtian no longer guards the demon abyss. They had regained their freedom. After a long time, many of the emperors were so excited they were trembling uncontrollably with joy. He really left? Emperor Huangtian really will no longer guard the demon abyss, and the 10 emperor seals have been broken, letting us regain our freedom? 90,000 years, 90,000 years. We can finally see the light of day again, ha ha ha. Ling Su Tian. In the past, we failed to attack it, but now, I must kill them without mercy. Without the seal, without Emperor Huangtian's interference, who in Ling Su Tian can stop us? Kill. 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 After confirming that Gufan had truly left, they immediately burst into tears, shouting and roaring with joy. At their cries, the entire sea of blood surged, with more and more terrifying auras awakening from beneath the sea. Countless figures began to surface from the sea. In the blink of an eye, the sea of blood was swept by a storm. A terrifying momentum broke out of the demon abyss, making this world, independent from the divine domain, tremble. With the Holy Emperor's return. Lord Holy Emperor. The Emperor of the Glorious Sky must have been telling the truth earlier, right? There's no chance of him going back on his word, right? An emperor quickly stepped forward, joy mixed with uncertainty as he asked. The others also cast their gazes in his direction. After all, this matter was so sudden, it almost made them feel like it was unreal. The Holy Emperor shook his head upon hearing the question, speaking slowly, "The Emperor of the Glorious Sky has already sworn an oath on the immortal path, this matter is true, and there will be no turning back. He has broken the seal, and indeed does not plan to continue guarding the demon abyss." Upon hearing this, the group of emperors erupted in wild joy. The Holy Emperor did not say more, turning to look in the direction of Ling Su Tian, sneering coldly, "Who would have thought, after we were suppressed for 90,000 years, unable to see the light of day, deprived of freedom, it was actually the human race of Ling Su Tian that solved it for us. If it weren't for those fools, we would probably have had to wait at least another 10,000 years, and that's if the Emperor of the Glorious Sky hadn't lived his second life. This shows that, if it weren't for those fools from Ling Su Tian, the Emperor of the Glorious Sky would never have just let it go, not even with an immortal path oath. Fools, fools." As he spoke, the Holy Emperor's eyes flickered, a cold smile forming on his lips. At the same time, the many emperors present once again became excited, laughing wildly at the sky. "Looking at it this way, we should thank those fools, ha ha ha." Their faces turned savage, their laughter dripping with cruelty and bloodthirstiness. The sea of blood surged. The entire demon abyss roared and shook. The Holy Emperor's eyes flashed with bloodlust, his voice cold and eerie, "The seal is broken, we are free. The perfect place to reside before is now an opportunity for us to attack again, spread my command, gather the army and march into Ling Su Tian, force them to change the world." With his words, the sea of blood completely boiled over. The blood demon army emerged continuously, one after another, fully armed, enormous troops awakened from their slumber, filling the demon abyss with a boundless murderous intent. Kill! 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 Roaring shouts shook the heavens, sparking a terrifying storm, rampaging wildly. In the divine realm, there are 10 realms, and Ling Su Tian is just one of them, all connected to the Forbidden Sea. The place where Gu Fan had previously guarded the demon abyss was on the Forbidden Sea, outside the imperial pass of Ling Su Tian. Now, Gu Fan, who had guarded the demon abyss for 90,000 years, left that place, crossing the Forbidden Sea directly, and arrived at a seemingly isolated, boundless gray island. Woo woo woo. This place was covered in gray mist, the pitch-black sea merging with it, appearing as a terrifying and eerie forbidden land, giant waves and whales continuously howling along with the cold wind. A horrifying deathly aura shot up into the sky from the island. 90,000 years ago, Gu Fan and the other 9 founding emperors did not just guard the demon abyss, they did much more. The vast Forbidden Sea existed within the 10 realms, its vastness unknown, with no one knowing where the end was. Inside the Forbidden Sea, there were many dangers. There existed many taboos left behind from endless ages. And the demon abyss was just one of them. For example, the gray island that Gu Fan was now looking at, to be precise, was a life forbidden zone. This place, 5,000 years ago, was discovered by Gu Fan and the other 9 emperors, and they found this unknown forbidden zone, which was extremely dangerous. Even though at that time the emperors were powerful enough to dominate the heavens, they almost spilled blood there. In this life forbidden zone, the demoness who led it had a talent and cultivation speed that was incredibly extraordinary. If they hadn't suppressed her back then, she would have already led the life forbidden zone's imperial slaves and others to attack Ling Su Tian and destroy it. 5,000 years. Gu Fan gazed at the island ahead, which clearly had a seal on it, his eyes flickering as he murmured. Back then, he and the 9 emperors paid an enormous price to suppress the demoness and seal this life forbidden zone. But now, Gu Fan's eyes showed a trace of sentimentality, whispering softly, "Old buddies, when we sealed this place 5,000 years ago, I don't think you ever imagined that your descendants would face a great calamity. Be destroyed? They call us the Sin Emperors, and since that is the case, how could we not follow their will?" When he said the last sentence, a cold smile appeared on his lips. His tone was sinister, as if containing a terrifying storm. So much so that the sea surface rose in huge waves, and the gray fog suddenly became surging, growing denser. Immediately after. Resolve. Gu Fan's eyes were cold as he raised his hand, and this world began to show signs of cracking, while a dazzling golden light sphere appeared in his hand. It was the authority of the life forbidden zone seal. He almost hesitated not at all and directly made it disintegrate and vanish. Chapter 21, Instant Kill of the Great Emperor's Slave, the Fear of the Forbidden Zone. As the authority dissipated, heaven and earth dimmed, the boundless gray fog surged wildly, and the void around trembled violently. Boom! In front of Gu Fan, the life forbidden zone erupted with terrifying death energy. Immediately after, the surrounding sea surface rose with towering waves, thousands of feet high. The seal has disappeared. Ah! After 50,000 years, the seal left by the 10 ancient emperors finally collapsed today. Whoa! Finally, are we free? Various wails, roars, and shouts of joy and tears echoed, and the life forbidden zone revealed itself to the world once more. This was not just an island. Looking far and wide, it seemed more like an ancient, decayed city, its once magnificent buildings now revealed through the fog. As the fog of the life forbidden zone gradually thinned, and the noise grew quieter, Gu Fan looked at the place where he and the other 9 emperors once sealed, a cold expression appearing on his face as he suddenly shouted, "Jiyu, get out!" In an instant, the entire forbidden zone began to tremble violently, with thunderous sounds echoing. Terrifying auras exploded in an instant. As the forbidden sea around churned, more than 10 terrifying figures rushed out from the forbidden zone toward Gu Fan's location, leaving dense afterimages in the void. These were all men of various forms. They were covered in overwhelming death energy, their eyes hollow but filled with rage. The aura of each of them was that of a great emperor. These people were the forbidden slaves within the life forbidden zone. At this moment, their appearance caused the entire world to lose its color. A terrifying pressure descended, and storms ravaged in all directions. Who dares to die? In the life forbidden zone, how dare you act recklessly? 50,000 years without moving, since you want to die, let us test our skills on you. Die. The moment they appeared, terrifying auras swept over, and they all unleashed dreadful divine abilities with fierce shouts. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The sea boiled. Endless dense death energy enveloped the entire world, the universe trembled, and world-destroying killing techniques rushed toward Gu Fan. Facing the terrifying scene, Gu Fan's expression did not change in the slightest. He coldly watched as the forbidden slaves charged at him. Go away! As the leading figures approached, he suddenly roared. Just a single word instantly raised a storm, and countless bolts of lightning crazily poured down from the sky. Seeing the opportunity had arrived, Gufan raised his hand and grasped at the void in front of him, gathering boundless power from all directions, forming a grey long sword in his hand. Swish! He directly slashed out, shaking the sky, causing the forbidden sea beneath his feet to completely boil. A sword energy capable of destroying the universe surged out. It tore through the void. It split heaven and earth. And under this sword, each forbidden slave with at least great emperor cultivation had a drastic change in expression, their originally hollow eyes revealing uncontrollable fear. Bang! 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 They couldn't even react, their attacks were instantly shattered, and under Gufan's sword, they had no resistance. Their bodies were covered with cracks, and without any warning, they exploded, scattering blood and flesh over the sea. Their forms and souls were completely destroyed. And with just a single sword, 5 forbidden slaves vanished within the blink of an eye, without a sound ever reaching them. There is no chance to fight back. Hiss! The remaining forbidden slaves, witnessing such a terrifying scene, all changed their expressions drastically, staring at Gufan in shock, taking a cold breath. One person, with just one sword, was able to easily kill 5 great emperors, making them shudder in fear. However, Gufan did not pay any attention to the remaining fearful forbidden slaves, his gaze turned towards the depths of the forbidden zone, and he continued to coldly shout, "Jiyu, this emperor gives you 10 breaths of time, if you do not appear, the life forbidden zone will completely disappear." With these words, there was no room for negotiation. At this moment, the voice resounded through the sky, echoing throughout the entire life forbidden zone. Dominant and cold. And just as Gufan's words fell, a more terrifying, far beyond any forbidden slave's aura suddenly shot up into the sky from within the life forbidden zone. Deep within the life forbidden zone, a place no outsider can step into. A young woman, dressed in a crimson gown adorned with blossoms of otherworldly flowers, with purple hair cascading like a waterfall down to her waist, her appearance exquisitely beautiful, opened her eyes, flashing with a purple, bewitching glow. From her, an aura surpassing even the great emperors began to rise. This woman is Jiyu, the demon woman, from Gufan's memory. Long ago, when Gufan removed the seal of the life forbidden zone, she had already awakened. The reason she had not appeared until now was because she did not dare to face it. After all, 50,000 years ago, she was personally suppressed by the Emperor of Huangtian and the other 9 great emperors. To be exact, it was Emperor Huangtian who sealed her, and none of the former forbidden slaves survived. That kind of fear is unforgettable to this day. Whenever she thought back to it, she still trembled. And now, Emperor Huangtian has returned, and it's not an ordinary return, but he has broken the seal personally. What's going on? He didn't die, even though, shouldn't he be guarding the abyss of demons? Jiyu's body trembled instinctively, her beautiful eyes full of fear and despair. She had originally thought that the seal being broken meant the end of all 10 great emperors, but unexpectedly, Emperor Huangtian had returned, and he came in person. She didn't want to appear, but Jiyu understood that the current situation forced her to show herself. Otherwise, the life forbidden zone would completely cease to exist. Everyone stepped back. She gritted her teeth, coldly ordering, before standing up and transforming into a beam of light, flying straight towards the forbidden zone's exit. In an instant, her figure appeared before the forbidden slaves. The oppressive aura of the Emperor's realm caused the forbidden slaves, who had already been terrified by Gufan, to snap out of their fear, their bodies involuntarily stepping back. Before they could react, Jiyu took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, turned, and walked step by step to stand before Gufan. Jiyu pays respects to Emperor Huangtian. She knelt down before the stunned, disbelieving forbidden slaves, her voice hoarse as she nervously bit her lip and said, "For the past 50,000 years, the life forbidden zone has been undisturbed. I don't know why Emperor Huangtian has returned today?" Having voiced the question in her heart, Jiyu lowered her head, silent, her heart filled with uneasy anticipation, waiting for a response. But her kneeling and the words she spoke directly caused the entire forbidden zone to erupt in shock, falling into complete silence. Countless beings from the life forbidden zone and forbidden slaves were even more shocked, their eyes filled with astonishment and undeniable fear. Huangtian Emperor. They immediately shuddered, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, the deepest fear in everyone's heart surfaced, rapidly sweeping through their entire bodies. Chapter 22, The Forbidden Zone Unleashes, Attacking Lingshu Tian. After a brief moment of silence, the entire forbidden zone erupted in chaos, countless gazes falling on Gufan, filled with intense fear and shock. How could it be him? The Emperor Huangtian who suppressed the life forbidden zone 50,000 years ago, he is still alive. No, how is he here again? Wasn't Emperor Huangtian guarding the abyss of demons? Wasn't the seal lifted because of him? Then, what is his plan now? Is he going to destroy the life forbidden zone? It's over. No matter if they were the forbidden slaves or the forbidden zone creatures, once they recognized Gufan, their eyes nearly burst open in extreme fear, and they screamed wildly in terror. They were afraid, terrified that Gu Fan would destroy the Life Forbidden Zone. Even Jiyu, who had become the strongest in the Life Forbidden Zone, had her eyelids twitching, unable to control her fear. She explained again, Emperor Huang Tian, for the past 50,000 years, the Life Forbidden Zone has always been obedient. Since it was sealed, it has never tried to break the seal and escape. According to past agreements, we have never endangered any of the domains of the God realm. Moreover, you have sealed the Life Forbidden Zone for 50,000 years. You cannot wipe us out. Jiyu's heart trembled, and after explaining, her voice became full of pleading. She was truly scared. After all, everything felt so wrong, even unjust. The Emperor Huang Tian before her was the one who had seen the Life Forbidden Zone as a threat to the Lingshu heaven and other realms, so he had directly and forcefully suppressed them. But since the Life Forbidden Zone's creation, they had never harmed the human race, yet they were sealed by Gu Fan. Now, 50,000 years had passed, and they had finally been released from the seal. They thought that Emperor Huang Tian and the other 9 emperors had all perished, and the Life Forbidden Zone could finally see the light of day. But they never expected such a situation to occur. Could it be, the Life Forbidden Zone was truly going to be destroyed? How could this be? Jiyu's face turned pale, filled with grievance and unwillingness, her body trembling even more. But, Gu Fan, hearing the discussion of Jiyu and the Forbidden Zone creatures, furrowed his brows slightly and then coldly said, "This emperor lifted the seal, not to destroy this place. You may rest assured." Upon hearing this, Jiyu's body shook, and she breathed a heavy sigh of relief. But she quickly became puzzled, cautiously asking, "Then, Emperor Huang Tian, have you come for some instructions? If that's the case, feel free to give your orders. As long as we can do it, I will not hesitate." As she spoke, Jiyu respectfully bowed deeply. Seeing this, Gu Fan's cold eyes filled with an overwhelming killing intent. He spoke icily, "The Life Forbidden Zone has been silent for 50,000 years. I suppose you are all tired of it. This emperor can give you a chance to see the light of day again, a chance to slaughter the world. Are you willing?" He looked down at Jiyu, who was kneeling before him, and slowly asked. Upon hearing this, Jiyu's breath became hurried, her eyes bursting with intense spirit. Without hesitation, she nodded and said, "We are willing. We are willing." The Life Forbidden Zone was born for slaughter, living off blood and flesh. Now, with Emperor Huang Tian personally making such a promise, how could they not be willing? Jiyu was filled with excitement, looking at Gu Fan with full expectation, her body's trembling becoming more pronounced. At this moment, the entire Forbidden Zone also became agitated. Gu Fan saw Jiyu's excitement and impatience and said calmly, "All past conditions are nullified from today. Starting today, you, as the master of the Life Forbidden Zone, can revive the Life Forbidden Zone and enter Lingshu heaven. This emperor will not stop you. Before that, this emperor only has one request." Jiyu's mouth went dry, and without thinking, she quickly said, "Feel free to give your orders." Seeing this, Gu Fan nodded in satisfaction, then coldly said, "Once you enter Lingshu heaven, you must engage in slaughter, turning the entire Lingshu heaven into a river of blood. Can you do that?" Every word, every sentence, was filled with boundless killing intent. The coldness was so intense that the temperature seemed to drop suddenly. Jiyu was stunned upon hearing these words. Lingshu heaven? She was unsure, vaguely remembering that this was the realm that Emperor Huang Tian had once wanted to protect 50,000 years ago. Now, what was going on? He actually wanted the Life Forbidden Zone to target Lingshu heaven and engage in slaughter, turning it into a river of blood? Jiyu asked in disbelief, "Emperor Huang Tian, are you sure it's Lingshu heaven and not some other realm in the God realm?" Gu Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, unleashing killing intent, and coldly said, "You heard correctly. As for other matters, you don't need to worry, you just need to tell this emperor whether you can do it." When the answer came again, it seems that the Emperor of Bright Sky and the Void Sky have reached an irreconcilable conflict. Jiyu's purple eyes flashed, and a guess formed in her mind. No matter what the conflict is, it is a good thing for the Life Forbidden Zone now. As long as they can see the light of day again and enter the divine realm to absorb blood and food, the Life Forbidden Zone will undoubtedly be able to recreate its glory, and I too will rise quickly through this opportunity. After a moment, Jiyu took a deep breath, filled with excitement, and respectfully said in a loud voice, "Of course I can do it. Please rest assured, Emperor of Bright Sky. Although the Forbidden Zone I control has been silent for 50,000 years, it has always longed for this day. Now that the Emperor of Bright Sky has given orders, we will spare no effort and make the people of the Void Sky become the food for the Forbidden Zone." Each sentence was firm and powerful, carrying unwavering determination. Gu Fan looked at Jiyu, who was incredibly serious, and nodded in satisfaction. "Since that's the case, then let's start making arrangements." His eyes flickered slightly, and he sneered, "If you can't do it, this emperor won't hesitate to seal the Life Forbidden Zone again, or even make it disappear completely." As the words fell, Jiyu couldn't help but tremble, as if recalling the days of being sealed for 50,000 years. She never wanted to experience that feeling again. The void sky will be soaked in blood, and all living beings will suffer. She solemnly vowed, then stood up and walked toward the back. Gu Fan said no more. Ji Yu turned to face the forbidden slaves and the lifeforms of the forbidden zone behind her, and immediately shouted, by the order of the Emperor of Bright Sky, from today, the ancient demon life forbidden zone shall awaken and descend upon the void sky. We will kill and destroy everything. As the words fell, her purple hair flew wildly, and her eyes burst with an eerie purple light. A terrifying aura surged violently. In an instant, the entire forbidden zone rumbled, and demonic energy rose from all directions, purple light filling the sky. Everything started to awaken at this moment. One terrifying life form after another, or rather, great demons, began to awaken from their slumber. Kill. Blood washed the void sky. Hungry, so hungry. The earth-shaking roars and growls echoed continuously, shaking the 8 directions. The surrounding forbidden sea stirred up giant waves, and even deeper beneath the sea, huge eyes that could captivate the soul suddenly opened. Ji Yu glanced once more at Gu Fan, then without hesitation, raised her hand and violently tore open a terrifying crack in the void, as large as 1,000 feet. Go! She stepped forward with excitement and anticipation, entering the gap. The many Emperor-level forbidden slaves, quasi-Emperor-level powerhouses, and even the terrifying great demons who had awakened all let out roars, without a moment's hesitation, following closely behind. On this day, the ancient demon life forbidden zone erupted, fully awakened. The world was illuminated by purple light, and the vast and overwhelming demonic energy once again covered the entire forbidden zone. On this day, the ancient demon life forbidden zone nearly emptied itself, launching a large-scale attack toward the void sky. Chapter 23, The goal of the Emperor Alliance is the Divine Realm. What does the Gu family matter? The life forbidden zone was in full turmoil, and Gu Fan watched the scene with a cold smile, muttering, the Emperor Alliance? Future female emperors? Since you have slandered this emperor as the Sin Emperor, then I will fulfill your wish. But when the time comes, don't regret it. I won't let you slander me and stay guarding the demon abyss, carrying the burden so that you can remain safe in the back. Now, looking back, what I did before was laughable. But it's fine, this emperor. I will let you all experience the terror that we, the Sin Emperors, once faced. The ancient demon life forbidden zone and the demon abyss will attack. Can the void sky bear it? With that, Gu Fan looked toward the crack that Ji Yu had previously torn open, his eyes filled with cold killing intent, and the surrounding void twisted. After I bring my people out of the void sky, I will watch the void sky's destruction with my own eyes. His words were extremely cold. He had already made up his mind to lead the entire void sky toward its annihilation. Without lingering too much, he stepped forward, and his figure disappeared. And with Gu Fan's departure, the pressure covering the entire forbidden zone of life dissipated, and the creatures within the forbidden zone could finally breathe a heavy sigh of relief, feeling like they had survived a catastrophe. At the same time, Lingshu Sky, Eastern Domain. A world stood tall in the void, palaces towering, and visible to the naked eye, a long ladder to the heavens stretched downward. Here, the spiritual energy was dense, exuding mystery, and terrifying auras continuously spread out. And as one looked around, surrounded by palaces, the few central palaces were especially imposing. This place is called the Holy Land. It is also the location of the Imperial Alliance. The reason it is called the Imperial Alliance is that it is formed by emperors and even stronger beings above emperors. Among them, the leading figures are 3 hall masters, 5 department heads, and 1 alliance leader. The leader of the Imperial Alliance is a being who became an emperor 70,000 years ago, and 30,000 years ago ascended to the Emperor Ancestor realm. His power is now immeasurable, and no one knows the specifics. Inside the main hall of the Imperial Alliance today. What? All 3 emperors have perished? How dare the Gu family? A sinful emperor dares to be so arrogant, openly declaring to oppose the Imperial Alliance and kill our people. He seeks death. Although we don't know why the Gu family's sinful emperor is still alive, he must die. Otherwise, where is the face of the Imperial Alliance? The Imperial Alliance has never suffered such an outrageous humiliation. Since the Gu family's sinful emperor is coming back, when he returns, not only will he die, but so will the Gu family. Several figures exuding terrifying auras angrily scolded, their words filled with endless fury. Just their words alone were enough to twist the void and shake the hall. And they were the 3 hall masters and 5 department heads of the Imperial Alliance, each of whom held great power and influence in Lingshu Sky. Moments later, the gazes of everyone turned to the top of the hall, their anger fading, replaced by respect. There, an old man with white hair sat on a luxurious throne at the top of the hall, his purple and gold robes displaying nobility. His calm face was covered in wrinkles, yet he exuded an aura of majesty without needing to be angry. His deep, profound eyes contained endless vicissitudes, flashing coldly, sending a chill down one's spine. This person is the leader of the Imperial Alliance, and also one of the earliest cultivators, to be precise, the second batch of emperors, by Shao the Great Emperor, who rose against the heavens in the secular world. Over time, people simply called him the White Emperor. Facing the gazes of everyone, the White Emperor slightly raised his eyes, exuding an imposing aura without anger, and coldly said, Emperor Huangtian became an emperor 90,000 years ago, one of the first-generation emperors, so it is normal for him to have pride. However, it seems that this Gu family's sinful emperor has forgotten that the present is no longer 90,000 years ago, and the world is no longer theirs. Now, in Lingshu Sky, only the Imperial Alliance reigns supreme. Since the Gu family's sinful emperor is still alive and planning to return from the demon abyss to oppose the Imperial Alliance, so be it. Let this only remaining sinful emperor experience the terror of the Imperial Alliance. It's time for him to see the reality. The destruction of the Gu family is the inevitable trend, the inevitable outcome. The Imperial Alliance doesn't mind sending this emperor from the old era on his final journey. By the end, the White Emperor's words were filled with coldness and undisguised murderous intent. Instantly, the entire hall was filled with murderous energy. The eyes of everyone in the room emitted a fierce killing intent. Seeing this, the White Emperor withdrew his gaze, playing with a white jade bead in his hand, and calmly said, Lord of the Tianji Hall, take your Tianji Hall emperors to the central region and annihilate the Gu family. There were no more words. He coldly issued the command. The Imperial Alliance's 3 halls are divided into Tian, Di, and Run. The Tianji Emperor rules the Tianji Hall, with 12 emperors under his command. Upon hearing this, the Tianji Emperor's eyes narrowed sharply, coldly asking, Alliance leader, previously, Xingxian, Tianyan, and Lingyin all perished at the hands of the Gu family. If the Gu family's sinful emperor's body appears again. Before he could finish speaking, suddenly, a power beyond the emperor's presence enveloped the White Emperor's body, with a killing intent clearly visible. He said, kill. Anyone who blocks, kill them all. And let me tell you, even if it's only a Dharmakaya, even if the true body of the Sin Emperor returns, you can still rest assured and kill him. If you cannot, I will kill him myself. Upon hearing this, the Lord of the Heavenly Extremes Hall immediately felt joy and respectfully cupped his hands, saying, Heavenly Extremes obeys the command. Heavenly Extremes Hall, follow me to Central State, and annihilate the Gu family. He spoke loudly, stepping towards the Grand Hall's exit. In an instant, more than 10 terrifying Emperor-level auras from the Emperor Alliance exploded, sweeping in all directions. They then transformed into streaks of light, following the Heavenly Extremes Emperor as he left the Emperor Alliance, heading straight for Central State. After they left, the White Emperor raised his hand and swept through the void before him, revealing a massive outline. It was the entire map of the Lingshu Heaven. Don't even talk about a mere Gu family, what is Lingshu Heaven even worth? He coldly gazed at the miniature map before him, muttering, my goal is the entire divine realm. No one can stop it. As the last words left his mouth, the White Emperor's eyes, filled with age and depth, revealed boundless ambition. His aura twisted the surrounding void, and the entire Grand Hall showed signs of collapsing. At this moment, the Lingshu Heaven, East region, was completely shaken. The Lord of the Heavenly Extremes Hall, along with the 12 great emperors of the Heavenly Extremes Hall, left the Emperor Alliance in full force, their auras bursting out without concealment, heading straight for Central State. Especially the Lord of the Heavenly Extremes Hall, whose emperor-level cultivation was immense. Wherever he passed, the heavens and earth responded with strange phenomena, intimidating all directions. The Alliance Lord has ordered, the Heavenly Extremes Hall is commanded to go to Central State and destroy the Gu family. Anyone who obstructs, die. The Gu family must be destroyed. During this, shouts of proclamation rang out like declarations, echoing in all directions. The group stepped into the void, declaring to all, constantly advancing toward Central State with the overwhelming force of crushing dried twigs, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Chapter 24, The Heavenly Extremes Emperor, the Gu family's doomsday arrives. The Heavenly Extremes Hall leaves in full force. This terrifying momentum and formation immediately drew the attention of the entire Lingshu Heaven, causing exclamations and discussions to erupt. The Heavenly Extremes Emperor, he is leading the entire Heavenly Extremes Hall's emperors to Central State to annihilate the Gu family. Even though the Gu family's ancestor, the Bright Heaven Emperor, previously killed 3 emperors of the Emperor Alliance, they aren't willing to give up. It seems that the Emperor Alliance is declaring full war against the Bright Heaven Emperor now. One of the 3 halls of the Emperor Alliance, the Heavenly Extremes Hall, led by the Emperor-level Heavenly Extremes Emperor, with 12 great emperors accompanying him. This time, the Gu family has no way out. Although the Bright Heaven Emperor hasn't fallen and has sworn to return, the other 9 original emperors are already dead, proving that breaking through their own limitations in the abyss of demons is impossible. His Dharmakaya may have killed emperors, but facing the Emperor-level power, what chance does he have? That's right, this time, the Gu family is destined for destruction. They can't resist the Emperor Alliance. Lingshu Heaven was in an uproar. All factions, as well as various families, semi-emperors, and emperor-level experts, all discussed and speculated. As they were shocked by the terrifying power of the Emperor Alliance, no one believed the Gu family could put up a fight. The Gu family's ancestor, the former Bright Heaven Emperor, although his Dharmakaya could kill emperors, facing the true master of Lingshu Heaven, the Emperor Alliance, they had no chance. After all, such a terrifying formation is merely from the Heavenly Extremes Hall within the Emperor Alliance. In the southern region, upon hearing the news that the Emperor Alliance was responding directly and had dispatched the Heavenly Extremes Hall to Central State to confront the Gu family, it caused an uproar. The Southern Gong Imperial clan, the strongest ruler in the southern region, a terrifying force with 4 emperors in the family. At this moment, the Southern Gong family's ancestor, the second family head, the current family head, and the second family head all rose from the family grounds, standing tall in the void. The Emperor Alliance truly won't let it go. I didn't expect the Heavenly Extremes Hall to come out in full force. I didn't expect the Emperor Alliance to have developed to such an extent. Just the Heavenly Extremes Hall alone has 1 emperor and 12 great emperors. It seems the Gu family will definitely perish. The Bright Heaven Emperor and these original emperors. 90,000 years ago, the Empire Alliance was indeed unrivaled, but now, after the development by the White Emperor, its terrifying power has already reached a level where it can cover the entire Lingshu Heaven with a single hand. The rise of the Empire Alliance has become unstoppable, and in the future, the Nangong clan will probably only be able to submit to the Empire Alliance. Otherwise, with the White Emperor's ambition to control Lingshu Heaven, if they refuse, they may disappear overnight. The 4 great emperors spoke one after another, looking at the Tianji Hall Lord and others in the void before them, all sighing with emotion, their expressions exceptionally solemn. For the first time in so long, they saw the Empire Alliance mobilize such forces, and once again witnessed the terrifying power of the Empire Alliance. However, they all knew very well that the biggest threat in Lingshu Heaven was still the Gu family. If the Empire Alliance wants to destroy the Gu family, there will be no second possibility. Even if the Gu family ancestor is still alive. Even if the Gu family ancestor, the former Huangtian Emperor, is about to return. The ancestor of the Nangong family, Emperor Ziyu, had a flash in his deep eyes, then sighed softly, "Let's go, we should go and take a look." In an instant, he stepped into the void. The other 3 great emperors exchanged glances, shook their heads, and followed closely. They had no confidence in the Gu family. After all, even with 4 emperors in one family, even though the Nangong family could be considered the overlord of the southern region, before the Empire Alliance, they were merely a lonely boat in the vast sea, facing monstrous waves that would crush them into pieces. In Zhengzhou, the Gu family. At the Gu family, under the leadership of the family head, Gu Zongping, the imperial array was being repaired in a flurry of activity. This happened after Gu Fan's Dharma body killed 3 great emperors from the Empire Alliance, a feat that shocked all corners and allowed the Gu family to finally breathe a sigh of relief after a long period of unease. However, the crisis had not disappeared. This, everyone in the Gu family knew in their hearts. Because the biggest enemy was still the Empire Alliance. This giant, which had already become the overlord of Lingshu Heaven, was still eyeing the Gu family with a greedy gaze. Gu Zongping glanced in the direction of the ancestral hall and solemnly ordered, "I have a feeling the storm is coming, we must quickly repair the imperial array." The great elder beside him echoed in a deep voice, "The family head is right. The repair of the imperial array is urgent. After it is restored, we must hold on until the ancestor returns. Only then can we stabilize the situation." Upon hearing this, a young clan member asked in confusion, "The ancestor's Dharma body killed 3 great emperors before, after such a battle, can't the Gu family finally rest in peace?" Many of the younger clan members looked at each other, filled with puzzled expressions. Gu Zongping shook his head and prepared for the worst. The Empire Alliance couldn't destroy the Gu family, and they will never give up. In the past, the 9 great emperors who guarded the demon abyss with the ancestor, the 9 great emperor families no longer exist, and now only the Gu family remains. This is about the face of the Empire Alliance. As long as the Gu family exists, how can they let it go to waste? Furthermore, although the ancestor is said to be returning, the ancestor has not yet returned. Even if he does, with the current strength of the Empire Alliance, they will not give up easily. So, the crisis of the Gu family is not over yet. These words immediately caused the faces of the Gu family members present to change, their mood turning exceptionally heavy. Damn the Empire Alliance. They gritted their teeth, their hearts filled with hatred. But after hearing what Gu Zongping said, they realized that the Gu family's current situation was still not optimistic, and before the ancestor returned, they would likely face even greater crises. Suddenly, boom! A deafening roar came from the sky, and the entire sky shook violently. The once bright and sunny sky suddenly darkened. Dawn! 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 The earth trembled with the sound of war drums, echoing in the air, shaking their very souls. Moreover, there were at least a dozen terrifying auras and pressures sweeping toward them, at least all of them were great emperors. Gu Zongping and the other Gu family members turned pale, their gazes fixed on the horizon, where they saw the sky torn open, creating a terrifying crack, from which dazzling light burst forth. In addition, the Tianji Hall was ordered to come to Zhengzhou, to flatten the Gu family. The Gu family today will perish. A mere Gu family dares to oppose the Imperial Alliance, unaware of the vastness of heaven and earth. So what if the Gu family's Sin Emperor returns? You Gu family are destined to be destroyed. When the Sin Emperor returns, the Imperial Alliance will execute him. Then came one after another, voices filled with supreme demonic power, echoing between heaven and earth, reaching the ears of the Gu family like thunder striking. Rip. The sky was torn apart. 12 great emperors' pressure directly pressed down towards the Gu family. Among them, one was the Emperor Venerable's overwhelming pressure, covering the sky and twisting the space around the Gu family. Led by the Tianji Hall Master, a group of Tianji Hall's great emperors, carrying an unmistakable killing intent, descended one after another, overwhelming, each step crossing thousands of miles, causing the world to shatter. In an instant, they arrived a few hundred zhang from the Gu family. Chapter 25, The whole nest is coming out, the Sin Emperor Gu family must be exterminated. Thunderclouds rolled, the sky was filled with lightning. The entire Zhangzhou, with the arrival of the Tianji Hall, instantly fell into chaos, as words full of killing intent echoed across the heavens and earth, suddenly creating a huge uproar. The Imperial Alliance's people are so fast, it's the Tianji Hall coming? The entire Tianji Hall has mobilized just to annihilate the Gu family? 12 great emperors, and the Tianji Emperor Venerable are coming together, the Gu family is done for this time. It seems the news that the Gu family's ancestor would return, and even slay 3 great emperors of the Imperial Alliance, wasn't enough to make the Imperial Alliance change their mind about destroying the Gu family. The Gu family's ancestress has long dissipated, and their imperial formation hasn't been repaired. Today, the Gu family will perish. Countless people simultaneously turned their gaze towards the Gu family direction, seeing the arrival of the Tianji Hall and being greatly shocked. Voices of discussion rose. The various forces in Zhangzhou were alarmed, most of them rushing towards the Gu family, never expecting the Imperial Alliance would act so quickly. Once the Gu family is destroyed, the entire structure of Zhangzhou will be turned upside down. Seeing the turmoil in Zhangzhou and the various forces flocking, the great emperors of the Tianji Hall revealed cold smiles, their killing intent growing stronger. Once the Gu family disappears, the Imperial Alliance's prestige in the Lingshu sky will reach an unprecedented height. At this moment, the Tianji Emperor Venerable coldly gazed at the Gu family direction from afar, leading 12 great emperors step by step, walking through the void towards them. Boom! Boom! The sound of their footsteps caused thunderous roars, and even the thunder rumbled in the sky. Such a scene immediately made the entire Gu family shudder. Everyone saw the mighty Tianji Emperor Venerable and the others coming, carrying a fierce killing intent, and their hearts sank to the depths. They're here. The Imperial Alliance truly doesn't plan to spare the Gu family, damn it. These bastards, they've mobilized the entire Tianji Hall, they want to completely destroy the Gu family while the ancestor hasn't returned yet. One Emperor Venerable, 12 great emperors, they're going too far. Gu Zongping, the head of the family, along with other Gu family members, faced the enemy as if their lives were on the line. Their faces were full of rage and fear. The Imperial formation wasn't fully repaired, but the Imperial Alliance had already sent the Tianji Hall to descend with overwhelming force, aiming to destroy the Gu family. In the past, the ancestors and 9 other great emperors resisted foreign tribes for justice, guarding the demon abyss. How could the Imperial Alliance's ungrateful actions not enrage people? Bang! 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 The booming sounds grew increasingly deafening. The great emperors of the Tianji Hall and the Tianji Emperor Venerable were getting closer step by step, their killing intent fully exposed, and the terrifying pressure around them sealed this part of the world. Under the intense feeling of danger, all the Gu family members' faces grew heavy, their hearts filled with unease. Seeing this, Gu Zongping muttered, "It seems the Imperial Alliance is determined to destroy the Gu family." He sighed deeply in his heart. Facing the Tianji Emperor Venerable and 12 great emperors, Gu Zongping knew the Gu family had no chance of winning. But the ancestor said he would return. Gu Zongping gritted his teeth and said with a determined expression, "Even if we die today, we cannot sit and wait. We cannot disgrace the ancestor. Everyone, prepare for battle." He did not shrink back. With a group of the Gu family members, he soared into the air, facing off against the Heavenly Extreme Emperor and others. Because the Gu family had no way of retreating. Upon seeing this, the emperors of the Heavenly Extreme Hall all sneered coldly, as if looking at ants. No matter how the Gu family resisted, it was all in vain. It could not change the outcome of their destruction today. Seeing the Heavenly Extreme Hall arrive, Gu Zongping forced himself to remain calm and did not show fear as he faced the Heavenly Extreme Emperor. He shouted coldly, "My Gu family's ancestor is about to return, and you still want to stubbornly wipe out the Gu family? Are you seeking death?" At this moment, invoking the ancestor, he wanted to use this to intimidate the Imperial Alliance. He did not want to see the Gu family perish in his hands, nor did he want to watch his clansmen die. The Heavenly Extreme Emperor ignored him, instead laughing in disdain and saying, "Since we are here, we will naturally destroy the Gu family." Previously, it was only the Gu family's Sin Emperor's avatar. Even if the Sin Emperor's true body returns, what awaits him will be the Imperial Alliance's judgment, and death is the only option. His tone was icy, and particularly domineering. This was how the Imperial Alliance acted. Gu Zongping and the Gu family members' faces turned dark as they heard this, gritting their teeth. Seeing this, the Heavenly Extreme Emperor sneered and said, "The Gu family's Sin Emperor is far away in the Demon Abyss, occupying the same place as the 9 fallen original emperors. How could he possibly return? If he truly wanted to return, why wait until now? Previously, the Sin Emperor's avatar killed 3 emperors, and it's likely already gone. Does the Gu family still have any trump cards?" His words were full of mockery, and he revealed what he considered to be the truth. That is, the Demon Abyss was not as dangerous and unsearchable as the rumors said. The 10 original emperors of the past didn't guard the Demon Abyss, but took it for themselves, using special methods to make it impossible to trace. As soon as these words were spoken, all the faces of the Gu family changed again. The concerns in their hearts were completely revealed, and the sense of crisis grew even stronger. Although they firmly believed that their ancestor and the other 9 emperors were guarding the Demon Abyss, they understood that their ancestor's return was probably not that easy. The Imperial Alliance was not afraid of their ancestor. How could they not be worried? Gu Zongping's face turned ashen, and he gritted his teeth, speaking in a deep voice, "Heavenly Extreme Emperor, does the Imperial Alliance really want to destroy the Gu family to the end?" The Heavenly Extreme Emperor heard the greatest joke and laughed wildly, sneering, "Destroy the Gu family? A mere fallen family like the Gu family is even worthy?" With a cold snort, he took a step forward, instantly releasing the Emperor's aura, sweeping in all directions. The terrifying pressure rose to the sky. Under the gaze of countless people, the Heavenly Extreme Emperor coldly declared, as if announcing something, "Today, the Gu family will perish. The Heavenly Extreme Hall will completely eliminate the remnants of the 10 Sin Emperors. Regardless of whether the Gu family's Sin Emperor returns, if he dares to come back, the Imperial Alliance will kill him together." His voice reverberated through the universe, shaking the heavens and earth. Then, the Heavenly Extreme Emperor coldly glanced at Gu Zongping and the Gu family members behind him, with killing intent fully revealed. He coldly ordered, "Kill every last drop of blood from the Gu family's Sin Emperor's lineage." As soon as he finished speaking, the 12 emperors of the Heavenly Extreme Hall did not hesitate at all and immediately moved. They surrounded the entire Gu family. "The Gu family will perish today. The Sin Emperor's descendants must be exterminated. Die." Each emperor released their cultivation, instantly suppressing all the Gu family members. Their cold words were filled with righteous authority. In an instant, they all attacked. Boom! 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 The blood-red killing formation covered the entire Gu family's land, and terrifying killing intent erupted. Countless bloodlines stretched down, ready to entangle each of the Gu family members below. A sea of swords appeared in the void, turning into an overwhelming sword sea that ravaged wildly. Once it exploded, it would bury millions of bodies. A yin-yang chart appeared in the heavens and earth, with thick death energy spreading down towards the Gu family, carrying an absolute extinction force ready to devour all life. One after another, terrifying imperial laws spread across the sky, tearing apart the heavens, bringing endless destruction straight to the Gu family below. Any of these could destroy heaven and earth, causing the lives of all beings to be obliterated. The entire central region fell into fear. Even the entire Lingshu heaven. At this moment, everyone sensed the terrifying movement capable of shaking the entire heavens. Chapter 26, Did you forget the words of this emperor? The Imperial Alliance seeks death. The 12 emperors of the Heavenly Palace acted simultaneously, causing the entire central continent's world to be filled with terrifying and extreme destructive waves, showing no intention to leave any hope. Crack! The heavens and earth could no longer bear it, and cracks began to appear. Upon seeing this scene, the various forces observing from afar had their scalps tingle, feeling their souls nearly fly out of their bodies. To destroy the Gu family, the Imperial Alliance is willing to go this far. Everyone watched with shock and fear, feeling an unprecedented surprise and astonishment. With such a terrifying display of power, the Gu family has no chance of survival. The next second, they will completely disappear. Inside the Gu family, all members knew that great disaster was upon them, for they were not facing ordinary cultivators, but 12 emperors and 1 emperor sovereign. Fight! What is there to fear from the emperors? At worst, we die. But after a brief moment of fear, they almost shouted in unison. Then, one by one, their eyes revealed madness as they disregarded life and death, charging into battle with all their might. Seeing this scene, Gu Zongping's eyes reddened, and he laughed with relief. Good, good, good. Though it's like an ant trying to shake a tree, or a moth flying into fire, the Gu family's bloodline cannot be lost. Even if we die, we must die with dignity, and not disgrace our ancestors. In an instant, the entire Gu family no longer feared, but instead surged with energy. Fight! 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 Angry roars continued to ring out, reaching the heavens. Facing the terrifying power of 12 emperors, not even the youngest members of the Gu family, some of whom were only teenagers, showed any fear, and they all rushed forward to fight to the death. But to the Emperor Sovereign of the Heavenly Palace, this scene was nothing more than a joke. He couldn't help but mock, "Fireflies cannot compete with the bright moon, you ants are destined to perish." Today, the Imperial clan will erase the Gu family from existence. The cold words echoed through the heavens and earth, and he had already seen the moment of the Gu family's destruction. At that moment, he raised his hand symbolically, and the sky revealed a withered brown hand, carrying the power of an Emperor Sovereign, descending upon the Gu family below. Wherever it passed, the void cracked. The 12 emperors all followed with cold smiles, launching their devastating attacks. Destroy! They all shouted in unison, and in an instant, the heavens and earth trembled and cracked. Once it landed, the entire Gu family would vanish without a trace. As for the family members, their souls would be scattered. Put! Gu Zongping, who was protecting the family members in front, was the first to bear the brunt, spitting blood violently, directly suppressed and unable to resist. With a bitter smile, his eyes revealed despair. Just as the overwhelming and terrifying attacks were about to land. Buzz! It seemed as though the sound of the Tao resounded. Gu Zongping felt his body lighten, and the oppressive force that he could not resist vanished in an instant. This. He widened his eyes in confusion, then noticed a dazzling golden light bursting from his sleeve. Before he could react, a beam of golden light suddenly shot out and hovered in the void in front of him. Gu Zongping's heart shook, feeling the familiar aura, his breath quickened, and he said anxiously, "The ancestors' decree." When the ancestors' law body had vanished earlier, he had carried the decree with him. He had thought the Gu family was doomed, about to be destroyed by the Imperial Alliance. But now, it seemed like it wasn't time yet. In the blink of an eye, a vast and terrifying aura erupted from the decree, its golden light shining brightly, illuminating everything in the heavens and earth, making the cracks in the world even more evident. Immediately after, the familiar aura that countless Gu family members felt like home enveloped the entire Gu family, dispelling the suppression and blocking the terrifying impacts. Boom, boom. The explosion of this terrifying power directly shattered the destructive forces of the Emperor Sovereign and the 12 emperors of the Heavenly Palace, scattering them into nothingness. The attacks that could have destroyed the Gu family and even a whole world were instantly neutralized. The heavens and earth fell silent. The dazzling golden light in the sky gradually receded. The golden decree fell into the eyes of countless people. Gu Zongping and the members of the Gu family breathed rapidly, realizing they were unharmed, and immediately knelt excitedly towards the golden decree. Ancestor! It's the ancestor saved us once again. Their faces flushed red, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. This warm, bloodline connection, and the fact that the ancestor had saved the Gu family twice, nearly brought them to tears. But the people in the Heavenly Extreme Palace were completely different. What just happened? The Heavenly Extreme Emperor stared at the golden decree, his pupils shrinking suddenly, and his heart was overwhelmed with shock. Before, he and the 12 emperors had acted, yet the decree of the Gu family's Sin Emperor had easily neutralized their power? It was just a decree, how could it have such terrifying power? The Heavenly Extreme Emperor sucked in a cold breath, no longer dismissive, his brow furrowed. Behind him, the 12 emperors were all stunned. How could this be? They gazed at the unharmed members of the Gu family, their hearts struck with intense shock. The terrifying aura from earlier made them shiver just recalling it. Before the Heavenly Extreme Emperor and the others could snap back to their senses. Whir! A buzzing sound came from within the decree again. A dazzling golden light once again burst forth. An even more terrifying aura spread out. In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled. Spiritual energy surged from all directions, rapidly swirling towards them. Under countless shocked gazes, a figure stepped out from the decree, descending into this realm. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder rumbled, lightning poured down. It was none other than Gu Fan's Dharma body. His aura was far stronger than before, even radiating a dense and overwhelming murderous intent that distorted the entire world. His appearance made everything in the world come to a halt. Gu Fan's deep, cold eyes held a sense of age and experience, making all things lose their color. His long black hair fluttered in the wind, and his flawless white clothes rustled like snow. He stood in the void, ripples spreading beneath his feet. Just his figure was enough to make everything else pale in comparison, giving countless people a sense of overwhelming pressure, making them forget to breathe. Under the worshipful gazes of the Gu family, I, the Emperor, said before my return, no one should harm the Gu family or any of its members. Are you so eager to die? Gu Fan looked down disdainfully at the Heavenly Extreme Emperor and the emperors of the Heavenly Extreme Palace, murderous intent rising, his eyes flashing coldly as he said, Answer me, is the Imperial Alliance seeking death, and are you all seeking death? His tone was icy, and a biting cold wind swept through the heavens and earth. The arrogance in his words moved countless hearts, and under the immense pressure, their faces turned pale. At this moment, Gu Zongping and all the clan members straightened their backs, their eyes brimming with tears of joy, their previous worries replaced by newfound confidence. With the ancestor here, the Gu family will never be destroyed. Their eyes became exceptionally firm, as they had thought that with the ancestor's Dharma body disappearing, their fate was sealed, but now, the decree had gathered the ancestor's Dharma body again. And the ancestor would certainly return to the spirit void heaven. Chapter 27, The Emperor is but an ant. Under the roar of the heavens and earth, the 12 emperors of the heavenly extreme palace saw with their own eyes the arrival of Gufan's Dharma body, their pupils shaking as they sucked in a cold breath. Huang Tian, the great emperor. The Huang Tian, the great emperor from 90,000 years ago, is still alive. He is really alive. Earlier, the palace lord also made a move. How did he easily resolve it? Their scalps tingled, and the shock in their hearts was beyond measure. Earlier, they had heard of this and found it unbelievable, but now, seeing it with their own eyes, how could they not be shocked? They subconsciously called Gu Fan by his old title, forgetting to call him the Sin Emperor. Nu. With a single command, everyone fell silent, yet the shock in their eyes remained undiminished. The heavenly emperor, regaining his composure, looked at Gu Fan's Dharma body in surprise, recalling what the alliance leader had said earlier, and immediately sneered, "It's just a Dharma body. Even if it can slay a great emperor, so what? You still dare to block me? Let alone you're only a Dharma body, even if my true form returns, you will still die." With the support of the Imperial Alliance, every word he spoke felt audacious. Especially since the Gu family had not been annihilated. The heavenly emperor felt his face had been slapped. His eyes narrowed slightly, gleaming with chilling cold light. Gu family's crime emperor, do you have any last words? He regained his previous arrogance, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. As long as he could slay the crime emperor's Dharma body, it would bring him immense satisfaction. After all, this was the first-generation great emperor. Gu Fan remained silent, only looking at the heavenly emperor as if he were gazing at a dead man. To this, the heavenly emperor paid no mind, sneering as he coldly said, "Earlier, when you resolved the crisis for the Gu family, I'm sure your Dharma body is at its limit by now, right? As the crime emperor of Lingshu Heaven, you are a target for all, and the Imperial Alliance is merely acting for the greater good. The Gu family will be destroyed, and you can't stop it. Although I don't know why you're still alive, but the Gu family will fall, and you will die. Before your true form returns, I will first slay your Dharma body." When the last sentence was spoken, the heavenly emperor's expression suddenly changed, and the power of the emperor erupted without reservation as he stepped forward with a fierce stride. Die! He suddenly approached Gu Fan, shouting sharply, channeling his power to strike with a palm. There was no extravagance or wasted effort. Only a full-force strike to slay Gu Fan's Dharma body. At this moment, Gu Fan's expression remained calm, and he calmly spoke, "Emperor, an ant's arrogance is not small." Upon hearing this, the heavenly emperor's face changed, and there was a moment of hesitation in his heart. Emperor, an ant? He was momentarily moved, but the strike in his hand didn't stop and crashed down fiercely. But Gu Fan did not make any move to counter or even dodge, enduring the strike with nothing but calm. Boom! The emperor's strike caused the heavens and earth to tremble. Yet, Gu Fan did not move an inch, his face still tranquil. Seeing that one strike couldn't harm Gu Fan. What's going on? The heavenly emperor's heart skipped a beat, feeling as though the strike had sunk into an abyss without creating a ripple. The Gu family's crime emperor was utterly unharmed. Noticing the mocking smile on Gu Fan's lips, pretending to be divine, the heavenly emperor's face turned ugly, and without hesitation, he struck again. This time, he didn't hold back and unleashed his divine powers, repeatedly striking Gu Fan. Bang! 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 Each strike was enough to annihilate an emperor. But after a series of strikes, Gu Fan remained motionless, as if dismissing the need to retaliate or evade. Only his clothes fluttered in the terrifying waves, but nothing else changed. Under the horrified gazes of the 12 emperors of the heavenly palace. No, this is impossible. The heavenly emperor's face turned pale, and in shock, he exclaimed, how could you remain unscathed? It's just a Dharma body, how can it have such unfathomable power? Here he was, a dignified emperor, and the Gu family's crime emperor's Dharma body, unable to shake him even a little without returning any blows. How could this be possible? At this moment, the heavenly emperor no longer underestimated him, but instead wore a face of solemnity, his heart filled with shock. But he gritted his teeth, preparing to strike once more. Gu Fan seemed to have lost patience, and seeing the heavenly emperor approaching with the imperial seal, he spoke coldly, "Scram." As the words fell, he casually raised his hand and threw a punch. In an instant, The air was filled with demonic energy, and the terrifying blood chi and fist energy illuminated the heavens. The void shattered. This punch seemed to want to destroy everything, and even made the heavens and earth bow down in submission. The vast, terrifying fist force shattered the void, crushing all the Heavenly Emperor's methods, and slammed into his chest. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the sky. Time seemed to freeze. The Heavenly Emperor's body froze in place, his pupils wildly contracting, and his entire body began to tremble. PFF. His breath plummeted at an alarming rate. With blood spewing from his mouth, he staggered backward. Now, on his body, there was a deep wound in his chest, emanating a faint murderous aura. Shock, horror, fear. Many emotions continued to churn in his heart. The Supreme Emperor of the Heavenly Extreme Realm spat blood again, horrified, stopping his movement, and incredulously stared at Gu Fan, exclaiming, "You! How could your avatar possess such power? How is this possible? This can't be." In this moment, he could no longer suppress the terror in his heart. Even the body of an Emperor Realm expert was trembling uncontrollably. All his methods had been futile, unable to harm the opponent in the slightest. Yet, the seemingly casual punch from the Gu family's Sin Emperor easily crushed him, and if not for his own physical cultivation, he might have already been shattered to pieces. A tremendous pressure enveloped his entire body, and fear began to take root in his heart. No, back then, 9 out of the 10 original Sin Emperors had fallen. The Gu family's Sin Emperor not only survived, but his avatar has such terrifying strength, a single punch could defeat me. The Supreme Emperor of the Heavenly Extreme Realm let out a chilling cry, retreating instinctively, still haunted by fear. The reason for his fear was that he clearly knew he was facing only the avatar of the Gu family's Sin Emperor. But, if even the avatar is this terrifying, what about the real body? The Supreme Emperor of the Heavenly Extreme Realm dared not think further, lacking the courage to strike again. In front of countless stunned onlookers, he retreated behind the other emperors in the Heavenly Extreme Palace. At this moment, Gu Fan coldly gazed at the Heavenly Extreme Emperor, whose face was pale and full of disarray, and said indifferently, "The so-called Empire Alliance that dominates the Lingshu sky, the so-called Master of a Hall, is this all that remains? Worthless." His mocking words echoed in all directions, reaching the ears of countless people. In an instant, the heavens and earth rumbled, seemingly agreeing with Gu Fan's words. Chapter 28, Tremble, and Welcome the End of Lingshu Sky. The word worthless. You. The Heavenly Extreme Emperor's face turned even darker with fury, gritting his teeth, wanting to speak but holding back. Before he could say anything, Gu Fan withdrew the murderous intent in his eyes, looking down at the Gu family members below, showing a trace of gentleness. Buzz. He raised his hand, and terrifying power filled with a vast murderous aura enveloped the world, setting up an unbreakable invisible barrier in this part of the world. For him, killing the people of the Empire Alliance was too simple, but protecting the Gu family and its people was the main priority. After all, this time, his avatar had descended because he sensed danger for the Gu family and took the opportunity gained from the darkened energy points. Since the Empire Alliance still had treacherous intentions, it would be better to set up a barrier to protect the Gu family before his real body returned. This barrier could even withstand the Empire ancestors' attempts to shake it. And after setting up the barrier, Gu Fan's avatar showed signs of dissipating. At this point, still thinking about destroying the Gu family, what a laughable fool. He turned his gaze back to the Heavenly Extreme Emperor and the others, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With clear intention, he said, "With this effort, you'd be better off worrying about yourselves. A great disaster is about to descend. When I return, prepare yourselves to meet your doom." Each word was ice cold to the extreme. The meaning behind it made the Heavenly Extreme Emperor and the others change their expressions, frowning in uncertainty. However, Gu Fan no longer paid attention to these insignificant beings. He looked at Gu Zongping and the other Gu family members, and softly said, "This barrier will protect the Gu family. You no longer need to worry about the ants of the Empire Alliance. From today, the Gu family will be fully sealed off. Wait for my return." As these words fell, the entire Gu family erupted in cheers, with intense anticipation lighting up the eyes of each family member. Gu Zongping, trembling with excitement, respectfully led the Gu family members in a deep bow, saying, "Understood. We will wait for the ancestors' return." Cries of devotion soared into the sky. Seeing this, Gu Fan nodded in satisfaction. It's coming. Fear is about to descend upon Lingshu sky. He looked at the Heavenly Extreme Emperor and the others, his voice chilling as he sneered. A simple sentence, yet it made people feel as though they were in an icy cave, their bones trembling. After speaking these words, the Gu Fan's avatar completely dissipated, and the oppressive atmosphere in the world vanished with it, everything returning to calm. At the same time, damn! The Emperor of the Heavenly Extreme felt the pressure was gone and roared with a fierce and twisted expression. Confirming that Gufan's avatar had completely dissipated, he, filled with rage, crazily pushed his cultivation to its limits and threw a punch towards the barrier separating the worlds. With the collision, boom! A massive and earth-shaking roar resounded. The barrier did not even move. Instead, the heavily extreme Emperor's face changed in shock, and with a muffled grunt, he was directly sent flying back by the rebound. How is this possible? He widened his eyes in disbelief, a storm of emotions rising in his heart, his face turning as dark as possible. His goal was to destroy the Gu family, and he had thought that even if the Sin Emperor's avatar appeared, he could suppress or even kill it. But who could have imagined that he, the noble leader of the Emperor Alliance and Emperor of the Heavenly Extreme Palace, was not even a match for the Sin Emperor's avatar, completely crushed from start to finish? How could he not be angry? How could he accept this? The Heavenly Extreme Emperor's emotions broke down, and he screamed hysterically, "How is this possible? He's just an avatar. How does he have such terrifying power? How can he suppress me, the Emperor?" He couldn't believe the current outcome, his face twisting. Not only was he not an opponent for the avatar, but he also couldn't break the barrier set by the Sin Emperor's avatar. The Heavenly Extreme Emperor's eyes seemed like they were about to crack open, breathing heavily in extreme unwillingness, unable to accept this humiliation. At this moment, Palace Lord, earlier, the Sin Emperor mentioned that a calamity is about to descend, fear will sweep through Lingshu heaven. I feel like he was implying something. What exactly does it mean? An emperor from the Heavenly Extreme Palace furrowed his brows, full of confusion, asking. Upon hearing this, the Heavenly Extreme Emperor snorted coldly, dismissing it, and said, "The Gu family Sin Emperor is just putting on a show. The Emperor Alliance is the ruler of Lingshu heaven. What kind of trouble could there be? A Sin Emperor, does he really think he can stir up any storm?" The other emperors nodded in agreement, fully convinced. But the next second, Heavenly Extreme Palace Lord, something's wrong. A startled cry rang out. The Heavenly Extreme Emperor and the others changed their expressions and turned to look. A great emperor from the Earth Soul Palace hurried over, a look of urgency on his face, shouting, "Heavenly Extreme Palace Lord, the Alliance Lord has issued an order, commanding you to immediately go to the Imperial Pass defense line." Upon hearing this, the Heavenly Extreme Emperor's mind shook. He asked in shock, "Imperial Pass defense line? Why such urgency? What happened?" The Earth Soul Palace's great emperor had a horrified expression and spoke with a trembling voice. "The Blood Demon tribe is launching a massive invasion. It seems like there was a rebellion in the Abyss of Demons. The Blood Demon tribe is unstoppable, and 13 cities in the Imperial Pass have already fallen. The Earth Soul Palace is already on its way. The Alliance Lord has ordered the Heavenly Extreme Palace to go and provide reinforcements." Upon hearing the news, the great emperors of the Heavenly Extreme Palace's faces changed dramatically, their pupils shaking. What? The Blood Demon tribe, which invaded 90,000 years ago, has appeared again. How is this possible? Wasn't the Abyss of Demons always peaceful? Why is there a sudden change? Didn't they say the Abyss of Demons was completely made up by the 10 Sin Emperors, but now what is going on? Why is this happening? It can't be true? They cried out in horror, all stunned. This news came too suddenly, or more accurately, it was too terrifying. The Heavenly Extreme Emperor was equally horrified, his face grim as he questioned, "Is the news accurate?" "It's absolutely accurate, our Palace Lord has already set out. Please, Heavenly Extreme Palace Lord, head to the Imperial Pass immediately." The great emperor of the Earth Soul Palace, without hesitation, shouted again. At this point, the Heavenly Extreme Emperor's expression grew even darker, his rage flaring as he roared, "Damn it, damn it!" He looked at the Gu family, which was protected by the barrier, trembling with extreme unwillingness. But facing the Alliance Lord's orders, the Heavenly Extreme Emperor knew that heading to the Imperial Pass was urgent, so he gritted his teeth and ordered, "Go." In an instant, he led the great emperors of the Heavenly Extreme Palace away in a mighty procession. At this moment, in the Gu family, watching as the Heavenly Extreme Emperor received the news, forced to give up on the destruction of the Gu family, unwillingly leaving. The land of the Abyss is facing a change. The Blood Demon clan is invading again? Since 90,000 years ago, when the Ancestor and the other 9 founding emperors drove back the Blood Demon clan and declared they had pushed them back to the land of the Abyss, there has been no news. But now, what exactly happened? The Ancestors and the other 9 emperors have always guarded the land of the Abyss without error, but now the Blood Demon clan is coming back? Only the Ancestor remains among the 10 emperors guarding the Abyss. Wait, didn't the Ancestor once say that the people of the Emperor Alliance should worry more about themselves, and that the Ancestor would return? Does this mean the Blood Demon clan's invasion was deliberate by the Ancestor? Yes, it must be so. The Ancestor has guarded the Abyss for 90,000 years. Not only were his achievements erased, but he was also slandered as the Sin Emperor by the Emperor Alliance and even by the world. The ungrateful Ling Su Tian deserved this retribution. It serves them right. All of this was their own fault. No wonder the ancestor is coming back and is no longer guarding the abyss. In my opinion, it should have been this way a long time ago. It seems that the disaster the ancestor foretold for Ling Su Tian is exactly the Blood Demon Clan's invasion. 90,000 years ago, if it weren't for the ancestor and the 9 emperors fighting to resolve the crisis, would Ling Su Tian have the brilliance it does today? The Gu family members were in an uproar, no longer shocked by the news, but becoming incredibly excited. This news was undoubtedly a joyous occasion for them. As the family head, Gu Zongping also laughed wildly and sneered. It seems the ancestor knew Ling Su Tian was no longer worthy of being protected and gave up guarding the abyss. Now that the Blood Demon Clan is invading again, once the ancestor returns, the Emperor Alliance and those who betrayed the Gu family will be destroyed. Once these words were spoken, all the Gu family members nodded furiously, their eyes filled with anticipation as they gazed toward the direction of the Imperial Pass, trembling with excitement. They could completely turn a blind eye to it, waiting for the ancestor's return. Chapter 29, The Abyss Invasion. How weak is Ling Su Tian? The news of the Blood Demon Clan's invasion was now sweeping across Ling Su Tian with the speed of a storm, causing countless powers to be alarmed. What happened? The Blood Demon Clan is invading? Didn't the Emperor Alliance say the former Emperor Huang Tian was a Sin Emperor? Didn't they say there was no such thing as guarding the abyss? So why is the Blood Demon Clan reappearing and invading Ling Su Tian? I heard the 13 cities of the Imperial Pass have already fallen. What is going on? Impossible. The Emperor Alliance said there is no such thing as the abyss and that the Blood Demon Clan would never appear again. How is this possible now? Across Ling Su Tian, one emperor after another, one terrifying power after another was shaken. The news created a massive uproar. No one could believe that the Blood Demon Clan, which had invaded Ling Su Tian 90,000 years ago, was appearing again, and the news was that the 13 cities of the Imperial Pass had already fallen. This triggered all sorts of shocked exclamations and doubts. But soon, an imperial decree broke through the void. The Blood Demon Clan is invading. The crime lies with the Gu family's Sin Emperor. This matter has already been thoroughly investigated by the Emperor Alliance. The Blood Demon Clan's invasion of the Imperial Pass was instigated by the Gu family's Sin Emperor, using the bloodline of the Gu family's descendants to lead the Blood Demon Clan into Ling Su Tian. Had the Gu family been destroyed earlier, this situation wouldn't have occurred, but the Gu family's Sin Emperor has not fallen after 90,000 years. Unaware of his sins, he continues to aid the demons. This is the negligence of the Emperor Alliance. However, the Alliance leader has dispatched the Heavenly Extreme Palace, the Earth Soul Palace, and other forces affiliated with the Emperor Alliance to the Imperial Pass to fight the Blood Demon Clan. The war will be resolved within 10 days. Moreover, the Alliance leader will use this opportunity to locate the land of the Abyss and, within a month, eliminate the Abyss. Powerful and resolute voices echoed through the heavens and the earth. With this declaration, all of Ling Su Tian could hear it. Immediately, it caused an uproar. All who heard the news were shocked once more, with exclamations and debates breaking out everywhere. What? The Blood Demon Clan's invasion is actually related to the Gu family? The Gu family's ancestor, that former Emperor Huang Tian. Is it really him who helped the Blood Demon Clan invade Lingshu Heaven? Damn it, what nonsense about the Emperor of Huang Tian, he is nothing but a thoroughly guilty emperor. I didn't expect it to be like this. It turns out that the reason the Imperial Alliance wants to destroy the Gu family is for Lingshu Heaven. Looking at it now, it's not wrong, the Gu family should be destroyed, and the guilty emperor should die. The guilty emperor of the Gu family, along with the other 9 original guilty emperors, were said to have guarded the demon abyss for 90,000 years. It's simply ridiculous. They must have already colluded with the Blood Demon Clan, otherwise, how could something like this happen? No wonder it's the Imperial Alliance. And the leader of the Imperial Alliance, the White Emperor, is the true person who cares about Lingshu Heaven. Everything he has done before was for us, unlike the ancestors of the Gu family and the other guilty emperors. Their people died without injustice. The Blood Demon Clan dares to invade, with the Imperial Alliance here, they will never return. The Imperial Alliance has already issued orders, we need not worry. Once this matter is resolved, we must join the Imperial Alliance to exterminate the Gu family and destroy them. Countless insults towards Gu Fan continued, to the point where the other 9 original emperors were also fiercely criticized. Under the rage of the people, the still-living Gu Fan and the undestroyed Gu family became the targets of all. In an instant, the entire Lingshu Heaven firmly believed in the decree of the Imperial Alliance, their respect for the Imperial Alliance grew even stronger, the panic from before disappeared, and it was replaced with deep hatred for Gu Fan and the Gu family. The next day, the southern defense line of the Imperial Pass. When Lingshu Heaven received the decree of the Imperial Alliance and paid no attention to the invasion of the Blood Demon Clan, the defense line here, within just one day, had gone from losing 13 cities to suddenly increasing to 20 cities. And the large-scale invasion of the Blood Demon clan was not a metaphor, it was truly a crazy sweep, with indiscriminate killing visible to the naked eye. The defense line of the Imperial Pass, which had been peaceful for tens of thousands of years, was already broken. The terrifying blood-red color became the only color in this world, shocking and appalling. Boom! 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 The deafening rumble echoed endlessly, as the Blood Demon clan's army rampaged through the entire direction, their wild shouts were chilling to the bone. In the sky, the Blood Demon clan's army seemed like a sharp blade, unleashing a monstrous massacre. Die! The ants of Lingshu Heaven, we are back! 90,000 years have passed, and the humans of Lingshu Heaven are still so weak, too weak. You wastes, if it weren't for those 10 original emperors, why would we have waited 90,000 years to see the light of day again? Speaking of which, if it weren't for you fools, our Blood Demon clan wouldn't have been able to rise again so quickly. Kill! Kill them all! A chilling voice echoed across every battlefield, every word dripping with bloodlust. Looking around, the endless blood-red color was crazily spreading from outside the Imperial Pass, covering the entire Imperial Pass like a flood, ravaging one city after another. It blocked out the sun. And wherever the Blood Demon clan went, in an instant, there were millions of dead bodies lying on the ground. Ah! Why has the Blood Demon clan returned? They were already destroyed, right? No. The terrifying bloody formation was refining each city, and screams filled with fear and despair echoed in the wild killings of the Blood Demon clan, turning the entire Imperial Pass into a terrifying hell. In the blink of an eye, another city was slaughtered without any warning, a dense aura of death rising into the sky. The pungent stench of blood spread in all directions. Countless bodies were clearly visible. The fallen cities were filled with nothing but madness and the Blood Demon clan's army, which had regained freedom, celebrating their return to the light of day. In just half an hour, another city was blood-washed. The Blood Demon clan's army was like a relentless force, unstoppable, leaving a sea of blood in their wake. And in the endless slaughter of the army, the Holy Emperor stood with his hands behind his back, silently gazing down at everything below, a satisfied smile emerging from the corner of his mouth. I thought Lingshu Heaven, after 90,000 years of recuperation, would be unbreakable. After all, the existence of the Supreme Emperor, who can guard us for 90,000 years, was born. But now, it seems. He shook his head and sneered, muttering, the terrifying thing is not the Void Heaven, but the Supreme Emperor. And yet, such a being, one who should make us all wary, has been forced by the Void Heaven to feel disheartened, to no longer guard the demon abyss. Ha ha! With a sigh, the Holy Emperor couldn't help but laugh wildly. Feeling the bloodshed and the hellish scene in the world, his eyes gleamed, and a look of enjoyment spread across his face. A moment later, the Holy Emperor's eyes flashed with cold light and anticipation, and he laughed again. Everything today was brought on by the Void Heaven itself. You have managed to survive for 90,000 years, but now it is time to perish. Chapter 30, The Empire Alliance? The fool who drove the Supreme Emperor away? At this very moment, the Holy Emperor only felt that all of this had come too late, and even thought that the Void Heaven should have forgotten its gratitude earlier. How did these fools manage to make the Supreme Emperor lose heart? He couldn't help but feel curious, but he didn't think too much about it. After all, no one is guarding the demon abyss anymore. The Blood Demon clan has regained its freedom. Next, according to the agreement, he would lead the Blood Demon clan's army, blood-washing their way from the Imperial Pass, turning the entire Void Heaven into a river of blood. Just as the Holy Emperor was thinking about this, boom! A huge roar came from within the Imperial Palace. The void was torn apart by an invisible force. In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled. The Blood Demon clan's army, attracted by the sound, all raised their heads and looked at the unbloodied void ahead. There, they saw, within the giant crack, a figure surrounded by countless souls descended, followed by more than 10 emperors. It was the Lord of the Earth Soul Hall, one of the 3 halls of the Empire Alliance, the Soul Slayer Emperor. And his appearance. Behind him, the Sea of Souls surged violently, with countless souls screaming, disturbing the mind and soul. Looking at the 20 cities of the Imperial Pass, corpses littered the ground, blood flowing like rivers, a deathly atmosphere overwhelming with no one left alive. The Soul Slayer Emperor's expression immediately turned ferocious, and with a fierce light in his eyes, he roared, "You dare! The Empire Alliance has received word of this place. You dare to invade the Void Heaven on such a large scale? If you retreat now, all will be well, but if not, the Empire Alliance will intervene. We will annihilate the Blood Demon clan very soon." Once his words fell, he suddenly raised his hand to suppress the Blood Demon clan's army. The grey sea of souls behind him surged out like a storm, and terrifying pressure erupted. The next second, the Empire Alliance? Never heard of it. When did the Void Heaven have this so-called trash Empire Alliance? An icy laugh echoed. The heavens and earth trembled as the Holy Emperor's figure crossed thousands of miles and directly appeared a few hundred feet away from the Soul Slayer Emperor, effortlessly dispelling the pressure that was about to suppress the Blood Demon clan's army. Just a mere emperor, your words are loud. He narrowed his eyes, looking at the Soul Slayer Emperor, and sneered. Upon seeing the Holy Emperor, the Soul Slayer Emperor was startled, but his expression remained unchanged, and he angrily shouted, "You are bold. The Empire Alliance is the current overlord of the Void Heaven, and also the future ruler of the Divine Domain. How dare you show disrespect to the Empire Alliance? Since your Blood Demon clan comes from the Demon Abyss, you must know the Supreme Emperor. If you know, then you should also know that he has been designated as the guilty Emperor by the Empire Alliance." Upon hearing this, the Holy Emperor interrupted the Soul Slayer Emperor, his deep eyes showing realization, and he immediately burst into laughter. "So you're the fool who allowed the Demon Abyss to be unsealed." These words immediately made the Soul Slayer Emperor furrow his brows, angrily scolding, seeking death. In the next moment, without any warning, he attacked. Countless soul shadows surged out from behind him, forming an enormous sword that slashed down fiercely. The Emperor's cultivation burst forth, and the heavens and earth cracked. Seeing this, the Holy Emperor's lips curled into a mocking smile, showing no interest in wasting time talking. He raised his hand, and a sea of blood surged wildly. "Scram!" he coldly shouted, and with a wave of his hand, the heavens and earth trembled instantly. A terrifying, ferocious blood-colored face opened its mouth, fiercely devouring the falling, enormous sword. Crack! The sounds of chewing echoed through the air. The surrounding void shattered in every direction. Just one collision. Put! The Soul Emperor groaned lowly, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth as he staggered back. In an instant, his expression changed dramatically. He looked at the Holy Emperor, stunned. How is this possible? The Soul Emperor's pupils trembled, and his heart screamed in shock. He never imagined that the Blood Demon clan of the Demon Abyss, which had always been looked down upon and declared non-existent by the Empire Alliance, could have such terrifying beings. He, as an emperor, was considered one of the top beings in the entire spirit void heaven. But in his first confrontation with the opponent, he was actually defeated, without any warning at all. How is this possible? Facing the already wounded Soul Emperor. It seems that after Emperor Huang Tian, the spirit void heaven is full of nothing but good-for-nothings, idiots beyond redemption. The Holy Emperor casually placed his hands behind his back, mocking, since that's the case, there's no need for any more unnecessary tests. As soon as he said this, the Soul Emperor's expression changed drastically. However, the Holy Emperor completely ignored him and coldly ordered, "Pass the order, immediately mobilize the Demon Abyss army, and launch a full-scale assault, to wash the spirit void heaven in blood." One sentence, and immediately the heavens and earth trembled, as if in fear. Then, among the Demon Abyss army, one after another, foreign emperors rose into the air. "We obey the Holy Emperor's command." They grinned savagely, exchanged a glance, and turned into streams of bloodlight, vanishing into the void. Hearing this, and seeing this scene, the Soul Emperor's mind shook violently, his face filled with disbelief. So now, the army of the Blood Demon clan invading the Empire Gate isn't even the real Blood Demon clan army. This is impossible. He gasped, his body trembling uncontrollably. The Blood Demon clan, with an army so large, over millions strong, is only a part of it. How could the Blood Demon clan be so terrifying? But it is exactly this terrifying Blood Demon clan that even moves him, making it hard to believe. How did the past Gu family Sin Emperor guard the Demon Abyss for 90,000 years? How terrifying is the true strength of the Blood Demon clan? If their entire army were to mobilize, wouldn't the spirit void heaven face a huge calamity? The Soul Emperor shuddered, his scalp tingling. So, the Demon Abyss really exists, and the Gu family Sin Emperor really did guard the Demon Abyss for 90,000 years. He recalled what the Holy Emperor of the Blood Demon clan had said, and immediately his throat went dry, taking several steps back. Before he could think more. "Master, it's bad, the northern defense line of the Empire Gate has also been invaded." An Emperor of the Earth Soul Palace hurriedly arrived with bad news. Immediately. What? The Soul Emperor's face changed dramatically, and he said in a deep voice, "The Blood Demon clan really is going to invade fully?" But those who brought the news had pale faces, shaking their heads as they explained, "No, the enemy facing the northern defense line isn't the Blood Demon clan, but it's the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone. The ancient demon life Forbidden Zone, which suddenly appeared in the Forbidden Sea 50,000 years ago, and disappeared for some unknown reason, has revived recently, and they have appeared again." Hearing this news, the faces of the Earth Soul Palace emperors in the room changed drastically. The Soul Emperor was even more horrified, his eyes widened in shock, standing there stunned. The Demon Abyss is in chaos, the Blood Demon clan is invading, and now the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone, which terrified everyone in Spirit Void Heaven 50,000 years ago, has revived, and is also going to invade Spirit Void Heaven? How can this be? He couldn't believe the news brought by his emperors, his face slowly turning pale. This news stirred up terrifying waves in his heart, bringing an unprecedented sense of unease and dread. Chapter 31, Gufan's true body returns, the Tao of Heaven blocks? Death. The Soul Emperor was horrified, unable to understand why the Blood Demon clan and the strange ancient demon life Forbidden Zone that disappeared in the past would simultaneously invade Spirit Void Heaven. Could it be? Suddenly, his body trembled violently, and his eyes widened. A thought flashed through his mind. The Soul Emperor gasped for breath. As if waking from a dream, he exclaimed, "It's the Sin Emperor of the Gu family. The Blood Demon clan can walk out of the abyss so easily, and with what they said before, this must have something to do with the Sin Emperor of the Gu family. And the revival of the Forbidden Zone of the ancient monster life is most likely also because of the Sin Emperor of the Gu family. Damn it, has the Sin Emperor of the Gu family gone mad? Does he want to destroy Lingshu Heaven?" At this thought, his eyes nearly cracked apart, trembling uncontrollably in horror. The Blood Demon clan and the Forbidden Zone of the ancient monster life invading Lingshu Heaven at the same time, this must be orchestrated by the Sin Emperor of the Gu family. But how exactly did the Sin Emperor of the Gu family accomplish this? No wonder the Sin Emperor never took the Empire Alliance seriously before, publicly declaring his return and his intent to wage war. He actually has the Blood Demon clan and the Forbidden Zone of the ancient monster life launching an invasion on Lingshu Heaven. Emperor Shasul shuddered uncontrollably, his mind gripped by a growing sense of dread. Because if this was true, then the Empire Alliance would undoubtedly be thrown into a crisis from both within and without. And after 90,000 years, they had no idea how terrifying the Blood Demon clan had become, nor did they know the true depths of the Forbidden Zone of the ancient monster life. At the same time, far beyond the divine realm, outside the 10 directions of heaven, within the Forbidden Sea, Gufan was traversing the Forbidden Sea with his monstrous physical strength, returning toward Lingshu Heaven. Rai up. His speed was so overwhelming that the Forbidden Sea beneath him churned violently, massive waves surging into the sky. The void around him tore apart, revealing utter nothingness. The scene was like a savage primordial beast destroying everything in its path. And on his way back, even though Gufan was not physically in Lingshu Heaven, he could still see everything happening at the Imperial Pass through the Blood Demon clan and the Forbidden Zone of the ancient monster life. The northern and southern defensive lines had already been breached, suffering a relentless invasion and slaughter. Faced with the mountains of corpses and seas of blood he saw, Gufan remained unmoved, his expression ice-cold. The invasion of the Blood Demon clan and the Forbidden Zone of the ancient monster life was allowing darkness to spread inward, devouring Lingshu Heaven from the outside. And all of this was his doing. To this, Gufan was quite satisfied. Gazing at the scenes unfolding in the void before him, he murmured softly, "Invade with all your might, drench Lingshu Heaven in blood, let them taste true terror. This time, I will not stand in the way. Lingshu Heaven, this is what you deserve. You should have perished in blood and fire 90,000 years ago. And this time, I will watch your destruction with my own eyes." A moment later, Gufan no longer lingered, waving away the images as he continued his journey toward Lingshu Heaven. Rumble. Everywhere he passed, the great Tao of heaven and earth trembled. After all, he was now at the Emperor Ancestor realm, capable of annihilating entire worlds with a mere gesture. Tearing through the void again and again. Each step covering tens of thousands of miles. In less than half a day, Gufan came to a halt, his eyes fixed on the vast, misty world barrier before him. Lingshu Heaven. A trace of nostalgia flickered in his gaze, but it was swiftly replaced by icy coldness. Without hesitation, he stepped forward to enter Lingshu Heaven. Suddenly, boom! A terrifying force of rejection erupted, instantly barring Gufan's entry into Lingshu Heaven. It was the will of the heavenly Tao, resisting him with hostility. In an instant, the repelling force from Lingshu Heaven's heavenly Tao grew even stronger, the world barrier gathering the terrifying might of the heavens, unleashing waves of destructive energy in all directions. Seeing this, Gufan stopped calmly, his expression unshaken. "Heavenly Tao, if you dare to block me, I will cut you down without hesitation." His voice was indifferent, carrying an unmasked killing intent as his aura burst forth. After all, he knew that after 90,000 years, he was no longer even considered a being of Lingshu Heaven. But if the heavenly Tao dared to stop him, then he would simply destroy it. What did it matter, even if it was a threat? Thus, as his words fell, the surrounding void erupted with earth-shattering explosions. And as Gufan's aura spread, the heavenly Tao's will, which had been radiating rejection and resistance, suddenly fell into dead silence. Then, as if it had recognized Gufan, an overwhelming sense of fear began to emanate. Boom! 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 The world barrier trembled violently, seemingly expressing the heavenly Tao's terror. In an instant, the resistance and rejection vanished. Until this moment, Gufan snorted coldly, then satisfied, he retracted his aura. Buzz! Without the obstruction of the heavenly Tao will, he stepped forward, entering the Lingshu heaven without any hindrance. As his vision blurred, he saw both strange and familiar sights. Outside the Imperial Gate, Gufan stepped onto the ground of Lingshu heaven, and a ripple unknowingly rose in his heart. 90,000 years. His eyes flickered, unable to stop himself from sighing, guarding the devil abyss for 90,000 years without leaving even a step, and now, I have finally returned. 90,000 years ago, the devil abyss erupted, and the blood demon clan invaded Lingshu heaven. I, along with 9 other original emperors, fought them, then left Lingshu heaven, constantly pursuing the blood demon clan to the unknown devil abyss, sealing and suppressing them, protecting this world. I even severed the connection with Lingshu heaven, the purpose being to prevent future generations of Lingshu heaven from being troubled. But 90,000 years have passed, and the other 9 emperors, to be precise, old friends, have all passed away. Only I remain. But no one expected, after guarding the devil abyss for 90,000 years, we, who were once heroes, are now viewed as guilty emperors. Even the rising Imperial Alliance now wants to exterminate the descendants of the 10 emperors who once protected Lingshu heaven, claiming it's judging the guilty emperor and that the descendants of the guilty emperors must not remain. I only learned of this news recently. Thankfully, the Gu family has not been destroyed yet, but whether it's the Gu family or I, there is no place left for us in Lingshu heaven. How laughable is this? Ha! Gufan couldn't help but laugh self-deprecatingly, his eyes growing even colder. No one expected that after 90,000 years, everything done by me and the 9 other emperors would be denied. We are even forced to bear unfounded charges, and carry the title of the guilty emperor. Even the descendants are not spared, as if they have committed a heinous crime and must be exterminated. But the truth is, without the blood and lives of the 10 original emperors, without us guarding the devil abyss and bearing the burden, how could Lingshu heaven be as prosperous as it is today? Emperors abound, and emperor lords are no longer just a legend. But what do we get in return? Ingratitude, backstabbing, slander, and the title of the guilty emperor. It seemed that the heavenly Tao could feel Gufan's anger. Bang bang bang. This world, devoid of human presence, began to rumble, trembling uncontrollably. The heavenly Tao reappeared, constantly transmitting pleas. It seemed to know that Lingshu heaven was being invaded by the blood demon clan and the ancient, and that it was closely connected to Gufan. Chapter 32, One Glance, The Destruction of the Imperial Gate Defense Line. Gufan sensed the meaning conveyed by the heavenly Tao will, his gaze still cold. This matter, there is no room for negotiation. He spoke indifferently, his eyes growing even colder. Since learning that all of his old friends' descendants had been exterminated and that the Gu family would face annihilation and the guilty emperor matter, there was no turning back. No one can stop it. It seemed that the heavenly Tao felt Gufan's determination. The heavenly Tao wailed. The sky turned gray. Gufan ignored it, his cold gaze directed forward. He coldly spoke, "Next, it's time for reckoning." In an instant, boundless killing intent erupted from his deep, abyss-like eyes. Just a glance, enough to make the heavens and earth collapse. But Gufan knew that the urgent matter was to return to Central Continent and rescue his family from the crisis. Bang! Without hesitation, he suddenly stepped forward, instantly shifting tens of thousands of miles, rushing toward the Central Continent. The Imperial Gate defense line, which was established since the formation of the Imperial Alliance, was set up at the borders of Lingshu heaven in all directions. East, south, west, north. Each direction has a defense line, intended to resist enemies invading from outside Lingshu heaven. Now, Gufan returned to the place where the Western Imperial Gate defense line was located. Here, it was guarded by Emperor Konchan. At this moment, inside the Imperial Gate defense line's camp, the envoy of the Imperial Alliance had arrived. With a proud tone, he said, "Emperor Konchan, the Alliance leader has sent me to inform you that the southern and northern Imperial passes of Lingshu heaven are being invaded by the Blood Demon tribe and the Forbidden Zone of Ancient Demons. The Empire Alliance has investigated and found that all of this is the doing of the Sin Emperor from the Gu family. It is still unclear whether the other defense lines will be invaded, so the Alliance leader hopes that Emperor Konchan will be ready for battle at any time." The voice echoed, and the leaders of the defense lines present felt their scalps tingle in fear. And in front of them, an old man with a full head of white hair and a face full of wrinkles, whose mere presence exuded authority without anger, stood frozen in shock, as if struck by an electric shock. "Both Imperial passes are being invaded," he gasped, his voice trembling. "This has never happened in tens of thousands of years. Messenger, are you sure the Empire Alliance can quell this invasion crisis?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of barely detectable anger and hatred flashed in Emperor Konchan's eyes. However, the messenger sent by the Empire Alliance immediately sneered, clearly displeased, and said, "Emperor Konchan, of course, this is what the Alliance leader said himself." "Are you questioning the Alliance leader?" "Let me tell you the truth, the Alliance leader said that within a month, the invasion will be quelled. During this time, you only need to guard the Western Imperial Pass. You don't need to worry about anything else." With the accurate reply, Emperor Konchan let out a sigh of relief, but the unease in his heart remained. "I hope so," he murmured softly, his expression tinged with melancholy. From the messenger's words, he once again heard the name of the Gu family's ancestor and couldn't help but reminisce about the past. 40,000 years ago, he had finally become an emperor. But before becoming an emperor, he had always received the favor of the descendants of the 10 great imperial families, particularly the descendants of the Emperor Fantua. However, later on, Emperor Fantua inexplicably became the Sin Emperor, and his imperial family was destroyed by the Empire Alliance. When Emperor Konchan thought of this, his eyes reddened, and his body trembled. At that time, despite his reluctance, there were many questions he wanted to ask the Alliance leader, the White Emperor, but he was helpless. Especially shortly afterward, other imperial families were wiped out one by one, and the Empire Alliance grew stronger and more terrifying. At that time, Emperor Konchan understood that the rise of the Alliance and the domination of Lingshu Heaven was unstoppable. It was the way of the world. But now, both the northern and southern imperial passes of Lingshu Heaven were being invaded, and the enemies were the Blood Demon tribe and the forbidden zone of ancient demons that had mysteriously disappeared 50,000 years ago. This made him feel an extreme sense of unease. This had never happened before. Even the 10 original emperors, known as Sin Emperors, from 90,000 years ago, never allowed the Blood Demon tribe to truly launch an invasion. Instead, they fought fiercely against them, pushing the battlefield outside Lingshu Heaven. But later, no one could find any trace of them. What exactly is going on now? Emperor Konchan's thoughts kept surging, and the unease in his heart grew stronger. Could the Gu family's ancestor really do this? He couldn't believe it and fell silent. Suddenly, the war drums outside the camp began to beat. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Invaders detected outside the defense line, they are about to arrive at the defense line. All troops prepare for battle. Soon, a series of urgent warning cries echoed constantly. The entire Imperial Pass defense line was filled with these sounds, deafening and spreading in all directions. In that instant, Emperor Konchan snapped back to his senses, his eyes wide open as he shouted in disbelief, "How is this possible? Both the northern and southern passes are being invaded, but how is there an invader in the west too?" At this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of pressure and crisis. Apart from the Blood Demon tribe and the forbidden zone of ancient demons, who else is coming? But Emperor Konchan had no time to think too much. He knew that no matter who the enemy was, he had to defend the line immediately. Bang! In an instant, he left the camp, reached the defense line, and unleashed the full power of his peak emperor cultivation. In that instant, the entire Imperial Pass defense line trembled, and a deafening roar erupted. Faintly, Emperor Konchan felt a sense of pressure in the air. He gritted his teeth and shouted fiercely, "Stop, all who approach! This is the Imperial Alliance's established Imperial defense line. Outsiders must stop here. No one is allowed to approach without permission. Leave now." Now, he wanted to intimidate the unknown enemy once and for all. But as the words of the Emperor of Empty Cicada fell, the world fell into silence. No one responded. Just as the Emperor of Empty Cicada frowned, preparing to speak again. The Imperial Alliance? Just ants. Get lost. A cold voice rolled in, yet no figure appeared. Before the person arrived, the mere cold shout made the heavens and earth change color. As the final word fell, a terrifying shockwave swept over, shaking the entire defense line violently, twisting the very heavens and earth. Under this shock, Put! The Emperor of Empty Cicada's expression changed drastically, his peak emperor cultivation suppressed in an instant, blood spurted from his mouth as he staggered backward. But it didn't end there. Under this terrifying shock, the world twisted, and the entire defense line's buildings turned to ash without any warning, disappearing in an instant. In the raging storm, the Emperor of Empty Cicada was directly crushed by a single word, falling toward the ground, blood pouring from his mouth, looking utterly wretched, with no power to resist. As for the others, they were even more helpless under the pressure, some unable to withstand the terrifying force, turning into blood mist with thunderous explosions, their bodies and souls annihilated. The wind and sand filled the sky. The defense line completely collapsed, and all defensive measures disintegrated in an instant. In just a few breaths, without even seeing the enemy, the defending army suffered heavy casualties, instantly falling into endless panic. Chapter 33, The Truth Revealed. The Emperor of Empty Cicada trembles. The terrifying shockwave rampaged. Countless lives were lost on the entire Western Imperial defense line, even the cities behind the defense line suffered immense damage, and no formation or resistance was of any use. Faced with such overwhelming terror, the defense line was completely helpless to stop it, not even having the qualification to defend. How can they be so terrifying? The Emperor of Empty Cicada trembled and kneeled, struggling to raise his head and look ahead, horrified and speechless. The others couldn't even manage to raise their heads, they were firmly pressed to the ground, constantly screaming in fear. After a moment, boom, boom, boom. The sound of footsteps came. The world shook, the very space seemed to crack. The Emperor of Empty Cicada's scalp exploded as he felt an overwhelming pressure, his cultivation completely suppressed, the terrifying aura crashing down. Boom! When he saw Gu Fan's figure, his mind instantly exploded. It was a young man with a cold expression, walking step by step from beyond the defense line. Each step seemed to be a displacement, his deep eyes revealing a chilling murderous intent, his entire aura making the world lose its color, with the surrounding space warping. Only one person. Yet he felt as if he were the ruler of heaven and earth, even the way of heaven couldn't be compared to him. This pressure surpassed any emperor he had ever faced, even an emperor-level expert couldn't compare. Gu Fan didn't pause for a moment, ignoring everyone below, walking step by step toward the rear. Boom! The massive booming sounds continued, as if in his eyes, everyone was just ants. Not worth even a glance. But the Emperor of Empty Cicada looked at Gu Fan, who was dressed in white like snow, his aura terrifying. His mind had no impression of him. Who is this person? His mind shook violently, feeling suffocated. Such an existence was too terrifying, far beyond what he could resist. Even the other party gave him an extreme sense of danger. So, facing Gu Fan, the Emperor of Empty Cicada didn't dare to make any obstruction, staring blankly at Gu Fan's figure as he gradually walked away in fear. But beside him, the pale-faced envoy of the Imperial Alliance seemed to remember something, suddenly becoming agitated, exclaiming, That's the Sin Emperor of the Gu family. It's him, it really is him, I saw his portrait in the Imperial Alliance before. The Sin Emperor of the Gu family has returned. Damn it, The body trembled violently. When he finally saw Gu Fan in person, even though his appearance seemed young, it was still strikingly similar to the portrait he had seen, and he was certain that he hadn't made a mistake. But when it came to Gu Fan's return, he still couldn't believe it, his heart was in shock, and a strong sense of unease rose up within him. Hearing this, the Emperor of Kongchan looked at the Empire Alliance envoy who was in a particularly disarrayed state, his mouth gaping open in shock. That is actually the ancestor of the Gu family, one of the first-generation emperors, the only surviving emperor among the 10 great emperors, the magnificent emperor of the sky, he really has returned. His shock was beyond words, his body trembling in horror. But at this moment, this matter is of great importance, I must quickly send this news back. The envoy sent by the Alliance struggled to get up, without any hesitation, preparing to leave. But the next second, the void in the distance twisted. Gu Fan's figure returned, a cold smile on his lips. Then, you. The envoy of the Empire Alliance trembled all over, and the moment his gaze met Gu Fan's, his eyeball exploded with a bang. His body also exploded into a mist of blood without any warning. A few drops of scalding blood splattered onto the face of the Emperor of Kongchan, his pupils suddenly widening. Boom! He stood frozen in place, as though struck by lightning, his eyes wide in fear as he stared at the blood mist beside him. An emperor, just like that, had fallen? Gu Fan didn't pay any attention to the Emperor of Kongchan, who was enveloped in fear. He coldly sneered and said, "A mere ant dares to call me a sinner, Emperor?" The world grew dim, and the cold words echoed in the air. Everything fell into dead silence. The Emperor of Kongchan stood dumbfounded, trembling as he looked up at Gu Fan in the distance, gasping with dry mouth and tongue. At this moment, Gu Fan looked at the Emperor of Kongchan, whose face was filled with disbelief and fear, and coldly said, "What? Are you going to stop me?" Instantly, the Emperor of Kongchan shivered, shaking his head wildly, stammering, "No. I dare not." As he spoke, he lowered his head. Gu Fan snorted coldly and was about to leave. But wait. The Emperor of Kongchan, with his head lowered, trembled even more. Finally, gathering his courage, he looked up and, with a stiff face, called out to Gu Fan. When he saw Gu Fan turn his gaze toward him, he uncontrollably knelt down again. But in search of the truth, the Emperor of Kongchan, pale-faced, trembling, asked, "Gu, Emperor of Sky, is it true what the Empire Alliance said about you and the other 9 first-generation emperors being sinners, that 9,000 years ago, you left Lingshu Heaven to guard the abyss of demons?" Gu Fan furrowed his brow slightly, looking coldly at the Emperor of Kongchan, his eyes revealing a chilling killing intent. Seeing this, the Emperor of Kongchan realized he had been misunderstood and quickly explained, "This Emperor, no, the junior meant no offense, I am a descendant of the subordinate forces created by the Brahma Heaven Emperor, who once received the Brahma Emperor's favor. Naturally, I do not believe you are a sinner emperor, I only want to know the truth. Is what the Empire Alliance said true? I sincerely ask you to tell me." After speaking, he bowed deeply and knocked his head heavily. Then, he raised his head again, his eyes no longer avoiding, only seeking the truth. Gufan squinted his eyes, snorting coldly. "Sinner Emperor?" His killing intent grew stronger in his heart, and he coldly said, "No one in this world has the right to call us sinner emperors, nor does anyone have the right to judge us. For 90,000 years, we have guarded the abyss of demons, sealing off the repeated uprisings of the Blood Demon clan. The other 9 emperors have fought countless battles, all for the righteousness in our hearts, until their lifespans were exhausted and they fell in the abyss of demons. From beginning to end, what sin is there? On the contrary, Lingshu Heaven is the real betrayer." The Emperor of Kongchan, upon hearing this, turned pale, trembling, his mouth open but unable to speak. Seeing this, Gufan gave a self-deprecating smile and coldly said, "The so-called truth no longer matters. We have guarded the abyss of demons for 90,000 years, only to be treated like this, so it's better to fulfill your desires and destroy this world to make it more painless." With that, he laughed wildly with killing intent. The entire world was filled with terrifying killing aura. Without hesitation, Gufan's figure disappeared. The Emperor of Kongchan's mind was buzzing. His body trembled as he collapsed to the ground, his pale face constantly changing expressions. The Empire Alliance. What a great Empire Alliance. In the end, he let out a miserable laugh, his eyes bloodshot, and he crazily shouted, "White Emperor, you have deceived all of us, just to rule for yourself. Ha ha ha. What's laughable is that there are still so many people who believe it. The ancient demon life Forbidden Zone and the Blood Demon tribe invasion were all orchestrated by the Bright Heaven Emperor, his return is for revenge. White Emperor, it's over for you, it's over for the Empire Alliance, and it's over for Lingshu Sky. This time, no one will guard the demon abyss, how will you resist the Bright Heaven Emperor's revenge?" A series of miserable laughs echoed through the sky. The Emperor of Empty Cicada knew everything was over, as if he had lost all his strength, stumbling to his feet. The end of Lingshu Sky is coming. His empty gaze looked in the direction Gufan had left, muttering hoarsely. To make both the Blood Demon tribe and the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone invade Lingshu Sky, these former Bright Heaven Emperors were no longer at the Emperor level, and having returned alone, how could they not have full confidence? But all of this, without a doubt, is Lingshu Sky's own doing. Chapter 34, The Fury of the Xian Family, Will This Imperial Weapon Never Submit? Inside Lingshu Sky, in the western region, Xianyun State. This place was hundreds of miles away from the Western Imperial defense line, and there existed a massive imperial family that had already risen. The imperial family Xian family was the of a state. Within the Xian family, 3 terrifying emperor-level auras continuously exploded, causing terrifying waves that triggered strange phenomena, startling the entire Xianyun state. The 3 emperors of the Xian family are trying again? One by one, strong cultivators extended their divine senses, but it seemed they were already used to this and no longer found it strange. And the Xian family, an ancient imperial family, was once one of the 10 greatest imperial families, a subordinate power of the Gu family, one of their followers. The ancestor of the Xian family was once one of the many servants by Gufan's side. 90,000 years have passed, and the ancestor of the Xian family, who failed to reach a higher realm, has long since passed away, and the former Bright Heaven Emperor has already become a criminal emperor. But with the favor granted by Gufan before his departure, the Xian family, after tens of thousands of years of development, had already become one of the top forces in Lingshu Sky. 3 emperors in one family, their status was supreme. They even occupied Xianyun State, becoming the of the entire region. At this moment, within the forbidden ground of the Xian family, 3 figures were unleashing their cultivation without holding back, all of them emperors, trying to fully control and make the imperial weapon left by Gufan recognize them as its master. Now, they had long betrayed the Gu family and were among the many defectors. At this moment, the entire Lingshu Sky knew that the Empire Alliance was about to destroy the Gu family, so they planned to control the imperial weapon and use it to rightfully claim a share when the Gu family was destroyed. Damn it, you have awakened, the Gu family's criminal emperor may still be alive, but he is no different from a dead man, why are you still so loyal? If you don't submit and recognize us as masters, we will never get it, and you will perish with the Gu family. The Gu family will be destroyed, the criminal emperor of the Gu family will not return, the Empire Alliance will not give him a chance, submitting to us is your only choice. The 3 emperors activated their cultivation, each shouting in turn. The forbidden ground rumbled. Before the 3 emperors of the Xian family, a long sword, completely black and shining with cold light, exuding terrifying murderous aura, floated in the void, locked within a barrier by 3 red chains infused with emperor-level cultivation. This sword was the companion sword of Gufan before his rise, and after becoming an emperor, it had been forged with a large amount of rare heavenly materials, and before leaving, a drop of imperial blood had been fused into it, leaving it with the Xian family for protection and absorption of cultivation, with only one request: if the Gu family faced any danger, it would help. But, after the death of the Xian family's ancestor and the decline of the Gu family, the Xian family had grown over long years, and they had long forgotten this matter. When the Empire Alliance suppressed the Gu family, the Xian family was actually one of the first accomplices. And this black sword, which had merged with a drop of Gufan's blood, had undergone long slumber and had already advanced into an imperial weapon, giving birth to a weapon spirit. Buzz. Although it had not yet taken shape. Under the pressure of the barrier and the cultivation suppression from the three great emperors, it expressed its anger, erupting with a terrifying aura, unwilling to submit, struggling madly. The overwhelming killing intent stirred a storm in the Forbidden Land, rampaging wildly. Even under the terrifying suppression, this imperial weapon remained unyielding, even if it risked destruction, even as its aura gradually weakened, its glow growing dimmer. Seeing that the imperial weapon still refused to yield and resisted fiercely, with all three of them attacking together to suppress it, yet still to no avail, unable to harm it in the slightest. Damn it, why is this sword spirit so stubborn? Is it willing to die rather than yield? Damn thing, infused with a trace of the blood of the Sin Emperor of the Gu family, who would have thought it would grow into an imperial weapon, and now, before it has fully awakened, it's already this troublesome. After all, this was the sword that once accompanied the Sin Emperor, and the Gu family Sin Emperor was indeed an extraordinary genius. After his forging, even after 90,000 years, this sword still cannot be tamed or controlled. Although they were angry, they had to admit that this imperial weapon was far beyond ordinary imperial weapons, and that Gufan was terrifying. In the end, they had no choice but to stop. After all, they couldn't bear to destroy such a terrifying imperial weapon. Among them, the Emperor Xianyi, dressed in Dao robes, looked towards the oldest and most powerful old man in black, his expression full of worry as he asked. Father, it has already been confirmed that the Gu family Sin Emperor is returning to Lingshu Heaven. We have betrayed the Gu family. If he truly returns, will the Xian family be targeted? After all, he hasn't died yet. After all, they had been paying attention to the events that had occurred in Zhengzhou. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xianyu immediately snorted coldly, disdain in his eyes, saying, I naturally know the Sin Emperor of the Gu family is not dead, but what does it matter? Now, the Imperial Alliance has already dominated Lingshu Heaven. The Gu family Sin Emperor has thoroughly offended the Imperial Alliance. Even if he can return, how could the Imperial Alliance allow him to live? 2 Imperial gates have been breached. While he may have had some involvement in this, the Alliance leader has said that within 10 days, everything will be settled, and within a month, they will use this opportunity to flatten the abyss of demons. What is there to worry about? Upon hearing this, Emperor Xianyi fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Emperor Xiangung chuckled lightly and agreed. Second brother, the Gu family Sin Emperor is a thing of the past. The Imperial Alliance will create an entirely new era. Once the Gu family Sin Emperor returns, his fate is extinction, and the Gu family won't last much longer. It is precisely because the Sin Emperor will die that we must quickly erase the mark from this imperial weapon and fully control it. Otherwise, once the Sin Emperor of the Gu family falls, this imperial weapon will become masterless, and the Imperial Alliance will not leave it for us. When the Imperial Alliance wants something, they will get it. So this matter cannot be delayed any longer. Only by making it truly belong to the Xian family will the Imperial Alliance not interfere. Hearing his father and elder brother's words, Emperor Xianyi's worry faded away, and he no longer hesitated, nodding seriously. Then, the 3 father and sons looked once again at the extraordinary black sword. After long periods of effort and suppression, they now felt exhausted, their hearts filled with anger and unwillingness. Emperor Xianyu's eyes flashed with brutality as he said coldly, We gave you a chance, but you refused. Since you are so loyal, then don't blame me. If we cannot obtain it, no one else will. This is your final chance. 3 breaths. If you do not submit, we, father and sons, will strike. Even if we cannot control you, we will reduce you to ashes. Will you submit or not? Under this threat, Emperor Xiangung and Emperor Xianyi unleashed their imperial cultivation once again, ready to strike at any moment to destroy the imperial weapon. If they couldn't get it, then they would destroy it. But under this threat, the black sword remained unmoved, as if it didn't care at all whether it was destroyed or not. 3 breaths passed, and Emperor Xianyu's eyes flashed with a hint of regret, but soon he showed a cold, enraged smile and said, Good, very good. Since that's the case. As he spoke, a dark light suddenly flashed in his hand, and a terrifying aura erupted. Suddenly, the black sword violently trembled, as if it had gone mad, constantly struggling and emitting an even more astonishing, terrifying aura. It let out bursts of sword cries, as if cheering and celebrating. Chapter 35, Feeling the breath of Gufan, the imperial weapon soars to the sky. The entire forbidden area rumbled once again. V-room. V-room. The black sword continued to emit sword cries, struggling in a highly human-like manner, trying to break free from its restraints. Seeing this scene, what is this? The father and son of the Xian family were instantly stunned, utterly confused, looking at each other in bewilderment. Soon, Emperor Xianyu suddenly became overjoyed and excitedly said, It must be afraid now, it must want to submit and recognize its master. After all, it has finally become an imperial weapon, and with the birth of a sword spirit, it surely does not want to be destroyed. Following the Sin Emperor would only be its shame. He laughed loudly, thinking that his previous threat had worked, and immediately moved forward. With this imperial weapon, the Xian family would gain even more protection and combat power. To be precise, it would be no different from having 4 emperors sitting in position. Under the eager gazes of his 2 sons. Do not resist next. I will erase the Sin Emperor's mark and then re-recognize a new master. Emperor Xianyu laughed and ordered, his hands glowing with dark light, ready to press down. The next second. Bang! The black sword erupted with an overwhelming sense of hostility and terrifying killing power. Emperor Xianyu's face darkened, and in his hurried defense, his body was directly blasted away. You! He suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot. However, the black sword completely ignored him, its aura growing more violent, struggling and trembling uncontrollably. Because at this moment, it sensed an incredibly familiar aura. The aura of its master. Crack! The black sword seemed to go mad, even though it was tightly bound by chains, it used all its strength to break free, trying to shatter the barrier. Thus, bang! 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 It crazily collided with the barrier that confined it, disregarding everything to escape from this place. Seeing the imperial weapon suddenly go berserk, the 3 men from the Xian family looked grim, completely bewildered. Because in their eyes, this was no different from self-destruction. Immediately recognize me as your master, or I will destroy you. Emperor Xianyu had completely lost patience and coldly shouted, issuing an ultimatum. However, the black sword, now an imperial weapon, paid no attention and continued to struggle violently, trying to break free and leave. Its actions completely enraged Emperor Xianyu, and in a fit of fury, he roared, Good, good, good. It seems you are determined to die with the Sin Emperor of the Gu family. Since that's the case, I will grant you death and let you be utterly destroyed. He trembled with rage, suddenly looking at his 2 sons behind him, deciding not to waste any more time and intending to destroy it completely. Emperor Xiangung and Emperor Xianyi frowned and nodded, fully mobilizing their cultivation to strike. But before the father and sons could act, Little Black, come. A calm voice suddenly sounded, echoing through the heavens and earth, and it entered the forbidden area of the Xian family. The voice was not loud, but it made the entire world fall into deathly silence. Upon hearing this, the 3 emperors of the Xian family were all stunned, suddenly looking up, staring at the sky outside the Xian family. Who is it? Their minds were unstable, and their auras became chaotic at this very moment. A simple sentence, yet it made them all sense an overwhelming danger. And the next second, the sky changed color, losing its luster. Space was torn apart. A terrifying pressure descended upon the forbidden area. Crack! It tore apart the barrier in the forbidden area, destroying the crimson chains formed by the Emperor's cultivation that were binding the black sword. With a rumble, the black sword was completely free. In an instant, the black sword let out a joyful sword cry, its excitement unprecedentedly strong. Just as the 3 emperors of the Xian family were lost in disbelief. Swish! The black sword turned into a streak of black light, directly flying out of the forbidden area, heading straight for a rift in the void outside the Xian family. It didn't leave, stopping in front of the rift, constantly emitting sword cries. It seemed to be calling for something. What? What is going on here? The Xianyu Emperor and others widened their eyes, completely unable to believe what was happening before them. At this moment, no one had appeared yet, but with just one casual sentence from the opponent, the Emperor weapon immediately ran out obediently. Even from the beginning, the tearing of space, the broken barrier, and the collapsing restraints all happened too quickly, so fast that no one could react. It was mind-blowing. Moments later, the father and son trio came to their senses, anger rising in their hearts, killing intent surging to the skies. Who the hell is playing tricks? Come out. The Xianyu Emperor's face darkened to the extreme as he stared at the crack in the void, roaring with boundless rage. Then, boom! 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 The world exploded with loud sounds. From the crack, footsteps could be heard. As the heavens and earth twisted, a white figure stepped out from the crack in the void. As soon as it appeared, the entire world began to shake violently, as if it could collapse at any moment. It was none other than Gu Fan himself. And his appearance instantly caused the black sword to continuously hum with excitement, circling around him with unmatched enthusiasm. Gu Fan glanced at the black sword, lightly smiled, and took slow, deliberate steps into the Xian family's territory. Each step appeared ordinary, but in reality, it caused the world to tremble, with booming sounds as if the world was pleading. This scene directly left the Xianyu Emperor and his son, who had just chased out of the Forbidden Land, stunned. Their hearts shook violently as they gazed at Gu Fan with horror in their eyes. This. What shocked them even more was that the previously bound Emperor weapon was now following the young man's side, as obedient as a docile pet. To think that all three of them, being emperors, had tried countless times but could not get close or control the unyielding Emperor weapon. Yet now, because of one sentence from this unfamiliar white-clad young man, the Emperor weapon seemed to be currying favor, constantly humming happily and sticking close to him. It seemed as if it was shamelessly clinging to him, even offering itself to him. At this moment, Gu Fan still didn't look at the Xian family father and son. Instead, he looked at the black sword and lightly smiled. "All right, be quiet for a moment." Whir. The black sword emitted a sound that seemed to express grievance. This made Gu Fan chuckle and shake his head. "Didn't I come back?" Whir. The black sword, now affectionately called Little Black, hummed again and kept sticking to Gu Fan, unwilling to stop. Gu Fan, seeing this, a look of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. "You've suffered all these years." The black sword stuck even tighter, its hum now like a sob, as if fearing that Gu Fan would disappear the next second. Gu Fan didn't stop it. "Don't worry, I won't leave you this time, and those who made you suffer all these years, I'll make them pay." Gu Fan stroked the sword hilt, speaking slowly, each word carrying a sense of coldness despite the reassurance. Upon hearing this, the black sword froze, and then joyfully nodded, happily spinning around. This scene was as if the three emperors of the Xian family had turned into submissive dogs, chasing after a goddess they could never have, who now lowered her usual proud demeanor and became another's loyal companion, or perhaps like a little wife, no longer the unyielding weapon they once controlled. Chapter 36, How dare you control the emperor weapon of this emperor? At this moment, the world was silent. The Xian family father and son also became quiet, staring in shock at the scene unfolding in the void. What? Why is the emperor weapon so close to that worthless man? Even though they were emperors, they were still dumbfounded by the sight before them, dry mouths and all. The shock in their hearts had reached an unimaginable level. They knew that the sword had undergone countless suppressions, with all kinds of methods and threats being used. Yet, they could never make it re-acknowledge its master. But now, it was so close to a strange man they had no memory of. Damn it! Emperor Xianyi's face revealed a fierce expression, his hands clenched into fists in his sleeves, making cracking sounds. Emperor Xian Geng, who stood beside him, was equally confused. Frowning, he said in a deep voice, "Who the hell is this little bastard?" With just one sentence from him, the emperor weapon, which refused to acknowledge its master, is now so eager to get close to him? It shouldn't be possible. After the shock, the two of them felt like this scene was a dream, too unreal. Especially Emperor Xianyu, who immediately felt a raging anger rising in his heart. How is this possible? He couldn't accept that the imperial weapon, which he had failed to reclaim, was so close and so proactive with someone he had never even met, and his eyes trembled, ready to tear apart. Under the bitterness and anger, his expression became particularly fierce. Because Gu Fan appeared too young, even though he could easily tear space apart, break through forbidden barriers, and didn't believe that the Gu family's sinful emperor could return safely, he hadn't thought about Gu Fan at all. In the extreme imbalance within his heart, he yelled, "Little beast, if you don't want to die, hand over the sword." Emperor Xianyu soared into the sky, his eyes fixed on Gu Fan as he roared, "No matter who you are, offending the Xian family will leave you with no place to be buried." He gritted his teeth, and the killing intent in his eyes was unhidden. Emperor Xian Geng and Xianyi also soared into the air, coldly watching Gu Fan, who was interacting harmoniously with the imperial weapon, their expressions dark. "You dog, either hand over the imperial weapon, or die. You've trespassed the Xian family without cause and deserve death. Hand over the sword immediately, or we will kill you." Their faces twisted, each word filled with threats and overwhelming killing intent. In an instant, the three father and son unleashed their imperial power, shaking the heavens and locking down the area, raising a terrifying storm that swept in all directions. The earth-shattering pressure descended. Gu Fan remained unmoved, but in his seemingly calm eyes, a shocking, heart-pounding killing intent was rising. "Little Black, are these three noisy ants trapping you and suppressing you so much?" He didn't pay attention to the Xian family father and son, but instead looked at the black sword and asked softly. Instantly, the black sword, as if it had a soul, frantically nodded towards Gu Fan, emitting a series of sword cries, with a hint of grievance. Gu Fan nodded and said, "I understand, after today, the Xian family will no longer exist." His words were calm, but they contained an endless storm. The black sword again chirped joyfully. Upon hearing Gu Fan's words, the Xian family father and son realized they were being ignored and spoken to with arrogance in front of them, making them even more furious. Emperor Xianyu's face darkened to the point it could almost drip with water, and with boiling killing intent, he coldly shouted, "Little beast, you have such bold words. If you don't return the imperial weapon now, I will kill your whole family, I will kill everyone related to you. Now, come over and present the imperial weapon, kneel and beg for mercy, and I may spare your life." This time, it was no longer a threat, he was clearly ready to take action. However, when Gu Fan heard this, he couldn't help but laugh, his laughter cold as ice. The descendants of a mere dog really have such big words, even if Xin Qingshan stood before me, he wouldn't dare bark like this. He grinned coldly, saying with great interest, "You three beasts have some guts, interesting." His voice seemed to come from the nine hells, causing the heavens and earth to lose their warmth. Upon hearing this, the Xian family father and son's faces changed instantly, their hearts shocked. He actually knows the name of the ancestor? They had never expected the other party to mention their ancestor's name, and to say it so casually. But the ancestor had passed away nearly 90,000 years ago. Who exactly is this seemingly young man? What is his identity? In the midst of doubt, Emperor Xianyu was the first to regain his composure from the shock, his expression wary as he asked, "You know the Xian family's ancestor?" Gu Fan remained silent, merely nodding. Emperor Xianyu's heart shook even more, his breath quickening as he asked, "What is your relationship with the ancestor?" "Xian Qingshan? In the past, he was just one of the dogs I raised." Gu Fan spoke nonchalantly. When these words fell, boom! The father and son of the Xian family simultaneously widened their eyes, their faces turning black with fury. They were certain that the other party was humiliating them. Not only was the ancestor being humiliated, but they were also being humiliated in front of them. With faces full of rage, Emperor Xiangung completely lost his patience, and his imperial cultivation erupted fully, stepping forward fiercely. However, Gu Fan did not give them a chance to strike. At this moment, he raised his eyes, and killing intent exploded. When your ancestors once crawled like dogs before this emperor, I'm sure they never thought their descendants would dare to be so bold. If he were still alive today, he would kneel and beg for mercy before me. He grasped the black sword, now an imperial weapon, feeling the familiar sensation, and suddenly shouted, "Today, I shall use this sword to sever the unfilial, unkind, and unjust descendants of yours." As the words fell, the black sword in Gu Fan's hand vibrated with excitement, and he struck down suddenly. Swish! The sword's cry rang out, and a sword aura that spanned 1,000 miles, tearing through the heavens, rushed out in an instant. The sword aura contained the purest killing energy, carrying destructive waves that shattered everything in its path, and the Xian family's protective formation collapsed before it could even activate. With this sword, the universe trembled, and the heavens shook. Seeing this scene, Xianyu Emperor was furious. "Arrogant dog, dare to insult my family's ancestor. Even if you return the imperial weapon, today, you will have no place to be buried." Emperor Xianyu was shocked, but in his rage, he roared, "If you do not die today, the Xian family will never rest until you are dead." Unable to bear such a provocation any longer, he immediately threw a punch with all his might. The shocking punch spread like a storm, with bizarre phenomena appearing in the heavens and earth. It was the underworld. The netherworld of Yomi. Furthermore, Emperor Xiangung and Emperor Xianyi immediately struck without holding back. Boom! The heavens and earth exploded, and the trembling intensified. The space around them continued to collapse, turning into nothingness. Under Emperor Xianyi's attack, countless purple runes appeared in the sky, pouring down toward Gu Fan. Each rune contained the strength of an emperor, and with a deafening boom, they shattered the heavens and the earth. And Emperor Xiangung's eyes ignited with pure white flames, reflecting Gu Fan's figure within them, while a thick aura of death spread outward. Die! With his loud shout, the heavens and earth showed Gu Fan's figure. Then, the virtual shadow of Gu Fan in the world was forcefully torn apart. This imperial technique destroys the shadow, kills the man. Chapter 37, One Sword to Sever Two Emperors, Now It's Your Turn. Seeing the three emperors of the Xian family attacking, Gu Fan's eyes were cold and indifferent, his words like ice. Ants seeking death. Facing the three of them working together, Gu Fan wasn't surprised at all. He only lightly waved his hand toward the front. In an instant, the images of the true forms in the sky and earth were restored to their original state. Then, the image transformed into the figure of Emperor Xiangung. Crack! The image shattered. Emperor Xiangung's expression changed drastically, and the white flames in his eyes suddenly extinguished violently. Ah! He suddenly spat out blood, and then, without warning, his eyes exploded, emitting a terrible scream. Especially as his clothes turned to fragments and blood-colored cracks appeared on his body. At this moment, he was nearly obliterated. The opponent just raised his hand, and he suffered such a backlash, almost falling. Emperor Xiangung was in unimaginable pain, and blood flowed from his hollow eye sockets, where his eyeballs had already exploded. Ah! Ah! In the immense pain, he kept trembling and screaming, his aura in disarray. Seeing this, Emperor Xianyu and Emperor Xianyi's faces changed drastically, but at this moment, the world-shattering sword aura had already rushed toward them. Boom! Their attacks collided with it, and the entire Xianyun state seemed to face the end of the world. No light in the sky, the terrifying shockwave rampaged in all directions. And in the collision, crack, crack. Boom, boom, boom. The underworld of Yomi that Emperor Xianyu manifested began to collapse uncontrollably, large sections shattering irreversibly. Countless strange purple runes summoned by Emperor Xianyi, even with their emperor's strength, were unable to stop the sword aura even a little, rapidly dissipating at extreme speed. Both of them had given it their all, but in an instant, they were destroyed. In a flash, they both spat out blood and trembled. On the other hand, the thousand-mile destructive sword aura that Gu Fan unleashed continued to slash through the void, sweeping downward with terrifying momentum. Emperor Xianyu's pupils suddenly contracted, and the soul trembled in horror as he shouted, "How is this possible?" In this moment, he sensed the ultimate danger. Even, the cultivation within him was suppressed. But just as Emperor Xianyu was trapped in shock, unable to escape. Boom! The sword energy that Gu Fan slashed out continued to fall, terrifying and vast. The target was none other than Emperor Xianyi, whose breath had already withered before him, and Emperor Xiangung, who was suffering from a backlash, disheveled and miserable. Gu Fan coldly spoke, "Exterminate." One word, and the heavens and earth fell silent. It directly trapped the space where the two emperors were. The descending sword energy suddenly became even more violent, and wherever it passed, the void collapsed, showing vast, shocking emptiness. This time, the heavens and earth began to collapse beneath this sword energy. The deafening roar thundered on endlessly. In an instant, Emperor Xiangung and Emperor Xianyi both felt themselves separated from the heavens and earth, an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloping them, and an unshakable fear grew in their hearts. "No, no! Father, save me!" In their soul-crushing panic, they screamed madly, continuously calling for help behind them. Because at this moment, all they could do was tremble, they could no longer move. The young man in white, who was close to the imperial weapon, was far stronger than them, even showing a crushing momentum from the very beginning. In the face of ultimate fear, the two emperors, their faces drained of color, could only tremble violently. Emperor Xianyu saw his two sons about to be slain by the sword energy, his face changing wildly, and with a chilling roar, he shouted at Gu Fan, "No!" He wanted to help, but was firmly suppressed, unable to make a move. Moreover, he had a strong intuition that if he tried to stop the sword energy, he would certainly perish. And in that brief moment of distraction, SSSSS. The sword energy, like a flood, carried overwhelming killing intent as it descended. The screams of Emperor Xiangung and Emperor Xianyi suddenly stopped, their bodies freezing stiff as if they had been frozen in the void. The entire Xian family's domain trembled with the fall of the sword energy, revealing a terrifying, massive rift that spread wildly, stretching as far as the eye could see. The heavens and earth were covered in shadow, and everything fell silent. Under Emperor Xianyu's terrified gaze. Bang! Bang! The life force of Emperor Xiangung and Emperor Xianyi was erased, their souls had not even escaped before they were shredded by the terrifying sword energy within their bodies exploding with a loud bang. The sky was filled with blood, spraying in all directions. Two thick clouds of blood mist appeared. The sky began to crack, showing signs of collapse, and even the repair speed was slowing down. The earth sank. It seemed as if the entire world was about to turn to nothing under this one sword. The death of the two emperors made the heavens and earth emit a mournful cry of the great Tao. Crash! Their blood fell to the ground like rain, looking horrifying. The air was filled with sorrow. When the roar stopped, the scene was dead silent. And for Gu Fan, killing the two emperors was as simple as crushing two ants, as he coldly gazed at the already twisted heavens and earth. "Now, it's your turn." He coldly looked at Emperor Xianyu and spoke in an icy tone. With this sentence, the temperature of the heavens and earth plummeted, and the surrounding void was covered in a layer of frost. Facing the traitor, Gu Fan would show no mercy, his return was for the reckoning and then to leave with his people. If the Xian family was like this, then what about those other forces? He muttered in his heart, and his gaze suddenly became extremely cold. And at this moment, with Gu Fan's cold words echoing. Boom! Emperor Xianyu's thoughts were violently pulled back from shock, his body trembling uncontrollably, staring at the place where his two sons had died. The two emperors of the Xian family had just died like this. He couldn't even save them. Endless sadness surged in his heart, and he screamed in a trembling voice, "No!" The two sons he was most proud of, the ones who were supposed to become the emperor of the Tao, had just died in front of him. In an instant, Emperor Xianyu could not accept it, his face drained of color, his expression twisted as he looked at Gu Fan, roaring with extreme fear, Why? Who are you really?" From the beginning, he never imagined that the other party's strength would be so terrifying, even slaying two emperors with one sword. If he were not the primary target, he would have already turned to dust. The scenes before had already made him suspect. But he dared not believe it. Gu Fan heard this, looking mockingly at the Emperor Xianyu, whose mind was already overtaken by fear. He sneered and said, "Didn't I already tell you earlier? Xian Qingshan was just a dog raised by me. This sword was left by me for the Xian family, now it's simply returning to its rightful owner. Is that so hard to understand?" He gently caressed the black sword in his hand, which was emitting a joyful sword hum, and asked quietly in return. Chapter 38, The Fall of the Emperor. What happened to the Xian family? Gu Fan's words were like a rolling thunder. Boom! The twisted face of Emperor Xianyu suddenly froze, a chill rushing up to his crown, his body trembling in fear as he looked at Gu Fan, gasping for cold air. Returning to its rightful owner. At that moment, Emperor Xianyu's scalp felt like it was about to explode. He finally confirmed his previous suspicion, his body uncontrollably trembling as he staggered back. You. He backed away, his face drained of color, trembling as he spoke. But with all his disbelief, he could not finish a single sentence. In his eyes, the other party should not have appeared in Lingshu heaven at all. A moment later, Emperor Xianyu's heart surged with turbulent waves, his pupils dilating. He screamed in horror, Gu family's sinful emperor, the Huangtian emperor from 90,000 years ago. How? How could you come back? Impossible. How could the Imperial Alliance allow you to live and return? He had no choice but to believe that the sinful emperor of the Gu family had truly returned. But what exactly is the Imperial Alliance doing? Why would the Imperial Alliance allow the sinful emperor to return to Lingshu heaven? Damn it! Emperor Xianyu thought of the deaths of his two sons, his body trembling more violently, his heart roaring incessantly. The sinful emperor of the Gu family has returned, and the Imperial Alliance hasn't noticed? At this moment, Gu Fan looked at Emperor Xianyu, who was completely overtaken by shock, and he no longer cared to deal with him, but slowly raised the black sword in his hand. Just the descendant of a dog from the past, a mere insect, wants to touch my imperial weapon. His tone was cold, and he immediately shouted, "Before the destruction of the Xian family, I will grant you death." As his words fell, the black sword in his hand emitted waves of sword hums, and the sky began to change color. Endless black clouds suddenly appeared, and endless thunder poured down madly. The boundless phenomena exploded, creating a terrifying storm, and the entire world began to crack again. Seeing this scene, Emperor Xianyu's mind was violently shaken, and his fear could no longer be suppressed. Sinful Emperor, the Xian family has submitted to the Imperial Alliance. You cannot kill me. His face drained of color, knowing he was no match for Gu Fan, he hurriedly roared in a frantic attempt to threaten. The Imperial Alliance is the ruler of Lingshu heaven, superior to any force in Lingshu heaven. No one is their opponent. If you, the sinful emperor, kill me, the Imperial Alliance will never let you go, and the Gu family will be buried with you. This is no longer 90,000 years ago, and you are just the sinful emperor despised by Lingshu heaven. There is no place for you, no place for the Gu family here. One threat after another echoed through the heavens and earth. Gu Fan listened, baring his teeth in a cold smile, mocking, "As for what happens to me, a dead person need not worry. But don't worry, after you die, the Imperial Alliance will bury you with it." With that, he immediately slashed out with his sword. This time, the entire sky cracked apart. This sword was like a sword from the heavens, an endless terrifying sword energy falling from the void. Boom! The universe trembled, the earth split open. Under the sword, the world could not bear it, and the entire Xian family violently trembled. Even the entire Xian Yunzu began to roar violently at this moment. They were about to be reduced to dust under this sword. Emperor Xianyu saw this. Under the terrifying pressure that filled the heavens and the earth, he could not move, completely unqualified to resist. No! He screamed in horror, his body covered with numerous wounds under the fierce sword energy, bleeding profusely. With his disheveled hair, he looked completely miserable. His tragic appearance made it impossible to associate him with the emperor. The terrifying sword energy shattered everything, breaking through the void and rapidly approaching. It was only at this moment that Emperor Xianyu suddenly realized that the so-called Gujia Sin Emperor was no longer the mighty Emperor Huangtian from 90,000 years ago. His cultivation level had long surpassed the Emperor stage. Why is this happening? No! As the sword energy fell, his body trembled, letting out a chilling and heart-rending scream. In just an instant, he exploded with a tremendous bang. The world trembled wildly, with continuous booming sounds echoing. Another emperor had died. The entire Xian family, all three emperors, were wiped out. Then, the heavens and earth wailed in sorrow. A torrential rain of blood began to fall, covering the entire Xianyun state. The sky above was blood-red. The void in all directions twisted unbelievably, besides the roaring sounds. The death of the three emperors caused a strange phenomenon to unfold, and a mournful aura spread in all directions, sweeping across the entire Lingshu heaven. The entire world became unstable. Such a scene made countless people, and countless forces, feel terrified as they gasped in shock. What a terrifying phenomenon. What happened? What exactly is going on? The source seems to come from Xianyun State. Isn't that the place where the imperial family of the Xian family rules? How could such a strange phenomenon suddenly arise there? Such a phenomenon, such an aura. Emperor's demise. An emperor has fallen? If that's true, then it can only be the Xian family, but the Xian family has 3 emperors and submits to the Imperial Alliance. Who in Lingshu heaven would dare provoke them? The aura of an emperor's fall. Who has the guts to kill someone from the Imperial Alliance? Before, 2 Imperial defense lines were invaded, and the situation hasn't been resolved. Now, an emperor has fallen again in Lingshu heaven. What in the world happened? Something's wrong, we need to go check it out. Emperors and powerful figures from various forces felt the sorrow in the air, and everyone who sensed it was shaken, with their minds in turmoil as they frantically speculated. The Xian family was the overlord of Xianyun State and submitted to the Imperial Alliance, but now something had gone wrong. An emperor's fall. This was no small matter. In an instant, the entire Lingshu heaven felt the strange phenomenon that had appeared in the heavens and earth. Everyone's attention was drawn to Xianyun State, and one by one, powerful emperors rushed to investigate the situation. Meanwhile, in Central State, the Gu family. Thanks to the barrier set up by Gu Fan's law body, as long as the Gu family did not leave, they could remain safe. However, the heavenly phenomenon spread, and the noise was too great. Now, all the Gu family members were looking towards Xianyun State in shock. What a terrifying noise! What happened in Xianyun State? Such a phenomenon. An emperor has fallen? The emperor of Xianyun State. It must be the Xian family, the one that betrayed the Gu family, one of the current imperial families. What happened to them? Lingshu heaven has been invaded twice, and now an emperor from the Xian family has fallen. This is too suspicious. Their eyes were full of curiosity, and they could not stop discussing in shock. As for the traitor, the Xian family, they naturally felt no sorrow. If something really happened to them, it would be good news for the Gu family. At this moment, one elder of the Gu family murmured thoughtfully, "First, the imperial defense was invaded, and now there's a change in Xianyun State. Could it be the work of our ancestors?" Immediately, all the Gu family members were filled with excitement and turned their gazes to Xianyun State, their eyes full of intense anticipation. Chapter 39, The Full Revival of the Emperor's Weapon, announcing to the world. As the entire Lingshu heaven was shaken, the sky above the Xian family had turned into a scene of the apocalypse. Countless thunderbolts continued to pour down. Gu Fan held the black sword, and after destroying the 3 great emperors of the Xian family, he had no intention of stopping here. The Xian family must be destroyed. He suddenly shouted coldly, his expression indifferent as he activated his cultivation to swing out a sword that could destroy the world. A terrifying wave of destruction surged wildly, a sword aura with an annihilating breath rushed forward, tearing everything apart. Bang! 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 Where the sword aura passed, everything was obliterated. Not a single member of the Xian family had the chance to resist, and under their desperate screams, they were instantly erased. Besides that, grand buildings and mountains that coiled like giant dragons. As long as it belonged to the Xian family, everything turned to dust, vanishing without a trace under the sword. In just a moment's time, Xianyun Prefecture was completely in turmoil, and the dominant family of the province, the Xian family, even as an imperial family, vanished from the world without any warning. From this moment on, Lingshu Tian would no longer have the imperial family Xian family. After completing all of this, Little Black, after so many years, it's still easier for you to handle. Gu Fan looked at the black sword in his hand, the sword that had followed him in his killing spree to become an emperor, and couldn't help but sigh with a smile. A familiar feeling surged in his heart, causing a slight smile to appear on his cold face. As soon as these words were spoken, the black sword hummed, detached from Gu Fan's hand, joyfully flying around him. Seeing this, Gu Fan laughed out loud, grabbing it and saying, "Don't worry, I won't leave. From today on, I return, and it's time for those ungrateful fools to pay the price." When the last sentence was spoken, his gaze burst with boundless killing intent, chilling to the bone. The black sword once again sang in joy. At this moment, the sound of the system echoed in Gu Fan's mind. Ding! The host 100000. The host slayed the 3 emperors of the Xian family, destroyed the Xian family, changed the plot's direction, and gained 100,000 dark points. Congratulations to the host for completing 3 dark villain achievements, triggering extra rewards. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the Imperial weapon, which will now be upgraded to a semi-immortal weapon. Congratulations to the host for cultivation improvement, breaking through the Imperial realm barrier. Would you like to claim all rewards? The system's voice continued non-stop. Gu Fan's eyes gleamed sharply, a hint of satisfaction flashing through them as he heard the announcement. Claim. Without any hesitation, he immediately spoke. In an instant, A terrifying, vast power of cultivation surged into his body, causing the heavens and earth to tremble violently once again. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening sound shook the world in all directions. Gufan's cultivation skyrocketed. Mid-Imperial Ancestor. Late Imperial Ancestor. Peak Imperial Ancestor. Until this moment, when the world seemed on the verge of collapse, a more terrifying aura soared to the sky. A brilliant streak of light shot into the heavens. Tens of thousands of miles of light illuminated the entire world. An aura that surpassed the Imperial Ancestor realm suddenly swept out from Gufan, crossing the final stage of the Imperial realm, touching a new realm. Half-step true immortal. He felt the unprecedented improvement throughout his entire being and the transformation of his cultivation power. Immortal energy enveloped him, shimmering, his eyes constantly flickering as he murmured softly. Beyond the Imperial Ancestor, the next realm is true immortal. Though he had not yet truly stepped into the true immortal realm, his improvement was unprecedented. As the aura spread, the world twisted, everything in the heavens and earth submitting. Even the entire universe trembled and roared in this moment. Gufan could clearly feel that his strength had already surpassed several times what it was before, with a sense that no one in this world could stop him. The so-called righteousness, how laughable. He thought of the fall of the 9 former friends and their descendants, and couldn't help but laugh self-deprecatingly. At this moment, Gufan looked at the black sword in his hand, a satisfied smile on his face, and then released it, laughing lightly and saying, "Little Black, to be precise, you should be called Mo. You've been silent for so many years, I'm sorry for you. Now you no longer need to be silent, and you should truly awaken and completely transform. Let this announce to the Lingshu Tian the return of this emperor." The voice was like a roar, resounding through the sky, shaking the 8 directions. Mo heard the words, and the sword trembled wildly, emitting a joyful sword hum. In an instant, it shot straight into the sky. With the manifestation of the system's reward, it fully revived, suddenly bursting with terrifying aura, covering all directions. Boom! The earth trembled, the space twisted. A 10,000-meter black light engulfed the world, and the vast, earth-shaking aura began to rise. No longer was there a hint of concealment. Mo completely revived the aura that an emperor weapon should have, but it didn't stop. Instead, it continuously expanded at a terrifying speed, surpassing the aura of emperor weapons and fully erupting. The extreme killing intent was released, sweeping across all of Xian Yunzu, and even Lingshu Tian trembled because of it. Seeing this, Gufan's deep eyes were full of sharpness as he suddenly coldly shouted, "Lingshu Tian, this emperor has returned." With these words, the heavens and earth trembled. The entire Xian Yunzu couldn't bear it, and the earth at this moment cracked inch by inch. The voice fell. Buzz. Mo trembled, seemingly in agreement, as the terrifying aura of a half-step immortal weapon swept through. The surrounding void completely collapsed, revealing emptiness. And its unique aura, like a righteous storm, swept through with unstoppable speed, fully exposed to the heavens and earth, startling countless people. Before long, Mo, who had advanced to a half-step immortal weapon, returned. Gufan grasped it in his hand, sneering as he muttered, "Next, it's time for Lingshu Tian to truly feel fear." The icy words spread, causing even the heavenly will to tremble, yet it did not intervene. Without any intention of staying. Bang! Gufan took a step forward, his figure disappearing, and beneath him, the place of the Xinyan family, already reduced to ruins, was completely erased. At this moment in Lingshu Tian, with Gufan's breakthrough and the revival and advancement of Mo, it fell into even greater turmoil and horror. What is this aura, so terrifying? I feel this aura is somewhat familiar? I remember now, this is the sword that the Sin Emperor of the Gu family once left in the Xinyan family, the sword that has already become an emperor weapon, and has been in the Xinyan family's possession. Has it revived now? Impossible? The Sin Emperor of the Gu family hasn't returned yet, how could it revive? Wait, could it be? The situation has been confirmed, the Xinyan family has been destroyed, the Sin Emperor of the Gu family has returned, and the emperor weapon has completely revived and been taken away. What? The Sin Emperor of the Gu family really returned? How is this possible? How could his speed be this fast? Didn't the Empire Alliance notice? How could they let the Sin Emperor of the Gu family return so easily? This is bad. The Sin Emperor of the Gu family destroyed the Xinyan family, which once belonged to the Gu family. This is clearly a reckoning. As the Sin Emperor, he not only planned the invasion of Lingshu Tian by the Devil Abyss and the ancient demon's life forbidden zone, but even knowing that the Empire Alliance is the current ruler of Lingshu Tian, he dared to return. How dare he? Things have become more confusing. The return of the Gu family's ancestor, the Empire Alliance couldn't stop him. What will happen next? All forces and countless people in Lingshu Tian fell into panic and horror, as everything boiled over, and endless discussions filled the air. After all, the first emperor from 90,000 years ago, Emperor Huang Tian, has really returned, and without any warning, he destroyed the Xin Yan family, reviving the emperor weapon left behind. And the Sin Emperor of the Gu family, who was declared one of the Sin Emperors by the Empire Alliance, has returned. Now, as the ruler of Lingshu Tian, how will the Empire Alliance respond? No matter which point. It has caused countless people to focus and expect, and the majority of forces are now filled with fear and unease because of the destruction of the Xin Yan family. Chapter 40, He has returned. It's time to kill him. The Empire Alliance. Mysterious and dignified, it is considered a sacred place by countless forces in Lingshu Tian. With white hair and an aura of calm authority, the White Emperor stood in the void outside the main hall of the Empire Alliance, his gaze fixed in the direction of Xian Yunsu. His deep eyes slightly flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. Behind him, Alliance Master, the invasion by the Blood Demon tribe at the southern Imperial Pass has not been quelled. Now, 100 cities have fallen, to be exact, the Blood Demon clan seems to have come for slaughter, leaving no survivors. And the northern Imperial passes are the same. The ancient demon life forbidden zone has consecutively broken through dozens of cities, with millions of casualties, and those lost cities have left no survivors either. The two Imperial passes have sent back messages, and it seems that 10 days might not be enough to calm the war. If this continues, the losses will likely be even greater, and it seems that both the Demon Abyss and the ancient demon life forbidden zone still have backup plans. A skinny, old emperor reported the current situation, with no good news, only bad news. The more he spoke, the more terrified he became. Listening to the report, the White Emperor remained calm, his deep eyes like a still well, but the void beside him twisted more and more. Until he had heard all the bad news, the White Emperor only slightly furrowed his brows, murmuring with a hint of confusion, I didn't expect that the Blood Demon clan and the ancient demon life forbidden zone had some ability. I really underestimated them. But, is that all? It seems that they are just like that. Saying this, he disdainfully shook his head, his eyes full of absolute confidence. Because, he is the White Emperor, the leader of the Imperial Alliance. As long as he takes action, all difficulties will be resolved effortlessly. After all, since its establishment, the White Emperor has always prided himself on being no weaker than anyone, especially no weaker than the 10 original emperors of Lingshu Heaven in the past. What the Sin Emperor of the Gu family could accomplish before, why couldn't he do it? How laughable is it for anyone who thinks otherwise? Before the White Emperor could give any orders, another emperor arrived with a roar. Alliance leader, it has been confirmed that the Sin Emperor of the Gu family has returned, and previously appeared in Xianyun Prefecture, destroying the Xian family, and the fully revived Mo Yuan has been taken by him. This emperor's face was grave, urgently informing, at the scene, I sensed a trace of immortal weapons aura. It is very likely that it was Mo Yuan. Alliance leader, what should we do next? Upon hearing this, the White Emperor's originally calm and deep eyes suddenly erupted with extreme cold light and boiling killing intent, and his wrinkled face darkened. Good, very good. He flung his hand and coldly snorted, then laughed inappropriately. The emperor who came to report was stunned. Alliance leader, what is this good news? The White Emperor nodded and asked, since the Sin Emperor has returned, then this is undoubtedly the best opportunity to kill him, and it is also the perfect opportunity to prove the Imperial Alliance's dominance over Lingshu Heaven. Previously, the Imperial Alliance proclaimed to the world about the crimes of the Sin Emperor of the Gu family, which clearly did not win everyone's trust, but the invasion of the Demon Abyss and the ancient demon life forbidden zone are both related to the Sin Emperor. At this time, with the Sin Emperor returning and starting the slaughter, the destruction of the Xian family is strong evidence, which will make it impossible for the Sin Emperor of the Gu family to wash away his sins and solidify his reputation as the Sin Emperor. Isn't this good news? The words echoed throughout the entire Imperial Alliance, spreading in all directions in the void. Upon hearing this, the Emperor said, Alliance leader is brilliant, it seems everything is part of your plan. His expression suddenly changed, nodding repeatedly with great joy. As for the previous concerns, they were immediately thrown aside. The White Emperor continued to look in the direction of Xianyun Prefecture, a cruel smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, and he coldly said, since the Sin Emperor of the Gu family dares to return, fine, this emperor will send him to reunite with the other 9 Sin Emperors. Once he dies, this Lingshu Heaven will be completely controlled by the Imperial Alliance. Thinking about reaching out to the remaining 9 great heavens afterward, he couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. In an instant, the entire Imperial Alliance boiled. The White Emperor's expression was sharp, and he suddenly raised his hand. A decree appeared from the void. The Sin Emperor of the Gu family colluded with the Blood Demon clan and the ancient demon life forbidden zone, assisting their invasion of Lingshu Heaven. His crimes are immense, unforgivable, and the Imperial Alliance announces that, starting today, they will act as vanguards to hunt him down. All major forces in Lingshu Heaven, listen to my command, immediately gather in Central Prefecture, and help the Imperial Alliance slay the Sin Emperor of the Gu family. He spoke coldly. The words spoken followed the law, each brilliant golden character being branded onto the blank decree. When the voice fell, the entire decree burst with dazzling light, 1,000-meter beam shooting straight into the sky. Under the tremor of the void, a crack was violently torn open. Whoosh! The words of the White Emperor echoed through the world, the decree swirling up and suddenly turning into a golden stream of light, vanishing into the crack in the void. It was precisely at this moment. Obey the Lord's decree. The many emperors staying behind in the Imperial Alliance, their eyes flashing with brilliance, all shouted in unison. Instantly, the heavens and earth cracked apart. In the blink of an eye, countless figures began to mobilize their armies, the entire eastern domain in an uproar, with all directions being mobilized. Seeing this scene, the White Emperor's mouth curled into a smile, his eyes narrowing slightly, as he raised his hand and tore open a shocking crack in the void in front of him. If it were 90,000 years ago, Ling Tian would indeed have belonged to the Gu family's Sin Emperor. His eyes cold, he sneered confidently, but now, Ling Tian is no more what it once was, the Imperial Alliance is the true ruler of this world. Huang Tian Emperor? Humph. If he submits, I may spare his life, but if he remains stubborn, his end is near. When the words fell, the White Emperor placed his hands behind his back, took a step forward, and vanished into the void. This time, he would personally strike down the returning Gu family Sin Emperor. And thus, the Imperial Alliance would take complete control of Ling Tian. At this moment, within Ling Tian, a storm was brewing. All the major forces, every emperor, and imperial lord were silent amidst the commotion. Because just recently, the imperial weapon left by the Gu family's ancestor had awakened, and its terrifying aura had already spread throughout the entire Ling Tian, making countless people aware that Gu Fan had returned. So now, everyone was waiting. Waiting for the Imperial Alliance's response. After all, the Gu family ancestor, that Huang Tian Emperor, was the ruler of 9,000 years ago, and he alone was the overlord of Ling Tian. But 9,000 years have passed, and the overlord of Ling Tian is now the Imperial Alliance, the most terrifying force in existence today. Between the two great overlords, one must die, and one must survive. Only one side will live, the other will perish. Next comes the Battle of the Ages. Countless people gazed toward the direction of the Imperial Alliance, silently waiting. No one moved hastily at this moment. They only needed the Imperial Alliance's stance, and then they could march out with proper justification. In this waiting, the sky was torn apart. A golden decree appeared from the crack, revealing itself to the eyes of countless people in Ling Tian. At the moment the decree appeared, all forces turned their full attention to it. The Sin Emperor of the Gu family colluded with the Blood Demon clan in the ancient demon life forbidden zone, helping them invade Ling Tian. His crimes are enormous, unforgivable, and the Imperial Alliance announces that it will act as the vanguard to hunt him down. The Sin Emperor returned and slaughtered the Imperial family Xian family. Such actions are abhorred by both gods and men. All the major emperor families of Ling Tian, all imperial forces, heed my call, immediately gather in central continent to assist the Imperial Alliance in slaying the Gu family Sin Emperor. The decree spread, accompanied by the White Emperor's voice, one golden character after another appearing in the sky. It proclaimed the crimes of Gu Fan, but also declared that the Imperial Alliance would act as the vanguard in the hunt, calling upon all forces in Ling Tian to join in the battle. Once the decree was issued, the entire Ling Tian was completely in an uproar, countless people exploding in shock and horror. As expected, the Imperial Alliance and the Gu family Sin Emperor will fight to the death. Such a quick decree, it seems the Imperial Alliance had already predicted that the Gu family ancestor would return to Ling Tian. The White Emperor will personally make a move. Even though the Gu family Sin Emperor has survived until now, his era is over. The current Ling Tian, the White Emperor is the number one, and no one is his match, not even the Gu family Sin Emperor. Once they fight, defeat is certain. Though Huang Tian Emperor was terrifying 90,000 years ago, what strength does he still have after all this time? You have to know, the White Emperor follows the path of invincibility and has never suffered defeat. If he makes a move, the Gu family Sin Emperor will only have death awaiting him. The mere Gu family thinks they can rival the Empire Alliance. Even if their ancestor returns, all that awaits them is destruction. It won't be long before the Gu family and the Gu family's Sin Emperor will completely disappear, truly becoming history. Upon hearing the imperial decree, no matter who it was, everyone was shouting, shocked by the great war that was about to erupt. The battle between the former ruler and the current ruler. No one believed that Gu Fan and the Gu family could survive. After all, the Empire Alliance's influence in Lingshu Heaven is extremely terrifying, enough to make countless people choose sides without hesitation. Moments later, every force, imperial family, and even some ancient hidden forces in Lingshu Heaven with emperors in their ranks were all stirred. Everyone above the rank of great emperors soared into the sky to declare their stance. Obey the Empire Alliance's decree, annihilate the Gu family's Sin Emperor. Obey the decree, the Gu family's Sin Emperor must die. The Gu family must be destroyed, the Sin Emperor must be executed. After this battle, Lingshu Heaven will belong solely to the Empire Alliance. Annihilate the Gu family's Sin Emperor. The shouts echoed, and as the numbers grew, the voices became like a torrent, making the heavens and earth tremble. Today, the Empire Alliance has completely declared war. Not only to destroy the Gu family but to slay the Gu family's Sin Emperor. And now, the situation for Gu Fan is not just facing the Empire Alliance, but also all the major forces. At present, the Gu family was silent. All the family members gathered on the huge platform in the family land, anxiously waiting for news. Everyone was nervous, their eyes filled with hope. And at this moment, the White Emperor's imperial decree resounded through the world. In an instant, the Gu family erupted. Ancestor, the ancestor really came back. The noise before really came from the Xian family. The ancestor brought back the imperial weapon left behind from the past, revived it, and even destroyed the treacherous Xian family. The ancestor didn't lie to us, he's back, he will lead us to settle the score. Haha, that's great, with the ancestor here, the Empire Alliance won't find it so easy to destroy the Gu family. The Empire Alliance and the White Emperor are terrifying, but since the ancestor could return in such a situation, he must have a way to deal with them and lead us in revenge. Even if there's no chance of winning, to fight alongside the ancestor is already our supreme honor. One by one, the Gu family members looked out at the void, their faces flushed with excitement, tears in their eyes, trembling as they shouted, their eyes filled with intense anticipation. The return of the ancestor, this news alone was enough to make them fearless of the Empire Alliance's decree. But immediately after, obey the Empire Alliance's decree, annihilate the Gu family's Sin Emperor. Across the heavens, the shouts from the major imperial realms and even those above the emperor level in Lingshu heaven shook the world, like surging waves constantly sweeping in. In an instant, the family head, Gu Zongping, changed his expression, his eyes filled with worry as he said, "This is bad, damn the Empire Alliance, damn the White Emperor, this decree is meant to unite the entire Lingshu heaven against our ancestor." Other members of the Gu family knew this as well, their faces immediately turning grim, filled with anger. These bastards! The Empire Alliance is calling on everyone to annihilate our ancestor, but those people, the vast majority of them owe the Gu family, ungrateful dogs. Those ancient forces from the past could only be considered as dogs by our ancestors' side. 90,000 years have passed, they've forgotten how they came to be today. Had we known it would come to this, our ancestors should never have guarded the demon abyss with those 9 first-generation emperors, we should have let Lingshu heaven perish on its own. Everyone cursed, their emotions filled with grief as they gritted their teeth. They felt nothing but endless coldness towards those forces siding with the enemy. But now, it was too late. The Gu family had no way out. Head of the family, what should we do? Someone anxiously asked. Everyone fell silent at once. Gu Zongping looked at his family members, their faces filled with grief and anger. He closed his eyes in pain, then gritted his teeth and said, "Although the ancestor has returned, we are completely unable to contact him. Even if we want to fight alongside him, it's probably just wishful thinking." As soon as these words were spoken, all the family members fell into silence. Gu Zongping gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "If only we could break through, but..." As he spoke, he looked towards the void outside the Gu family, his face extremely dark. Because right now, the Gu family had already been surrounded so tightly that not even water could leak through. And those people, they were all emperor-level beings. If it weren't for the barrier set by the ancestor, these beasts would have probably already slaughtered their way in. A moment later, if we don't see the ancestor return in half an hour. Gu Zongping's eyes suddenly became fierce, and he angrily ordered, rather than sitting here waiting to die, it would be better to fight to the death and charge out with the ancestor. At that time, all the clan members will fight to the death with me, even if the chances are slim, but we have no other choice. The ancestor is facing not only the Empire Alliance but also all the major forces of Lingshu heaven. Those ungrateful dogs all want the ancestor to die, how could we let them get their way so easily? The words echoed throughout the entire clan. In an instant, all the Gu family members showed fierce expressions, their imposing momentum soaring to the sky, their faces showing expressions of going to death without hesitation. Fight to the death, fight to the death, fight to the death. Even if the Gu family is destined to be destroyed, we will never live a cowardly life. They all stood up, their eyes resolute as they looked at the emperor-level beings outside the barrier, a terrifying momentum shaking the heavens and the earth. Chapter 42, The Seekong Imperial Clan does not participate. Are they foolish? Meanwhile, in another imperial clan located in Zhengzhou, one of the oldest forces in Lingshu heaven, with a legacy of 90,000 years, and currently possessing 3 emperors, the Seekong clan. As the decree of the White Emperor appeared, countless people learned that the White Emperor would personally take action. Now, all the forces from across the world were gathering towards Zhengzhou. And among them, the Seekong clan remained unmoved. Inside the Seekong family, who now occupied one side, Big Brother, all the forces have started gathering. Why don't we take this opportunity to show our stance? This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. The Qingyan Emperor, dressed in a green robe, looked at the silhouettes approaching Zhangzhou in the sky, excitedly said, "As long as we help the Empire Alliance kill the Gu family's guilty emperor, we will definitely gain the favor of the Empire Alliance afterwards." Just as his words fell, the middle-aged, elegant Qianyuan Emperor beside him frowned and scolded, "Third brother, shut up, listen to Big Brother's decision." At this moment, the current head of the Sikong clan, Emperor Xuanyang, wore a solemn expression. After pondering for a moment, he said seriously, "This matter, the Sikong clan will not participate." In an instant, both Qianyuan Emperor and Qingyan Emperor were stunned, their faces filled with confusion. "Big brother, why is this? The Empire Alliance is at its peak, with forces so vast that it is already the overlord of Lingshu Heaven. Why aren't we participating? If the Empire Alliance kills the Gu family's guilty emperor, they will completely control Lingshu Heaven. If we don't show our stance, are we waiting for the Empire Alliance to settle the score later?" They did not expect Big Brother to be so decisive, and they asked one after another. After all, this decision not only shocked them, but also left them greatly confused. Emperor Xuanyang shook his head when he heard the words of the two and sighed, "Do you all remember the ancestral teachings of the Sikong clan?" Upon hearing this, both Qianyuan Emperor and Qingyan Emperor were momentarily stunned, then fell silent. Seeing this, Emperor Xuanyang gave a bitter smile and slowly said, "The ancestral teachings of the Sikong clan state that if the 10 original emperors return, we must bow our heads and welcome them. And the ancestor of the Gu family is one of the 10 emperors who guard the demon abyss." 90,000 years have passed, and perhaps many people don't know the terrifying power of Emperor Huangtian, but the Sikong clan has a legacy of 90,000 years. Our ancestors were once suppressed by Emperor Huangtian. The terror of those 10 original emperors, we cannot afford to ignore, especially when it is the most powerful of the 10, Emperor Huangtian. These words immediately caused Qianyuan Emperor and Qingyan Emperor to fall into even deeper silence. Emperor Xuanyang looked at the two and earnestly emphasized again, "So no matter what, we cannot involve ourselves in the conflict between the Gu family's ancestor and the Empire Alliance. We do not participate. Until this moment." "Big brother, you also said that was what happened 90,000 years ago." The Azure Flame Emperor appeared anxious and rather dissatisfied, saying, "Moreover, at the time the ancestor established the family rules, he had no idea of the current situation. The Gu family, the Emperor of Radiance, was indeed terrifying in the past, suppressing the strongest of an era, but after 90,000 years, the White Emperor is the #1 in the Spirit Void Heaven today. If we don't go now and the Imperial Alliance wins, then when it's time to settle accounts after autumn, what will happen to the Sikong clan? Big brother, are we really going to remain unmoved?" Compared to the already anxious Azure Flame Emperor, the 1,000 Yuan Emperor didn't speak, but in his heart, he also wanted to persuade. But before he could speak, the Xianyang Emperor solemnly nodded, his gaze firm as he said, "We do not go, this matter, we do not participate. I believe the ancestor wouldn't have set the family rules for no reason. Without my permission, you cannot act on your own. Furthermore, who can be certain that the Imperial Alliance or the White Emperor can definitely kill the ancestor of the Gu family, that Emperor of Radiance who was invincible in the Spirit Void Heaven 90,000 years ago? If they cannot kill him, what will happen next?" Every word was spoken with extreme seriousness. In an instant, the 1,000 Yuan Emperor and the Azure Flame Emperor both widened their eyes in shock, gasping in disbelief. This is impossible? The Imperial Alliance can be said to be mobilizing everything, with many forces assisting, and the White Emperor will personally take action. How could the ancestor of the Gu family possibly not die? The two exclaimed in shock, completely unable to believe Xianyang Emperor's analysis and speculation. This matter was too absurd, making them feel that such a situation could never occur. The Xianyang Emperor coldly snorted, becoming even more serious, saying, "In this matter, no one can be certain, we can only wait and see what happens. You two, from now on, are not to leave the family half a step." He solemnly warned, his eyes flickering continuously. In response, the 1,000 Yuan Emperor and the Azure Flame Emperor felt helpless, but they also knew that once their elder brother made a decision, it could not be changed. In the end, they sighed and left. After the two left, the Xianyang Emperor waved his hand, watching the scenes of the forces of the Imperial Alliance gathering their armies. He murmured, "White Emperor, do you truly have complete confidence to slay the Emperor of Radiance? If you cannot do it, your actions may bring disaster to the Spirit Void Heaven." His gaze gradually deepened, and the expression on his face grew more serious. Almost at the same time, the dark currents surged throughout the Spirit Void Heaven. At this moment, Gu Fan was unaware that the White Emperor had already decided to lead the Imperial Alliance and various forces of the Spirit Void Heaven to attack him. But even if he knew, he wouldn't have too much emotional fluctuation. Because now, he held no feelings for the Spirit Void Heaven at all. Whoever obstructs his reckoning, he would kill. At this moment, booming, Gu Fan was holding the Black Abyss, which had advanced to a half-step immortal weapon, continuously moving towards the central state. Though he was on his way, he didn't forget that this return was not only for reckoning but also for revenge. So along the way, his slaughter and destruction did not stop. The former realm of the primeval emperor, now occupied by others. How dare you, you all deserve to die. One of the subordinate forces of the Cloudwave Emperor, the Chi family, has been destroyed, you traitors rose to power. You are to be exterminated. When family, Yuan clan, Yuan family the ungrateful ones, relying on betrayal of the emperor's old friends who now claim to be emperors, all must die. Old friends have passed, I no longer care about right or wrong. Die. Gufan's return was not silent, instead, he was on a killing spree, leaving behind mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, turning places into terrifying hells. Once, they 10 emperors guarded the demon abyss, but they were vilified, their royal clan destroyed, and none of their descendants survived. Except for the Gu family. The other original 9 imperial clans had long since ceased to exist. So, Gufan did not directly return to the Gu family but went back to the ancestral grounds of his former friends. Almost no innocent people were killed. Even when the 9 imperial clans were destroyed, many of the forces didn't participate, but he didn't care about that. He would rather kill wrongly than leave any survivors. Chapter 43, Killing Madly, One Person Destroys the World. Gufan had only one purpose. In the past, he and the other 9 emperors guarded the Devil Abyss, shouldering the heavy burden for the Spirit Void Heaven, protecting the Spirit Void Heaven, cutting off the connection with the Devil Abyss, and eliminating any uncertain threats. At that time, it could be said to be for the greater good. But now, Spirit Void Heaven has betrayed him, so everyone enjoying the fruits of this world owes them. So even those who turned a blind eye and ignored the situation should be killed. Therefore, faced with Gufan's nearly indiscriminate killing frenzy. The Sin Emperor, it's the Gu family's Sin Emperor. Why could he return to Spirit Void Heaven safely? Why didn't the Imperial Alliance notice? He's gone mad. The Gu family's Sin Emperor has completely fallen into madness. No, don't. We were all ordered by the Imperial Alliance. Ah. Throughout the journey, various desperate screams echoed continuously in the world. Wherever there was slaughter, it was a sea of blood, and life was extinguished. It was precisely in the midst of this slaughter that Gufan's mind was constantly receiving system notifications. Ding! The host has committed a villainous act, destroyed the Lu family, darkening points plus 30,000. Ding! The host has committed a villainous act, destroyed a clan, darkening points plus 50,000. Ding! As Gufan's killings had reached the point of becoming a villain, his darkening points continuously increased with each kill. But he had already adapted to it and didn't pay much attention. However, with the destruction of yet another family. Ding! Darkening points have reached 500,000, which can be used for exchange in the system mall, or for a lottery draw. Currently, it can unlock automatic conversion of darkening points into cultivation improvement. The host can end the conversion at any time. The system's voice sounded again. This time, Gufan's eyes, full of coldness, flashed with a gleam of light, and he smiled with satisfaction. He could improve his cultivation while slaughtering. Such a good deal, why not take advantage of it? Not enough killing, not thorough enough. He smirked coldly, murmuring with lingering desire. As the darkening points automatically converted into cultivation, his aura suddenly surged, rising rapidly at this moment. But as his realm improved, there came a point where he could no longer break through as wildly as before. Or perhaps he had killed too little. There were fewer darkening points. So, Gufan's slaughter became even more terrifying, holding the Mo Yuan and destroying one force after another. Die. In response to various pleas for mercy and howls, his answer remained only one simple, cold word. Wherever he walked, there were bodies everywhere, rivers of blood flowing. As he left the Xianyun state, the sky behind him had already turned into a shocking, eerie blood red, the death aura overwhelming, the pungent smell of blood filling the air. Now, Xianyun state had clearly transformed into a death zone, an endless purgatory devoid of any life. Gufan glanced back at the masterpiece behind him, his expression cold, without any trace of pity. Just as he was about to leave. Gu family's ancestor, you truly are the Sin Emperor. A hoarse voice came from the void ahead. Upon hearing this, Gufan was not surprised. The next second, the void a few hundred feet away twisted. An elderly man with gray hair, wearing a gray cloth robe, and with a face full of wrinkles slowly appeared. Sin Emperor. He emitted the aura of a quasi-emperor, his eyes about to burst, staring fiercely at Gufan, trembling as he roared, I never expected it to really be you. You have committed such slaughter, how can you face Spirit Void Heaven? Do you still deserve to be a member of the human race? Although the old man was frail, his voice was extremely loud. Deafening. The sky trembled. Like a judgment, this quasi-emperor elder stared at Gufan, his face full of grief and indignation. Because his family had been destroyed not long ago by Gufan. By the time he returned, it was too late. Gu Fan looked at the fish that had slipped through the net and finally appeared, his eyes full of cold indifference, sneering coldly as he spoke. You keep calling me Sin Emperor, well then, as you wish, this emperor is the Sin Emperor. In a moment, he raised the incubus, which had already become a half-step immortal weapon, causing the sky to tremble. A sword was swung out, and cold light suddenly flashed. The sword's chi, spanning thousands of feet, shattered everything in its path and tore through the heavens and earth, sweeping out. Seeing this, the quasi-emperor elder's pupils suddenly contracted. He had never expected that Gu Fan would take action directly. He didn't even give him the chance to speak any further. Even these former first-generation emperors didn't care about their reputation. Call him the Sin Emperor, then let it be the Sin Emperor. How could this be? To make the Supreme Emperor who could sweep the Lingshu heaven 90,000 years ago act so indifferently, and even upon his return, he went on a rampage with indiscriminate killing. Could it be that? The quasi-emperor elder, though late to realize, felt that something was wrong, but facing Gu Fan's attack, he had no qualification to resist. Why? In his desperation, he wanted to ask something more, but under the extreme pressure, he could no longer speak a word. He could only watch helplessly as the terrifying sword chi struck. In just a moment, the sword chi pierced through him, and his body trembled violently. His pupils kept dilating. Boom! A huge roar resounded. The quasi-emperor elder's body exploded. His vitality vanished, and his soul was directly wiped out. Gone without a trace. Only the trembling of the heavens and earth remained, as if this person had never existed. Looking at the direction in which the quasi-emperor elder disappeared, Gu Fan sneered coldly, and then his expression suddenly became terrifying and hideous. He coldly shouted, simply laughable. Why don't you ask the people of Lingshu heaven? Ask them whether they've treated us, the 10 emperors who guarded the demon abyss for 90,000 years, with righteousness. We guarded the demon abyss. When we detected the ancient demon life prohibition zone, we even gave up our own advancement in cultivation to seal it and force back the taboo sea's mysterious race. Yet you say nothing about these achievements, but only call me a Sin Emperor. If not for this emperor's survival and realizing the disaster awaiting the descendants, you would have never known any of this. However, my 9 old friends, they guarded the demon abyss for 90,000 years, never leaving until their deaths, returning to their homeland. But what did they get in return? What was the outcome for their descendants? Every word was filled with chilling coldness, biting down hard. He asked the heavens. He asked the earth. But all of this, Gu Fan didn't need a reply, nor did he need anyone's confession. What I seek is clarity of mind. It is reckoning, and I want to make Lingshu heaven perish. After calming down, his tone became eerie, and he coldly spoke every word. Since you are ungrateful and wish to force me into madness, then I will do as you wish. Just a mere immortal cloud province is far from enough to pay for your sins. Since you wish to kill, then I will kill until the heavens and earth turn upside down. These words made the heavens and earth tremble. And Gu Fan didn't linger. He stepped forward and shattered the void, directly entering another province. No, no. Ah! The Sin Emperor of the Gu family has returned. He has gone mad, who can stop him? Terrifying slaughter and destruction arrived. In the heavens and earth, despairing screams and wails echoed endlessly, and blood stained the sky. Chapter 44, The World Trembles. Has Gu Fan completely gone mad? Outside the central region, Gu Fan was about to return to the Gu family's territory, but the army gathered by the Imperial Alliance had already set up a mighty and tightly guarded formation. Various forces and powerful emperors were arriving one after another. The Qingtsong Imperial clan has arrived. The Red Lotus Emperor brings the Diyin Holy Land. The Gongsun Imperial clan's Dan Xian Emperor, Lu Ren Emperor has arrived. The continuous shouts echoed out, thunder rumbled, and amidst the commotion, various forces arrived. In addition, emperors and even imperial lords personally arrived, making the heavens unstable, and the surrounding void twisted. Deafening booms resounded through the sky. A terrifying aura gathered, and as the heavens and earth turned pale, Lingshu heaven witnessed the most grand and spectacular scene in history. As the imperial realm powerhouses from all sides arrived, even though they didn't know each other well, they still recognized one another. Red Lotus Emperor, it's been a while. Qingtsong, don't try to get close to me. Gentlemen, we are all here today in support of the Empire Alliance. At a time like this, let us not harm our unity. They exchanged greetings, speaking warm words but harboring cold hearts, each with their own hidden motives. But one thing was the same for all. And that was to join the Empire Alliance in slaying the Sin Emperor of the Gu family. Almost every force had already arrived. But at this moment, one of the great emperors frowned slightly and couldn't help but ask, the Sikong family hasn't arrived? They have 3 great emperors. How could they be so sluggish on such an important occasion? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire audience immediately noticed that not a single one of the 3 great emperors from the Sikong family was present. What's going on? I don't think it's just sluggishness. Previously, when the Empire Alliance wanted to judge the descendants of the 10 Sin Emperors, the Shenyang Great Emperor of the Sikon family had advised against it. This time, it seems he still doesn't want the Sikon family to be involved. Foolish. With the Empire Alliance and all of us here, so what if the Sin Emperor of the Gu family returns? He is destined to die. The Sikon family truly is as timid as a mouse, especially that Shenyang Great Emperor. He always follows the ancestral teachings, treating those useless doctrines as if they were treasures. I never expected that even in this campaign against the Sin Emperor of the Gu family, he would still not dare to come. That foolish Shenyang Great Emperor. This was a golden opportunity to gain the Empire Alliance's favor. There is no way this battle against the Sin Emperor of the Gu family will fail. Once this is over, they can wait for the White Emperor to settle accounts with them. Exactly. The White Emperor has already made it clear, those who follow prosper, those who oppose perish. The Sikon family had already objected to the extermination of the 10 Sin Emperor's clans before, and now they refuse to participate again. It seems that there will be no place for the Sikon family in the future. Voices rose one after another, the majority filled with mockery and scorn toward the Sikon family. Everyone believed the Sikon family was utterly foolish. In today's Lingshu heaven, the Empire Alliance was supreme. How could they afford to be absent again and again? The many great emperors sneered as they moved closer to the gathered army of the Empire Alliance. Supreme Qing Emperor, the Sin Emperor of the Gu family. A great emperor stepped forward respectfully, intending to inquire about Gu Fan's whereabouts from an official of the Empire Alliance. But before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. Report! One of the scouts assigned to track Gu Fan's movements rushed back urgently, shouting, "The Sin Emperor of the Gu family is less than 1,000,000 miles from Central State." First, he destroyed the Xian clan, then he carried out a massacre in Xianyun State, leaving no survivors. At those words, the entire scene erupted in chaos. The Sin Emperor of the Gu family was slaughtering without mercy, never leaving anyone alive? But before anyone could react, more figures rapidly returned from the horizon, one scout after another, all sent by the Empire Alliance to gather intelligence. Report! The Sin Emperor of the Gu family is less than 500,000 miles from Central State. Xianyun State has been annihilated. The entire Yuan clan, the Yuan family, and multiple imperial clans have been wiped out. The entire Xianyun State is now a land of death. Report! The Sin Emperor of the Gu family has arrived at Tiancheng State. Everywhere he passes is bathed in blood. 3 major imperial clans of Tiancheng State have been annihilated, and no force, big or small, has been spared. Report! The Sin Emperor of the Gu family is now less than 300,000 miles from Central State. The Tianchen imperial clan has been wiped out. He is heading straight for Central State. Message after message arrived, and the speed of Gu Fan's advance sent chills down the spines of everyone present, shaking their very souls. Even though the scouts had only brought back information on Gu Fan's movements, they could feel it clearly. Gu Fan's overwhelming killing intent. Despite the vast distance, the moment they received the reports, they could sense the chilling murderous aura spreading through the heavens and earth. Some even turned to look in Gu Fan's direction, where they could already see a sky dyed in blood, and the very fabric of space visibly twisting. Boom! The entire field trembled in shock, the air thick with an oppressive aura. Every person present wore a drastic change of expression, unable to believe the reports brought by the scouts. Their eyes widened in unison. Xianyun State was wiped out, and it was all done by the Sin Emperor of the Gu family alone? Damn it! Not only has the Sin Emperor returned, but he actually dares to unleash a massacre. He truly does not put the Empire Alliance in his eyes at all. Damn thing, does he really think it's still 90,000 years ago, that he alone can suppress the Lingshu heaven? He has been slaughtering crazily along the way. This is no longer a provocation to the Emperor's alliance, but a declaration of war against the entire Lingshu heaven. What a huge audacity, this sinner must die. Such ruthless means, the Gu family sinner has already fallen into madness. Even if we slay him, it will not ease the hatred in our hearts. Having such a sinner in Lingshu heaven is an absolute disgrace, and a disgrace to the entire human race. Damn it, so many innocent lives have been taken by his hand, it's enough to make the gods and humans alike furious, killing him 1,000 times wouldn't be enough. Each person angrily rebuked, with even those in the Emperor realm trembling with uncontrollable rage. What Gu Fan had done shocked them, but more than that, it was their anger that overwhelmed them. Amidst all the accusations, no one knew that all of this was caused by their own hands. No one spoke of how Gu Fan and the other 9 great emperors guarded the demon abyss, protecting the Lingshu heaven. No one thought about anything except killing Gu Fan to relieve their hatred. As the scene erupted with curses and condemnation, suddenly, boom! The sky trembled, a roar echoed out. Everyone looked up at the sky and saw the rippling void. Then, the figure of the White Emperor appeared, towering above, looking down on all beings. A terrifying aura spread, causing the entire world to fall silent. Under the gaze of thousands, the White Emperor walked down step by step, each step echoing with a roar, the void rippling with waves, as if the entire world was bowing before him at that moment. Countless people saw this and showed respectful expressions. Alliance leader. Whether it was the people of the Emperor's alliance, or the affiliated forces, or those forces yet to join the Emperor's alliance, they all shouted in unison, bowing and paying respects. What they saw now was the creator of the Lingshu Heaven's ruler Emperor's alliance, and the most powerful and influential terror in Lingshu Heaven today. Chapter 45, He has arrived. The full trial of the Sinner Emperor Gufan. On sight, the sound was like a mountain calling and the sea roaring, shaking the sky. The White Emperor looked at the people present, his eyes flashing with satisfaction, and with a wave of his hand, the world fell silent once again. What the Gu family's Sinner has done, you all have heard. He has completely fallen into madness. If we do not kill him, how can we honor the innocent lives lost, and how can we honor the human race? He slowly spoke, his gaze sharp. Moreover, 90,000 years ago, he and the other 9 sinners deceived everyone. As for the truth and answers, they no longer matter. Now, only by completely slaying the Gu family's sinner and destroying the Gu family can we give justice to everyone in Lingshu Heaven. Each of his words was full of righteousness, like thunder rolling and reverberating across the world. It entered the ears of countless people. In an instant, the entire world boiled, every person trembling, their eyes bursting with intense hatred. The Gu family's emperor should die, the Gu family should be destroyed. Kill the Sinner Emperor. Kill him, avenge the innocent lives lost. Now the truth and answers no longer matter, the Sinner Emperor has committed unspeakable slaughter, no amount of death can atone for his crimes. Kill. 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 Everyone shouted in unison, almost screaming at the top of their lungs, shaking the world. When they saw the hatred on the faces of the people, the White Emperor felt deeply satisfied, giving a silent nod of approval, and coldly said, "Since that's the case, follow me here and wait. When the Sinner Emperor returns, we will send him on his way." Each word dripped with killing intent. One night passed, the morning dawned. At the edge of the central state, the Emperor's alliance army and all the forces, even those in the Emperor realm, were waiting. They were waiting for Gufan's return. During this time, they received reports from scouts that Gufan's killing spree had not stopped. Wherever he went, death followed, without regard for whether the forces he destroyed were innocent. This only made the anger and hatred in everyone's hearts grow, and the atmosphere on site grew heavier. The oppressive killing intent had almost reached its breaking point, it urgently needed to be released. Suddenly, boom crack. A deafening, earth-shaking roar suddenly erupted. The White Emperor, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened them at this moment and looked towards the horizon. At the same time, countless people at the scene were all startled, their eyes drawn to the source of the sound. They saw. The sky seemed to tear apart, and though no figure was visible, an overwhelming, earth-shattering aura of terror and death suddenly swept across. Boom! 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 The heavens lost their color, and endless thunder rained down furiously. Everything from all directions twisted. In the midst of this chaos, under the gaze of countless intense eyes, a figure appeared in sight. It was a young man. A young man with a cold expression, dressed in white, handsome, with black hair flowing in the wind, and the space beside him turning to nothingness, as if he had come from the chaos itself. Especially, this person was enveloped in a vast black aura, overwhelming and flooding the heavens and earth. Not only that, but there was also an endless surge of murderous energy, along with a thick, nauseating smell of blood that made one frown. The terrifying aura caused the world to tremble, and the sound of nature fell silent. It was none other than Gufan, who had never ceased killing since his return. His arrival directly made the entire world lose its color, as if carrying the arrival of eternal night. Boom! 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 With every step Gufan took, the entire world shook violently. Even though he stepped on the void, the ground below was trembling wildly, unable to bear it and cracking. Every step he took was a displacement. At first glance, it seemed like he was already close. In almost the blink of an eye, Gufan's figure was clearly seen by countless people, all shocked by the coldness on his face and the bloodiness on his body. The Sin Emperor of the Gu family has returned. Among the crowd, a great emperor trembled as he spoke, his face turning pale. In an instant, almost everyone was shaken by Gufan's return, and after snapping back to their senses, they all felt a deep sense of unease, their minds violently shaken. So terrifying. How many people has he killed? Even just looking at him, they felt a chill down their spines, trembling slightly in extreme nervousness. 90,000 years have passed, and no one has seen Gufan in person, but everyone knew the terror of this first-generation emperor. After all, not long ago, his Dharma body alone could suppress an emperor lord. Then, naturally, there was no need to speak of the power of his true form. But fortunately, now, almost all of the emperor realm from Lingshu Heaven had gathered here, all to hunt down and kill Gufan. Not to mention that the White Emperor would personally make a move. Such a formation, no matter how you looked at it, seemed almost certain of success. It was precisely with this confidence that those trembling Emperor-level beings finally eased their expressions, though they could still not fully suppress their shock. Suddenly, boom! Another earth-shaking explosion echoed. In the blink of an eye, Gufan had already appeared 100 feet in front of the Emperor Alliance army and the forces gathered here, truly appearing in the sight of everyone. Boom! 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 On him, a thick black aura spread, a vast murderous energy rampaged through the void, and the pungent scent of blood filled the heavens and earth. Everyone again fell into a dead silence, their eyes locking onto Gufan, whose gaze alone sent a shiver through their souls, an endless coldness freezing them. Just his gaze made the emperors tremble, their bodies uncontrollably shaking. Every one of them gasped for breath, feeling their cultivation being suppressed. The White Emperor's expression also changed, his eyes flashing with astonishment and a barely perceptible seriousness. But before anyone could speak, Gufan coldly swept his gaze across the sea of people in front of him, all those waiting early for him, his lips curling into a sinister smile. Everyone's here? His gaze grew even colder, and with an abrupt, cold laugh, he said, "This works too. I won't have to kill you one by one, which saves me a lot of trouble." Every word he spoke exuded an unmistakable murderous intent, without any attempt to hide it. This made those who heard it shiver instinctively, their pupils constricting as if they were facing a bloodthirsty, terrifying demon who was rejected by the very heavens. Within the Empire League, except for the third hall that had been dispatched to fend off the invasion, the remaining 5 hallmasters, each named after the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, all felt a jolt in their hearts, turning their gazes towards the silent White Emperor. Seeing this, the White Emperor simply raised his eyes slightly. Immediately, the 5 hallmasters took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in their hearts, and each took a step forward. "Guja's Sin Emperor, you are guilty beyond measure, today you shall be executed. The Empire League's campaign against you is to bring peace to Lingshu Heaven. As a Sin Emperor, you not only did not repent, but also slaughtered the innocent. Compared to the other 9 Sin Emperors, you are the one who deserves to die the most. Your era has already passed, Sin Emperor, admit your guilt and accept your punishment. As the great Emperor of the human race in Lingshu Heaven, your series of actions make you deserving of death, and so today you will surely die." They looked serious, as if in judgment, each angrily rebuking with great righteousness. Chapter 46. So, is this the dying words of Yuans? In the world. The words of the 5 hallmasters of the Empire League were like a series of thunderclaps. In an instant, seeing that the Empire League had made its stance, and had not even flinched an inch despite Gufanfan's terrifying aura, countless people gathered courage, gradually suppressing their inner shock, and glaring angrily at Gufanfan in the distance. "Sin Emperor, why are you still alive? You are the one who should die the most. You colluded with the Blood Demon clan, and even formed a partnership with the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone, directing them to invade Lingshu Heaven. Sin Emperor, you are the sinner of Lingshu Heaven. Xianyun State has become a land of death because of your massacres. You have killed so many, and even if you die, you cannot repay this overwhelming sin. The Gu family should have been destroyed, and you should not have interfered. What you should do is watch the Gu family perish because you are the Sin Emperor. Your descendants should die too. Since you're still alive, then we'll kill you first, and let the Gu family be buried with you. Shame, having a Sin Emperor like you in the human race is a disgrace." They continued to speak, angrily denouncing him. Every word was blaming Gufanfan for his sins, and even some baseless accusations were added, as if they stood at the moral high ground, all hoping to slay Gufanfan. At this moment, in the world, only roars and accusations were left. But Gufanfan did not interrupt as he looked at the people confronting him, their expressions twisted, gnashing their teeth in condemnation. His expression was indifferent, his eyes growing colder. Seeing that Gufanfan was unaffected, and did not react much, the voices at the scene gradually stopped. Until this moment, Gufanfan looked at them and coldly spoke. "So, was that the dying words of Yuans? I have listened, and you are done speaking, so are you all prepared to die?" As soon as the words fell, boom! Everyone present felt their minds explode, their pupils widened in shock, and their scalps tingled as they trembled. The Gu family's Sin Emperor. How arrogant! How contemptuous! Now, numerous emperors and even the Imperial Supreme gathered, and it was led by the Empire League to exterminate this unforgivable Sin Emperor. But the Sin Emperor did not take it seriously at all. The Gu family Sin Emperor only had one simple sentence, which was to treat their furious words as the last words. Such an attitude! How could it not shock and stun people? How dare he? What kind of confidence does he have to speak so arrogantly? Everyone stared blankly at Gufanfan, their hearts screaming in disbelief, yet no one dared to stand up to refute. Even in their shock, they began to feel uneasy again. No one could imagine that, facing such a scene, the Sin Emperor they spoke of could be so calm, as if he didn't take it seriously at all. And from his words, it was clear he didn't care about the matter. Moments later, when everyone was still shocked and speechless, the White Emperor, who had not spoken since Gu Fanfan's arrival, moved. With a face full of authority, he stepped forward, standing in front of everyone, facing Gu Fanfan from afar, and coldly said, "You all be quiet." In an instant, everyone fell silent, fully focused and staring intently. At this moment, the White Emperor looked at Gu Fan, examining this person who had become an emperor 90,000 years ago, an existence who could sweep through the Lingshu heaven alone in the past, a face that radiated coldness without any anger. "Gu family's guilty emperor, I shall ask you, is the invasion of the Blood Demon clan because of you?" His eyes burned with killing intent as he suddenly questioned harshly. Hearing this, Gu Fan nonchalantly nodded and responded boldly, "That's right." The White Emperor squinted his eyes and shouted again, "Then, the invasion of the ancient demon life forbidden zone into the Lingshu heaven, does it relate to you?" "Exactly." Gu Fan did not argue and continued to nod. Seeing this, the White Emperor felt a wave of uncertainty in his heart but still asked again, "You returned to the Lingshu heaven, first destroying the Xian family of the Imperial clan, then massacring various powers, including the Yuan family, Lu family, and others, is this true?" This time, he suddenly stepped forward, his voice booming. In response, Gu Fan still nodded in acknowledgement, displaying an extremely casual cold smile, and said, "So what? Don't you already have the answer?" It seems the so-called leader of the Imperial Alliance is nothing more than this, foolish enough not to believe in the facts he knows. After saying this, he laughed wildly. Instantly, the overwhelming black energy surrounding Gu Fan and the intense, terrifying smell of blood surged wildly, causing the heavens and earth to roar and twist again. The evil energy roared, enveloping all directions. In this moment, the White Emperor seemed to be the righteous light, a high and mighty judge before all the people of the world. As for Gu Fan, at this moment, he did not need any judgment, for what he displayed was already unreservedly evident. He was the great villain. He was guilty. He had lost his mind. Everything, all of it, did not need to be questioned. And since his return, every single thing he had done was exceptionally showy, and he had not hidden it in the slightest. As they witnessed Gu Fan being so reckless, the group of emperors present stared in shock, their faces darkened, clenching their teeth in anger. Damn it, how can he be so self-satisfied? He's gone mad. I think the guilty emperor has gone mad. When the Imperial Alliance did not disclose the wrongdoings of this guilty emperor, I foolishly respected him. Now, it seems he is simply an unshakable disgrace. How did our human race produce such a scum? It's truly a great humiliation. This damn guilty emperor doesn't even try to act anymore. If we don't kill him today, we all share the blame. They looked at Gu Fan, who scoffed disdainfully and laughed recklessly. They were ready to explode with rage, their faces filled with anger and resentment, as a wave of fury and outrage surged and roared. Before everyone, the White Emperor's eyes flickered with a strange expression, never expecting Gu Fan to so smoothly admit it, the entire process appearing exceptionally casual. There was no need for him to argue. Gu Fan acknowledged all his crimes that were enough to put him to death. This left people feeling astonished, beyond comprehension. But the White Emperor knew this was a good thing for him, for the Imperial Alliance. "I never expected you could do such inhuman things." So he pretended to show deep sorrow, glaring at Gu Fan, crying out in anger, "Lingshu heaven is not only your homeland, it is also the homeland of all of us. And your actions have already made you an enemy of US, of the entire Lingshu heaven. Among the 10 guilty emperors, only you are still alive. This should be something for everyone to celebrate, yet you, as the guilty emperor, do not know how to repent and repeatedly commit grave mistakes, bearing unforgivable sins. So today, I, the White Emperor, will represent the Imperial Alliance, represent all the people of Lingshu heaven to announce, a guilty emperor like you deserves to die." Chapter 47, Laugh at your foolishness. I'm here just for slaughter. In an instant, the guilty emperor should be killed. The army of the Imperial Alliance behind the White Emperor felt emboldened, their voices suddenly booming like thunder. Not only that. Should be killed. Kill. Kill. The other forces of the Imperial realm also roared angrily. The entire world shook, and the air was filled with repeated cries of kill. Gu Fan, alone, was about to face the White Emperor, the Imperial Alliance, and even over 100 Imperial realm existences. At first glance, this seemed like a certain death trap. However, in the face of this unprecedented scene, ha 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 ha, Gu Fan was not the least bit panicked. Instead, he burst out laughing wildly. The laughter was like a thunderclap, echoing in all directions. The so-called void itself trembled violently. Seeing the scene, everyone exchanged uncertain glances, confused as to why Gu Fan was suddenly laughing madly. The White Emperor furrowed his brows and spoke in a deep voice, "Sin Emperor, what are you laughing about?" Upon hearing this, Gu Fan shook his head and rasped, "I laugh at your stupidity." A simple sentence, but it immediately made everyone's face darken, their expressions turning displeased. Before they could say anything further, Gu Fan coldly scanned the White Emperor and the others, his smirk growing colder, sneering, "You all want to punish this emperor? You say I should die? You even foolishly try to moralize me? Ha 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 ha." Once again, he laughed wildly, as if mad. The White Emperor's brows furrowed even tighter, about to speak. But Gu Fan didn't give him a chance and sneered coldly, "Looks like you still don't understand. From the moment this emperor returned, I no longer cared about anything in Lingshu heaven. What judgment, what imperial alliance, you are all insignificant ants before me, all trash. This emperor has returned for one thing only." At this point, his words paused. The White Emperor and everyone present's expressions grew even darker, the atmosphere becoming oppressive. Then, in the next second, Gu Fan's laugh suddenly turned cold, his eyes filled with ice-cold hatred, as if looking at corpses, his whole body exuding a terrifying murderous aura that raged wildly. "This emperor will make the entire Lingshu heaven flow with blood and completely annihilate it." He spoke each word with extreme coldness. "This emperor will make everyone die." As his words fell, terrifying murderous aura covered the sky, sweeping in all directions. Endless killing intent and a strong stench of blood filled the world, the void twisted, and the sky trembled. And Gu Fan's words suddenly caused all who heard them to change drastically, their hair standing on end as they took a cold breath in fear, with most instinctively stepping back a few steps. What is he saying? Everyone stared wide-eyed, looking at Gu Fan, who now, even standing in the void, was extremely dangerous, their hearts shaking violently. They were shocked. Most people thought Gu Fan had gone mad. Because the words he spoke were a complete declaration, showing that he had fully severed ties with Lingshu heaven. Moreover, no one could understand, let alone be shocked by how Gu Fan, a single person, could dare to be so reckless and unafraid when facing such a large army led by the White Emperor. At this very moment, the Imperial Alliance's army and the various forces of the Imperial realm all trembled in shock. They didn't understand, they couldn't comprehend, but inside, they were already in turmoil. But before anyone could react, boom! Gu Fan took a step forward, shaking the world, his hand gripping Mo Yuan as he suddenly slashed forward with a sword. The terrifying sword force swept out. The entire world trembled beneath this strike. The speed was so fast that almost no one could react. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. No! The first to bear the brunt were the two emperors who had previously shouted the loudest. Just as they regained their senses, the sword energy containing the aura of destruction had already descended. With a scream, their pupils widened and their bodies trembled. The space they occupied was directly sliced open, revealing a shocking void. The two emperors had no sign of resistance before they exploded, their bodies and souls completely obliterated. The world immediately fell into dead silence. The terrifying sword energy rampaged through the void. The entire process took only an instant, yet two emperors vanished, their existence erased from the world. Bang! Bang! Everyone who regained their senses shuddered, their hearts pounding wildly. The White Emperor's expression became as dark as it could possibly be. The frown deepened as the voice growled, "The Sin Emperor has gone mad, you need not hold back. All of you, take action together and kill him." As the words fell, everyone suddenly came to their senses, gasping in shock, and their faces turned grim with intensity. Kill. In the name of the White Emperor's decree, we march to eradicate the Sin Emperor. Today, we unite to slay the Sin Emperor. Though they were shocked, with the White Emperor leading and giving orders, all the fear in their hearts was suppressed, and they shouted together. In a moment, the Imperial Alliance's army moved out in full force, swiftly closing in to surround. These people, all of them, were emperors. A mighty army formed entirely of emperors. Once they moved, the entire world trembled with a deafening roar. Among them were 5 directors, each at the emperor's peak. Under the siege, the heavens and earth were sealed off. Gu Fan was directly placed within a cage formed by the scattered emperors of the Imperial Alliance. Crack crack. The emperors of the Imperial Alliance unleashed their power without concealment, causing the very void to crack, a terrifying aura surging wildly. The 5 directors locked their gazes on Gu Fan, raising their hands to release their strike. Kill the Sin Emperor. They all shouted in unison, desperately channeling their emperor's strength, each unleashing their deadliest moves. The rest of the emperors from the Imperial Alliance, without hesitation, turned to besiege Gu Fan. In an instant, the sky and earth cracked under the terrifying power. Seeing this scene, all the emperor-level beings who had responded to the Imperial Alliance's call and gathered were shocked, their faces filled with awe. As expected of the Imperial Alliance, an army formed entirely of emperors, terrifying beyond measure. Under such a siege, let alone a mere Sin Emperor of the Gu family, even the entire divine domain would be powerless to resist. The Sin Emperor of the Gu family, just a has-been who barely survived for 90,000 years, today marks his end. The Imperial Alliance is not something he can oppose, perhaps we don't even need to act. They all marveled at the power displayed by the Imperial Alliance, and in their shock, they looked at Gu Fan, only to feel that the so-called Sin Emperor of the Gu family was no longer a threat. After all, a dying man, no longer worth fearing. With the Imperial Alliance's army jointly encircling, even if Gu Fan's strength was unclear for now, he could only die. Amidst the discussions, Gu Fan, facing the encirclement of the Imperial Alliance, still wore a cold, indifferent expression, with no emotional fluctuation. Using your swords as offerings, that's not a bad choice. His eyes flickered as he muttered while looking at the Mo sword in his hand, a cold smile appearing on his lips as he looked up again. Facing an army formed entirely of emperors, strong enough to shake the divine domain, his eyes contained no emotion, only a chilling cold that could freeze the soul. Chapter 48, The Imperial Alliance's Army, just a bunch of paper tigers. Gu Fan looked up, scanning the surrounding emperors from the Imperial Alliance. Their killing intent was palpable. A bunch of Imperial Alliance's ants, even ants can become emperors, do you all think you can stop me? He sneered, then suddenly roared, die. As soon as he spoke, he did not remain in place but instead, holding Mo charged toward the 5 emperors on the side. Like a ghost, Gu Fan closed the distance in an instant, facing the 5 emperors whose faces twisted in anger. They unleashed a combined blow filled with emperor-level power. 5 trash. His expression was icy as he spoke coldly, raising his hand. Mo hummed, and then a monstrous killing intent rose to the heavens. A single strike of his sword. The 5 emperors of the Imperial Alliance's faces changed drastically. Not good. They suddenly felt an overwhelming deathly crisis rush at them, wanting to retreat but it was too late. They had no chance to strike, their bodies frozen in the void, their powers completely immobilized under the terrifying pressure. They could only watch helplessly as Gu Fan's sword came crashing toward them. Bang! The sword light surged, obscuring their vision. After just a moment, the 5 emperors from the Imperial Alliance had vanished from the heavens and earth. Their presence, their aura, was no longer. With just one strike, 5 emperors were slain. Blood spread, filling the void with red. And Gu Fan, under the gaze of horrified eyes, tore open a gap in the encirclement. You ants dare to judge this emperor? He suddenly turned around, looking at the people of the Imperial League around him. A cold sneer appeared on his face. Not only did he not leave directly, he charged back into the fray again. His cold words echoed, making everyone shiver with fear. Seeing this scene, one by one, the emperors in the Imperial League felt a chill run down their spines, their previous momentum suddenly disappearing, their eyes turning blank. In just a short moment, 5 emperors were reduced to ashes. What kind of strength does the Sin Emperor of the Gu family have? Above the Emperor level? But the 5 directors, as beings of the Emperor Venerable Realm, stared at Gu Fan, who was now clearly on the verge of going mad, their mouths dry, unable to continue their actions. But just a momentary lapse of focus from the army, and put! Gu Fan suddenly transformed into a streak of light, his sword, Mo glowing with a chilling cold light, instantly creating a wave of blood between several emperors. The sky roared. The void trembled. 3 more emperors, unable to resist at all, their pupils scattered, vitality rapidly draining, hot blood erupted from their hearts and spilled to the ground. Under the terrified gazes of the crowd, their souls were erased by the violent sword aura, and their bodies fell to the ground. A huge roar resounded, imperial blood staining the void. But this time, no one had a chance to react. No. Ah. You. What cultivation level are you? Why do you? One after another, screams full of fear echoed through the sky, and more emperors of the Imperial League fell, their paths cut short. Facing Gu Fan's attack, no one had the qualification to resist. Some had not even finished speaking, their bodies and souls disappearing into the world. Even though they were all emperors. From this point onward, Gu Fan's killing became increasingly simple and brutal. The cold gleam on Mo grew stronger, and the sound of the sword echoed like a death summons, causing the emperors of the Imperial League to have their scalps explode. Only a few breaths had passed, yet over 10 emperors had already fallen. Gu Fan was simply unstoppable. And from beginning to end, the so-called Sin Emperor of the Gu family, who had made them almost send out their entire army to hunt him down, was only using his sword to kill. Every swing was beyond the ability of an emperor to counter. How? How is this possible? How could the Sin Emperor be so terrifying? We can't do anything to him, why is this happening? No, no. Lord, save me. The Sin Emperor's cultivation is definitely not at the Emperor level, he has even surpassed the Emperor Venerable realm. The director of the Shangqing department, who was clearly at the mid-stage of the Emperor Venerable, was killed by Gu Fan with a single sword. Facing Gu Fan's relentless killing, the army kept collapsing, and emperors kept dying, their screams and cries echoing through the world. The encirclement, which had once been full of confidence, now seemed like a joke. They watched with their own eyes as one of the 5 directors of the Imperial League, the Emperor Venerable of Shanxing, turned into a corpse and fell to the ground in less than a single exchange with Gu Fan. This made the army completely lose its courage. And in just a short period of time, one Emperor Venerable and nearly 20 emperors had died at Gu Fan's hands. Boom! At this moment, the sky and earth cracked, imperial blood filling the sky. One after another, the corpses of emperors fell to the ground, sending shivers down everyone's spines, unable to stop trembling. The army's screams continued, but Gu Fan's killing was simple, brutal, and particularly bloody. Each swing of his sword meant the death of another emperor. Ants! 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 In a daze, he found a familiar feeling, or more precisely, an endless thrill, grinning savagely as he spoke. So it's you who wanted to destroy the Gu family, it's you who wanted to judge me? Didn't you say I'm the Sin Emperor? Then I'll fulfill your wishes. What are you useless fools afraid of? The world lost its light, and emperors bled to death. Upon hearing Gu Fan's words, the Imperial League's army had already collapsed, with no courage to resist. It was simply because Gu Fan was too terrifying now. Without the support of divine arts or techniques, one person with one sword was enough to intimidate everyone, sweeping through everything. And after speaking, Gu Fan, without any hesitation, continued his massacre. Even the Moyuan sword, which had not yet fully shown its true power, had already stained the blood of dozens of emperors. Ungrateful bastards, look at me! He shouted coldly, swinging his sword to strike down several great emperors. Thunder roared wildly, and the originally dim sky was now covered by a strange blood-red hue. Amidst the terrifying phenomenon, Gu Fan seemed to be entering a state of perfection, the terrifying slaughter never stopping. Boom! 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 This world seemed to be unable to withstand Gu Fan's monstrous slaughter, with roaring sounds continuously coming out, and the sky was on the verge of collapsing. At this point, the situation had completely reversed. It was not the Imperial Alliance's army surrounding and suppressing him, but rather Gu Fan alone with his sword, hunting down the Imperial Alliance's army, turning the world into a sea of blood, as one emperor after another died as if they were worthless. And it was under this massacre that the world was filled with an intense, horrifying death aura. Upon seeing such a terrifying bloody scene, one voice screamed out in disbelief, "Impossible, this can't be happening. The Imperial Alliance's army can't do anything to the Sin Emperor, and instead, the Sin Emperor is slaughtering them alone? Why does a person who became an emperor 90,000 years ago, and committed unimaginable crimes, still have such power? No, this shouldn't be happening." The forces who originally thought that the Imperial Alliance's army was strong enough to kill Gu Fan now had their eyes nearly burst, their scalps tingling in terror, trembling uncontrollably. They even felt that the scene before them was like a dream, completely unreal. This situation was completely different from what they had imagined. Chapter 49, The White Emperor Strikes. The first person of Lingshu Heaven. The heavens and earth screamed and howled in pain, as the blood of the emperors rained down like a storm onto the ground. One after another, emperors fell, and even 3 of the 5 directors of the Imperial Alliance had already died under Gu Fan's sword. Even though they were emperor-level beings, like the others, they could not withstand a single blow from Gu Fan. A cold, sorrowful aura filled the air, the death of the emperors was imminent. Bang! Gu Fan, like a savage ancient beast, was now pressing the head of an emperor, his expression cold as he crushed it mercilessly. In an instant, that emperor could not even struggle, his pupils filled with endless terror as his head exploded. Shaking the blood off his hands, he sneered coldly, "Imperial Alliance? An army formed by emperors?" Under the terrifying massacre, Gu Fan was surrounded by thick blood mist, his murderous aura rising to the heavens, appearing sinister and cold as he sneered, "Such trash, and they dare to call themselves the overlords of Lingshu Heaven? 90,000 years have passed, and Lingshu Heaven is filled with nothing but trash?" As soon as his words fell, he transformed into a flash of blood and, with the power to destroy everything, began to ruthlessly sweep through the Imperial Alliance's army. In an instant, even more desperate and shrill screams spread across the world. The emperor-level existences who hadn't joined the army to encircle and suppress Gu Fan looked on in horror, retreating almost in unison. Thump thump. Their hearts pounded wildly, fear enveloping their entire bodies. At this moment, the White Emperor watched Gu Fan continue the massacre, causing the Imperial Alliance's army to collapse, his face twisted in anger, his expression darkening as if it could drip with water. "This is impossible." He no longer remained composed, feeling a surge of shock rising in his heart. At this moment, he had discarded all his previous underestimation. Previously, he had always been observing, but no matter how he looked at it, he could not see through the Sin Emperor of the Gu family. Moreover, at this moment, the strength displayed by the Sin Emperor had exceeded all expectations and was far more terrifying than anticipated. Damn it! The White Emperor watched in fear, his brow furrowing tighter as he gritted his teeth and spoke in a low voice. "He became an emperor 90,000 years ago, and he hasn't died until now, but why does he still have such terrifying strength?" At this moment, his heart was shaken, unable to believe what he was seeing. Gu Fan seemed to be entering an uninhabited realm, with the Imperial Alliance's army unable to harm him in the slightest. On the contrary, the Imperial Alliance's army was being utterly suppressed, with no strength to resist. I spent thousands of years analyzing and confirmed that the ancient monster's life-forbidden zone was suppressed by the 10 original emperors, paying the price of never being able to advance. But what about the Sin Emperor of the Gu family? The White Emperor's heart was shocked, unable to calm down. And it was after learning this information. He would only have absolute confidence in destroying those imperial families left by the early emperors after the Empire Alliance grew stronger. However, Gu Fan's return and the power he displayed were beyond his expectations and plans. But because of this, this emperor, cannot lose. The White Emperor, in shock, clearly realized he could not lose. If he lost, the Empire Alliance, which he had painstakingly built and which had now become the ruler of the spirit void heaven, would collapse and cease to exist. With this thought, the White Emperor suppressed the shock in his heart, looked at Gu Fan, and his eyes burst with boundless killing intent. He murmured in a low voice, "Today, I will kill you." In an instant, he took a step forward, heading towards the battlefield. With the White Emperor's movement, the sky seemed to tear apart. A terrifying storm suddenly swept in. The killing intent in the White Emperor's eyes grew even stronger, and he immediately coldly shouted, "Everyone, retreat." At the sound of his order, the remaining army of the Empire Alliance, which had already been retreating step by step and crying out in misery, looked at Gu Fan with fear in their eyes and immediately retreated frantically. The leader is making his move. The sinful emperor will die. He can suppress us, but he can never suppress the leader. The leader broke through to the Emperor Ancestor realm 30,000 years ago. He was invincible in the Emperor Respect realm 50,000 years ago, and even at the Emperor realm, he had already slain several emperor rulers. The Gu family's sinful emperor can only wait for death. It is said that the leader has already crossed the Emperor realm and is about to take that next step. The sinful emperor may be terrifying, but the leader's terror is not something he can resist. As the people of the Empire Alliance saw the White Emperor step out, their fear gradually decreased, and they became confident once again. After all, the leader is the #1 person in the current spirit void heaven. They may not be able to defeat the Gu family's sinful emperor, but that does not mean the leader cannot kill him. Under the watchful eyes of millions, the White Emperor said nothing. He took another step and instantly appeared in front of Gu Fan. Boom! The murderous intent on his old face surged, and a terrifying aura suddenly rose, directly striking out with a palm that could shake the heavens and earth. With this palm strike, the void collapsed with a thunderous roar. The White Emperor showed no hesitation, and his strike was full force. Sinful Emperor, you betrayed the spirit void heaven, causing the invasion of 2 great imperial gates, and hundreds of cities were slaughtered. After striking, his expression was indifferent and righteous as he coldly said, "This emperor killing you is what everyone desires." As soon as his words fell, the entire world frantically gathered spiritual energy. The void manifested. It even caused chaos to descend on the void. Gu Fan sneered coldly, saying, "Just a despicable leader of a mere alliance, what are you pretending to be a saint in front of this emperor? Laughable to the extreme. When I played this game, you, a mere insect, had not even been born. A waste like you thinks you can kill me? You are not even worthy." Facing the White Emperor, who spoke with righteous and grandiose words, Gu Fan naturally understood his intentions and ruthlessly exposed his hypocrisy, his words laced with ridicule. And his words made the White Emperor's face darken. He immediately sealed off the world, causing chaos to surge in all directions. "All these years, no one has ever spoken to me like this." He stared at Gu Fan, no longer hiding his intentions, and with killing intent in his voice, he coldly said, "Since you have seen through my thoughts, then just as you wish, just as you said, the slander of the 10 emperors was all planned by me. Slandering you all, destroying your imperial families, and uniting the spirit void heaven. Sinful Emperor, what can you do to me?" He directly revealed his cards. The White Emperor's palm gathered all his power and directly struck down towards Gu Fan's chest. Seeing this, Gu Fan did not show much emotional fluctuation because of the White Emperor's words. His expression grew even colder, and he suddenly raised his hand and struck out. Boom! The first clash between the two erupted with a deafening boom. The terrifying, vast shockwave rampaged in all directions. Wherever it passed, the void cracked apart inch by inch. The heavens lost their color. The entire spirit void heaven trembled violently at this moment. A world-destroying collision instantly submerged the two figures, cutting off all views of the outside world. Apart from the continuously tearing void, no one could see anything within. But the aura belonging to the White Emperor suddenly surged, faintly surpassing the Emperor realm. A pressure that sent chills down the spine of every Emperor level being descended, overwhelming the heavens and the earth. Lin Xian. Then, just as everyone was unclear about the situation, the White Emperor's furious shout echoed from the chaos and void. Chapter 50, Gu Fan is certain to die? Are you sure? The White Emperor's voice carried an endless killing intent. In an instant, the entire world trembled, and waves of energy spread out. Countless people's expressions changed drastically as they frantically used their cultivation to resist. Even so, many emperors spat blood, their auras weakening. Boom! 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 Under the White Emperor's strike, the sky tore apart, and the earth trembled and collapsed. A blinding, piercing light and destructive waves of energy surged, as if the entire world was enduring an unbearable, terrifying force, beginning to crumble. This strike made it impossible for any emperor, or emperor-level existence to face it head-on. Even just the shockwaves were unbearable for anyone. The raging storm seemed ready to swallow everything in the world. The vision was completely obscured, nothing could be seen. Amidst the deafening booms, for a long time, the world was consumed by chaos. Endless waves of destructive energy filled every inch of space, causing everyone to tremble in fear, their faces drained of color as they shook uncontrollably. Gradually, the chaos subsided. The blinding dark light slowly faded away. The booming began to calm down. Though the world was repairing, it couldn't keep up with the speed of the destruction, and it appeared utterly ravaged. After a long while, the noise gradually weakened. Everything fell silent. Put. The Imperial Alliance and the other Emperor-level existences finally couldn't withstand it, all spitting blood. Just one strike, if the White Emperor's target hadn't been them, they would have already been reduced to nothing. Hiss. Everyone gasped, their faces filled with terror, staring at the White Emperor's figure which was slowly revealing itself. Under everyone's gaze, the White Emperor, wearing a purple-gold robe, fluttered in the fierce wind. His face, full of cold killing intent, suddenly showed a smile. This is my strongest strike, one I've never used before. The Sin Emperor is undoubtedly dead. A trace of disdain appeared on his brows, confident that Gu Fan was dead. Looking at the twisted void ahead, he mocked, "You just became an emperor before me, that's all. A washed-up piece of human trash. What right do you have to fight me now? Ridiculous. A clown, even if you didn't die after 90,000 years, in front of me, you're still an ant. What are you, to dare to speak of exterminating the Imperial Alliance along with me?" Every word dripped with sarcasm, bringing pleasure with it. The White Emperor snorted coldly, letting out a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't give the Sin Emperor a chance to react. He struck with his ultimate hidden killing move. Even if he hadn't truly surpassed the Emperor realm, after that strike, he was absolutely confident in obliterating any existence under the true immortal realm. The White Emperor never sensed Gu Fan's aura and then turned to look at the remaining members of the Imperial Alliance, commanding arrogantly, "The Sin Emperor is dead. The battlefield here must be cleared as soon as possible. Next, annihilate the Gu family. After today, Lingshu Heaven will have no initial Emperor-level families left, no initial 10 Emperors. Lingshu Heaven will only have one overlord, and that is the Imperial Alliance." Each word resounded through the universe, shaking the surroundings. At this moment, the aging White Emperor looked full of vigor. But soon, his brows furrowed. Because his words were not met with any agreement, no congratulations from various forces, nor any kneeling in submission. Immediately, the White Emperor furrowed his brows, his face full of confusion as he looked at the people behind him. But what he saw was only the people of the Imperial Alliance and others present, all looking at him with extreme fear and shock. Every person's face was drained of color. They were looking at him as if they had seen some terrifying monster. The White Emperor grew more and more puzzled, and couldn't help but frown and ask, "What's wrong with all of you?" Could it be that these people were scared stiff by his previous strike? But before he could think too much, the last remaining director of the Empire Alliance stared in horror, his eyes wide open, trembling as he raised his finger and stammered, "Alliance leader, you, behind you." His voice was intermittent, and before he could finish speaking, he was already gasping for air, his face growing increasingly pale. Upon seeing this, the White Emperor's heart sank, and without hesitation, he suddenly turned around. In an instant, his pupils constricted sharply. He even subconsciously took several steps back. Before him, the place where Gu Fan had been was swirling with void, and the chaotic sounds of roaring echoed out. Even after enduring the White Emperor's most terrifying blow, when his figure materialized, his white robe remained spotless, and no injuries could be seen on his body. He was completely unharmed. Not only that. Bang, bang, bang. Gu Fan reappeared, and not only was he alive, but his aura had become even more terrifying, even surpassing the White Emperor's. And he remained in his original position, but the endless terrifying aura soared madly, shaking the entire sky. Visible to the naked eye. The sky that had just recovered from the battle began to twist again, with tears forming. The aura from Gu Fan spread, affecting everything between heaven and earth, and under the roaring void, anyone who saw it felt a suffocating fear that chilled them to the bone. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone's scalp tingled, their bodies losing strength under the overwhelming pressure. The vast killing aura erupted again, filling the heavens and earth. Visible to the naked eye, black gas continued to rise, directly covering the sky, bringing boundless darkness. Now, Gu Fan was like a cold ruler above the Tao of heaven. Suddenly, boom! Gu Fan's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and endless thunder raged beside him. In the midst of darkness and chaos, his eyes emitted the only light, a chilling gleam that made anyone shudder with fear. At this moment, there was no light, no sound in the world. Gu Fan flicked his sleeve and coldly gazed at the stunned White Emperor, mocking, "Is your strongest move just scratching an itch for me? Is this all the power of the so-called leader of the Empire Alliance, the #1 in Lingshu Heaven?" As expected, answer still ants. "You are not worthy to shake my empire." These words directly made the surroundings even more dead silent. But everyone heard a buzzing in their heads, their ears ringing wildly. He didn't die. They were shocked that Gu Fan had survived such a terrifying strike from the White Emperor, and then dared to say that the White Emperor was just an ant, merely scratching an itch earlier? They knew that the White Emperor was already on the verge of stepping into the final stage of the Emperor realm, the #1 in Lingshu Heaven, the most terrifying existence today. But in the eyes of the Sin Emperor from the Gu family, he was just another insignificant ant to be trampled upon. How could this not shock everyone? The Sin Emperor can't possibly be alive. The remnants of the Empire Alliance, and the other powerful beings who had responded to the call, were all stunned, their eyes wide open in shock, their faces completely drained of color, their bodies trembling, unable to stop their horrified exclamations. Even noticing that Gu Fan's aura now surpassed the White Emperor's, their inner fear could no longer be suppressed and exploded out in full force. Chapter 51, is the #1 in Lingshu Heaven this week now. The entire place was filled with fear and dazed expressions. The White Emperor's breathing was rapid, and he snapped back to reality, feeling his mouth dry. Impossible, impossible. He shook his head uncontrollably, his shock growing even more intense. At this point, his confidence had already shattered, seeing Gu Fan alive and standing even more terrifying in the void. Faintly, the terrifying aura of the Sin Emperor was even overshadowing his own. As the White Emperor's face turned pale, shivering slightly, and he took a step back. Bang! 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 Gu Fan's cold eyes glared, stepping forward step by step in the void toward the White Emperor. The void under his feet continuously cracking, even the ground below trembling violently. He didn't pay any attention to others, coldly and calmly looking at the White Emperor, mocking him, "Just a mere ant, and yet you dare to shake the heavens? As the strongest trump card, I can shatter it with a snap of my fingers. Now, it's my turn." His tone was cold, but it also carried a ruthless mockery. Not only that, every step Gu Fan took, the pressure he exuded grew more terrifying, affecting the entire world. Upon hearing this, the White Emperor looked at Gu Fan, who kept disregarding him, getting closer step by step. His expression twisted with rage, but the unease in his heart couldn't be suppressed. "I can't lose. Why should I fear him?" He constantly reassured himself, and with eyes filled with shock, his overwhelming killing intent erupted again. Suddenly, the White Emperor's eyes turned red, his expression ferocious as he roared, "An outdated existence, I don't believe I can't kill you. Die!" Boom! A loud bang rang out across the heavens and earth. The White Emperor's figure was like a white lightning bolt, madly charging toward Gu Fan. Every strike carried the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, with the space cracking inch by inch beneath his hands. "You are just an emperor from 90,000 years ago. What are you?" His eyes were filled with madness as he continued to roar with all his strength, "I am the first person of Lingshu Heaven. You have long been abandoned by the times. Today is your death day. Die. Die for me." The White Emperor's attacks grew more and more fierce. Each strike was filled with endless killing intent. Boom! 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 Once, twice, 3 times. The White Emperor was nearly giving everything he had. More and more attacks rained down on Gu Fan, causing the mountains and rivers around them to collapse and reverse course. The void itself twisted. Gu Fan's figure was completely submerged in the devastating attacks. The entire Lingshu Heaven trembled at this moment. It felt as if it couldn't hold on any longer and would collapse completely in the next second. But what was even more shocking were not others, but the Empire Alliance's army watching from the rear and the Imperial-level beings that had gathered. "This is the first time I've seen the Lord so lose control. But under such terrifying bombardment, Gu Fan is still alive? How is this possible? The Lord is the first person of Lingshu Heaven. How could a criminal emperor from the old times not be affected by such a terrifying full-force attack from the Lord?" Everyone could still feel Gu Fan's presence. Even under the terrifying, destructive attacks, this presence became even more terrifying. It was as if the Lord, the first person of Lingshu Heaven, simply couldn't do anything to the Gu family's criminal emperor. This made the surviving army of the Empire Alliance, who had witnessed Gufan's slaughter, and the Imperial-level beings watching, feel their pupils contract, their scalps explode, and they couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. The White Emperor was the same, with shock in his heart, but even more, fear began to grow inside him. Impossible, this is impossible. He could feel Gufan's steps getting closer, even under his frenzied attacks. So many world-destroying killing techniques, he never expected they wouldn't harm Gufan, and all of them were blocked, unable to stop him from advancing. Why is this happening? The White Emperor could no longer suppress his inner fear. His wild and frenzied roar became even more hysterical. A deep sense of helplessness spread through his entire body, and his already twisted face gradually lost color as he couldn't believe the current situation. And within the twisted void, Gufan's figure slowly emerged. He lifted his head, his gaze like a bolt of lightning, directly piercing into the White Emperor's soul. His voice was cold and indifferent, as if it came from the depths of hell. 90,000 years have passed, and today's first person in Lingshu heaven is just like this? Truly a waste, a lowly clown. You, with just that, dare to call me a criminal emperor, to destroy the imperial families left by me and the other 9 emperors? I gave you too many chances, but you were useless. Then next. You shall die. Gufan's voice was like a thunderclap, shaking the White Emperor's heart violently. His every word, even every single syllable, carried an endless pressure, making the heavens and earth tremble at this moment. As his voice fell, Gufan gently raised his palm, as if merely waving it casually, and the ink-black Mo Yuan in his hand let out a resonant hum. In an instant, Mo Yuan fully awakened, erupting like a being coming to life, releasing an aura far beyond that of an emperor weapon. The entire Lingshu heaven trembled because of it. In this place, the heavens and earth. Endless spiritual energy frantically gathered, transforming into a dazzling pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. Faintly, there were echoes of dragon roars and phoenix cries, immortal energy spreading, and an unparalleled pressure erupting. Everyone present changed expressions wildly, and the weapons in their hands trembled uncontrollably, letting out mournful wails. Under countless terrified gazes, the sword intent around Gufan surged to the heavens, twisting the surroundings, as an unrivaled sword aura climbed to its peak. Now, he no longer intended to hold back. Facing Bai Di, he was finally going to make a move and completely suppress him to death. An emperor weapon? No, but that is actually a half-step immortal weapon awakening. Bai Di's pupil shrank violently, and an unprecedented fear rose in his heart. He could feel that Gufan's strike had already surpassed the limits of the emperor realm, even touching the legendary true immortal realm. And as Mo Yuan fully revived, without the slightest concealment, the entire Lingshu heaven trembled in madness. The aura of annihilation spread in all directions, suppressing everything between heaven and earth. Amidst the boundless, sky-covering, and world-shaking phenomenon. Die! Gufan coldly shouted as he glared at Bai Di, the one who framed his 9 fallen friends as sinful emperors and orchestrated the destruction of the 9 great emperor clans. Without holding anything back, he ruthlessly slashed down Mo Yuan, which bloomed with the power of a half-step immortal weapon. An immeasurable sword strike descended, unstoppable, destroying the heavens and shattering the earth. At that moment, even the sky trembled madly and began to crack. Seeing this one sword that could tear apart Lingshu heaven itself hurtling toward him. No! I don't believe it. I am the number 1 in Lingshu heaven. You cannot kill me. Bai Di roared hysterically, his emperor blood boiling, as endless spiritual power surged forth, forming a massive barrier in a desperate attempt to block Gufan's attack. Immortal descent. He roared again, exerting every ounce of his strength to unleash his most powerful killing move. In an instant, the 2 attacks collided with a deafening explosion. Chapter 52, The Emperor Alliance collapses, Bai Di is actually defeated. Boom! Under the collision of 2 earth-shattering forces, the world lost its color. However, Bai Di's resistance was ultimately in vain. Gufan's sword was like divine punishment, instantly shattering the protective barrier. As for Bai Di's strongest killing move, executed with his utmost effort, under the fully awakened Mo Yuan and the sword empowered by Gufan, it had no qualifications to resist. His sword made even the will of the heavenly Tao tremble, and even the Emperor realm beings spectating from behind Bai Di were so terrified that they retreated madly, their souls nearly scattering. And at this very moment, Bai Di's attack was like a stone sinking into the ocean, vanishing into nothing before it could even show its true power. It ceased to exist. The entire world. Only Gufan's sword aura, capable of annihilating everything, continued to rage, intimidating all directions. The boundless, overwhelming sword energy crashed down like thunder, destroying Bai Di's defenses and killing move, still carrying the force of destruction as it rushed toward him. Seeing this scene, Put! Under the massive backlash, Bai Di spewed fresh blood, his pupils dilating as he gasped in horror. How is this possible? His sword actually ignored immortal descent. No, no! Roars of despair echoed. Baidi's expression twisted in madness as he forcibly steadied himself, facing the sword energy rushing to obliterate everything, launching counterattacks in frenzy. Boom! 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 But no matter how many times Baidi attacked, he could not shake the sword energy in the slightest. On the contrary, Gu Fan's sword only grew more terrifying. It seemed capable of swallowing Baidi's every strike, now covering the sky and distorting everything between heaven and earth. Under repeated backlashes. No! Baidi's mind completely collapsed, his face filled with horror as he trembled and screamed in despair. At this moment, his mind was in utter chaos, and he had no solution left. Faced with the sword strike from Gu Fan, all of his methods failed to block it. In an instant, a deep despair rose in his heart. But it was precisely due to a moment of distraction. Boom! Gu Fan's sword completely cut down. In an instant, the White Emperor, like a kite with its string cut, was violently torn apart in the chest by this strike, his body falling at an extremely fast speed into the earth. Boom! The earth shattered, and an unfathomable giant pit formed instantly. The world fell silent. And then... cough, cough, cough. The White Emperor lay in the deep pit, blood spraying from his mouth, his whole body in a state of misery. Struggling to get up, he looked up at Gu Fan with eyes full of disbelief, as if all of this was just a nightmare. Why is this happening? The White Emperor, trembling with blood all over his body, hoarsely roared with unwillingness and fear, "You were clearly the Emperor from 90,000 years ago, clearly unable to advance due to the ancient demon life forbidden zone. But why is it that not only did you not die, but your cultivation is even more terrifying now? Impossible, this shouldn't be happening. You should have died long ago, you shouldn't have come back, no. No. Wrong, everything is wrong, this is not the way the future should go." His roars echoed throughout the world. The White Emperor's voice was filled with madness and immense unwillingness, his pale face full of horror. Gu Fan's return had completely shattered his plans. And Gu Fan, the Sin Emperor of the Gu family, had even surpassed his own cultivation level. This turn of events, completely unacceptable to the White Emperor, left him repeatedly muttering the same words, as though he had lost his sanity. When they saw the White Emperor's defeat, and how Gu Fan, with just one strike, defeated the White Emperor, everyone from the Imperial Alliance, the Emperor-level beings who had gathered from all sides, turned pale. The Alliance Master lost? Impossible, the Alliance Master is the current #1 in Lingshu Heaven, and he actually lost to the Sin Emperor? The Sin Emperor suppressed the Alliance Master with a single strike, and none of us are his match? No. No, this can't be real. Everyone was stunned, their heads splitting in disbelief, unable to believe what they had just seen. Even though they refused to believe it, everything had truly happened. They had thought the Sin Emperor, who was sure to die, would only have been able to almost cut through the entire Imperial Alliance army by himself. But now, with just one strike, he defeated the #1 in Lingshu Heaven, the Alliance Master of the Imperial Alliance. Up until now, the image of that strike was still fresh in their minds, sending chills down their spines once again. Thump, thump. No matter who it was, their hearts were racing. They looked in horror at Gu Fan, who remained unscathed, who had suppressed everyone with his overwhelming force and nearly killed the White Emperor with one sword, instinctively swallowing and retreating. An unprecedented, enormous crisis enveloped them all. Now, the black mist surrounding Gu Fan still raged, his terrifying aura suppressing the entire world, and the air around him even seemed to be filled with a rising demonic energy. Ignoring the horrified murmurs and shouts around him, he looked down from above at the White Emperor in the deep pit. Staring at the so-called instigator, his eyes gleamed with a chilling light that could seize one's soul. After a moment, Gu Fan grinned coldly and said, "Although you are useless, it seems you know quite a bit about the 10 emperors. But an ant is still an ant, and when you slander us as the Sin Emperors, you should have known that you would face death. Your time is up. Die." The cold word death echoed, and the sky seemed to tremble. Gu Fan raised his hand, and the Mo Yuan sword burst with an extreme cold light, releasing the aura of a half-step immortal weapon once again. Hum. He swung his sword down, and the Annihilation Sword Chi instantly struck the deep pit. As the overwhelming crisis swept over them. Boom! The White Emperor, in his madness, suddenly woke up, abruptly looking up with his pupils trembling violently. At that moment, he knew that all was lost. No matter how much he resisted, he could not kill the Sin Emperor. Thus, when the people of the Imperial Alliance and those from all sides gathered in the Emperor realm saw the drastic change in expression. He. The White Emperor suddenly trembled, letting out an eerie, cold laugh from his mouth. Just as Gu Fan's sword was about to strike, an intense unwillingness flashed in his eyes. He muttered to himself, and a strange glow suddenly appeared in his hands. Then, he slammed them hard against his chest. It was as if he were harming himself. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. But in the next second, a terrifying, invisible force erupted from the White Emperor, shaking the heavens and tearing the sky apart. Sin Emperor, you are destined to die. His eyes flashed with intense hatred as he sneered and roared, even if you change today's events, in the future, you will still undoubtedly die. Though I may lose today, you will never be able to kill me. And no matter how much you struggle, you will eventually die. This is your end. Even if there are changes now, you still cannot change it. Soon, we will meet again. Ha 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 ha. With his words and wild laughter echoing through the heavens, the White Emperor crazily laughed, his figure gradually becoming blurry. In just an instant, his figure vanished as the destructive sword chi fell upon everything. Chapter 53, The Gu Family's Worry, the Seekong Family's Attention. The White Emperor's words and wild laughter reverberated between heaven and earth. Boom! And Gu Fan's sword fell completely. In an instant, the entire deep pit was erased, as if it had never existed. Thousands of miles turned into an alarming void under this one sword. The sky, the earth, all trembled at this moment. The terrifying sword unleashed a storm of destruction, wildly rampaging. But the White Emperor had already escaped. However, Gu Fan didn't care about the White Emperor's life or death, nor did he care about the words he said last. The future? He sneered disdainfully, his voice cold and indifferent. The future you speak of is nothing but a joke to me. Since I, the Emperor, have arrived, my future is only decided by me. His voice was like thunder, shaking the heavens and earth. Every word Gu Fan spoke carried immense pressure, as if even fate bowed down to his words. Gu Fan coldly stared in the direction where the White Emperor had disappeared, his eyes showing no sign of emotion. He knew what the White Emperor was talking about, it was nothing more than the plot of the later stages of the game. But he didn't care. Since he had arrived and returned to the Lingshu heaven, his goal was never the White Emperor, but to stir up chaos in the entire Lingshu heaven and even the entire divine domain. At this point, Gu Fan's cold eyes were filled with unwavering determination, looking down at the void he had created with one hand. You can run the monk, but you can't run the temple. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth, making it even more chilling. The White Emperor used some special method to escape, but the Empire Alliance army, along with those who answered the call to punish him, were still here. And they could not escape. At this moment, the remaining Empire Alliance army, which had been slaughtered by Gu Fan earlier, along with those who had answered the call, were now trembling with fear, staring dumbfounded at the void on the ground. The leader lost, he escaped? The Sin Emperor, not even the leader can shake him, and he could only escape for his life. They were petrified with fear, shaking uncontrollably, their faces drained of color. The result right now was far from what they had expected. The Empire Alliance had been utterly defeated. Gu Fan alone made them unable to resist. Even the leader, the strongest, could only run for his life, and if he had been any slower, he would have been killed. At this moment, Gu Fan turned around and looked at the terrified faces, his cold smile showing no emotion. Next, it's your turn. His voice was like a whisper of death, instantly sending chills down everyone's spine, their eyes filled with extreme fear. They wanted to escape, but their bodies couldn't move. The pressure in the heavens and earth suppressed everything. In Zhengzhou, the Gu family. At this moment, everyone in the Gu family was eagerly awaiting Gu Fan's return. Originally, they had planned to wait for half an hour without seeing Gu Fan return. But the family head, Gu Zongping, had already decided to try every possible means to rush out. But now, a night had passed. The ancestor still hasn't been seen. Instead, from beyond Zhengzhou, the booming sounds continue to echo through the world. Boom! 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 The earth-shattering noises have been ringing from early morning until now, almost 2 hours have passed. Such a huge commotion, no matter whether it is Gu Zongping or other members of the Gu family, almost everyone is already aware. It is likely that the ancestor is fighting with the Imperial Alliance. And looking out, the sky outside has already been stained red with blood. The aura of the fallen emperor is even more distinct. With every booming sound, with every emperor's fall, a breath of death and sorrow spreads through the world. And all of this not only makes the people of the Gu family uneasy, but also makes everyone in Zhengzhou feel terrified. Seeing that the battle has not yet ended, the entire land of Zhengzhou is boiling, countless people are watching the direction where the battle unfolds, staring at the blood-red sky, their hearts filled with shock and fear. What a terrifying aura, every breath belongs to at least an emperor, and there are many imperial venerables, even the White Emperor is personally coming to punish the Gu family's guilty emperor. The battle is still not over, it seems that the Gu family's guilty emperor is not that simple. That battlefield is not something an emperor's realm can step into, even a quasi-emperor would be obliterated if they get too close. I didn't expect such a prolonged battle. The Gu family's guilty emperor does have some skills, but in my opinion, this battle is about to end. So many emperors have been lost, I really don't know what the result will be. Need I say more? The Gu family's guilty emperor is bound to die, the Imperial Alliance's army is all out, plus the responses from various imperial realms, and the White Emperor is in charge of the overall situation. The guilty emperor absolutely won't survive after this battle. Exactly, after this battle, the 10 guilty emperors will become a thing of the past, and their imperial clans will be completely destroyed. Once the Gu family's guilty emperor dies, the stubborn Gu family will finally perish. Countless people are watching the direction of the battlefield beyond Zhengzhou, the blood-red sky is spine-chilling, and the aura of the fallen emperor makes people's hearts tremble. But in the speculation, everyone believes that Gu Fan must die. The Imperial Alliance will win. So after the shock, no one is too worried, instead, they start chatting and laughing. At this moment, in the Sikong family's house. In a large courtyard, both Emperor Qian Yuan and Emperor Qin Yan felt the terrifying wave sweeping through the world, both were shocked. What a terrifying omen, what a terrifying collision, what on earth is happening on the battlefield outside? The White Emperor led the Imperial Alliance's army, and so many emperors responded to the call and gathered. The battle has lasted so long, and the Gu family's guilty emperor is still holding on. Unfortunately, he will ultimately not escape death. The two of them spoke one after another, their faces full of shock. They were shocked that the battle still hasn't ended, which means that the Gu family's guilty emperor hasn't been killed yet. To be clear, the White Emperor was supposed to take action personally. The number one person in the current Lingshu heaven, leading the charge, still hasn't killed the guilty emperor of the Gu family. How could this not be shocking? But, although they were shocked, they didn't think that Gu Fan could survive. After a while, Emperor Qingyan looked worried, and said gloomily, the Gu family's guilty emperor is doomed, but we haven't responded to the call from the Imperial Alliance to act. We didn't participate in the crusade. After this battle, the White Emperor will probably come to settle accounts with us. Brother, oh brother, you are wrong, you are wrong. Upon hearing this, Emperor Qian Yuan sighed and shook his head. Third brother, this matter is not entirely the fault of the older brother. After all, the ancestor left a family instruction. Second brother, family instruction, it's always about the family instruction. The situation is so clear, yet the older brother still refuses to let us participate. The White Emperor's fury is not something we can bear. Wei! Emperor Qin Yan shouted in a frenzy, fear in his eyes. But before he could finish speaking, shut up! Emperor Xian Yang quietly appeared behind the two of them, frowning and reprimanding, the battle is not over yet, what are you two worrying about? Besides, even if I'm wrong, it's just the fate of the Sikong family. Family instruction, we have no choice but to follow. Seeing Emperor Xian Yang arrive, Emperor Qin Yan immediately shut his mouth. Undefined translated _story. The 1,000 Yuan Emperor was silent. Looking at the two of them, the Xianyang Emperor did not say much more but raised his head to look beyond Zhengzhou. Although his expression was serious, he could not help but feel nervous inside. Seeing this, the 1,000 Yuan Emperor and the Qingyan Emperor exchanged a glance, feeling somewhat unconvinced in their hearts. After all, given the current situation, that ancestor of the Gu family had no chance of winning at all. Could it be that Big Brother still naively believed there would be a turn of events? But there was nothing they could do. After all, Big Brother had already spoken. No matter how unwilling they were, they had no choice. Ignoring the two of them? Have I really made a mistake? The Shenyang Emperor looked at the sky dyed red with blood, listening to the thunderous sounds of battle outside Zhengzhou, and murmured to himself. To say he was not nervous would be a lie. Even though he had spoken with composure earlier, if the Gu family's ancestor was slain, then the Sikong family might very well perish at his hands. Chapter 54, the terrifying figure arrives, who do you call an ant? Inside the Gu family, the family head Gu Zongping and all the clan members looked extremely solemn, and the atmosphere was utterly grave. As the battle raged on, the entire sky had long been stained with blood. Even though they were far from the battlefield, the air was thick with the pungent scent of blood. From this, one could tell just how brutal and terrifying the battlefield was. Seeing this, it's been so long, and the battle still hasn't ended. The Emperor Alliance has Bai Di himself present, their army has nearly been fully mobilized, and so many have answered the call, yet the ancestor is fighting alone. The battle has lasted so long. No matter how strong the ancestor is, he will be worn down to death. Damn it, those Lingshu Tian traitors, those heartless, faithless scum. The ancestor and the others should never have defended those ungrateful wretches for the sake of righteousness back then. One by one, the Gu clan members could not sit still anymore. Anxiously, they began to discuss, constantly voicing their indignation for Gu Fan. Each face was filled with grief and anger, trembling with rage. At this point, since the ancestor had not yet returned, he was surely trapped. Even Gu Zongping's heart sank. Listening to the discussions of the clan members, he seemed to finally make up his mind and slowly stood up. Everyone, sons of the Gu family. He looked at each Gu elder and younger generation member and said in a deep voice, "The ancestor has not returned for so long, he must have fallen deep into encirclement. We can no longer wait, we can no longer sit and await doom. The ancestor came back to save us. Because we are his descendants, how can we do nothing at such a time? Even if we charge out and face certain death, we must do everything we can to join forces with the ancestor and fight alongside him, even if our contribution is minimal. But the blood flowing through our veins does not allow us to be cowards, nor does it allow us to do nothing when we know the ancestor is in danger." His voice soared to the heavens, resounding through the entire Gu family. In an instant, fight! 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 Even if we die, we will not die in such a humiliating way. We'll risk it all. Every Gu clan member's eyes burned with determination, and with solemn expressions, they roared in unison. Their momentum surged into the sky, shaking the heavens. Seeing this, Gu Zongping nodded in satisfaction and shouted fiercely, "Everyone, follow my command, charge!" At his command, kill! Each Gu clan member, without any hesitation, roared in fury, rushing madly into the air, abandoning the barrier's protection to charge into battle. Like a spark, ready to set the entire land ablaze. Outside the barrier, many emperors had already rushed to the battlefield, leaving behind only the Mingxin emperor, who was merely of average status within the emperor alliance. Yet the Gu family had no emperor at all. A single emperor stationed here was already more than enough. At the moment the Gu family decided to fight to the death and charge out. Oh! The Mingxin emperor, who had been watching the battlefield with confidence, sensed something, turned around, and saw Gu Zongping and the others trying to break out of the barrier. He immediately laughed mockingly. "The ants of the Gu family, knowing that your ancestor is doomed, can't help but fight desperately now? What a pity, it's too late. The battle has lasted so long, even if your ancestor is the strongest. He is now probably barely holding on against the Imperial Alliance's army, unable to escape, just waiting to die. Did you hear the commotion on the battlefield outside? I'm afraid that at any moment, your old ancestor, the last remaining Sin Emperor, will be personally slain by our alliance leader." Every word, every sentence, was filled with mockery. Hearing this, Gu Zongping and the others were instantly furious, their hearts growing more and more uneasy. "Shut your filthy mouth. The old ancestor won't die. It's you who will perish. That's right. Since the old ancestor has returned, he will surely kill every last one of you ungrateful dogs. It won't be the Gu family that falls, but the Imperial Alliance." They all roared in fury, their eyes bloodshot, shouting violently, refusing to believe the ending that Emperor Mingxin had proclaimed. Even though they knew in their hearts that the old ancestor's chances of survival were slim, they wouldn't accept it. Emperor Mingxin looked at the pale rebuttals of the Gu family members and burst into wanton laughter. "Ridiculous. Your old ancestor won't die? He's just one man, facing the army of the Imperial Alliance, countless emperors from across the world, and even the alliance leader himself. He is destined to die. Actually, there's no need for you to rush toward death. Soon enough, when the Sin Emperor of the Gu family dies, you will all follow him to the grave." Facing Emperor Mingxin's words, the faces of the Gu family members darkened one by one, wanting to refute, but their confidence was gradually cut in half by his words. After all, what he said was true. Moreover, this time the Imperial Alliance had rallied the world, mobilizing the army, clearly determined to kill the old ancestor. Before they could speak, Emperor Mingxin sneered with a playful smile and said coldly, "Since you are in such a hurry to die, I can send you on your way first. Just a bunch of ants, still dreaming of killing your way out from me? Are you even worthy?" His words were laced with even stronger disdain. At this moment, the roaring sounds of the battlefield outside gradually diminished. "Ha! It seems the Sin Emperor is dead. Perfect, I'll send you to meet him." Emperor Mingxin glanced back, laughing even more wildly, not putting the Gu family members in his eyes at all. To him, some people were nothing more than ants. As a great emperor himself, the Gu family didn't even have a single great emperor. The family head was merely at the quasi-emperor level, easily destroyed with a flick of his finger, not even worth taking seriously. Hearing this, Gu Zongping and the others who had just rushed out of the barrier immediately reddened their eyes, their bodies trembling, faces turning pale. Old ancestor. Their hearts sank to the bottom, and their previous momentum greatly diminished. Before they could grieve further, boom! Suddenly, Emperor Mingxin raised his hand and pressed down on the Gu family members below. The entire sky trembled violently, and a withered giant hand covered in countless obscure runes blotted out the sky, bringing with it the power of a great emperor as it tore through the void to grab down. As if with just one strike, it would annihilate the entire Gu family. Seeing this, as the quasi-emperor family head, Gu Zongping concealed the sorrow in his eyes, replaced by determination, furiously shouting, "I will burn my lifespan and soul to fight to the death, all of you, follow me and kill." Madness flashed in his eyes as his quasi-emperor power erupted without reservation. Moreover, this aura was climbing higher and higher. Hearing his words, all the Gu family members were filled with grief, but none hesitated, urgently activating their cultivation, prepared to charge to the death. Seeing this scene, ants. Emperor Mingxin looked at Gu Zongping, who was about to burn his lifespan and soul to gain power, and sneered with disdain, bursting into mocking laughter. When his words fell, he immediately urged the sky-covering withered hand to accelerate its descent. After all, as a great emperor himself, one strike was enough to annihilate the entire Gu family. Just as all the Gu family members thought they were doomed to stay. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon erupted. The sky trembled even more violently, and the once blood-red sky instantly faded. Who are you calling ants? From beyond the horizon, an icy voice filled with terrifying killing intent pierced through the endless void, rolling forth. Chapter 55, the Imperial Alliance you speak of, has all been slain by this emperor. Before anyone arrived, the cold, overwhelming sound carrying a terrifying killing intent echoed across the entire central region. In an instant, the sky itself froze. A massive, terrifying whirlpool appeared above the heads of countless people. Whether it was the Gu family or Emperor Mingxin, the moment they heard the sound, they were all stunned. But before they could react, bang! The dry, enormous hand Emperor Mingxin had conjured suddenly halted, as if it had encountered something terrifying, rapidly collapsing under intense tremors. Not only that. As the Gu family members stared dumbfounded, their blood boiling within them. Boom! A terrifying pressure descended from the heavens and earth. Emperor Mingxin's expression changed drastically, a sense of extreme danger sweeping over him in an instant. What's happening? The world is after the criminal emperor. Is there someone who dares to go against the Imperial Alliance? His mind shook violently, and he suddenly turned to look behind him. But before he could see anyone, he felt that the entire world had been sealed. Immediately after, an invisible, terrifying force tore through the void, rushing toward him at an extreme speed, and ruthlessly suppressed him. Bang! Emperor Mingxin's chest instantly caved in, his aura suddenly waning, spitting out blood, and his trembling body was nearly crushed by the terrifying blow. He was slammed down from the void, crashing hard into the ground, causing hundreds of miles to collapse. A shocking pit appeared. When the dust settled, Emperor Mingxin, who had once been proud and arrogant, was now disheveled, his clothes turned to dust, his face pale as he trembled uncontrollably. Who dares to be enemies with the Imperial Alliance? He felt his insides churning violently, trembling as he struggled to stand, and suddenly looked up at the twisted void, roaring in horror. That blow before nearly took his life. But Emperor Mingxin clearly knew that it was just a casual strike. Who is it? He seemed to be threatening, but his heart had already sunk to the bottom. At this moment, thump, 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 thump. Gu Zongping and the others from the Gu family all felt a familiar presence, their hearts pounding wildly, already guessing as they fixed their eyes on the twisted void in the sky. Under the shock of everyone's gaze, bang! 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 A figure dressed in white appeared on the horizon, stepping through the void with an endless killing intent, the terrifying pressure sweeping toward the Gu family. In just a few breaths, Gu Fan descended outside the Gu family. His figure stood in the void outside the Gu family, his entire body exuding overwhelming black energy and terrifying killing aura, with a bloodthirsty wave bursting forth. The entire void erupted violently. Gu Fan's eyes were filled with nothing but indifference, his gaze causing the void to tremble. You said, who is the ant? He repeated the previous words coldly, as if speaking to a dead person. With just one sentence, a boundless killing intent surged, ravaging everything in its path. When they truly saw Gu Fan, ancestor! Gu Zongping suddenly trembled, the first to react, his voice breaking as he cried out. The ancestor is alive. Even though the Imperial Alliance has mobilized its army and summoned all the emperors, and the White Emperor is overseeing, their ancestor still returns. In an instant, the entire Gu family was in complete chaos, every family member trembling with excitement, tears welling up as they gazed at Gu Fan, standing like the ruler of heaven and earth in the void. The ancestor has finally returned, woo-woo. I knew the ancestor would be fine, the ancestor would not die, who dares to say the Gu family has no emperor? Facing the Imperial Alliance's army and the siege of many emperors, what does it matter? Our ancestor is fine, ha ha ha. They wept tears of joy, all previous sorrow wiped away, shouting loudly with excitement, their voices hoarse with emotion. The sky trembled. A massive aura began to gather, rising into the heavens. Gu Fan's gaze passed over the terrified Emperor Mingxin, turning to the Gu family members who had already broken through the barrier. These little ones. A trace of softness appeared in his cold eyes. With a wave of his hand, a pure, divine energy, carrying the principles of heaven and earth, swept over all the members of the Gu family like a spring breeze. Gu Zongping, who had already started burning his life and soul, felt the scorching flames on his body instantly extinguish. Under this energy, his entire being was nourished, and even his quasi-emperor aura began to rise. As for the other family members, they were the same. Their cultivation levels rose, their bodies grew stronger. My cultivation is increasing. All my injuries are healed. Anyone with injuries or hidden ailments were restored in this moment. In an instant, bursts of cheers erupted. Gu Fan looked at the faces full of excitement, his expression gradually softening. He gently said, I have returned. From now on, you no longer need to worry about being oppressed. With this emperor here, the Gu family, no one can destroy us. Each word seemed to contain magical power, echoing endlessly in the heavens and earth. The members of the Gu family, hearing this, immediately nodded excitedly, their eyes bursting with intense spirit. They had never doubted what their ancestor had said. The Gu family would no longer fear anyone. And at this moment, the Sin Emperor? Emperor Mingxin trembled, pale as death, unable to believe that the Sin Emperor of the Gu family was still alive, having come back after the Alliance leader, the Imperial Alliance army, and many Imperial-level experts had surrounded and hunted him. What on earth happened outside the battlefield? Emperor Mingxin could hardly believe his eyes, horrified as he exclaimed, this is impossible. How could you return? Where is the Alliance leader? Where is the Imperial Alliance army? Where are all the Imperial-level experts gathered from all over the world? Under the siege of so many people, how could you survive? This is impossible, impossible. At this moment, Emperor Mingxin screamed with a heart-rending tremor, unable to believe it. He and many others had never imagined that the Sin Emperor of the Gu family could survive the siege. It was supposed to be a death sentence. But now, the Gu family's Sin Emperor was not only alive. He had returned to the Gu family, and even now, the Imperial Alliance army, along with many Imperial-level experts, had yet to appear. This made sense. But, where is the Alliance leader? Gu Fan coldly watched Emperor Mingxin, who was severely injured and terrified, and slightly raised the corner of his mouth. He said indifferently, the Imperial Alliance army? The gathered Imperial experts? Are you talking about those trash like you? Just a bunch of useless fools, they all died under my sword. Now, it's your turn. As he spoke, his expression suddenly turned cold, and he raised the Mo Yuan sword to strike a blow. This was just an ordinary emperor, one sword was enough to easily erase him. Under this strike. Boom! A terrifying aura of evil and pressure surged like a landslide, unleashing a devastating sword energy that shattered space and raged out. Chapter 56, News of the Battle arrives. The world is shocked, the Imperial Alliance is defeated? Gu Fan's strike shocked the heavens and earth. Emperor Mingxin watched, his eyes about to tear apart, but the most terrifying part in his heart were those words he had heard. No! Impossible! He trembled constantly, his body unable to move under the pressure, and he cried out frantically, the Imperial Alliance can't fail to kill you, that's impossible. The Alliance leader is the #1 person in the spirit void heaven, with him here, why are you still alive? At this moment, Emperor Mingxin's gaze turned to the battlefield outside of Central Continent, where the earlier battle had taken place. Boom! His mind shook violently, and despair rose. On the blood-stained sky, a dense aura of death gathered. Even the air was filled with desolation. The aura of the Alliance leader had long since disappeared. Instantly. Poof! Emperor Mingxin's body trembled even more violently, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. At this point, he had completely given up hope. The Gu family's Sin Emperor, who was supposed to be dead, not only survived, but had even killed everyone. The 5 departments of the Imperial Alliance, the 5 department heads, the Alliance leader, and even a large Imperial army, along with so many Imperial-level experts answering the call, such a terrifying force couldn't handle a single Sin Emperor? Why? I don't believe it. Emperor Mingxin trembled, unable to accept this result, and once again howled in desperation. Seeing this, Gu Fan remained unmoved, not caring whether the other believed it or not. Exterminate! He spoke indifferently, and with his words, the law followed. The sword energy grew increasingly violent, shattering the void as it violently descended upon the completely desperate Mingxin Great Emperor. The terrifying sword strike caused the sky to tremble, on the verge of collapse. When it descended, a massive chasm stretched across thousands of miles, with no end in sight. As the sword energy pierced through his body, the Mingxin Great Emperor's pupils suddenly dilated, and in violent tremors, his life force drained away at an alarming rate. Impossible, impossible. He continued to repeat his earlier words. How could the leader be defeated? How could the alliance of the Emperor's forces, made up of many Emperor-level warriors, be destroyed by the Gu family's Sin Emperor? As his life force was about to cease, and his soul was about to dissipate. I don't believe it. Mingxin Great Emperor gave a tragic laugh, and then his words came to a sudden halt. With a resounding roar, he had already become a lifeless body, crashing to the ground. At this point, Gufan coldly gazed at the Mingxin Great Emperor's corpse, whose eyes were wide open in death, and said coldly, "The so-called Emperor's alliance you speak of is, to me, nothing but insignificant, lowly ants. And ants, how could they possibly stand against me? The White Emperor you speak of is just a useless one who can't even last a single exchange against me. He doesn't have the right to judge me." Cold words echoed through all directions. Now, outside the Gu family, many forces that had hoped to see the Gu family's downfall were already staring blankly, gripped by fear and dread. And the death of the Mingxin Great Emperor directly caused the entire Zhengzhou to fall into complete silence. To be more precise, when Gufan broke through the siege and returned to Zhengzhou, returning to the Gu family, everyone in Zhengzhou had already fallen silent, their hearts consumed by fear. No one dared to believe that Gufan could return alive. And no one knew what had truly happened during the Imperial Alliance's siege. As the leader of the alliance, where was the White Emperor? Could it be true, as the Gu family's Sin Emperor said, that the White Emperor wasn't even his match in a single exchange? Boom! Countless people's minds were roaring, and endless speculations were emerging. However, there was no need for them to speculate too much, as battle reports from outside Zhengzhou were quickly brought back, sweeping across the land of Zhengzhou and spreading throughout the entire Lingshu sky. Report! The battle has ended, the Imperial Alliance has been completely defeated, the Imperial Alliance's army, and the Emperor-level forces joining together. This battle resulted in the fall of hundreds of emperors. Report! The Gu family's Sin Emperor single-handedly broke through the siege army, and aside from the White Emperor, no one who participated in the siege survived. The White Emperor was defeated, struck down by the Gu family's ancestor in a single sword strike. The entire process was a crushing defeat with no chance for the White Emperor to retaliate. The Gu family's Sin Emperor has completely fallen into madness, using his own power to kill everyone involved in the siege. No one can stop this former mighty Emperor of the Heavens. Now he is a true demon. He is back. Various reports about the battlefield were spreading, not only in Zhengzhou, but the entire Lingshu sky received the news in real time. This caused the entire Lingshu sky to fall into complete turmoil. Everyone felt an unprecedented fear. What? The Imperial Alliance was defeated. The Sin Emperor didn't die? How is this possible? The White Emperor, the strongest person in Lingshu sky, wasn't even a match for the Sin Emperor in a single exchange and was struck down by a sword. Aside from the White Emperor, hundreds of emperors are dead? Doesn't that mean that the Red Lotus ancestor also perished in this battle? No. If the White Emperor was defeated, then who in Lingshu sky can stand against the Gu family's ancestor, who has fallen into madness? Who can stop him? It's over. It's over, this demon has returned, and he's still so terrifying. Lingshu sky is really finished. The various factions exploded in shock, countless people were terrified, and they fell into extreme panic. Each piece of news plunged them into despair. It was clearly a hopeless situation. But the most impossible thing had happened. The Gu family's Sin Emperor did not die. And he had already fallen into madness. How could this not make people afraid? Meanwhile, the panic in Zhengzhou was far greater than anywhere else. Because Gufan is in Zhengzhou. The Imperial Alliance's army couldn't kill the already demonized Sin Emperor, so who in Zhengzhou can stop him now? A cloud of gloom instantly covered the hearts of countless people. At this moment, the Sikong family, after hearing the news, fell into great shock. Within the family land, Emperor Qianyuan and Emperor Qingyan, upon hearing the news of the Imperial Alliance's defeat, were first struck with absurdity. The Imperial Alliance defeated? Who spread this rumor? The Sin Emperor of the Gu family is alone, facing the Imperial Alliance's army, along with the Emperor realms of all the major forces. Not to mention, the number one of Lingshu Tian, the White Emperor, will personally take action. How could he possibly survive? They felt a wave of absurdity, only thinking that they had heard the greatest joke. Such news could not possibly be true. It was nothing but a false message. But the Imperial Alliance's army collapsed, hundreds of emperors fell. The White Emperor was defeated with a single sword and fled for his life. The battle has ended, and the ancestor of the Gu family destroyed the encircling army alone. Now, he has already killed his way back to Zhengzhou. More and more news was brought back to the Sikong family by their spies, confirming the truth of the matter again and again. Emperor Qianyuan and Emperor Qingyan listened in horror. Even though they didn't believe it, they could no longer deny it. How is this possible? The ancestor of the Gu family, he actually survived the encirclement, killing everyone who participated except the White Emperor, and even defeated the White Emperor, nearly killing him too? The two trembled uncontrollably, looking at each other, their bodies chilled to the bone, gasping in horror. This news was like a thunderclap, continuously striking down on their heads, shaking their minds endlessly. Chapter 57, The Sikong Family's Fear, the White Emperor's Fiery Fury. In an instant, the Emperor Qingyan, who had most eagerly wanted to participate in the encirclement, felt his chest violently rise and fall, his face pale, and his legs weak. All dead, only the White Emperor escaped. His eyes grew wide with fear, and he shivered uncontrollably. If he had really gone, then he would definitely have no place to be buried. Gulp. Emperor Qianyuan was also horrified, dry-mouthed, and with difficulty swallowed his saliva. Even though he was already an emperor, in the face of the continuous news, he felt as insignificant as an ant. If the encirclement involved the Sikong family, the only outcome would be death. The entire Sikong family would be destroyed. Before the two of them, Emperor Xuanyang's heart was stormy, his expression dazed, and his eyes filled with disbelief. The ancestor of the Gu family, he's too terrifying, even the White Emperor isn't his opponent. His scalp felt like it was exploding, and he couldn't suppress the shock in his heart. But he was even more relieved by his previous decision to follow the ancestral teachings, thankful that the Sikong family had not participated in this battle, so they suffered no casualties. Amidst the shock, Emperor Xianyang turned to look at the pale-faced Emperor Qianyuan and Emperor Qingyan, who were still trembling in fear. "I told you, everything can change." He snorted coldly and said sternly, "Now, do you still think the Gu family's ancestor will die?" Upon hearing this, the fear in the eyes of the two emperors could not be hidden, and they lowered their heads in shame. "Sorry, big brother, I was impulsive before, following the ancestral teachings was right. Otherwise, we might have already died. I never thought that even the White Emperor personally took action and still couldn't kill the Gu family's ancestor." They dared not argue, directly admitting their mistake, feeling the fear of having survived the calamity. The outcome of this battle was clear in front of them, and they couldn't argue, only feeling fortunate for not having participated. Emperor Qingyan tried hard to suppress the fear in his heart and asked worriedly, "Big brother, the Gu family's ancestor has turned into a demon and slaughtered everyone in the encirclement. Next, will he completely overturn the entire Lingshu Tian? Will the Sikong family be destroyed because of this? I heard that he killed all the way back, leaving no survivors." As he spoke, he began to tremble again. Emperor Qianyuan nodded, his voice shaking, "Yes, big brother." But before he could finish, Emperor Xianyang shook his head, gazing towards the Gu family. "No, it won't. The ancestor of the Gu family could not even do this." Upon hearing this, "Big brother, the ancestor of the Gu family already defeated the White Emperor, and he only used one sword. If he wanted to destroy the Lingshu heaven, wouldn't it be easy for him? How could he not do it?" the Emperor of Qingyan asked in surprise. To this, Emperor Xianyang furrowed his brows and scolded, "Foolish. You all don't understand what the so-called world trend really is." After scolding them, Emperor Xianyang then explained, "Lingshu heaven is not an independent world, but is closely connected to the divine domain, and the divine domain is not just Lingshu heaven, it is one of the 10 worlds of the divine domain. The Empire Alliance can be the overlord of Lingshu heaven, but it is not the overlord of the 10 worlds of the divine domain. Within the divine domain, there are countless forces more terrifying than the Empire Alliance, and these existences will never allow Lingshu heaven to be destroyed." Listening to these words, Emperor Qianyuan and Emperor Qingyan took a deep breath, their eyes filled with shock. Clearly, even though they were both emperors, this was the first time they had heard such information. Emperor Xianyang continued, "The ancestor of the Gu family is indeed terrifying, but he still cannot truly destroy Lingshu heaven. Moreover, he has already fallen into madness, having killed too many, which has led to the death of many emperors within Lingshu heaven. This will undoubtedly cause turmoil in Lingshu heaven. And this is likely to provoke the dissatisfaction of transcendent forces in the divine domain, which are far more terrifying than Lingshu heaven. If that happens, the ancestor of the Gu family will fall into crisis and may not even be able to protect himself. At that time, the White Emperor could completely ally with those terrifying forces outside Lingshu heaven to slay him. I think the ancestor of the Gu family understands this. After all, he is not without attachments. As long as the Gu family still exists, he will not completely lose his sanity. Otherwise, when the battle is over, Zhongzhou would have already turned to ashes." Upon hearing this, Emperor Qianyuan and Emperor Qingyan finally understood, and while still shocked, they let out a heavy sigh of relief. So that's how it is. Their tense expressions relaxed significantly, and the fear in their eyes gradually faded away. Seeing this, Emperor Xianyang sneered coldly and warned, "From now on, everything must follow my arrangements. You cannot leave the clan's land for even a step." "Yes." This time, Emperor Qingyan and Emperor Qianyuan did not ask any more questions. They nodded heavily. At this moment, Emperor Xianyang once again looked toward the direction of the Gu family, his eyes flashing as he muttered to himself, "Ancestor of the Gu family, what will you do next?" He slightly furrowed his brow, though curious, there was still a deep sense of worry in his heart. Eastern Domain. Empire Alliance. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The White Emperor's roar echoed throughout the entire Empire Alliance, causing the heavens and earth to tremble, sending chills down people's spines. At this moment, inside the grand and majestic main hall, the air was heavy with death. At the very top, on the throne symbolizing supreme authority, the White Emperor, who had previously escaped after paying a great price and using a trace of soul blood he had been nurturing, sat, his face twisted in gloom. His aura was much weaker than before, and extremely chaotic. This battle had cost him an unprecedented loss. The White Emperor's face was pale, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Why is the Gu family's Sin Emperor so terrifying? He thought of Gu Fan's sword from before and still shivered with fear, roaring in frustration, my plan of tens of thousands of years has turned to bubbles in this battle, no. Sin Emperor! Sin Emperor! Why did the plan have such a huge change? I won't accept this. The entire palace trembled violently under his roar, even showing signs of collapsing. Utter frustration filled the entire hall. At this moment, Lord of the Alliance, a weak figure rushed into the hall, and upon seeing the White Emperor's weakened aura and twisted expression, he exclaimed in shock, the Southern Imperial Defense Line and the Northern Imperial Defense Line have both been completely breached. The ancient demon life Forbidden Zone and the Blood Soul Clan are too strong, we cannot resist them at all. The three halls are almost destroyed, and the three hall masters have fallen. The Empire Alliance's imperial realm has now been reduced by half, and its reputation has plummeted. Now, with the Empire Alliance defeated, inside Lingshu Heaven, people's hearts were filled with panic, everyone was in fear. The candidate Palace Master, Xianming Emperor, belonging to the Hall of Humanity, was reporting the current series of events with great sorrow. The three Palace Masters, all had fallen. Especially the Emperor's Alliance, after the siege battle, had lost almost half of its strength. Moreover, the two Imperial defense lines that were invaded were completely breached. Among all the news, there was nothing but bad news. Chapter 58, The Temptation of the Immortal Palace, Can They Submit to Them? Hearing the news brought back by Xianming Emperor. Ah! The White Emperor could no longer suppress his inner rage, unable to control himself, he howled towards the sky. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot, his body trembling violently, and he gasped for air in fury. The Emperor's Alliance. A complete collapse. The invasion issue not only didn't calm down, but they lost 3 palace masters. And the 5 divisions were all wiped out. All of this was because of Gu Fan's return. The White Emperor's eyes widened, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and then suddenly raised his head, glaring at Xianming Emperor, roaring in anger, "Get out, get out!" Seeing this, Xianming Emperor's face turned pale as he staggered and left. The White Emperor kept trembling, the image of Gu Fan appearing in his mind, and he roared again, "The Sin Emperor, this grudge. I will surely avenge it. I will make you die." In an instant, the hall began to collapse. But the next second, boom! A huge explosion sounded from the outside world. Then, terrifying pressure descended. The White Emperor noticed, his expression darkening. With a cold snort, the void in front began to twist. After a moment, a black hole slowly appeared. On the other side of the black hole, a magnificent immortal palace, boundless and majestic, appeared, emitting a mystical aura that made the entire hall tremble even more. The scene zoomed in. A figure of an old man wearing a crimson robe, holding a whisk, with a goat beard and an immortal-like presence, appeared. He seemed amiable, but his deep eyes revealed immense pressure. Even the White Emperor, upon seeing this person, trembled all over. Blood-clad immortal. But then, his face showed anger as he shouted in fury, "Is the Kangmang Immortal Palace only a name? Why did the message you sent change so drastically? The Sin Emperor of the Gu family is not only alive, but his strength is unfathomable. Even I am no match for him, and almost died at his hands. Didn't you say that you had predicted the result of this siege, and that the Gu family's Sin Emperor would die? Why is this happening?" In extreme anger, the White Emperor had lost all sense, screaming madly. Gu Fan didn't die, instead, the Emperor's alliance was on the verge of falling apart. Thousands of years of effort almost turned into nothing because of this siege. At this moment, the old man, called the Blood-clad Immortal, frowned slightly, ignoring the furious White Emperor, and murmured in surprise, "This is indeed strange. After we reran the predictions, the ancestor of the Gu family didn't die, but was supposed to fall like a stray dog in the siege." Upon hearing this, the White Emperor became even angrier, his face twisted as he coldly said, "What? Why didn't you tell me this?" The blood-clad immortal slowly stroked his beard and said, "I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush. After all, the probability of error in our predictions was extremely low. At that time we thought the ancestor of the Gu family's defeat was as good as death, so we didn't inform you. But no one expected such a sudden change, leading to this result. He shook his head, seemingly deep in thought, appearing quite puzzled. But the White Emperor, hearing this, felt his blood boil, glaring at the old man and suddenly roaring in anger. Not in a hurry? How can I not be in a hurry? Do you know the Emperor's alliance is the result of my thousands of years of effort, and now it is almost in ruins, turning to nothing? Upon hearing this, the blood-clad immortal scoffed dismissively, coldly looking at the White Emperor and saying, "A mere Emperor's alliance, as long as the Kangmang Immortal Palace is willing, we can create countless Emperor's alliances." White Emperor, I've already told you before, the Kangmang Immortal Palace is born in accordance with the heavenly way of the divine realm, and the power of the world is in the hands of the Kangmang Immortal Palace's will. If you submit to us, you can become one of the Immortal Palace members. How many empires do you want? We can help you achieve that. If you truly want to kill the ancestor of the Gu family, you don't have to worry about it. Just one decree from the Immortal Palace and he will turn to ashes. How about it? When the last sentence was spoken, the blood-robed immortal's eyes flickered continuously, containing terrifying, captivating magical power. The White Emperor fell into a moment of confusion, and then his anger was immediately suppressed. His gaze quickly cleared up. He wasn't completely deceived. He immediately sneered. What the blood-robed immortal said was not false, but he knew that once he joined them, he would go from the high and mighty leader of the Empire Alliance, the first person in Lingshu Heaven, to becoming a dog for the Immortal Palace. Could he agree to this? The White Emperor had to calm down, his face darkened, and he coldly shouted, "Enough! I, the White Emperor, have not yet sunk to the point of becoming a dog for others. I won't now, and I never will. The losses of the Empire Alliance today are caused by mistakes from the vast Immortal Palace. Therefore, I hope you can give me a reasonable compensation. Until then, I don't want to see you again." With his words falling, the White Emperor's expression suddenly became fierce, and he suddenly threw a punch at the black hole before him. The monstrous force of the punch fell, and the black hole twisted. The blood-robed immortal's figure appeared within it, cracked with countless fissures, as if it would vanish in the next second. However, regarding the White Emperor's attitude, the blood-robed immortal didn't mind. He just smiled faintly, and as he began to dissipate, his voice turned cold as he slowly said, "There's no rush. Old man will wait for the day you agree. After all, it's just Lingshu Heaven. If the Immortal Palace intends to, we can descend at any time." These words seemed simple, but the White Emperor could hear the implied meaning, and the threat contained within them. With a loud explosion, the black hole disappeared, and the void before him returned to normal. After a moment, "Gu Fan!" The White Emperor's expression became ferocious again, and he roared with madness in his eyes. Why did you ruin my plan? Clearly, I had set up a perfect killing trap according to the future. How did you survive? In an instant, his eyes exploded with earth-shattering murderous intent. At this moment, in Zhangzhou, Gu Fan's return caused the entire Zhangzhou to fall into an unprecedented silence upon receiving the news. The vast majority of people and forces trembled in fear, immediately choosing to flee. In the grand pursuit, Gu Fan caused the Empire Alliance to fail, bringing a thick layer of ominous clouds and fear that covered the entire Zhangzhou, and even the entire Lingshu Heaven. But for all of this, the person involved, Gu Fan, didn't care at all. Since leaving Zhangzhou, leaving Lingshu Heaven 90,000 years ago, he had been guarding the demon abyss, facing one crisis after another. Now, after 90,000 years, he had finally returned. In the Gu family ancestral hall, Gu Fan sat calmly at the high seat, rarely feeling peaceful as he looked at each of the Gu family members below. Outside the ancestral hall, the younger generation of the Gu family was surrounded, their faces full of excitement, flushed with joy. At this moment, "Ancestor, you're finally back." The family head, Gu Zongping, was especially excited, trembling with emotion as he respectfully spoke. In an instant, when the Gu family members truly saw Gu Fan return, their eyes turned red, tears welling up in their eyes. They finally had a backer. They would no longer be bullied. Chapter 59. Next, it's time to destroy Lingshu Heaven. Gu Fan looked at the Gu family members who were choking up, his expression softening. "You've suffered." He sighed lightly, feeling a bit guilty. If it weren't for his departure back then, the Gu family wouldn't have nearly faced annihilation. Thinking about the upcoming plans. Now, this emperor has returned. A smile appeared at the corner of Gu Fan's mouth as he announced, "The Gu family will never face a crisis again. In a few days, I will take the entire Gu family out of Lingshu Heaven." As soon as these words were spoken, the scene suddenly became quiet. Every Gu family member, upon hearing Gu Fan's words, showed a look of expectation in their eyes. Lingshu Heaven, for them, no longer felt like home. If we can leave under the leadership of the ancestor, it would be the best possible outcome. The family head, Gu Zongping, wiped away his tears, shaking his head repeatedly, choked up as he said, "Ancestor, we are not suffering, because with your return, the Gu family still has the ancestor's support. As long as the ancestor is here, we still have hope. The ones suffering are actually the other 9 imperial clans. They have all been wiped out under the pursuit and siege of the Imperial Alliance." His words were filled with sadness and anger. Hearing this, Gu Fan fell silent. At this moment, Gu Zongping bit his lip and asked, "Ancestor, are the other 9 emperors really all gone?" As soon as the words were spoken, everyone turned their gaze towards Gu Fan. Upon hearing this, Gu Fan sighed lightly and nodded. "From the moment I, along with the other 9 emperors, left the Lingshu sky, we forced the Blood Demon clan to the abyss of demons and sealed it. During this time, we fought many battles with them. Not only that, when the ancient demon life restriction zone appeared, we did not hesitate to burn our lifespan to seal it. For 90,000 years, we prevented the Lingshu sky from being invaded by external enemies. Now, the other 9 emperors have long since perished. If it weren't for me living a second life, I would have already followed them." Listening to Gu Fan's sacrifices and struggles with the other 9 emperors, everyone present trembled with emotion, their eyes turning red again. They felt that the 10 great emperors of the past had sacrificed too much, and the hardships were beyond anyone's knowledge. "Ancestor, you are not worth it. Lingshu sky is full of ungrateful people. They don't deserve such burdens from you." Yes, the imperial clans of the other 9 emperors were destroyed. If it weren't for the ancestor living a second life, the Gu family would have already followed in their footsteps. Now, Lingshu sky is full of wolves and dogs, betrayers, and those who break their word. Those people deserve to die. They angrily spoke one after another, defending the injustice, with deep hatred in their eyes. Gu Fan nodded upon hearing this, his expression gradually turning cold as he said, "Yes, not worth it. So, upon my return, the 10 emperors' 90,000 years of sacrifices, 90,000 years of guarding, Lingshu sky must pay the price in blood." Every word, every sentence, fell like thunder, clearly into the ears of every member of the Gu family. Instantly, the entire Gu family was in an uproar. The family head, Gu Zongping, said excitedly, "Ancestor, do you mean to carry out revenge?" As soon as these words were spoken, all the family members looked at him with intense focus. Gu Fan shook his head, coldly saying, "Revenge is nothing. Besides, I don't have that much time or energy to deal with each one individually, and those people don't deserve such attention from me." "Then, ancestor, what do you mean?" Gu Zongping shuddered and asked again. At this moment, Gu Fan's expression suddenly turned terrifying. With a colder smile at the corner of his mouth, he slowly said, "In a few days, I will take the Gu family and leave Lingshu sky. At that time, it will be the moment for Lingshu sky to head towards its destruction. 90,000 years ago, I, along with the other 9 emperors, could protect Lingshu sky. Today, it's time for them to understand, I can completely destroy Lingshu sky and bring this world to its end, until it disappears." The cold words echoed in the hall, making every Gu family member feel a chill down their spine, hearing the cold killing intent in those words. Everyone immediately came to their senses. Revenge? For the ancestor, it was too simple. What the ancestor wanted was not just revenge, but to completely destroy Lingshu sky, making this world no longer exist. At that time, the ungrateful scum of Lingshu sky would just wait for regret. Ancestor. Gu Zongping and the others looked at Gu Fan, their hearts shaken. They truly felt the terror and dominance of their ancestor, as well as the strength that could not be argued with. Thinking about how Lingshu sky would soon fall into destruction. So this is the ancestor. Everyone's hearts surged with waves of astonishment, murmuring in a daze. Before the ancestor's return, they could only think of revenge. Who dared to think of anything else? But the ancestor was different. The ancestor not only wanted revenge, but to destroy this world. Dominant, terrifying. This also moved every member of the Gu family, falling into a daze. After the shock, ancestor. Gu Zongping couldn't help but be astonished, hurriedly saying, "Destroy Lingshu heaven?" Ancestor, the divine realm consists of 10 heavens. If we truly want to destroy Lingshu heaven, some existences in other realms might not agree. At the end of his words, his voice weakened. As the current head of the Gu family, he still knew a bit about the worldview of the divine realm. Upon hearing this, Gu Fan didn't care, his gaze colder, and he spoke coldly, "So what? What I intend to do, no one can stop. Whether they agree or not, anyone can only watch. If anyone dares to stop, they will die." As the last word fell, the entire ancestral hall suddenly shook. Gu Zongping's heart trembled violently, never expecting to hear such an answer. Anyone who blocks will die? Is this the ancestor? The once most dazzling, who could sweep through the entire Lingshu heaven alone, the Emperor Huang Tian. And the next second, Gu Fan snorted coldly, disappearing directly from the ancestral hall. Boom! When he reappeared, he was already standing above the Gu family, on the heavenly canopy. Then, a massive law manifestation appeared behind him, causing the void in all directions to tremble. Not only did it attract the attention of the entire central state, but the whole Lingshu heaven saw Gu Fan's expression, cold as ice, without anger but exuding majestic power, an earth-shaking gigantic law manifestation. As countless people watched, Gu Fan's expression was completely indifferent. Beneath the raging thunder he coldly shouted, 90,000 years ago, this emperor, along with 9 other emperors, left to protect Lingshu heaven's peace, forcing the Blood Demon clan back, and left to guard the demon abyss for 90,000 years. After 90,000 years, the families left by the other 9 emperors were destroyed. The 9 emperors, including myself, were slandered as the emperors of sin, and the Gu family nearly followed suit, almost destroyed. Now, this Lingshu heaven is filled with ungrateful, heartless scum. Today, I return. From now on, prepare to face my fury. Chapter 60, Severing Ties with Lingshu Heaven, the world shakes. One cold sentence after another echoed madly. Gu Fan paused slightly, his gaze colder, his voice booming through the heavens. Lingshu Heaven betrayed this emperor, betrayed the Gu family, betrayed the other 9 emperors and their 9 imperial families before. I announce, from today, the Gu family will sever all ties with Lingshu Heaven, and never have any connection again. From now on, Lingshu Heaven will be the Gu family's sworn enemy. You, who are unkind, ungrateful first, I vow by the immortal path, today in this place, I will completely sever all ties with Lingshu Heaven, never to have any connection again, and if I break this oath, may the heavens and all beings of the divine realm punish me. At the end of his words, Gu Fan made the immortal oath. Every word was like thunder, exploding throughout the heavens. As his voice fell, the entire world swirled, the heavenly canopy losing its color. Countless terrifying thunderbolts rained down. At this moment, heaven and earth bore witness. The will of the heavens of Lingshu Heaven descended, and in the midst of this, it emanated a sense of sorrow. Terrifying omens covered the sky, blocking the sun. Not only that, Guze's luck appeared, linking him with the heavenly firmament. An emperor's presence was connected with the luck of the realm they resided in. At this moment, on Gu Fan, the vast and rich luck of the heavens and earth was evident, reaching an astonishing level. But Gu Fan's gaze suddenly turned sharp, since he had made the oath. Then the next step was naturally to sever ties with Lingshu Heaven. Sever! He suddenly roared, personally severing the connection and relationship with Lingshu Heaven's luck. With the severing of the luck. Boom! A thunderous roar that shook the world rang out in all directions. The entire world was shaking violently at this moment. The heavenly canopy lost its luster. The earth trembled. With the naked eye, the void in all directions twisted, as if losing an important existence, becoming unstable. Having made the immortal oath and severed the luck. This also meant Gu Fan was no longer a person of Lingshu Heaven, and from now on, there would be no further connection with Lingshu Heaven. Swish! After doing all this, he returned to the Gu family. The massive law avatar, standing between heaven and earth, gradually dissipated, and before it completely vanished. Gu Fan's law avatar coldly glanced at Lingshu Heaven, a sneer tugging at the corner of his mouth. This emperor waits for the day you all will perish. His voice was ice cold, and even though the law avatar had already dissipated, his voice seemed to carry a certain will, slowly spreading in all directions, reaching the ears of countless people. The immortal vow Gu Fan made was heard by countless people. The strange phenomenon had yet to dissipate. And it appeared before the eyes of countless people. The entire Lingshu Heaven trembled at this moment, everyone's hearts and minds were shaken wildly, unable to believe that it would end like this. Originally, Gu Fan returned safely amidst the siege of the Emperor Alliance. No one knew what decision he would make after returning to the Gu family, or what he would do next. But now, Gu Fan took action, and the first thing he did was completely sever his ties, cutting off the relationship between the Gu family and Lingshu Heaven. Leaving Lingshu Heaven. At this very moment, everyone in Lingshu Heaven was deeply moved, exclaiming in shock and horror. What? The Gu family's Sin Emperor actually severed his ties, severed the relationship between the Gu family and Lingshu Heaven. Such a terrifying phenomenon, he has clearly been away from Lingshu Heaven for 90,000 years, why does he still have such terrifying luck? He even made an immortal vow for this? The Gu family's Sin Emperor, with this move, is he going to leave Lingshu Heaven? Humph, this is good, the Gu family's Sin Emperor leaving Lingshu Heaven is a good thing for us. Exactly, he's already fallen into madness, and he's a Sin Emperor, such a person shouldn't remain in Lingshu Heaven. But, the Gu family's Sin Emperor said to prepare for his wrath, what does that mean? Will Lingshu Heaven really perish? Severing ties with Lingshu Heaven is probably just the first step. Even if the Sin Emperor leaves, he will definitely do something else before leaving. What exactly will he do? Countless discussions erupted, shaking the world once again. After the shock, most people felt informed about Gu Fan severing his ties with Lingshu Heaven. But soon, more and more people began to reflect on Gu Fan's previous words, falling into deep anxiety. As a result, countless people looked towards the Gu family in the central continent, worried and anxious, and discussions and speculations stirred a huge wave, sweeping in all directions again. At the same time, in the southern imperial pass of Lingshu Heaven, after Gu Fan defeated the Emperor Alliance's siege, causing heavy damage to the Emperor Alliance and indirectly easing the pressure from the Blood Demon clan's invasion, now, the southern imperial pass had completely collapsed. The Heavenly Extreme Hall, responsible for defense, was almost destroyed, and the head of the Heavenly Extreme Emperor was being held high by the Blood Demon clan's army, facing the southern region in an all-out invasion, sweeping through, like a hot knife through butter. The killing spree continued. In just a few days, the overall strength of the Blood Demon clan surged, making countless blood demons excited and ecstatic. I really didn't expect, after 90,000 years, Lingshu Heaven is just full of weaklings. If I had known these guys were so weak, we should have occupied this place first and not provoked Emperor Huangtian. Speaking of Emperor Huangtian, he has completely returned. If we continue to invade, will he show up to stop us? In an instant, the entire Blood Demon clan's army looked towards the central continent, unable to stop guessing, once again falling into fear and anxiety. Because they had previously learned that, facing the Emperor Alliance's siege, Gu Fan swept through everyone by his own strength. Thinking about how the Blood Demon clan had been firmly suppressed for 90,000 years, anyone who thought about it felt a chill of fear. They didn't want to experience those dark, oppressive, and freedomless days again. At this moment, even without the seal having returned to his peak, and with his cultivation advancing through killing, the Holy Emperor felt a sense of dread among the discussions of the other great emperors. But suddenly, the heavens and earth trembled violently. Boom! A loud sound echoed out. Gu Fan's divine image appeared between heaven and earth. A series of cold voices echoed through the air. You are heartless and ungrateful. This emperor swears an oath on the immortal path. From this day forth, I will completely sever all ties with Ling Su Tian, and there will be no further connection. If I break this vow, I will be punished by the heavenly Tao and all living beings shall strike me down. The immortal path oath that Gu Fan made echoed in everyone's ears. Heaven and earth bore witness. Strange phenomena continued to unfold. The earth trembled that day, and the Blood Demon tribe's army saw Gu Fan's divine image and heard the words of his immortal path oath to sever his ties with Ling Su Tian. Hiss! The army stood stunned, gasping in disbelief, frozen in place as they stopped their slaughter for the first time. They looked at each other in shock, their eyes full of disbelief, quickly turning into a dazed and confused state. Chapter 61, The Blood Demon tribe and the Life Forbidden Zone were excited and ecstatic. The army stopped moving. The great emperors of the Blood Demon tribe were deeply shaken, their eyes fixed on the direction of central continent. Thump, thump. Their hearts raced, their eyes filled with even more shock. The Gu family's old ancestor, the former Huangtian emperor, who once terrified them, had sworn an immortal path oath to sever ties with Ling Su Tian, declaring that there would be no further connection? And with Gu Fan's severing of fate, the entire Ling Su Tian trembled and rumbled, showing signs of instability everywhere. What's happening? Huangtian emperor actually severed his own fate, cutting off the connection between the Gu family and Ling Su Tian? Does this mean he plans to leave Ling Su Tian? The many emperors and imperial lords were horrified, instinctively shouting in disbelief. After all, not long ago, they had been worried that this frenzied invasion would be stopped. But now, the Gu family's old ancestor had no such plan. Instead, he wanted to completely sever ties with Ling Su Tian and had sworn an immortal path oath. And at that moment, the Saint Emperor's eyes widened, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Now, he felt as if the situation was beyond belief, something he had never expected. But the next second, ha ha ha. The Saint Emperor laughed wildly, almost mad with excitement, his body trembling even more violently. That terrifying Huangtian has severed his fate with Ling Su Tian. From now on, there will be no connection, completely cutting ties. And he is going to leave Ling Su Tian. Good, very good, ha ha ha. His laughter spread across the 8 directions, shaking the southern region. A terrifying aura, reaching the late Emperor ancestor level, suddenly erupted, wreaking havoc on this world, causing the surrounding space to distort. The most terrifying existence in Ling Su Tian would no longer protect it. Now, the Blood Demon tribe's invasion would no longer have any concerns. Ling Su Tian would soon fall. Even if the Blood Demon tribe could not take over all of it, they would still dominate a part of it. It would be far better than the endless, lightless demon abyss. The Saint Emperor laughed wildly, his eyes filled with an unprecedented sense of expectation. Since that person has already severed ties with Ling Su Tian and is leaving, what are we waiting for? He trembled with excitement and laughed madly. Since this is the case, what is there to fear in Ling Su Tian? Army, kill. According to the previous agreement, our slaughter is far from enough. After all, that person wants a river of blood to flow through Ling Su Tian. From now on, Ling Su Tian will be our new foundation. Shouts echoed out, and the Blood Demon Tribe's army erupted in a frenzy, their morale soaring. Kill! 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 The ground-shaking roars spread across the sky, making the world tremble. In their ecstatic joy, the Blood Demon Tribe's army launched their invasion again. This time, there would be no more hesitation. The army completely bloodied the Imperial Gate, stepping into the southern region. The Saint Emperor looked at the direction of the central continent, his eyes constantly flickering as he sneered and murmured, "The former Huang Tian Emperor is still terrifying. Even now, I am no match for him." At the time of the Demon Abyss. I knew it. The Lingshu Heaven could never hold him, this world is too small, it cannot contain him. How stupid are the people of Lingshu Heaven? Instead of trying to win favor and leave behind a good relationship, they slander him as the Sin Emperor, planning to destroy his people, forcing him to cut all ties with Lingshu Heaven and sever any connection. Laughable, how utterly laughable, ha 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 ha. After the excitement, the Holy Emperor felt that the people of Lingshu Heaven were too pitiful, not realizing their own blessings, he instinctively shook his head inside. Such a pity. He muttered, his eyes flashing non-stop. After all, being tightly suppressed in the abyss of demons, they clearly knew the horror of the former Huangtian Emperor. So right now, the Holy Emperor believed he understood better than anyone in Lingshu Heaven. Gufan severed his ties with Lingshu Heaven, and part of that was for revenge against them. He was even more certain. The good days of Lingshu Heaven were coming to an end. A bunch of idiots. The Holy Emperor sneered, no longer lingering, and disappeared in an instant. In the northern Imperial Pass. At this moment, everything had fallen. The entire Imperial Pass was already littered with corpses, blood flowing like a river, the sky stained red with the blood chi. The invasion of the ancient demon life forbidden zone was no less terrifying than the Blood Demon Tribe, and perhaps even more so. Although they did not have as large an army as the Blood Demon Tribe, their foundation, or more accurately their overall strength, was far more terrifying. Wherever they passed, no one survived. With the fall of the Imperial Pass, they directly invaded the northern region, and now the front lines were still extending, with every place they stepped on filled with slaughter, cruelty, and blood. Report. The Imperial Pass has fallen, and 3 states in the northern region have been destroyed. According to the instructions, the army will fully invade the northern region at the current speed of slaughter. In less than a month, we will completely wash the northern region with blood. Your Highness, should we accelerate? A Forbidden Area commander of the Emperor's realm respectfully turned back and reported to the terrifying Ji. Upon hearing this, Ji-Yu's eyes flashed, revealing a strange purple light. She looked towards the central region and fell into deep thought. After a moment, Ji-Yu withdrew her gaze and slowly spoke, "Wait. Wait? Wait for what?" The Forbidden Area Emperor's realm commander asked in confusion. Ji-Yu's expression was calm as she spoke softly, "The Huangtian Emperor has returned to the central region. Whether we completely wash the northern region with blood or not, I should ask for instructions first. Otherwise, if we anger him, the Forbidden Zone might face its doom." When these words were heard, all the Forbidden Area Emperors and Emperor Realm experts present shuddered, recalling the terror they had once experienced. Almost without any disagreement, they nodded repeatedly. This matter should indeed be handled this way. If they didn't ask for instructions and angered him, that would be disastrous. They didn't want to be sealed again. But at this moment, boom! The sky changed dramatically. Gufan's voice swept through the air. "I, the Emperor, swear an oath on the immortal Tao. Today I sever all ties with Lingshu Heaven, and from this moment on, there shall be no relationship. If I break this oath, let the heavenly Tao of the divine realm and all beings punish me." The immortal Tao oath echoed in all directions. It fell into the ears of countless people. In an instant, the Forbidden Area army was horrified, all frozen in place. This, the immortal Tao oath. That terrifying existence has severed ties with Lingshu Heaven, completely cutting all relations? Does that mean that terrifying figure will leave Lingshu Heaven? But that's an immortal Tao oath, it can't be false. Doesn't that mean we no longer need to ask for instructions, and from now on, we can do whatever we want without any restrictions? Hiss. Is there such a good thing? Then, does that mean, as long as we want, we can turn the entire Lingshu Heaven into a forbidden area? After the shock, they were all overjoyed, shouting in excitement, their eyes turning completely red with trembling. Chapter 62, The world is in chaos, can the Emperor Alliance quell the disaster? In the midst of the army's ecstasy, Ji-Yu too was stunned, her mouth wide open, eyes wide, unable to stop trembling with excitement. The appearance of the heavenly phenomenon. The immortal Tao oath from Gufan. The void was roaring continuously. Ji-Yu's heart shook, and her purple eyes shimmered with an unprecedented brilliance. After waiting for tens of thousands of years, the Forbidden Zone is finally no longer restricted. I no longer have to worry or be afraid. She trembled and hoarsely shouted, now, the Lingshu heaven is completely no longer related to that terrifying being. No more waiting, no more waiting. Kill. Speed up. I want to annihilate all the beings in the northern domain, turning it into our blood feast. With an order, the entire army of the Forbidden Zone erupted. Boom. 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 Great emperors and imperial lords laughed wildly, no longer caring, leading their armies to slaughter madly. Covering the sky and blocking the sun, terrifying demonic beasts with monstrous auras wreaked havoc and invaded, destroying everything in their path. On this day, the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone completely went berserk. On this day, the entire northern domain trembled, and the sky was dyed blood red, spreading everywhere. Meanwhile, Gu Fan swore an oath of immortality, declaring that he would bring destruction to Lingshu heaven, a proclamation that shook the world and left everyone horrified. The news caused a stir, and some cheered. They felt that Gu Fan's actions were a joyful event, both for them and for Lingshu heaven. Others sighed in regret. But they knew they couldn't change Gu Fan's decision. After this, the Gu family ancestor would have no more ties to Lingshu heaven. 3 days later, during this period, Lingshu heaven remained silent, only because after Gu Fan declared his oath of immortality to the world, Lingshu heaven fell into complete chaos. Especially in the southern and northern domains, which were being ruthlessly invaded by the Blood Demon clan and the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone. Those in Lingshu heaven deserve to die, die. Kill. You foolish ones, just wait for regret, haha. The once glorious emperor of the sky no longer protects you, now, enjoy the fear. You useless trash, you really are no match. If the Gu family doesn't take action, who in Lingshu heaven can stop us? The roars from the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone and the Blood Demon clan resounded, sweeping through the southern and northern domains. The terrifying aura of death erupted. At every moment, countless people died under the invasion. Wherever the Blood Demon clan and ancient demon life Forbidden Zone invaded, no one was spared, whether cultivators or ordinary civilians, all became corpses, blood food. In just a short time, whether in the southern or northern domain, several large states fell, completely occupied, and turned into terrifying hells. In this situation, all forces in Lingshu heaven, and countless civilians, fell into panic. Especially in the southern and northern domains, people were filled with fear, and when they saw the Imperial Alliance making no move, their anger grew immensely. Damn it, didn't the Imperial Alliance say they would settle it within 10 days? It's already half over, why are they still not moving? What the hell is the White Emperor doing? Even if he can't kill the Sin Emperor, what about his people? If we don't stop this soon, the two domains will be completely destroyed. Damn it, the Imperial Alliance, as the overlord of Lingshu heaven, and the White Emperor as the first person in Lingshu heaven, promised to suppress the invasion. So many days have passed and there's still no word, why aren't they stopping it? Imperial Alliance. We should never have relied on the Imperial Alliance, never relied on the White Emperor. If they couldn't even kill the Sin Emperor, how can we expect them to deal with the Blood Demon clan and the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone? The people of the southern and northern domains, in their panic, roared with anger, questioning the Imperial Alliance, and their condemnation was endless. The situation in the two domains also reached the major powers of Lingshu heaven. The world was shaken again. The forces were in turmoil. But just as Lingshu heaven was on the verge of total chaos, boom! A golden light flashed from the eastern domain, soaring into the sky, catching the eyes of countless people. Then, the decree slowly unfolded. Calm down. Since this emperor promised, I will certainly fulfill my promise. Within 10 days, I will suppress the Blood Demon clan, quell the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone, and restore peace to Lingshu heaven. The Imperial Alliance army is about to move out. This emperor will personally lead the army to the southern and northern domains. Stop the invasion, personally suppress the invading enemy. The voice of the White Emperor echoed, like thunder rolling across the sky. When the White Emperor's promise was received, this moment had already started to stir unrest, with everyone on edge. The Lingshu sky slowly began to calm down, and the voices of curses gradually diminished. In the current sky, a huge image appeared. The figure of the White Emperor entered the eyes of countless people. He wasn't angry, yet his aura was mighty, and a terrifying pressure spread through the image. The White Emperor, who had previously been defeated during the siege, now appeared to have recovered. The army shall follow this emperor to suppress and calm the invasion chaos. He swung his arm, his expression cold, leading the mighty and terrifying Imperial Alliance army forward. Seeing this, it was clear that he was preparing to quell the invasion chaos. When they saw the White Emperor take action, people all over Lingshu sky felt relieved, especially the forces and common folk from the regions of the north and south that had not yet been affected by the killings. They erupted in excitement. That's more like it. With the White Emperor stepping in, we don't need to worry anymore. Exactly, even though the siege failed before and the Imperial Alliance suffered many losses, after all, it's still the Imperial Alliance, its power is still terrifying, and it can certainly bring peace back to the world. Even if Gufan has severed ties with Lingshu Sky, what does that matter? We don't need his protection. As long as the Imperial Alliance is here, Lingshu Sky will be fine. Support the White Emperor, support the Imperial Alliance. The ancestor of the Gu family is the Sin Emperor, the Blood Demon clan and the ancient demon Forbidden Zone were all brought by him. So many people have died, all of this is the Sin Emperor's fault. It's a pity we couldn't kill the Sin Emperor, but he has already left Lingshu Sky. From now on, he is no longer one of us, and his departure is good news for Lingshu Sky. Countless people cheered and placed all their hopes on the White Emperor and the Imperial Alliance. For Gufan, the overwhelming majority voiced curses and accusations. In everyone's eyes, Gufan was the root of all evil, completely unreliable. What's more, he had already sworn an oath of the immortal path to sever ties with Lingshu Sky. Now, Gufan was the enemy of all of Lingshu Sky. Who would rely on such an existence? So now, the White Emperor and the Imperial Alliance were the ones everyone supported and believed in. But even though the vast majority chose to believe in the White Emperor and the Imperial Alliance, there was still a small group of people, or perhaps those who had remained clear-headed from the beginning, who couldn't bring themselves to rejoice. Can the White Emperor and the Imperial Alliance really stop the invasion of the ancient demon Forbidden Zone and the Blood Demon clan? They were all anxious, feeling uneasy inside. The next day, in the South region, Taishui Prefecture. Kill. The White Emperor had already led the Imperial Alliance army onto the battlefield. Looking at the Blood Demon clan army that was killing recklessly, he shouted angrily with a grim face. With a single command, the Imperial Alliance army surged forward. In an instant, the two armies clashed furiously. As for the White Emperor, his gaze remained fixed on the Saint Emperor behind the Blood Demon army, and without hesitation, he charged forward with an overwhelming aura. At this moment, the White Emperor was filled with unprecedented rage, and the killing intent in his eyes burned fiercely. Die! He held nothing back, raising his hand to summon the sky, channeling a terrifying destructive thunderbolt through the void. It was heading straight for the Saint Emperor below. Because he had been defeated by Gufan's sword earlier, the siege army gathered by the Imperial Alliance had collapsed, and his prestige had dropped drastically. At this time, he had no other choice but to personally lead the army to restore the prestige of the Imperial Alliance and calm the Blood Demon clan and the ancient demon Forbidden Zone. In this moment, the White Emperor was not holding back at all. Facing the terrifying thunderbolt falling down. Do you think you can kill me? How laughable. The Saint Emperor laughed wildly, suddenly making a move to deflect the White Emperor's attack, shaking his head in disdain and saying, "If you want to suppress me, let the ancestor of the Gu family, Huang Tian, come, that would be more fitting." Upon hearing this, the White Emperor's eyes turned bloodshot. Hearing the name Gufan made him explode with rage. Damn it! His face turned pitch black with fury, his eyes nearly bursting. In the past, the Sin Emperor of the Gu family could suppress the abyss of demons alone, yet he, the number one in Lingshu heaven, could not? Impossible. The White Emperor's eyes widened in rage as he roared furiously, "I refuse to believe it. Today, you must die." He shattered the void, closing the distance in an instant. Without the slightest hesitation, he struck out a ferocious palm. With this attack, the sky trembled. It could annihilate everything below the level of an emperor ancestor. However, the Holy Emperor sneered mockingly at these words. "You are far from enough." His entire body erupted with terrifying blood energy, throwing a punch with utter disdain. "Aside from the great Emperor Huangtian, no one in Lingshu heaven can stop me." The power of his punch surged to the heavens, colliding abruptly. Boom! As they clashed again, the entire world trembled violently. A terrifying shockwave raged outward. After yet another collision, the Holy Emperor remained completely unharmed, the mockery in his eyes growing stronger. Seeing this, the White Emperor became even more furious, his attacks faster, wilder. Suppress! 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 His eyes turned blood red, filled with madness, and every strike was earth-shattering. Waves of terrifying energy burst forth continuously. The sky was torn apart. The earth nearly collapsed. The entire Taishui state, instead of being slaughtered by the Blood Demon clan, began crumbling at this very moment. The Holy Emperor saw the White Emperor's fury and laughed wildly. Bang! 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 He too unleashed his full strength, striking relentlessly, making the world grow even darker. The void in all directions shattered, revealing the abyss beyond. Each collision struck directly at the hearts of all living beings. The entire Taishui state trembled on the brink of collapse. as if it could no longer withstand the destruction. Even though every strike of the White Emperor was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth, the Holy Emperor was just as terrifying, not inferior in the slightest. Though he could not slay the White Emperor, he rendered him helpless for the time being. Boom, crash. With yet another clash, the heavens and earth teetered, and the entire Taishui state could no longer hold together, massive collapses appearing everywhere. At this moment, the White Emperor staggered back, his eyes locked onto the ever-mocking Holy Emperor. How is this possible? His heart was filled with shock, unable to believe what was happening. Among the Blood Demon army, this so-called Holy Emperor's strength was actually this terrifying, equal to his own. In an even fight, he could not do anything to the opponent. On the contrary, he was being held back. Again and again. The White Emperor refused to accept it, unable to believe that such a powerful being existed among the Blood Demon clan. No, no. He shook his head frantically, roaring at the heavens, this is impossible. In an instant, the White Emperor seemed to go insane, his expression twisted as he roared, Lin Xian. This time, he poured everything he had into his attack. The sky turned dark in an instant. Silence engulfed the world. A terrifying killing intent filled the heavens and earth. The Holy Emperor's expression grew solemn as he sensed the crisis, but soon, he raised both hands above his head. Rumble. A massive vortex appeared in the sky, covering everything in darkness, as a terrifying sea of blood descended. Like a gaping maw of endless blood. It carried the abyssal horror of consuming everything. Once again, they collided. Nu. The White Emperor's body trembled violently, retreating continuously, his roar filled with agony and rage. As for the Holy Emperor, he too was pushed back hundreds of feet. So, you are the White Emperor? He narrowed his eyes, sneering coldly, the so-called number one in Lingshu heaven? You do have some strength, but compared to the great Emperor Huangtian, you are still far too lacking. You want to suppress my Blood Demon clan? With just you, you are not qualified. With a chilling voice, the Holy Emperor's eyes suddenly widened, his aura surging skyward. The White Emperor was indeed formidable, even slightly stronger than him, but he could still hold his ground without being suppressed. However, that Emperor Huangtian. He was the true nightmare of Lingshu heaven, an existence that could not be resisted. Otherwise, back then, how could they have been suppressed beneath the abyss of demons by Gufan for so long? Upon hearing this, the White Emperor nearly collapsed, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Why? Waves of shock surged through his heart at the Holy Emperor's displayed strength, while fury burned at the words he spoke. Though filled with uncontrollable rage. But at this moment, he also knew that he couldn't do anything to the other party. Even, what the other person said was the truth. He simply couldn't suppress them, let alone annihilate the entire Blood Demon clan army. Damn it, does it have to be the Gu family Sin Emperor? He roared in his heart, his body trembling uncontrollably. The other side didn't even put him in their eyes, instead, calling him the Gu family Sin Emperor. Breaking through his defenses, his face turned especially gloomy, his eyes constantly flashing. Finally. Since the Blood Demon clan cannot be suppressed for the time being, I will first suppress the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone. The White Emperor's eyes were filled with even more killing intent, muttering to himself. No longer hesitating, he stared fiercely at the Holy Emperor, then led the Imperial Alliance army straight toward the northern region, which was also being invaded. If he couldn't suppress one side, then he wouldn't be able to give Lingshu heaven an explanation. And even then, his own prestige would vanish completely. This. Absolutely unacceptable. In an instant, the Blood Demon clan army was left dumbfounded as the White Emperor led the Imperial Alliance army to withdraw from Taishui state. The Holy Emperor frowned when he saw this. But he didn't order a pursuit. He looked at the direction the White Emperor was leaving, then couldn't help but sneer. That was the northern region, where the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone was located. In an instant, ha ha ha, the Holy Emperor suddenly burst into laughter, coldly mocking, fool. Those people in the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone are even more terrifying than the Blood Demon clan. He withdrew his gaze, too lazy to waste any more time, and continued ordering the army to bloodily wipe out Taishui state. The sound of screams once again rang out, and the thick bloodstains covered the entire world. Chapter 64, Can't Even Suppress the Life Forbidden Zone? On what basis? 2 days passed. The 10-day period was drawing near. In the northern region, Tianfeng state. Purple light illuminated the sky. A dense, overwhelming demonic aura surged, and the atmosphere was filled with a terrifying stench of blood. Looking around, the entire state seemed like a blood-colored hell. Boom! A giant sound that shook the mind and caused the soul to tremble suddenly rang out. Within Tianfeng state, which was already on the verge of merging with the Forbidden Zone, The White Emperor's figure was like a shooting star, retreating at an extreme speed until he stopped barely 1,000 feet away. Cough, cough, cough. He stared with wide, horrified eyes, coughing violently, with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. He now looked even more disheveled, his hair in a mess, and his face pale. Since leading the Imperial Alliance army to the northern region, he had been battling with the princess of the ancient demon life forbidden zone until now. But she was even harder to deal with than the Holy Emperor of the Blood Demon clan, even more terrifying. Looking at the corpses of the Imperial Alliance soldiers beside him, the White Emperor suddenly looked up at the Forbidden Zone army in front of him, his eyes filled with more horror as his mind trembled uncontrollably, muttering, How is this possible? How could the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone be so terrifying? That princess of theirs, clearly so young, how could she have such terrifying strength? No, this is impossible. At this moment, the White Emperor couldn't believe the outcome, his body trembling. On the Blood Demon clan side, he couldn't suppress them, and for a time, he couldn't kill the Holy Emperor, so he didn't get a good result. But when he came to the northern region, the White Emperor realized that the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone was just as difficult to deal with. Even more terrifying than the Blood Demon clan. At the same time, among the Forbidden Zone's emperor-level existences, and the terrifying great demons that covered the sky and blotted out the sun, Jiyu stepped out, slowly walking through the void, coldly staring at the White Emperor, whose face was full of disbelief, and said icily, White Emperor, the first person of Lingshu heaven? Ridiculous to the extreme. Do you think you're the great emperor of Huang Tian? Just you, and you dare to think about suppressing the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone? Amir, you aren't even qualified, get lost. At this moment, a terrifying demonic aura swept through her body, distorting the surrounding space. Each of her words echoed throughout heaven and earth. The pressure was overwhelming. Since the Forbidden Zone's revival, without Gu Fan Seal, and after several days of absorbing blood and food, the aura on Jiyu was even more terrifying than when she was in the Forbidden Sea. At this moment, he completely ignored the identity of the White Emperor, the first person of the Lingshu sky, mocking him without any mercy. And she knew there was still no chance to directly slay him. After all, their strengths were almost equal, and to achieve a one-hit kill, it would only happen if the White Emperor did not resist. Upon hearing this, the White Emperor's face turned ashen, trembling with intense unwillingness. Why? His face gradually twisted, he held madly, why can your ancient demon life Forbidden Zone be suppressed by the Gu family's Sin Emperor, but why can't this emperor do it? The Blood Demon clan cannot be suppressed, and the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone cannot be suppressed either. This undoubtedly made his emotions collapse. Because if it ends like this, he cannot solve the current chaos and crisis in Lingshu sky. But no matter which side, their words were filled with contempt for him, while showing respect and even fear towards the Gu family's Sin Emperor. This was something the White Emperor could not accept, and he was unwilling to believe it. And seeing the White Emperor, who had clearly lost his former dignity and was now emotionally broken, Jiyu only found it laughable, shaking her head as she coldly said, in every aspect, you are far from that existence. Lingshu sky was able to have 90,000 years of peace and development because of the Sin Emperor you speak of and the other 9 emperors. If it weren't for this, we would have long since stepped into Lingshu sky. Why wait until today? However, whether it is our ancient demon life Forbidden Zone or the Blood Demon clan, the person who should be most thankful is you. If it weren't for your stupidity, slandering and conducting the so-called judgment that made that terrifying being lose heart, how could we have had the chance to invade Lingshu sky without restraint? As her voice fell, Jiyu's purple eyes kept flickering, and she suddenly burst into wild laughter. Although her words were expressing gratitude for the White Emperor's actions, in reality, they were full of sarcasm. After all, if it weren't for him, how could the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone have revived so easily, treating the lives of Lingshu sky as blood food? Every word Jiyu spoke stabbed into the White Emperor's heart, like a knife. No, this shouldn't be like this. He shook his head madly, unwilling to believe Jiyu's words, and his face became even more distorted. At this moment, his mind was completely chaotic, his breath rapid, and his body was shaking even more violently. He was originally enraged, but when the White Emperor saw Jiyu's cold eyes and the Imperial slaves and terrifying great demons beside her, and then turned to look at the Empire Alliance's army, which had already lost many forces behind him. Damn! He roared incessantly in his heart, not daring to make another move. Now, he had to face reality. He simply couldn't suppress the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone and the Blood Demon clan. But, the big words he had spoken earlier had already been let out. What should he do next? In an instant, the White Emperor panicked. After the failure of the previous siege against the Gu family's Sin Emperor, his prestige had already been greatly reduced, and the Empire Alliance had suffered heavy losses. At this time, if he still couldn't fulfill the promise made earlier, to suppress the invasions of the Blood Demon clan and the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone, how could he continue to establish himself in Lingshu Sky? How could the Empire Alliance fully dominate Lingshu Sky? Could it be that this emperor has to bow to the Gu family's Sin Emperor? The White Emperor thought of how both the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone and the Blood Demon clan feared Gu Fan the most, and thoughts began to rise in his mind. But soon, he rejected it. Absolutely impossible. A moment later, the White Emperor's eyes turned completely red. Thinking of the words left by the blood-clothes immortal, his eyes showed madness and determination. Ancient demon life Forbidden Zone, Blood Demon clan. He trembled, staring fixedly at Jiyu, gnashing his teeth as he muttered, "You forced me. You forced me." After all, relying only on himself and the Empire Alliance, it was completely impossible to suppress these two invading forces. With no way out, he had no choice left. Central region, Gu family. The events happening in the southern and northern regions were completely ignored by the entire Gu family. Undefined novel _translation _ch65. Whether Ling Su Tian lives or dies has nothing to do with them at all. And on the Gu family's open-air plaza, all the clan members gathered, their expressions excited as they looked at the figure of Gu Fan in mid-air, continuously channeling his cultivation into the purple-glowing pill furnace. The ancestor is refining the legendary 9 turns Emperor Ascension pill. If he succeeds, besides the ancestor, the Gu family will give birth to another great emperor. They were extremely thrilled, waiting in eager anticipation. A pill that could make someone ascend to the great emperor realm, and it was even a pill that existed only in legends. This made every young member of the Gu family watch in awe, their faces full of admiration. Chapter 65, Gu Fan is mass-producing great emperors, 5 at a time. Under the gaze of the crowd, Gu Fan's expression remained calm, his cultivation transforming into blazing flames that engulfed the purple light, filling the sky around the pill furnace, which emitted strands of pill fragrance. Bang! 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 With every breath of time, Gu Fan would raise his hand, channeling his cultivation power to strike the pill furnace, comparable to an imperial weapon, sending out deafening booms. And with each strike, it seemed to shake the heavens and earth. The world spun and trembled. The void in all directions quaked. The invisible flames grew fiercer, twisting the space around the pill furnace. Then, condense! Gu Fan threw out a prepared strand of his essence blood and shouted loudly. In an instant, the sky changed color. The pill furnace suddenly shook, emitting an earth-shattering roar. Towering purple light shot straight into the sky. Purple energy surged from the east. Under this strange phenomenon, the pill furnace trembled even more violently, the overflowing pill fragrance intoxicating, making every Gu family member show faces of fascination, unwilling to leave. As the pill furnace was opened, "Thunder, come!" Gu Fan shouted once more. In an instant, a pure bolt of heavenly thunder gathered in the sky and crashed down with lightning speed. The extreme purple light illuminated the heavens and earth. The entire central state trembled at this moment. But just as the pill was about to form, Ancestor! A clan member rushed onto the plaza, reporting respectfully, the Blood Demon clan and the Forbidden Zone of ancient monster life have invaded, plunging the northern and southern regions into deep suffering. Besides the complete fall of the 2 imperial passes, more than 10 states have been slaughtered. White Emperor led the Imperial Alliance army to suppress the invasion in turmoil, but this matter. Hearing this news, all the Gu family members' expressions changed. But after hearing the report, Gu Fan continued the final step while sneering coldly, "No need to pay much attention to this matter because whether it's the Imperial Alliance or White Emperor, they are nothing but ants. They are not qualified to suppress the invasion in turmoil. Whether it's the Blood Demon clan, silent for 90,000 years, or the Forbidden Zone of ancient monster life, vanished for 50,000 years, neither is something the Imperial Alliance or White Emperor can contend with." About this, Gu Fan knew better than anyone. After all, in the past, whether it was guarding the demon abyss or sealing the Forbidden Zone of ancient monster life, he and the other 9 emperors paid a huge price. It was precisely because of this they had been unable to break through the shackles and extend their lifespans for so long. During that time, the Blood Demon clan's repeated counterattacks almost overwhelmed them. If not for living out a second life, he would have perished alongside the other 9 emperors long ago. As for the current Imperial Alliance, or White Emperor, how could they possibly know the horror of these 2 great forces? Did they really think having some power meant they could suppress the invasion? How laughable. Hearing this, the Gu family members no longer paid attention to the matter. The worse things got for Ling Su Tian, the happier they felt. Seeing this, Gu Fan shook his head and chuckled softly, "Don't worry, this is just the beginning. The peace Ling Su Tian once had will no longer exist. From now on, it will only grow more brutal. All we need to do is watch." As these words fell, all the clan members nodded excitedly. Ancestor, is it about to succeed? Patriarch Gu Zongping couldn't help but ask as he looked at the increasingly shocking heavenly phenomenon and the thick purple energy covering the sky. The eyes filled with desire and anticipation. Behind him, many members of the clan shared the same expression. Gufan calmly carried out the final step, chuckling lightly, This 9 turns Emperor Ascending pill can help you and several other younger members directly break through to the Emperor realm. After your breakthroughs, our Gu family can finally leave this Lingshu heaven. As his words fell, boom! The entire plaza erupted, every clan member simultaneously widening their shocked eyes. What the ancestor said, he didn't just make one 9 turns Emperor Ascending pill, but several. Does that mean not only the clan leader can break through to the quasi-emperor realm and become an emperor, but the other elders can also become emperors together? Breakthrough directly to emperor? Can this really happen? Emperor, you can even mass-produce emperors? All the clan members were dumbfounded, horrified, and cried out in disbelief. They knew the 9 turns Emperor Ascending pill was a legendary pill, its refining conditions extremely harsh, with an extremely low success rate. But they never expected it could directly promote someone to the emperor realm. Seeing the younger generation with their mouths agape, their faces filled with shock. What's so difficult about it? Gufan chuckled lightly and immediately slapped the pill furnace. In an instant, countless thunderbolts erupted in the sky, transforming into a vast sea of lightning. Whoosh! Next, 5 beams of terrifying purple light surged into the sky. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Gufan waved his hand. Take the pills, I will protect you. 5 intensely purple 9 turns Emperor Ascending pills appeared in the sky, causing a roar across all directions, shaking the void, and suddenly sweeping towards the clan leader Gu Zongping and the other 4 quasi-emperor elders. Gu Zongping and the others were terrified, feeling the terrifying fluctuation emanating from the 9 turns Emperor Ascending pills in front of them. Their hearts shook violently, their breaths becoming rapid. But under Gufan's command, their eyes gleamed, and they directly swallowed the 9 turns Emperor Ascending pills, which were comparable to the creation of the world itself, or even said to be against the heavens. Boom! 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 The moment the 9 turns Emperor Ascending pills entered their mouths, their bodies trembled violently, and loud booms echoed from within them. Seeing this, Gufan raised his hand, sending a drop of essence blood into their foreheads. Do not worry about the outside world, focus on breaking through. He shouted coldly, raising his hand to set up a protective barrier. In an instant, the sky above them formed a terrifying vortex, with calamity thunder roaring and roaming, and the aura of destruction suddenly descending. The world darkened to its lowest point, resembling an apocalyptic scene. It was the heavenly tribulation forming. At this moment, the aura of Gu Zongping and the others suddenly soared, as if a mountain was about to be broken, surging to shatter their shackles. Bang! 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 Under the terrifying phenomenon, explosive sounds of roaring continued to echo. Purple light illuminated the sky above the 5 of them, their auras soaring like emperors in the making, shaking the heavens. At this moment, the 5 of them became emperors together. Above the Gu family, the terrifying vortex of the heavenly tribulation, which contained the power to make emperors, was constantly expanding, spreading rapidly across the entire central continent, even continuing to expand outward. The aura of the heavenly tribulation descended. The destructive wave swept across the entire central continent. And just when the terrifying vortex appeared above the Gu family's sky, quickly covering the entire central continent, countless people felt the sudden presence of emperor-level auras in the heavens and earth. What's going on? What happened in the Gu family? This is the aura of someone becoming an emperor. Everyone was shocked, and when they saw the strange phenomena in the heavens and earth, they were filled with horror. The Great Tao's heavenly tribulation was forming. Now, the area where the Gu family was located was completely covered with various phenomena, as if the world was ending, a shocking sight to behold. Chapter 66, Gu family's 5 become emperors, central continent shattered. At this moment, the major forces were horrified, looking towards the direction of the Gu family, unable to stop their cries of astonishment. What a terrifying phenomenon! As expected of the Gu family's ancestor, the first emperor from the past who could sweep through Lingshu heaven. He has just returned, and now the Gu family has people becoming emperors. It should be the current family head, as he has been at the quasi-emperor level for so long. It seems that from today onward, except for the Gu family's ancestor, another emperor will emerge from the Gu family. Everyone was shocked by this, but even more shocked by Gufan's power. However, this shock was only momentary. After all, as the ancestor of the Gu family, Gufan had already survived the siege of the Emperor Alliance unscathed and even defeated the White Emperor in a single strike, causing the Emperor Alliance to suffer heavy losses. For the Gu family to produce an emperor was not too surprising. But just when everyone thought it was over, In the sky above, another tribulation appeared for the emperor's ascension, and the phenomenon became even more intense. The terrifying aura erupted once again. Immediately after, a second emperor's aura shot up from within the Gu family, piercing the heavens. It was not over yet. A third. A fourth. A fifth. At this moment, countless people could clearly sense the 5 emperor-level auras manifesting between heaven and earth. The tribulation phenomena from the Great Tao became even fiercer, and the ultimate wave of destruction filled every corner. This realization struck all the onlookers late, causing their scalps to explode, leaving them horrified and speechless. What is happening? Is this even possible? 5. A full 5 people have ascended to emperor. Within the Gu family, 5 people have become emperors at the same time? What did the Sin Emperor of the Gu family do? How could the Gu family produce 5 emperors at once? Hiss. This is insane. Since ancient times, I have never heard of such a terrifying feat. The birth of one emperor is not something that can be achieved just by long years of cultivation, countless other factors are required. Yet now, the Gu family is about to produce 5 emperors at once? How is this even possible? At this moment, countless people were shaken to their core, their voices trembling, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. At the same time, the Gu family had 5 people ascending to emperor. How exaggerated was this? How unprecedented and unparalleled was this? At this moment, the entire central state was in an uproar. Every faction, even some imperial clans, were scared out of their wits, their fear beyond measure. Aside from shock and terror, countless people also felt extreme envy and yearning, and even regret. Many factions, facing the heavenly phenomenon caused by Gu Fan, were shivering in fear. If we hadn't sided with the Emperor Alliance back then, if we hadn't offended the Gu family and those 9 imperial clans, perhaps the Lingshu heaven wouldn't be in its current state. Perhaps things would have turned out much better? In the vast heavens and earth, the murmurs of an ancient powerhouse echoed. But no one responded. Now, after the shock, Central State had fallen into a deathly silence. After all, it had already happened. At this point, what use was if? In an instant, the Gu family became the focus of all Central State, countless emotions surged, and no one could recover from the shock. The outside world was in complete chaos. The Gu family. At this moment, in the Grand Plaza, the members of the Gu family were flushed with excitement, their eyes filled with utter shock as they gazed at their patriarch, Gu Zongping, who had already risen into the air along with 4 other clan elders. At this moment, they all exuded an emperor's aura. With the help of the 9-turn near emperor pill refined by Gu Fan's own blood essence, they had all broken through to emperor. Boom! The aura of Gu Zongping and the others spread wildly, twisting the surrounding void, making the heavens and earth grow even dimmer. Their eyes remained closed, fully focused on consolidating their cultivation. However, if only one person was ascending, it would be fine. But 5 people breaking through at the same time had caused a massive vortex in the sky, and bolts of tribulation lightning, terrifying enough to make even emperors tremble, were forming. Boundless phenomena enveloped everything. And at this moment, boom! A pressure so terrifying that it made countless cultivators' souls tremble descended. The will of the heavens had been shaken. At this moment, it sent down its suppression. It sought to crush those who dared to ascend to emperor. Bang! 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 Inside the vortex, tribulation lightning powerful enough to destroy everything grew even more violent. These were bolts of crimson tribulation lightning. They were the most terrifying form of heavenly tribulation. The tribulation of absolute annihilation, the deadliest trial of the Great Tao. If they could not withstand it, even though Gu Zongping and the others had already broken through the quasi-emperor stage to become true emperors, they would still be obliterated by this absolute annihilation tribulation. The oppressive atmosphere descended. Every member of the Gu family watched, hearts racing and pale faces. But for Gu Fan, none of this mattered at all. Boom! His expression suddenly turned cold, and he looked up at the sky, his aura spreading out. In an instant, the world trembled. This aura had already surpassed the imperial realm. It had reached the true immortal realm. And all of this was thanks to what he had done earlier upon returning, and the White Emperor leading the Imperial Alliance to hunt him down, which resulted in a massive amount of darkening points automatically converting into cultivation. Now, he had reached the true immortal realm. Gu Fan unleashed his cultivation, his aura charging straight for the heavens, coldly staring at the descending will of the heavenly Tao. Get lost! He suddenly shouted coldly. Just one word, and the entire Lingshu heaven shook violently at that moment. The heavens and earth exploded. The deafening sound of thunderous roars echoed endlessly. A terrifying suppressive force erupted from Gufan's body, directly countering the heavenly Tao's pressure, and breaking apart the annihilating heavenly tribulation that had locked down the heavens and earth. Boom! The heavens and earth shook as if they were about to collapse. Facing the cold expression and the chilling gaze of Gufan, the heavenly Tao trembled in fear. The terrifying suppression of the cultivators immediately disappeared without a trace, retreating without hesitation in an instant. It was as if it had never come. As for the vortex that concealed the heavens and earth, the annihilating heavenly tribulation was also fearful, even dismissive, or perhaps it was more like trying to please, as it symbolically dropped a spark of lightning, which then collapsed without any warning. Thus, the terrifying pressure and fluctuations in the heavens and earth gradually dissipated. The anomaly in the sky was the same. The heavens and earth returned to normal. All the crises were completely resolved. It was precisely because of Gufan's intervention that Gu Zongping and the 4 clan elders were no longer restricted, their emperor-level aura growing even more astonishing. The 5 emperor-level auras erupted fully when they saw the heavenly Tao retreat and the heavenly tribulation collapse on its own. Ancestor. Just one word, and the heavenly Tao had to fear it. The heavenly tribulation dared not descend? No wonder the ancestor had the family head and the 4 elders break through at the same time. He doesn't even need to make a move, and he can make the tribulation that terrifies so many who wish to prove their Tao into an emperor collapse. The ancestor is so powerful. I knew that with the ancestor here, everything would be fine. What tribulation? In front of the ancestor, it's like an ant, easily dispelled. All the clan members present felt their scalps tingling, and after the shock, they were filled with excitement and cheered loudly. Because on the same day, the Gu family birthed 5 emperors. Chapter 67, Tear Apart Space, witnessed the devastation of the southern region. At this moment, the entire Gu family erupted in excitement, the cheers soaring into the sky. Under the gazes of many eager eyes, Gu Zongping and the 4 clan elders suddenly opened their eyes, their emperor-level aura exploding with a bang, and the majesty of the emperors gleaming in their eyes. The emperor, finally stepping into this realm. No wonder the ancestor personally refined the 9 turns imperial pill. The effects are truly terrifying. Having hovered at the threshold of the quasi-emperor realm for many years, I once thought I would never become an emperor, but now I've made it. Thank you, ancestor. They were no longer frail. After breaking through to emperor, their auras were vast and overwhelming, and their vitality had become even richer. At this moment, all 5 of them looked at Gufan with immense gratitude and knelt in respect. Each of them had tears in their eyes. After years of being quasi-emperors, they had finally become true emperors. Before, whether it was Gu Zongping or the 4 clan elders, they all knew that their hopes of breaking through were slim. But because of the ancestors' return, they had broken through to become emperors. In just one day, the Gu family had gained 5 emperors. This would be a terrifying thing for any power. Apart from Gu Zongping and the 4 clan elders. Thank you, ancestor. All the members of the Gu family knelt before Gufan, their faces filled with gratitude, and they all shouted loudly, their hearts filled with excitement. They could once again directly feel the ancestors' terrifying power. And now, the Gu family not only had the ancestors seated in the family, but the family had suddenly gained 5 more emperors. How could they not be happy? Gufan looked at the people of his clan below, then glanced at the others, including Gu Zongping, who had already become an emperor, and gently smiled and nodded. You have all become emperors, then this matter is settled. His eyes flickered, and in a soft voice without any attachment, he said, it is time for us to leave. Upon hearing this, Gu Zongping, who was already a great emperor, was startled and asked, Ancestor, do you mean? Everyone else fell silent. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Gufan's mouth, and he spoke slowly, word by word, the entire clan will migrate to another world, to watch from the other side and silently witness how Lingshu Tian is destroyed. In an instant, boom! These words were like rolling thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. The many clansmen were shocked, but after the shock, they couldn't stop trembling with excitement. Finally, it's happening. No one was dissatisfied, no one was unwilling. Great! Some even shouted, as if they had been waiting for this day for a long time. So, when Gufan announced the migration of the entire clan, all according to the ancestors' arrangements, every single member of the Gu family nodded and shouted loudly. Gu Zongping, after receiving the precise answer, said excitedly, Ancestor, you said this before, and I have prepared everyone in the clan. Since the time has come, we can leave at any moment. Hearing this, Gufan nodded, standing in the void, and slowly said, then, let's go. This day, he had been waiting for it just like before. After ensuring that Gu Zongping and several clan elders had all broken through to become emperors, he no longer had any desire to stay in Lingshu Tian. Under the eager gaze of the clan members, open! Gufan shouted coldly, suddenly raising his hand and fiercely grabbing the void in front of him. The entire world violently trembled at this moment. Under the dimming sky, with a single tear of his bare hands, crack! The void in front of him was torn open, revealing a terrifyingly huge crack. To be precise, the void was shattered. A spatial passage appeared between heaven and earth. The earth trembled. The sky swayed. Under the terrifying noise, the entire Zhangzhou was instantly shaken again. Countless people saw the space passage torn open above the Gu family, and saw Gu Fan standing in the void. They even saw, under Gu Fan's lead, the entire Gu family rising into the air, entering the space passage. When they saw Gu Fan and all the Gu family members enter the space passage, and the crack slowly began to close, they left? The Gu family's Sin Emperor really took the entire Gu family away? The Gu family's Sin Emperor is gone, what should we do? Right, the invasion issue hasn't been resolved yet. If the Imperial Alliance can't solve it, won't Lingshu Tian fall into complete chaos? The Gu family's ancestor was someone who could defeat the White Emperor. If he can't calm down the invasion of the Blood Demon clan and the ancient demon life forbidden zone, how can we resist those foreign races without him? What are you saying? If it weren't for the Gu family's Sin Emperor, how could the terrifying Blood Demon clan and the ancient demon life forbidden zone invade Lingshu Tian at the same time? That's right, with the Imperial Alliance and the White Emperor here, we don't need to worry, they will surely be able to quell the invasion and chaos. The Gu family's Sin Emperor leaving is good. He doesn't deserve to stay in Lingshu Tian. The Imperial Alliance is our true support. The Sin Emperor of the Gu family leaving will bring peace to Lingshu Tian. Countless people were discussing madly at this moment, and the uproar was far greater than ever before. At this moment, some were worried and terrified, fully aware that the invasion crisis in Lingshu Tian had not been resolved, feeling unwilling. But the vast majority, after the shock, began to curse madly, believing that it was best for the Gu family to leave, and that only after the Sin Emperor left would Lingshu Tian become better. Meanwhile, inside the space passage, Gu Fan was leading all the members of the Gu family away and heard various discussions from Zhangzhou, but he didn't care at all. After all, for him, once they left Lingshu Tian, this world would be nothing but people on the brink of death. What's there to care about the words of the dead? Thinking this, a smile appeared on Gu Fan's lips, and he said faintly, "After we leave, we will watch the destruction of Lingshu Tian." His voice was cold, making the spatial passage roar. All the clansmen, upon hearing this, were filled with excitement. Then, they saw the space behind them completely close, and then felt their vision blur. In just an instant, the spatial passage opened again. Gu Fan stepped out and disappeared. Gu Zongping and the others saw this and led the clansmen out of the passage. When they saw the scene outside, their hearts trembled. In just a few breaths of time, the ancestor had led them completely out of Zhangzhou. But now, hiss! Every single person from the Gu family sucked in a cold breath. Because what they saw was not the so-called scenery, but a blood-red land, filled with the terrifying aura of death. Looking around, there were corpses everywhere, and the earth was flowing with shocking blood. Not far away, there was only one city. But that city was already riddled with holes, even you could say it was a ruined city. Gu Zongping was shocked and couldn't stop himself from asking, "Ancestor, where is this place?" Gu Fan slightly furrowed his brows and said coldly, "The southern region. I will lead you all out of here and into the 10 great boundaries of the divine realm, but before we leave, we must deal with some matters here." Clearly, he was not satisfied with the Blood Demon clan's results. Chapter 68, with justified boldness, are you still asking Gu Fan to save you? Upon hearing this is, the southern region. Each Gu family clansman widened their eyes in shock, taking in a cold breath, feeling a tingling on their scalp. This was too fast. In such a short time, they had traveled from Zhangzhou to the southern region. This place. It was the southern region invaded by the Blood Demon clan. The world was one color. The dominant tone was the eerie blood red. If the ancestor hadn't said anything, they would have thought this was some terrifying hell. Gu Zongping took a deep breath, trying to suppress his shock as he asked, "Then ancestor, have you decided where we will go next?" Instantly, all the clansmen became silent. Gu Fan looked at Gu Zongping and the others and nodded, saying, "Shenjishan." Shenjishan? Gu Zongping froze, feeling confused. He had heard of this place in the divine realm, one of the 10 great boundaries, but he didn't understand it well. After all, he was not like the ancestor. First, he hadn't lived as long. Second, ever since he became the head of the Gu family, the family had been on the brink of danger, leaving him no time to learn much about the outside world. The other Gu family members also looked confused. Gu Zongping's expression became serious, intending to inquire more about what the ancestors' plans were, when suddenly, from the not-too-distant city came a series of noisy exclamations. "The Sin Emperor? Is that the Gu family's Sin Emperor?" It really is him, amazing, he's here, we're saved. Gu family ancestor, save us. Damn it, why did you only come now? Does the Gu family want to be the sinner of Lingshu Tian? And you, Gu family's Sin Emperor, this is your chance to make up for your wrongs. If it weren't for you, how would the southern region have been invaded by the Blood Demon clan, and how would we have fallen into this great crisis? Hurry up and save us? Gu family's Sin Emperor, as long as you save us and help us leave, we can consider helping you fight against the Imperial Alliance. Exactly, the Imperial Alliance came before but couldn't drive away the Blood Demon clan, now is your chance to show yourself. We can help you atone for your sins, did you hear? The exclamations continued to echo, gradually turning into roars and scolding. The vast majority of the comments were full of righteous boldness, even sounding like orders. This place was already the edge of the southern region. It was the place invaded by the Blood Demon clan. Now the entire southern region was deeply trapped in crisis, an unprecedented disaster, with a blood-red sky, piles of corpses, and a blood-soaked land. Though the Blood Demon clan had invaded for some time, there were still a few survivors. For example, some forces and families with great emperors. This city was the Saint Heaven Emperor clan. There are still tens of thousands of people in the city, barely surviving by relying on the Holy Emperor's suppression of part of the Blood Demon clan. But they all know. The main force of the Blood Demon clan has not arrived yet. Once the emperors of the Blood Demon clan descend, there will be no way out for them. So when they saw Gu Fan and the Gu family members suddenly appear in the sky not far away, they were still uncertain at first, but when someone recognized Gu Fan, everyone was overjoyed. The Sin Emperor of the Gu family defeated the White Emperor, so he must be able to save us from the Blood Demon clan's siege. Ha ha ha. The people of the Holy Heaven Emperor clan were extremely excited, their faces, which were once filled with despair, now showed signs of hope. They were already on the brink of collapse, but with the Gu family's Sin Emperor arriving with his clan, it was clear that they had come to rescue them. However, when all the people of the Gu family heard these voices, they ignored them, and their eyes revealed a deep disgust. These ungrateful wolves, how dare they speak with such righteous words? They deserve to die. No one responded at this moment, a coldness spreading across their faces. They were not fools. Before the ancestor returned, almost the entire Lingshu heaven had been rejecting the Gu family, wishing for the Gu family to perish like the 9 imperial clans left by the ancestor's 9 former friends. These, every member of the Gu family clearly remembered. Now, facing the slaughter of the Blood Demon clan, they still wanted the ancestor to save them? It was simply laughable. In an instant, looking at the tens of thousands of survivors from the Holy Heaven Emperor clan, the members of the Gu family couldn't help but sneer. This is satisfying. Their eyes were filled with excitement, and there was a sense of anticipation, wanting to see the Holy Heaven Emperor clan's destruction. Seeing the south region stained with blood, they felt an immense sense of relief in their hearts. As for Gu Fan, he coldly looked at the people begging for help, and said in a cold voice, "Save you?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the city, who thought they had seen hope, did not sense anything unusual and frantically nodded when they heard it. That's right, Sin Emperor of the Gu family, hurry up and kill those Blood Demon clan members. If you save us, everything from before can be forgiven, this is your chance. Exactly, the invasion of the Blood Demon clan happened because of you, so it should be you who solves them. Why don't you act yet? Damn it, what are you waiting for? Sin Emperor, do you want to be condemned by the Lingshu heaven for generations? The city is about to be breached, the barrier set up by our ancestor is about to collapse, hurry up and act. They stared at Gu Fan with panic-stricken faces, constantly urging and scolding him. And just at this moment, behind the city, a mighty army of the Blood Demon clan was once again preparing to launch an attack. But Gu Fan wasn't interested in this at all, he simply stared at the people in the city with increasingly cold eyes, his gaze chilling to the bone. Before he could act, boom! The distant sky trembled, a huge sound echoed. A figure, seemingly bringing with it a blood sea that covered the sky, came, and where it passed, everything was twisted, a terrifying aura swept in all directions. The person was none other than the Holy Emperor. But as the figure drew closer, "You? It's you?" Upon seeing Gu Fan, the Holy Emperor instantly exploded in anger, and in shock, he blurted out, "Why are you here?" He was like a great enemy, his mind shaking wildly. At this moment, he no longer had the imposing manner or terrifying aura from before, he even subconsciously took several steps back. Having finally gotten rid of Gu Fan, having finally regained freedom, the Holy Emperor felt that everything had become bright without Gu Fan, and didn't want to be suppressed again. So, when he looked at Gu Fan, who was silent with a cold expression, You want to save them?" The Holy Emperor noticed that there were still humans alive in the city below, and immediately gritted his teeth and shouted, "What does this mean? Have you forgotten the immortal oath you made in the demon abyss?" His voice became sharp. Seeing the Holy Emperor so sensitive, I, of course, have not forgotten. Gu Fan squinted his eyes, calmly shaking his head. Upon hearing this, the Holy Emperor frowned, his eyes full of confusion. But in the next second, Gu Fan's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he suddenly shouted coldly, Holy Emperor, look at what you've done. But I must ask, have you forgotten your oath of the immortal path? Answer me. A terrifying aura surged to the sky, and his words were filled with anger. Chapter 69, Save them? No, make them strike harder. The Holy Emperor, faced with Gu Fan's counter-question and rebuke, immediately shook his head in confusion, saying, I haven't forgotten. But since you are not here to save anyone, what do you mean by this? At this moment, he was dumbfounded. He never expected to be questioned in return. As for his oath of the immortal path, wasn't he invading right now? Now, almost the entire southern region was being washed with blood, mountains of corpses and seas of blood everywhere. How could he have forgotten his oath of the immortal path? Did they not kill the White Emperor? While the Holy Emperor was constantly recalling where things had gone wrong, he couldn't understand it. Gu Fan's face was already covered in cold killing intent. Pointing at the living people in the city below, he coldly snorted, Don't forget what you promised me, after the invasion, kill everything the blood demon tribe touches, leave nothing behind. But now, why are these people still alive? Why, after so many days, is there still life in the entire southern region? You, tell me, why is this? Each sentence harshly rebuked the Holy Emperor. In a moment, the Holy Emperor fell silent, his eyes wide, blinking continuously. He stared blankly at Gu Fan, feeling as if his mind had gone numb. He had thought that the one who struck fear in him and the entire blood demon tribe had come to save them, even tearing up the previous agreement. But to his surprise, he had come to blame him for not completely bloodshedding the entire southern region, for not killing everyone in the southern region. Thus, the world fell silent. For a moment, the Holy Emperor had no words, and he became dumbfounded. However, at this moment, the tens of thousands of surviving members of the Holy Heavenly Emperor tribe in the city felt their scalps go numb, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, their faces full of terror as they looked at Gu Fan confronting the Holy Emperor. What is he saying? The Gu family Sin Emperor is not here to save us, but to ask for justice? He's blaming the Blood Demon tribe's Holy Emperor for not killing us all? Even if their brains had shrunk, they weren't deaf, and Gu Fan's words echoed in their ears. The Gu family's Sin Emperor, did he come to inspect? In an instant, everyone felt a chill down their spines, realizing something was wrong. Even the Holy Heavenly Emperor, who had already fought for days and was physically and mentally exhausted, widened his eyes, his face growing even paler as his heart trembled. What is going on? What immortal path oath? What is all of this? Beside the Holy Heavenly Emperor, several southern region emperors who had repeatedly lost and escaped to the city were also listening, their livers and gallbladders trembling in fear. As the entire city fell into panic. What do you mean? The Holy Emperor snapped back to his senses, looking at Gu Fan with a solemn expression, asking. But this time, Gu Fan simply gave the Holy Emperor a cold glance without speaking, and suddenly raised his hand to grasp towards the city below. Boom! His sudden move instantly destroyed the defensive barrier. The terrifying force directly headed towards one of the surviving emperors. No! That emperor's face changed drastically, and in the face of extreme danger, he screamed in horror. Before he could even beg for mercy, the others hadn't reacted yet, and they all died in a sudden strike from Gu Fan without any warning. Bang! The emperor's pupils widened suddenly, his body trembling violently before exploding. And his soul, full of fear. As soon as it appeared, it was directly erased from existence. Soul shattered into nothingness. After erasing this emperor? What I mean is. Gu Fan flicked his hand and turned to look at the Holy Emperor, coldly ordering, you should speed up your invasion, and you can't be so gentle in your methods. Hasn't the ancient demon life forbidden zone shown you how it's done? Learn from how they did it after the invasion, leaving no survivors, and even refining some emperors into emperor slaves. From the moment you invaded, the killing should not stop. The people of Lingshu Heaven should not be allowed to live. Words dripping with endless coldness echoed through the world. They fell into the ears of those who survived in the city. They fell into the ears of the surrounding Blood Demon clan. And they clearly fell into the ears of the Holy Emperor. In short, it could be summed up in one sentence. The invasion and slaughter of the Blood Demon clan have not been thorough enough, not ruthless enough. Everyone was stunned. And in the city, the Holy Emperor and the remaining 3 emperors, along with the people of the Holy Heaven Emperor clan, had their livers and gallbladders torn, their faces drained of blood, filled with shock and despair. The Gu family's sinful emperor was not here to save them, but to ensure their early death. But at this moment, the Holy Emperor had already reacted, his expression instantly becoming cold. No more unnecessary words were spoken. Crack! He suddenly struck out, grabbing across the air towards the city. In an instant, thousands of surviving cultivators and ordinary people were squeezed, becoming pools of blood. Then, he struck again with his palm. Slaughter began again. A giant hand materialized in the sky and fiercely descended towards the city. Before it even touched down, people were already exploding, dying in agony. Under this massacre, I understand now. The Holy Emperor solemnly looked at Gu Fan and slowly said, "Next, the Blood Demon clan will not disappoint you." After speaking, he grinned viciously, looking at the surviving people in the city below. "You all go to die." The Holy Emperor spoke coldly, and behind him, a vast sea of blood materialized, rushing violently toward the city. He did not directly wipe them out. Instead, he was going to carry out what Gu Fan had said earlier. In the boundless sea of blood, countless demonic shadows swarmed. Ki. When it covered the entire city, countless demonic shadows erupted, sending out eerie, chilling laughter. Immediately after, cultivators and commoners showed fear, and without any warning, their bodies began to wither, their flesh, blood, and even souls devoured completely, leaving only withered husks. No. Ah! Gu family sinful emperor, why are you doing this? Holy Emperor, please spare me, I am willing to surrender to the Blood Demon clan. What are these things? No. Gu family sinful emperor, you have indeed conspired with the Blood Demon clan, you are a sinner of Lingshu heaven, I curse you to die a horrible death. Traitor, you truly deserve to die. But just before they died, they experienced endless pain, their faces twisted in sharp, heartbreaking screams. But it was all in vain. Soon, in the midst of the screams, constant howls of hatred echoed. But the slaughter did not stop. Even the Holy Heaven Emperor and the other 3 emperors, in the face of the Holy Emperor's attack, could not resist. The huge hand above their heads had not even landed yet. But the pressure emanating from it was so overwhelming that they could not stop it, only watching in despair. No, this shouldn't be happening. In their despair, they looked up at Gu Fan, who ignored it all, their hearts trembling with shock and regret. The sinful emperor, who had been condemned by their mouths earlier, could now decide their fate with a single word. Looking at the White Emperor, he could not suppress the Blood Demon clan, let alone the ancient demon life forbidden zone. But these 2 foreign enemies were both afraid of Gu Fan. Could it be they were wrong? Everything that Lingshu heaven had done before was wrong? Chapter 70, the Holy Emperor sighs, and Lingshu heaven could be destroyed. The screams and howls of hatred echoed endlessly in the heavens and earth. But it was useless. No matter how tragic the city was, there was no room for resistance. With the Holy Emperor personally acting, it was certain that no one in the city would survive. Ki. Countless demonic shadows rampaged, crazily killing and devouring, it looked horrifying. And seeing this scene, it should have been like this. Gu Fan withdrew his gaze with satisfaction, coldly muttering to himself. Save them? Ha! What he wanted was the annihilation of everyone in Lingshu heaven. At this moment, Gu Fan had no intention of staying any longer in the south region, which was almost completely dominated by the Blood Demon clan. He turned to look at Gu Zongping and the other clansmen and said, "Let's go, it's time to leave." As for the north region, he didn't need to make another trip. The demon from the ancient demon life forbidden zone. Surely, I will not disappoint myself. After all, that girl is no easy opponent. Now, in Lingshu Tian, there is no reason for me to stay. So, in front of the Gu family with their eager faces, under the wary gaze of the Blood Demon clan, and amidst the complex looks of the surviving victims who are enduring slaughter. Rip. Gu Fan violently tore open the sky, revealing the endless chaos within. A terrifying invisible force connected the outside of Lingshu Tian with a swirling, mysterious vortex full of unknowns and mysteries. The entire Lingshu Tian trembled. Countless great paths circled around, and the sky thundered with roars. The will of the heavenly Tao descended at this moment. But when it saw Gu Fan, the giant eyes from the heavenly Tao of Lingshu Tian on the sky, filled with regret and wariness, vanished without a trace, as if they had never appeared. The moment the passage was completed. Go! Gu Fan shouted, rushing straight towards the sky vortex. Seeing this, boom, boom, boom. Emperor Gu Zongping and the other 4 clan elders did not hesitate for a moment. They escorted the entire Gu family and followed closely behind. The Gu family. The entire family migrated, leaving Lingshu Tian with great momentum. Under Gu Fan's leadership, the entire Gu family entered the vortex passage. Amidst a series of astonished gazes, the passage slowly closed. The sky's phenomena also dissipated. It was as if Gu Fan had never been here, but what had happened before still left an aura of Gu Fan in the world. That was the aura that even the will of the heavenly Tao and Lingshu Tian feared. When the passage closed and disappeared. He's gone. The Saint Emperor looked up at the sky, his expression turning melancholic, and sighed lightly. This old friend really left, took his family and left. He has completely left Lingshu Tian. Witnessing Gu Fan's departure. The Saint Emperor thought of the many years of hostility and battles, and at this moment couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. For him, Gu Fan was both an enemy and could also be considered an old friend. They had been enemies for 90,000 years, with countless battles and confrontations. But Gu Fan really left. Even if he didn't want to admit it, the Saint Emperor couldn't hide the trace of melancholy in his eyes and fell into a daze. It's better that he leaves, it's good for him, and good for the Blood Demon clan. He sighed and, for the rare moment, chuckled lightly. At least from now on, he no longer had to worry anymore. With that thought, the Saint Emperor's gaze turned cold again, looking at the survivors still enduring the shadow of death, crying out and wailing in pain. Offending Emperor Huang Tian, making him lose heart, you are truly foolish. He grinned coldly, squinting and mocking. From now on, there will never be another person in Lingshu Tian, one who, like him, fought against the Blood Demon clan for 90,000 years, carrying burdens for Lingshu Tian, and for you all. As his words fell, he raised his hand and pressed it down. Instantly, the giant hand that had been suspended in the void and had never fallen moved. Boom, boom, boom. The void shattered, and the ground cracked under the terrifying pressure. One emperor, who had not even resisted, was directly obliterated. The remaining survivors, seeing the Saint Emperor's terrifying strike, felt their despair deepen in their eyes. But this time, after hearing what the Saint Emperor said, everyone's eyes filled with endless regret. What? What does the Saint Emperor of the Blood Demon clan mean? The Gu family is guilty. The Gu family's ancestor never colluded with them. The reason he did this is because we made him lose heart? For 90,000 years, did the Gu family's ancestor and the other 9 emperors really guard the demon abyss? We wrongly accused them. Why? Why is this happening? The Imperial Alliance said the Gu family's ancestor was a guilty emperor, but the White Emperor really slandered him and the other 9 emperors? No, damn the Imperial Alliance, damn the White Emperor. Gu family's ancestor, we know we were wrong, we were wrong. Originally, all of this could have been avoided, but it was all us who ruined the peace of Lingshu Tian. This is our retribution. When a person is about to die, the people still alive in the city finally reacted, raising their heads to look in the direction where Gu Fan and the Gu family had left, stopping their tragic screams, shouting with deep regret, and laughing bitterly. All of this. It was the fault of Lingshu Tian, it was their own doing. But no one answered. And they, under the huge hands summoned by the Holy Emperor, were all wiped out, disappearing into the world. In the eastern region, the Empire Alliance. In the largest palace, the White Emperor had already returned, but he had not let others know. At this moment, his face was dark, his expression grim, and he remained silent, trembling uncontrollably, as if waiting for something. After a while, Alliance leader. The Xianming Emperor came back in a sorry state, his face pale as he reported, the Blood Demon clan and the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone have accelerated their invasion speed. Now, both the south and north regions are almost completely occupied, and no one can stop their invasion. If this continues, the south and north regions will be completely taken over by them. Even as the emperor, he could not believe that Lingshu Tian would fall into such a situation. If the south and north regions are lost, the remaining areas of Lingshu Tian will also be threatened, facing destruction. This was the greatest crisis Lingshu Tian had faced in 90,000 years. Upon hearing this, the White Emperor's face showed no emotion as he calmly responded, I understand. A simple reply. And no further words followed. The Xianming Emperor was shocked. The leader just said, I understand, but didn't seem to plan on doing anything. In an instant, the Xianming Emperor's breathing became rapid, and he reminded, Leader, are we just going to let the Blood Demon clan and the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone continue their invasion and expansion? If we can't suppress them, the consequences will be severe. Moreover, due to their invasion, the south and north regions are about to fall completely, and it has caused panic among the people of Lingshu Tian. Even the voices of discontent with the Empire Alliance have been growing louder. As he spoke, he noticed the White Emperor's increasingly grim expression, and his voice grew quieter. Chapter 71, Gu Fan left? The White Emperor's frenzied joy, the opportunity has come. The Xianming Emperor dared not continue speaking. But, hearing these words, the White Emperor could no longer control himself, roaring in fury, enough. Do you think I don't know what you're saying? Do you think I don't want to quell the invasion chaos? But the Blood Demon clan and the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone are not easy to suppress. Among them are existences as strong as me. With the two regions being invaded at the same time, I alone can't suppress them. What do you want me to do? In addition to finding a way to suppress these two foreign races, I also have to guard against the Gu family's Sin Emperor. Compared to the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone and the Blood Demon clan, the Gu family's Sin Emperor is even more terrifying. Right now, I have no time to care about the lives of people in the south and north regions. As long as the Gu family's Sin Emperor is alive, I cannot fully lower my guard against him. When mentioning Gu Fan, the White Emperor could no longer control the fury in his heart, roaring while madly smashing the buildings in the hall. At this moment, his mind was in turmoil, no longer as composed as usual. His loss of control had stripped him of his former dignity. The White Emperor seemed like a frightened bird. Despite his rage, he could not hide the unease in his heart. Sin Emperor! As soon as he thought of Gu Fan, he screamed in desperation again. He thought everything was planned, but unexpectedly, after tens of thousands of years of planning, everything was shattered by the return of the Gu family's Sin Emperor. How could he bear this? Crack, crack. Under the White Emperor's fury and his violent aura, the entire hall began to shake violently. Cracks began to spread. Upon seeing this, the Shenming Emperor felt his scalp go numb and dared not speak any further. But before the White Emperor could calm down, Leader! A member of the Empire Alliance hurriedly rushed into the hall and urgently reported, Zhongzhou has received news, the Gu family's Sin Emperor has left with the entire Gu family. Before he could finish his sentence, the White Emperor, who was still enraged, suddenly trembled, then turned around in disbelief to look at the messenger. He asked with uncertainty, what did you say, is this news true? He suddenly widened his eyes and eagerly began asking. The great emperor shuddered and continued, Leader, the news is absolutely true. The entire central continent witnessed the Sin Emperor of the Gu family leaving with his people. They are now most likely completely leaving the Lingshu heaven. After receiving confirmation, the White Emperor stood there as if struck by lightning, his eyes becoming a little dazed. It took a long time before he suddenly became ecstatic, trembling with excitement. The Gu family Sin Emperor, whom he feared, had left Lingshu heaven? Ha ha ha. The White Emperor laughed wildly, his anger from before vanishing into thin air. He suddenly called out loudly, Good! 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 Let him go, the Gu family Sin Emperor leaving is great. Now that he's gone, I no longer need to fear his revenge. I have no more worries. At that moment, the White Emperor sighed deeply, laughing wildly as if the mountain pressing down on him had finally crumbled into dust. The Gu family Sin Emperor is gone, so I still have a chance. His eyes sparkled with intense brilliance, gleaming with excitement. Soon, I will dominate Lingshu heaven. Once I unify everything, I won't have to worry about anything anymore, and I can strike for the true immortal realm. As for the Gu family Sin Emperor, when he spoke the last part, a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with fury. After a cold laugh, his eyes grew even colder. Then, the White Emperor took out an ancient, white orb that exuded a faint aura of immortality and a tremendous pressure, infusing it with his power. Buzz! A buzzing sound echoed as the space in front of him twisted. Soon, a black hole appeared. Within it, a vast, mysterious, and magnificent palace reappeared. Have you decided? A hoarse voice came out. The blood-clad immortal from the Kangmang Immortal Palace, who had appeared before, once again showed up in the mirror-like scene, smiling faintly at the White Emperor. Upon hearing this, the White Emperor, though displeased, did not show it and nodded expressionlessly. I can agree to join the Kangmang Immortal Palace. He responded to the blood-clad immortal, then continued, but I have one condition. You help me kill the Gu family Sin Emperor. When he mentioned Gu Fan, the White Emperor's tone instantly became gritted, filled with a chilling murderous intent. As for the invasion turmoil of the Blood Demon clan and the ancient, forbidden zone of ancient monsters, he had no intention of involving the Kangmang Immortal Palace. After all, in no time, he would break through to the true immortal realm. At that point, he could easily suppress them. Regarding the White Emperor's condition, a small matter. The blood-clad immortal smiled lightly, agreeing without hesitation. At this moment, the White Emperor had fully joined the Kangmang Immortal Palace, becoming a member of the Immortal Palace. The next second, the black hole expanded, and the scene became distorted. A beam of white light instantly shot out from the black hole, as if a passage had been formed, entering the White Emperor's brow. A strange aura spread over his body, and his eyes became indifferent, devoid of any emotion. Not only that, a terrifying wave of energy rippled from the passage, filling the entire hall, making it shake, and then spreading over the entire Empire Alliance. This wave, like a storm, swept through the entire Lingshu heaven. It seemed as if it was searching for something. Meanwhile, outside Lingshu heaven, Gu Fan, who had just left Lingshu Heaven with his people, seemed to sense something, his brows furrowing slightly. However, he did not pay too much attention. Now, they had entered, or rather, the edge of the Divine Realm's 10 Directions world. A nameless land without the Forbidden Sea. The surroundings were filled with chaos, yet as far as the eye could see, there was a misty, blurry light in the land. Various strange sights dazzled the eyes. It was a bizarre and strange world. The followers behind Gu Fan, who were leaving Lingshu Heaven for the first time, were stunned and constantly exclaimed in shock and amazement. I didn't expect there to be such beautiful scenery outside of Lingshu Heaven. It's so stunning. It seems like shadows are constantly shifting in the mist. Look, we are even reflected vividly. How amazing. Incredible, so this is what the spirit void world beyond the sky looks like. This seems like a nice pure land. They were all shocked just by watching, their eyes wide, their exclamations endless. They had never seen anything beyond the spirit void sky before, their curiosity was immediately aroused, and they couldn't wait to explore more unknown things. But listening to the discussions of the clan members, they heard. This place is not within the 10 directions of the world, it doesn't belong to any of the realms, many things seem beautiful but in fact, there are dangers everywhere. Gu Fan looked at the clan members behind him, chuckling lightly, and said, so, put away your curiosity, this is not a good thing. Chapter 72, A Crisis Spreads Beyond 10 Days, Gu Fan's Terror. The Gu clan members were all confused, looking around. Crisis? Where? They originally wanted to say there was no crisis, but suddenly, they all stopped in unison, sensing that the place they were in had fallen into an eerie dead silence. Instantly, they shuddered with fear. In the next moment, boom! A giant rumble came from the chaos ahead. The whole chaos became surging. The void was torn apart. A huge figure, over 1,000 feet in size, woke up from the chaos, its deep blue eyes like two giant whirlpools, suddenly opening wide. Human ants? Die! From the darkness, a deep roar echoed out. The world trembled. Terrifying winds rushed toward them. An aura of an emperor's realm rose with a terrifying surge. Under the horrified gaze of the Gu clan members. Roar! The mysterious figure emerged from the darkness. It was a beast resembling a tiger, its body covered with shocking, sharp spines that gleamed coldly, and a pair of wings so large they could block out the sun. Every flap of its wings created a storm, similar to a qianqi, but much larger and more monstrous in appearance. This was actually a terrifying beast with the cultivation of an emperor-level late-stage powerhouse. With a roar, it swept through the terrifying storm, opening its bloodthirsty mouth and lunging forward. In front of this, the entire Gu clan looked like insignificant ants, as though they would be swallowed along with the void in the next second. Seeing this scene, What is that? Gu Zomping and the others watched, their minds violently shaken, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, their eyes filled with horror. Under the pressure of the terrifying aura, their faces turned pale, and they could not move. At this moment, Gu Fan snorted coldly, his eyes suddenly filled with a cold killing intent. Just an emperor-level beast, how dare you act so recklessly? He spoke coldly, and his cultivation aura spread out as he raised his hand to grab the terrifying beast from a distance. The aura of a true immortal realm erupted. The surrounding void twisted. It seemed like a simple move. But it made the terrifying beast, which resembled a qianqi and was over 1,000 feet in size, tremble all over. Its pair of angry eyes suddenly revealed fear. You. True immortal realm. It spoke human words, terrified as it looked at Gu Fan, screaming in horror. In an instant, it flapped its giant wings, creating an enormous storm in an attempt to resist. But it was all in vain. The space in front of it kept collapsing, and the void twisted wildly. The chaos trembled. A terrifying force that could destroy everything was sweeping through, annihilating the storm. The emperor-level beast couldn't stop trembling, its eyes filled with more terror, and it quickly cried out, "Senior, this is a misunderstanding, it's a misunderstanding." It spoke as it retreated in panic. At this moment, fear began to grow in its heart. This was a nightmare. How could there be a true immortal realm human here? Such a terrifying existence would never easily show itself. It had simply run out of luck. Upon hearing this, Gu Fan looked at the retreating, trembling, beast covered in spines and dripping with blood, and coldly smiled. "It's not a misunderstanding, if you don't strike back. I will also kill you." Saying that, he raised his hand and pressed it down. This strange beast was a particularly rare member of the Night Wonder clan, and he had already sensed its presence earlier. In an instant, the surrounding area exploded with thunderous sounds, blocking all of its escape routes. The two eyes of the Night Wonder creature, like swirling whirlpools, showed a look of horror as it realized all routes were blocked. It desperately began to collide with the barrier. Boom! 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 But no matter how hard it tried with all its might, it couldn't shake the barrier even a little. In that moment, the Night Wonder creature looked at Gu Fan with terror, almost wailing, "Senior, spare me. I can form a blood contract with you and become the guardian beast of your family." In order to save its life, it abandoned its dignity and spoke in panic. "But, no need." Gu Fan shook his head and said calmly. Then, Mo Yuan appeared in his hand and suddenly, with a flash of sword intent, he struck down on the desperate Night Wonder creature. The terrifying sword intent wreaked havoc. A cold ray of light, carrying endless killing intent, tore through the void at an extreme speed, causing everything it passed to collapse. Seeing that Gu Fan's killing intent was already resolute, the Night Wonder creature howled in despair, "You will never succeed." Its face was twisted with rage, and in despair, its cultivation surged violently. A terrifying wave of destructive energy spread. Gu Zongping suddenly panicked and exclaimed, It's going to self-destruct." However, Gu Fan shook his head indifferently, a cold smile appearing on his lips, and he raised his hand to suppress it. "Scatter!" he coldly uttered. The enormous body of the Night Wonder creature suddenly trembled, and once again, fear and despair appeared in its frantic eyes. No! Its cultivation, which had been on the verge of self-destructing, was immediately suppressed, and it froze, unable to move, watching as the terrifying sword aura descended, letting out a despairing scream. With one sword strike, its body violently trembled. Its life force rapidly drained away in that instant. Its enormous body, over 1,000 feet in size, violently shook before exploding with a loud bang. Its soul had already been shredded by the sword aura. And as the Night Wonder creature exploded, countless purple golden blood droplets rained down from the void. This is Emperor's blood. Each drop contained an astonishing wave of spiritual energy. Hiss. All the Gu family members watched as the Night Wonder creature was instantly killed by a single strike and couldn't help but gasp in shock. Gu Fan, however, smiled lightly, raising his hand to summon all the Emperor's blood belonging to the Night Wonder creature. "This is quite an opportunity. You all should absorb and refine it well." He turned around and distributed the Emperor's blood to the Gu family members. Amidst the shock of everyone, he calmly said, "What you saw earlier, that danger, is something that can appear at any time here." Gu Fan, however, remained particularly composed and said nonchalantly, "In this place, there are all kinds of alien races, various terrifying beings that are not easily detectable, all hidden in the darkness, ready to strike deadly blows at any moment. Whether it's the Blood Demon clan or the ancient evil creatures of the life restriction zones, they all belong to the realms beyond this world." Upon hearing this, the Gu family members who had received the Night Wonder's blood reacted and felt the horror and terror beyond this world, causing a shiver of fear and dread. Gu Zongping took a deep breath and said seriously, "Ancestor, if that's the case, we must leave as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, Gu Fan lightly laughed and said, "There's no need to worry too much. With me here, I can easily intimidate those little creatures hiding in the darkness." With that, he immediately unleashed his cultivation. In an instant, the terrifying aura of a true immortal erupted, sweeping across all directions, wreaking havoc and crushing everything in its path. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening rumblings continued endlessly. It was precisely because of Gu Fan's released aura that in the darkness, a series of terrifying presences that had awakened from the previous commotion suddenly showed signs of fear. Some of these presences were even more terrifying than the Night Wonder creature, but upon sensing Gu Fan's aura, they all became like startled birds, quickly retreating and hiding. Chapter 73, The Name of Gu Fan Shocks All, The Frustration of Xin Jiantian. Suddenly, in the surrounding darkness, pairs of creepy eyes opened wide. But upon seeing Gu Fan, all of them revealed intense fear. That's Emperor Huang Tian? How could he be here? This is his aura. Isn't he supposed to be guarding the abyss of demons? Who knows what he's up to? Damn it, that guy seems younger, and he's already broken through to the true immortal realm. Did he kill that night beast? This is bad. We must leave quickly, we can't afford to meet that madman. In an instant, the terrifying existences hidden within the darkness within a 1,000-mile radius all sensed Gu Fan's aura, recognized him, and panicked in fear. Screams echoed non-stop. The void trembled, and all kinds of terrifying beings didn't dare to hesitate for a second, fleeing as quickly as possible. Clearly, they all recognized Gu Fan, and they were all afraid. Soon after, the road ahead of Gu Fan and his clan suddenly became eerily silent. With a faint smile. "Let's go." Gu Fan softly spoke, "The road ahead will be peaceful." At this, everyone from the Gu family was left speechless, nodding in shock, their eyes wide and dazed. So terrifying. This is the ancestor. Even his past reputation alone is enough to intimidate so many terrifying existences. They were all horrified, but when they regained their composure, they all wore proud expressions. With the ancestor here, they no longer had to suffer humiliation, and they even had the chance to see the world beyond Lingshu heaven. The family head, Gu Zongping, excitedly stepped forward and asked, "Ancestor, are we really going to the godless heaven?" Hearing this, Gufan did not answer, his eyes flickering. In the world of divine domains, there are 10 heavens. They are Lingshu heaven, extreme fire heaven, water cloud heaven, Rakshasa heaven, and godless heaven. Among them, Lingshu heaven, like the other 8 heavens, is a vast world. But within the 10 heavens, there exists an immature, or perhaps the youngest, small world that has always been overlooked by the other 9 heavens. It is, in the future, the place where the villain, the demon immortal emperor, resides. That is godless heaven. In the original story, after being backstabbed by Lingshu heaven, I was subjected to all kinds of condemnation from everyone in Lingshu heaven, with forces from all directions hunting me down. I had no choice but to leave Lingshu heaven. Along the way, the other 8 heavens could not accommodate my presence or allow me to step in, because in each of those heavens, there were powerful beings who refused to accept an outsider like me. Only godless heaven accepted me. So, after leaving Lingshu heaven, my original self had been cultivating and nourishing in godless heaven, never forgetting the backstab by Lingshu heaven, and dedicating all time to bitter training to rise and take revenge. Now that I have come to live a second life, since I gave up guarding the abyss of demons, I have already made preparations to leave Lingshu heaven with the Gu family and choose godless heaven as my destination. Not for any other reason, but to completely change the outcome of the future. In the original plot, I had nothing, left Lingshu heaven alone and in embarrassment, carrying hatred and heading to godless heaven to survive, eventually becoming the greatest villain in the divine domain world, the demon immortal emperor. But in the end, I was hunted down and killed by the 9 heavens and countless players, except for godless heaven. As for godless heaven, it was destroyed by the other 9 heavens because of me, the villain demon immortal emperor. But now, I logged in early, saved the Gu family, destroyed many of Lingshu heaven's forces, and struck down many emperors in fierce battles, severely wounding the Imperial Alliance. I also caused the Blood Demon clan and the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone to launch an invasion of Lingshu heaven. The gaze gradually became fierce. Soon, this day will come. He turned and looked back at the spirit void heaven, which could still be faintly seen, now partially occupied by darkness. For this, a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. No longer thinking about it, Gufan then looked at Gu Zomping and said softly, "Let's go to the divine silent heaven." After finishing, he continued to step towards the direction of the divine silent heaven based on his understanding of the story in his mind. Gu Zomping nodded, but his heart was filled with curiosity. The divine silent heaven, what kind of place is it? He secretly mumbled, his thoughts constantly swirling in his mind. To go to the divine silent heaven, one must cross the boundaries far beyond the 9 regions, facing many dangers along the way. However, with Gufan's presence, it is enough to intimidate everything. In the distant void, Gufan's destination, the endless void outside the divine silent heaven. On an ancient planet filled with auroras, several mighty emperors, 3 imperial sovereigns, and even 1 ancestor-level aura were erupting. At this moment, the owners of these auras were surrounding and coldly staring at a flawless beauty and a young handsome man in the center. "Empress Ziyue, Emperor Broken Void, you'd better be sensible and hand over what you have. That item is not something you can take away. It's just 2 imperial realms from the divine silent heaven. Do you dare to seize it? Do you want to die? If you remain stubborn, we won't mind slaying both of you here. Why harm the human race? Just hand over the items, and we will let you go. Otherwise, the divine silent heaven is not like other worlds where many restrictions exist. So, have you thought it over?" They spoke one after another, their auras terrifying, their words full of threats. All of these people came from different worlds. But as people of the great realms, they all had powerful forces behind them. At this moment, only the surrounded lady in the purple cloud gown and the young man in green mountains came from the divine silent heaven. But the divine silent heaven is a small realm among the myriad worlds, far less powerful than the other realms. So, they were not taken seriously by those around them. The reason they were targeted was due to a miraculous herb that suddenly appeared millions of miles away in the Tianhai star, used to refine the rare elixir of immortality. It was obtained by the young emperor, the Emperor Broken Void. And when the Empress Ziyue got the news, she came specifically to protect him, wanting to return to the divine silent heaven. But the appearance of the miraculous herb, the elixir of immortality produced, could grant an emperor an additional 1,000 years of life, so how could it not be coveted? When the powerful of other realms discovered this, they directly chased after it, surrounding them to seize it, which led to the previous aggressive demands. Chapter 74, Seizing Food from the Tiger's Mouth, Still Daring to Speak So Shamelessly? Faced with the various unrestrained threats, Empress Ziyue was extremely displeased, a coldness spreading across her stunning face. "This is a stray object. Since it was obtained by someone from the divine silent heaven, it has nothing to do with you. Why be so forceful? She spoke angrily, not hiding the anger in her eyes. In an instant, the people around them sneered, their eyes filled with disdain. Though you say so, there is a rule in the 10 directions of the worlds: the weak are prey to the strong. First come, first served. That is only applicable to the strong. Are you ants from the divine silent heaven worthy? You are not worthy to stand alongside us. Hand over the miraculous herb. You've already had enough time. If we make a move, you will have no chance to live. Their words were cold and mocking, and some had already lost their patience. Among them, the strongest elder with the ancestor-level aura looked coldly at Empress Ziyue and Emperor Broken Void, slowly saying, "This kind of opportunity, you are not blessed to enjoy. Hand it over, and I can guarantee your survival." His words were calm, but a killing intent was already present. Seeing this scene, the face of Empress Ziyue turned extremely ugly. In the heart, there is grief and anger. But right now, there is nothing she can do. She only hates that the god silent heaven, compared to the other 9 great worlds, can only be considered a small world. Why doesn't the god silent heaven have terrifyingly strong experts guarding it? Otherwise, how could they be humiliated again and again by the people from those other worlds? But right now, the Purple Moon Empress knows there is no other way. Behind her is the god silent heaven, and if she angers these people in front of her at this moment, it will definitely lead to slaughter. Give them the everlasting grass. She knows she can't fight back, so she turns to speak to the young emperor. No matter how angry or suffocated she feels, she can only lower her head now. Upon hearing this, the surrounding Emperor Realm experts finally stop showing their killing intent. That's more like it. They look down from above, coldly sneering. The Purple Moon Empress tightly bites her lip. But the Broken Void Emperor shivers, gritting his teeth and saying, "We can't give it to them. If we do, I can never return to Lingshu Heaven to seek revenge in this lifetime." He struggles, and when he says this, his eyes are filled with endless hatred. When these words are spoken, the Purple Moon Empress' expression becomes complicated, and she hesitates to speak. The Broken Void Emperor's face is twisted, desperately controlling the hatred buried deep inside his heart. He was not from the god silent heaven, but from Lingshu Heaven. He was from an imperial bloodline. Not just any imperial bloodline, but a descendant of the Hunyuan Emperor, one of the 9 original great emperors who once guarded the demon abyss alongside Gufan. Now, only he remains of the Hunyuan Emperor's lineage. When his family was destroyed back then, the family head and the elders fought with everything they had, sending him out of Lingshu Heaven. After a long period of sleep, he ended up in the god silent heaven. So after waking up, he threw himself into dangerous cultivation, into various opportunities and plundering, without caring for his life. All to one day return to Lingshu Heaven and take revenge. Thus, the name Broken Void Emperor was born. But if he doesn't hand over the everlasting grass, the god silent heaven and the Purple Moon Empress, who helped him, will be implicated. The Broken Void Emperor's expression grows more and more conflicted. The Purple Moon Empress, seeing this, naturally understands the Broken Void Emperor's thoughts. Her eyes darken. If your life is lost, how can you talk about revenge? She shakes her head, sighing lightly. Before these people get the everlasting grass, they will never let us leave. Not handing it over means death. But since the everlasting grass is in your hands, the decision is yours. After saying this, the Purple Moon Empress says no more. The Broken Void Emperor trembles, his face filled with grief and anger, but he knows the truth of the situation. Fine, I will give it. In the end, he grits his teeth, and with a trembling hand, he waves it. At this moment, wanting to stay alive is his only choice, he must bow his head now, to have a chance at revenge. Thus, a plant entirely green, resembling a 3-leaf clover, flies towards the grey-robed old man of the Emperor Ancestor realm among the encircling crowd. At this moment, is this enough? The Purple Moon Empress sighs in her heart, but she can't suppress the anger inside her and speaks out angrily. Upon hearing this, should have been like this long ago. You can leave now. A mere person from the god silent heaven dares to challenge us? Any one of us is not someone you can offend, leave now. One by one, the emperors and emperor lords laugh recklessly. At this moment, no one pays any attention to the Purple Moon Empress or the Broken Void Emperor, all their scorching gazes are fixed on the flying everlasting grass. Seeing this scene, we're leaving. The Purple Moon Empress looks at the still trembling Broken Void Emperor beside her and sighs. The two turn to leave. Even at this point, no one cares about them, their eyes only filled with the everlasting grass, full of vitality. As the Purple Moon Empress and the Broken Void Emperor are about to leave, with the Emperor Realm experts waiting to see how to distribute the everlasting grass. Boom! A huge explosion sounds. A crack appears in the distant void. The earth-shattering noise causes everyone to change their expression, and they all look in its direction. The crack is constantly expanding, growing bigger and bigger. Though no one is seen approaching. A terrifying, domineering aura suddenly erupts, sweeping towards where everyone is standing. This aura made everyone's faces change dramatically. Before anyone could react. Whoosh! An invisible force swept past everyone, directly snatching the longevity grass before their eyes and pulling it toward the rift passage. The speed was so fast that no one could react. In just an instant, the longevity grass broke free from the encirclement and floated outside the rift passage. Right after that, Gufan's figure emerged, followed by Gu Zongping and the astonished members of the Gu family. Then, under countless shocked gazes, Gufan remained calm, not sparing a glance at anyone. His eyes were fixed on the longevity grass before him, and he casually reached out to take it into his hand. His sudden appearance and actions were too abrupt. No one could react, they were all dumbfounded. This was snatching food from a tiger's mouth. They had thought they were the tigers, yet now, their prize had been stolen right before their eyes. Empress Ziyue and Emperor Paksa stopped in their tracks, staring blankly at Gufan and the Gu family who had suddenly arrived. They were horrified, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. As for the surrounding Emperor realm powerhouses, each of them was utterly dumbfounded. Even the strongest among them, the old man at the Emperor Ancestor realm, widened his eyes in disbelief at what had just happened. Under everyone's gaze, Gufan examined the longevity grass in his hand with interest. Then, he nodded slightly and, appearing completely casual, put it away. Nice thing. I'll take it. Only then did he glance at the stunned Emperor realms and said faintly, "You can all scram now." With just these words, everyone present became even more bewildered. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Did they hear that right? Not only had this arrogant guy stolen from them, but he actually had the audacity to tell them to get lost. Chapter 75, Emperor Paksu, a descendant of an old spirit void, have an acquaintance? More than 10 Emperor realms stood frozen in place. Empress Ziyue and Emperor Paksu were just as shocked as they stared at Gufan, finding the situation before them utterly unimaginable. Who is that man? The two exchanged glances, both filled with doubt. They had been about to leave, yet suddenly, this situation unfolded before them. The key issue was that no one could recognize this person. Clearly, he was another outsider. Why does it seem like he brought his entire family along? Empress Ziyue's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment as she muttered inwardly. At this moment, the more than 10 Emperor realms finally reacted, their gazes on Gufan turning furious, flashing with intense killing intent. Boom! They fully unleashed their cultivation, causing the entire Tian High Star to tremble violently. The terrifying aura of more than 10 Emperor realms made this planet unable to withstand it as it began collapsing. Led by the grey-robed old man at the Emperor Ancestor realm, all the Emperor realms present locked their gazes on Gufan, their overwhelming killing intent surging skyward. I'll give you 3 breaths time. Hand over the longevity grass immediately. You dog, how dare you steal from us? Return the item, kneel, and kowtow, or we will kill you and wipe out your entire clan. We worked so hard to obtain the longevity grass, yet you dare to snatch it? You're courting death. Are you deaf? You have 2 breaths left. Crawl over here, offer the longevity grass with both hands, then get lost. They were furious, their shouts shaking the heavens. A longevity grass was so valuable that even Emperor realms would covet it. Yet, just as it was about to be theirs, someone swooped in and stole it. How could they not be enraged? Killing intent surged skyward. A chilling aura spread wildly. The surrounding void even twisted and collapsed. But, facing the threats of more than 10 Emperor realms, Gufan remained indifferent, showing no reaction at all. As for the Gu family members behind him, they weren't frightened either. Instead, they calmly looked at the enraged Emperor realms, completely unfazed by their threats. Threatening the ancestor? Do they want to die even faster? The ancestor showed great mercy and told them to leave, yet they are still seeking death? They muttered quietly, their eyes gradually becoming strange. After all, even though they were in the imperial realm, even if there were emperors among them, they didn't believe they could threaten the ancestor. They knew that when facing the encirclement of the Lingshu sky, the ancestor had defeated the White Emperor with one sword. 3 breaths later. Kill me? Just with you trash? Gufan, surrounded by more than 10 imperial realms, sensed 2 familiar auras, then locked onto the 2 emperors among them, sneering and saying, "One of you is the descendant of Song Lei, the stray hair, the other is the descendant of the waste of Wuji. Ask your ancestor, if they come, let's see if they dare speak to me like this. And you, from the extreme fire sky's Huangfu family, barely breaking through to the Emperor Ancestor realm, your cultivation not yet stabilized, what qualifications do you have to act like an elder in front of me?" His gaze fell on the grey-robed elder, and through the red mark in the middle of his brow, he sneered and exposed the elder's world and the forces behind him. In an instant, the hearts of all the emperors shook. Who was he? How does he know the ancestor's imperial title? Two of the emperors, whose identities had been revealed, suddenly had their pupils shrink, their faces filled with shock. The gray-robed elder, who had always kept a high and mighty posture, also changed his expression, his brow furrowing tightly. Who exactly are you? He stared at Gufan, someone he had no impression of, and asked in a deep voice. This guy looked so young, yet called himself a kid? Moreover, he spoke accurately about the forces behind him, what was going on. At this moment, all the emperors were dark-faced, their hearts filled with doubt and suspicion from Gufan's words. When faced with the question, Gufan did not speak. But not far away. That's someone from the Gu family. The void-breaking emperor, just coming to his senses from the shock, suddenly noticed Gufan's companion, Gu Zongping, and his pupils shrank sharply. Gu family head? Wait, 5 emperors, the fallen Gu family actually produced 5 emperors, moreover they weren't wiped out by the Imperial Alliance? Then in front of them is... When the void-breaking emperor recognized Gu Zongping, he instantly started trembling, realizing that the ancestral family of the first-generation emperor, the Gu family, had not perished. Huff, huff. Even though he was already an emperor, he could not control his emotions in this situation, and uncontrollably gasped for air. Empress Ziyue noticed the change in the void-breaking emperor's emotions, her eyes filled with astonishment. Before she could speak, the void-breaking emperor could no longer suppress his thoughts, his eyes reddened as he rushed forward, trembling, and cried out, Gu family ancestor, the old friend of the former ancestor, the Emperor Huang Tian, is that you? Although no answer came, from the attitude of Gu Zongping and the others, he already had the answer in his heart. At that moment, he became extraordinarily excited, his body trembling non-stop. Seeing this scene, all eyes in the area were focused on the void-breaking emperor. Gufan looked confused and asked the void-breaking emperor, Who are you? It wasn't surprising that someone who wasn't from Lingshu Sky recognized him, but it was surprising to see the void-breaking emperor so excited. Upon hearing this, the void-breaking emperor trembled even more, excitedly patting his chest and introducing himself. I am from the same era as the Gu family in Lingshu Sky, I am from the Xiahou family, Xiahou Yilan. My ancestor was the Han Yuan emperor who guarded the Devil Abyss with you, I am his direct descendant. Upon hearing this, Gufan's eyes showed surprise, a hint of emotion appearing. Among his old friends, the Han Yuan emperor actually still had descendants alive. But before he could speak, you. Family head Gu Zongping, shocked, took a few steps forward, constantly sizing up the void-breaking emperor, then exclaimed, You're Xiao Feng, you're still alive? When hearing the nickname called by Gu Zongping. It's me, the head of the Gu family, it's me. The great emperor of Breaking Void was immediately moved to tears, trembling as he spoke, I am Xiao Feng, when I was 6 years old, you even held me in your arms. In an instant, Gu Zongping was even more shocked, his eyes reddened as he hurriedly asked, I never thought you'd still be alive, how did you survive? Back then, I led people to search for the Xia family, but by the time we arrived, no one was left alive. As he spoke of the past, his face was filled with shame. Upon hearing this, the great emperor of Breaking Void trembled even more, his voice choked with emotion, I am the only survivor of the Xia family. Back then the family head and several elders risked their lives, burning their lifespans to send me away from Lingshu Heaven, using their own vitality to save me. When I woke up, I was already in Divine Silence Heaven. For more than 10,000 years, I have desperately cultivated, only for the day when I could return to Lingshu Heaven and take revenge. But I never imagined I would meet you here. Chapter 76, Command this Emperor? Who do you think you are? In the astonished gazes of the Gu family members. I never expected. The great emperor of Breaking Void became more and more agitated, his voice choking so much he couldn't speak. Gu Zongping felt a pang of sadness, and couldn't help but sigh, You've suffered all these years. Noticing the reactions of the clan members, Gufan now understood that the young man really was from Lingshu Heaven. At this moment, Gu Zongping stepped forward, with red eyes, and introduced, Ancestor, what you are seeing is the young master of the Xia family, who was destroyed by the Emperor Alliance 13,000 years ago, a descendant of the Han Yuan Emperor, and the last survivor of the Han Yuan Emperor's bloodline. At this point, Gufan had already understood the identity of the great Emperor of Breaking Void, but his heart was even more puzzled. Because according to the normal game plot, I was betrayed by Lingshu Heaven, the Gu family was destroyed, after being surrounded and attacked, I had no choice but to leave Lingshu Heaven. When I arrived at Divine Silence Heaven, there was no such person as the great Emperor of Breaking Void. Now, he has appeared. This can only mean. In the original game plot, when I arrived in Divine Silence Heaven, the descendant of my old friend, the great Emperor of Breaking Void, had already died. At that moment, I arrived earlier and then arranged everything. So, the Han Yuan Emperor's descendant, Xia Yilan, is still alive. Once this thought crossed his mind, Gu Fan's thoughts returned to reality, and looking at the great emperor of Breaking Void, who had calmed down after being excited, he couldn't help but sigh. So, it's the bloodline of an old friend, becoming an emperor after over 10,000 years, not bad. He deeply understood the cruel cultivation path of the divine domain world, and after praising him, he smiled lightly. Earlier, you were fighting for this longevity grass, right? This emperor will give it to you. Saying this, Gu Fan waved his hand, and the previously put away longevity grass flew directly towards the great emperor of Breaking Void. Looking at everyone, it landed in the hands of the great emperor of Breaking Void. Empress Zuf rose for a moment, her curiosity toward Gu Fan growing even more. While the great emperor of Breaking Void trembled, staring at the longevity grass in his hands, at a loss for what to do. He looked up at Gu Fan again, never expecting that such a coveted longevity grass would return to his hands so easily. The Gu family's ancestor. It seemed as if he had just lost something insignificant. Seeing the longevity grass return to the great emperor of Breaking Void's hands. Playing tricks, do you really think we are nothing? We're still here, have you lost your mind? Who the longevity grass belongs to, you don't get to decide. The grey-robed elder of the Emperor Ancestor realm and more than a dozen other Emperor realm cultivators couldn't stand it anymore, all of them coldly glaring at Gu Fan and yelling in succession. Even though Gu Fan had clarified their origins before, they were all in the Emperor realm, so they wouldn't be easily fooled. Immediately, they all stared angrily. Gu Fan then remembered there were still others nearby, and turned to them with a half-smile. Oh? So what do you mean? Upon hearing this, give us the longevity grass, this thing is far beyond what that kid can touch. Though I don't know who you are not qualified to decide who the longevity grass belongs to, do you understand? If you don't want to die, just do as we say. Several emperors immediately snorted coldly, their eyes flashing with strong killing intent again. Gu Fan smiled, but his eyes grew colder, and he spoke, if you don't return it, then what? The grey-robed old man frowned, then spoke in a deep voice, then you die. As his words fell, his mighty power of the Emperor Ancestor realm erupted without restraint. Thunderous roars echoed all around. The remaining several great emperors and 3 emperor lords showed indifferent expressions, unleashing their power as well, murderous intent surging in their eyes. They were all prepared to strike at any moment. So many people. No matter how that man acted mysteriously, attacking together would be enough to kill him, even if he were in the late Emperor Ancestor stage. Witnessing this terrifying scene. Senior, these people come from different worlds, their backing forces are extraordinary, do not act rashly. Empress Zua's expression changed as she urgently warned. The great Emperor Paksu, seeing the unfavorable situation, also advised, Old Ancestor Huang Tian, Empress Zua is right. Even if not for yourself, think of your clansmen. Do not act impulsively. These people are not to be provoked. Although the Gu family had not been destroyed, they had already left the Lingshu heaven. It seemed that even after the return of the Gu family's ancestor, the situation of the Emperor Alliance dominating Lingshu heaven had not changed. Otherwise, why would the whole clan leave? Old Ancestor Huang Tian, think twice. The great Emperor Paksa thought so, and even though he did not know the exact power of the Gu family's ancestor, he knew those Emperor realm beings came from different worlds, backed by formidable forces. He advised once again with worry. Seeing both Empress Zua and great Emperor Paksu in worry. Did you hear that? You dog. Still not returning what you took? This is your last chance, or we will kill you. One by one, the Emperor realm beings sneered arrogantly, their words domineering. Hearing this, Gu Fan did not bother with the more than 10 Emperor realm beings but instead turned to look at the worried Empress Zua. Yi Qinghuang, you need not worry about this matter. He smiled lightly, calling out Empress Zua's name. As soon as these words came out, Empress Zua was full of surprise, her mouth opening in disbelief. How does he know me? Looking at Gu Fan, her heart trembled. Before Empress Zua could ask, Gu Fan had already withdrawn his gaze and looked toward the grey-robed old man and the others, his eyes filled with impatience as he said, noisy bunch of ants, how dare you boast in front of me? As soon as his words fell, he struck abruptly. The black abyss appeared in his hand. A single slash. Terrifying sword intent surged forth, tearing the void apart. Everywhere it passed, distortion followed. Seeing this scene, what? The grey-robed old man and the others widened their eyes, their hearts filled with shock. No matter how they looked at it, the one that the previously submissive great Emperor Paksa called Old Ancestor Huang Tian seemed to be the weaker side. After all, the only visible combat power was him. They were more than 10 Emperor realm beings. Yet in this situation, the other side dared to strike first, intending to fight them head-on. How could they not be shocked? In just an instant, everyone snapped out of their shock, furious and roaring one after another. How dare you be so reckless, you court death? Attack together, kill him. Kill you first, then slaughter your clan, today all of you must die. Where did this dog come from, pretending to be mystical? You dare act so wildly before us, you're already on the path to death. No more nonsense, strike. They were all in a rage, without any hesitation, directly unleashing their power to strike. More than 10 Emperor Realm auras soared to the sky. Terrifying auras filled every space, shaking the 8 directions. Only to see. Gufan stood alone, opposing more than a dozen Emperor Realm beings, isolated and without support, as various horrifying visions erupted violently at this moment. Such an astonishing scene. No, damn it, this matter started because of us, we can't just stand by and watch. Empress Ziyue's face changed drastically as she spoke solemnly to the great Emperor Paksu beside her. The great Emperor Paksu nodded, his power erupting without reservation. Old Ancestor Huang Tian, we are here to help you. He shouted fiercely, his gaze becoming extraordinarily fierce. Chapter 77, Are you crazy? Letting the old ancestor fight alone? Just as Empress Ziyue and Great Emperor Paksu were about to take action. Those ignorant ants, one old ancestor is enough. You two better not cause any trouble. The head of the family, Gu Zongping, swiftly appeared and blocked the two of them, speaking calmly. Hearing this, Empress Ziyue was stunned. Emperor Pasu's expression was dazed. The two looked at the calm and composed Gu Zongping, exchanging a glance, and both inhaled sharply. What? They suddenly realized and shouted in unison, their hearts filled with shock, unable to calm down. One person, facing more than a dozen terrifying Emperor-level existences. Is it really fine? Empress Ziyue and Emperor Pasu had confused expressions, their hearts filled with unease. However, Gu Zongping and every single member of the Gu family remained calm and composed throughout. After spending some time together, they had long understood that the ancestor was far beyond those in the Emperor realm. No matter how many they were, in the end, they only had the advantage in numbers. So now, not letting anyone disturb the ancestor was the greatest help. Seeing that the Gu family members didn't take it seriously. This. Empress Ziyue and Emperor Pasu hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose not to take action. At this moment, under the gaze of the Gu family members and the two emperors, Gufan looked at the terrifying attacks rushing toward him and sneered, "Let this emperor die? Since becoming an emperor, it has been 90,000 years, and now I want to see what kind of thing you all are, with what ability do you dare to kill this emperor?" Under his cold snort, the sword energy that had been slashed earlier became even more violent. In an instant, endless sword light erupted. A terrifying killing aura rose, soon becoming overwhelming and covering the sky. Boom! In the blink of an eye, it collided with the full-force attacks from more than a dozen emperor-level beings. The deafening explosion caused everyone to change color. The surrounding void collapsed under this collision. Logically speaking, more than a dozen emperor-level beings attacking together would easily destroy everything. But they were facing Gufan, a true immortal. So at the moment of collision, poof! The Grey-Robed Elder and others were suddenly struck by the backlash and spit out a mouthful of blood. Then, to their horror, they saw the attack shatter, crumbling into nothingness under the collision. Broken by a single sword. But the sword energy that the person who made them angry had slashed out was still raging forward, even more terrifying after the collision. Seeing this, the more than a dozen emperor-level beings far surpassing ordinary emperors had their eyes nearly tear apart, their minds struck by an unprecedented shock. Impossible. How could his sword have such terrifying power? This person, with just one sword, directly neutralized our attacks, how could this be? We join forces, and we can't defeat a single sword of his? No, I don't believe it. Their expressions changed drastically, feeling the overwhelming killing aura and the intense life and death crisis coming toward them, and they couldn't help but tremble and cry out in shock. And it was under this terrifying sword that everyone felt their scalp tingle and their faces filled with fear. The other side wasn't pretending, wasn't being arrogant beyond belief. It was truly strong enough to fight them all at once, and even in their first clash, it was a complete crushing victory. At this moment, time seemed to freeze, and everyone forgot to move. The vast sword energy directly slashed down. Bang! 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 The first to bear the brunt were the three emperors at the front. Their bodies exploded with a roar, and their souls, filled with endless terror, were wiped out as soon as they appeared. Turned to dust. 3 emperors fell. And the void rained down blood. With just one sword, 3 emperors died, without even a chance to resist. This caused the remaining Grey-Robed Elders and others to have their pupils quake, and their fear grew even stronger. Tian Yan, Wan Jia, Xin Shao. They shouted the names of the 3 emperors in horror, their faces filled with fear, trembling as they looked at Gufan. This scene came too suddenly. So fast they couldn't even react. Thump thump. The remaining 10 Emperor-level beings' hearts raced, their bodies involuntarily stepping back a few steps, unable to believe what they had just seen. But compared to them, Gu Fan remained completely indifferent, his expression as calm as a gentle breeze in light clouds. He never even glanced at the sword that had wiped out a few people. To him, it was merely like crushing 3 ants underfoot. Next, it's your turn. He looked at the gray-robed old man and the others, saying coldly. Just a simple and calm sentence. But in the ears of everyone, it sounded like thunder rumbling. The gray-robed old man and the others did not dare to act rashly, not even daring to scatter, they directly gathered together. Damn it, who exactly are you? You know I come from the extreme fire heavenly Huangfu family, and you still dare to kill me? I am a member of the vast immortal palace, if you kill me, you will surely die. I am of the Rakshasa heavenly thunder family's direct line. No matter who you are, do you really want to become our enemy? They all roared, revealing their backgrounds, bringing out the forces behind them. The deaths of those 3 great emperors made them sense a crisis, and they still did not know the depth of their opponent's strength. After all, this terrifying guy claimed to have lived for 90,000 years. So under the shadow of death, they chose to threaten with words, to intimidate. As for the longevity grass, no one cared anymore. Right now, survival was the most important. Until the remaining 10 Emperor Realm beings finished speaking. Have you all said your last words? Gu Fan did not take it seriously, sneering, in that case, let's hit the road. Wherever they came from, whatever forces were behind them, he did not care. After finishing this, he waved his sword again, not giving anyone any chance to talk. Hum. The Mo Yuan hummed, and the dazzling sword light suddenly burst forth. A surge of ultimate sword intent and murderous aura soared into the sky, slashing out an unparalleled and terrifying sword energy, even more horrifying and domineering than before. Damn it! Madman, this person is a madman, if we can't kill him, none of us can escape. From now on, we must hold nothing back, attack together. The gray-robed old man suddenly shouted, not daring to hesitate, taking the lead to express his stance. With his early-stage Emperor ancestor cultivation, he held nothing back, and in his hand appeared a pitch-black feather fan, which was an Emperor weapon. At that moment, with a sudden wave, a terrifying sinister wind swept through, forming a monstrous storm. Others saw this and gritted their teeth, one by one summoning their Emperor weapons for support. Kill. They knew there was no way out, and could only expend everything for a glimmer of hope. But even the 10 Emperor Realm beings, not holding back, had a momentum to shock the universe. Vast immortal palace? Thunder family? Huangfu family. Gu Fan's indifferent gaze covered the space before him with frost, repeating the forces of those people, slowly saying, this emperor has killed exactly you all. The sword energy stirred up by the Mo Yuan trembled at this moment, seeming to gain intelligence, suddenly becoming even more violent. Chapter 78, Scalp Tingling. He really killed them all alone. Gu Fan was very clear about the forces behind each of these Emperor Realm beings revealing their identities. Not to mention the various forces, he even understood those worlds especially well. After all, he had crossed over through the late game. Not only that, Gu Fan also knew the disgusting nature of the powers in the divine realm, and all the persecution he faced later on. His original body was backstabbed by the spirit void heaven. The Emperor Alliance and the White Emperor were the masterminds. As for the other worlds, the major forces all took the opportunity to kick him while he was down. Even later, the original body was recuperating in the silent god heaven, yet was still targeted and besieged time and again by various forces, under the guise of eliminating the pests of the divine realm. It was precisely due to the constant oppression and extermination from all major worlds and forces that the original body completely went mad, becoming the demonic Tao Immortal Emperor. But because of this, he became the stepping stone for all forces, facing various encirclements and chases. But this time, he was reborn, carrying the knowledge of every plot. Gu Fan would not hesitate at all, the first thing he thought of was to satisfy these beings. He returned to the spirit void heaven in advance. No need for coercion, he entered the demonic path ahead of time. And under the support of the system, he faced the encirclement of the Emperor Alliance, killing them before they even knew what hit them, leaving the Emperor Alliance severely injured. Once again, the ancient demon's life forbidden zone, the Blood Demon clan, launched a full-scale invasion. All of this was a grand gift from Gu Fan to the Emperor Alliance, a gift to Ling Su Tian. As for what comes next, those worlds, those forces, he will treat them the same as the Emperor Alliance and Ling Su Tian, not sparing any of them. Since they want to force him into becoming a demon, he will simply follow their wish, directly becoming a demon, becoming the great villain of the Divine Realm world ahead of time. I want to see who in this Divine Realm world can stop me. Gu Fan thought to himself, a cold smile curling on his lips. And his eyes grew increasingly terrifying. The gray-robed elder and the others were struck by a thunderbolt, their hearts already in turmoil, unable to calm down. He killed us? The group of emperors turned pale with fear, completely unprepared for Gufan's shocking words. The other side didn't fear the power behind them at all. What kind of existence is this? But before they could think any more. Slash. Gufan's cold gaze locked onto the somewhat stunned emperor from the vast immortal palace. In an instant, sword energy wreaked havoc, carrying with it a destructive wave that swept down. There was no time for anyone to react. No. By the time the emperor reacted, his face was filled with despair, his blood drained, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. But his voice came to an abrupt stop. The sword energy swept past him. Boom! A huge roar echoed through the void. An emperor, erased on the spot. But the sword energy still raged on. No! Spare me! Two emperors, their faces deathly pale, overwhelmed with extreme fear, abandoned any resistance and begged for mercy. Before they could continue speaking, the violent sword energy, carrying destructive fluctuations, poured down, directly piercing through their bodies. In an instant, the eyes of the two emperors widened in shock, their trembling bodies coming to a stop. Their lives were cut off. Their souls were erased. Two corpses lost all strength, drifting away into the boundless darkness of the void. These are actually good things for you. Gufan casually grabbed the air, indifferently speaking, directly erasing the divine sense marks from the three imperial weapons, and sent them towards the Emperor Guzongping and the other Gu family emperors. Then, under the terrified gazes of many, Gufan raised his hand once again and slashed down. Ants are always ants, too fragile to withstand a single blow. He spoke coldly, his gaze filled with murderous intent as he looked at the dead bodies. Killing these people was just collecting some interest ahead of time, he wouldn't carry any burden. This time. You, how dare you do this? No, no. Who exactly are you? Why insist on eradicating us? Please, I don't want to die. Spare me, please spare me, ah. The remaining four emperors, two emperor venerables, were filled with indescribable horror, sensing their complete inability to resist. They trembled, their hearts and bodies shuddering, not even daring to fight back. The one before them was far beyond their power to contend with. In this moment of fear, they cried out for mercy. But the cries for mercy were immediately replaced by dreadful screams and wails. For emperors, under the sword, had their lives erased, their souls wiped out. They became four cold, lifeless bodies. Moreover, even the two emperor venerables couldn't escape their fate. Boom! 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 Their faces were drained of color, their hair disheveled, struggling to strike out, desperately trying to block the incoming sword energy. But their efforts were utterly futile, like a joke. The imperial weapons shattered. The backlash came. The two emperor venerables were filled with despair, ultimately falling, becoming corpses. Throughout the entire process, Gufan ignored all cries for mercy, cold as a killing machine. Under the thundering roars of the collapsing void, the number of emperors rapidly decreased. From over a dozen, it was reduced to 10, then 7. 3. Until only one remained. Now, only the strongest gray-robed elder was left, but his posture was no longer one of superiority. His face was filled with fear and panic. You can't kill me. He trembled, his voice filled with terror as he screamed at Gufan, I am the clan elder of the Extreme Fire Heavenly Emperor's Fu family. If you kill me, the Huangfu family will never let you go. Let me go, and I will never reveal a word of today's events, nor will I tell anyone. This time, the old man in gray still instinctively threatened. But when he saw Gufan's cold gaze, he immediately softened without any temper, constantly assuring, only hoping to stay alive. At this moment, he had no confidence left and directly knelt down before Gufan. He even voluntarily erased the divine imprint of the emperor weapon from his hand, trembling as he handed it over. Seeing this, I want the item. Gufan raised his hand and summoned the fan containing the Yin Yan law, tossing it to Gu Zongping, and sneered, I also want to kill the person. With these words, boom! The old man in gray suddenly looked up, his face changing in confusion, dazed, and horrified, eventually only showing endless despair. Why must you kill me? Who are you? Who is it? He roared in hysteria, but under absolute suppression, he could not move at all. At this moment, he just wanted to know what identity the other party truly had. Why was he so terrifying and bloodthirsty? But in response to the old man in gray, only a sharp and powerful sword chi containing the aura of the immortal path answered him. Boom! The sword chi descended. The old man in gray trembled, his pupils continuously dilating, his life force and soul completely erased. Another body fell down, along with the corpses wandering in the dark void. Even though the darkness was boundless. Under Gufan's massacre, everything around was illuminated by bloodlight, looking shocking and soul-stirring. The deaths of more than a dozen Emperor realm beings. made the vast starry sky become eerily silent, with intense bloodstains rapidly spreading in all directions. Chapter 79, Killing Them All Directly. Establishing a villainous force. The terrifying blood-red storm occupied this part of the universe. Visibly, all around was blood red. One corpse after another of the Emperor realm floated in the darkness, causing everything to fall silent. At this moment, the entire Tianhai star was left with nothing but countless wreckage floating. Empress Ziyue and Emperor Pasu stared in shock, their eyes blank, looking at the terrifying scene before them. This killed them all? The two of them shivered in fear, glancing at each other, and spoke in trembling voices. When they saw the shocking blood-red storm, their bodies shuddered as if they hadn't realized it, their faces turning pale. It was because the visual impact was so great that they found it hard to believe. Emperor Pasu, deeply shocked, looked at Gu Fan, his mind shaking, trembling as he said, "The Huang Tian Emperor, from the same era as the ancestor, not only didn't die but has become this terrifying." Empress Ziyue couldn't help but cry out, This is the Emperor realm of Lingshu Tian, so terrifying." Even though they couldn't see through Gu Fan's cultivation, she had an instinctive feeling that the other party was no longer something that the Emperor realm could resist. The shock they experienced today, everything they had gone through before. And thinking of their previous worries, the two of them breathed heavily, feeling it was also unnecessary, and finally understood why the people of the Gu family remained so calm. When they directly felt Gu Fan's terror, they couldn't calm their hearts. Seeing the shock on Empress Ziyue and Emperor Pasu's faces. Just a few dozen Emperor realm beings, nothing to be concerned about. The family head Gu Zongping said proudly, raising his voice, and said loudly, "Not long ago, our ancestor in Lingshu Tian killed far more than these." Upon hearing these words, Empress Ziyue's heart trembled. Emperor Pasu's eyes narrowed, breathing heavily as he asked, What happened?" Upon hearing this, Gu Zongping snorted coldly, sneering. Previously, the Empire Alliance couldn't hold back and tried to destroy the Gu family, one of the 10 major imperial families, but unfortunately, they didn't know that our ancestor was not dead. So, the ancestor stopped guarding the demon abyss and returned to Lingshu Tian. The moment he returned to Lingshu Tian, he directly destroyed a state and wiped out several imperial families. Facing the Empire Alliance's call for all major forces to gather their Emperor realm experts and send the Empire Alliance's army to encircle and suppress us. The ancestor alone killed nearly 60% of the Spirit Void heavenly generals, destroyed the Imperial Alliance army, and defeated the White Emperor with a single sword. If the White Emperor hadn't escaped, he would have already died under the ancestor's sword. In addition, the ancestor also led the Blood Demon clan and the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone to invade Spirit Void heaven, causing unimaginable suffering in the south and north regions, turning them into hell. In no time, the entire Spirit Void heaven will face slaughter. Now, after the Ancestors' massacre, the Imperial Alliance is nothing but a paper tiger, and those ungrateful trash in Spirit Void heaven will soon pay the price for their backstabbing, regretting it. Each shocking event was spoken out by Gu Zongping, and the Purple Moon Empress listened in complete confusion. Only the Broken Void Emperor, after a brief shock, could not stop trembling, his eyes reddening, and with great excitement, he laughed out loud in a trembling voice, Good. The Huangtian ancestor, you killed so well. Whether it's the Imperial Alliance, the White Emperor, or those trash in Spirit Void heaven, they all deserve to die. Ha ha. Thinking of the destruction of the descendants of the first generation of emperors, and the fact that only he remained of the Summerho family, the Broken Void Emperor, upon hearing the tragedy in Spirit Void heaven and the heavy losses of the Imperial Alliance, completely lost his mind and laughed wildly, then burst into joyful tears, 2 clear tears sliding down. They deserve to die, they all deserve to die. He bit his lip hard, his body trembling uncontrollably. Seeing this scene, the Purple Moon Empress sighed softly, but in her heart, an unprecedented storm surged. A single person slaughtered nearly 60% of the Emperor realm and Spirit Void heaven. She looked at Gu Fan in disbelief, shaking uncontrollably in horror. That was Spirit Void heaven. Not Divine Quiet heaven. It was one of the 10 great heavens, Spirit Void heaven. 60% of the Emperor realm was slaughtered. What does this even mean? How terrifying must the Gu family's ancestor, Huangtian ancestor, be now? The Purple Moon Empress was more shocked in her heart, her expression constantly changing, her beautiful eyes flickering incessantly. The people of Spirit Void heaven brought this upon themselves, no matter what, it's their retribution. She spoke coldly, agreeing with her remark. After all, she had naturally heard of the Broken Void Emperor's arrival and his experience, but she never expected the Gu family's ancestor to be alive, and that his first action after returning from 90,000 years was to turn Spirit Void heaven into a river of blood. However, the Purple Moon Empress looked at Gu Fan and the Gu family members, and a bold thought began to form in her heart. Looking at it now, her breathing became rapid, her chest rising and falling continuously. The Gu family's Huangtian ancestor was too terrifying, just like the Broken Void Emperor, who left Spirit Void heaven and, before leaving, plunged it into a terrifying upheaval. Could it be possible? Could she invite him to settle in divine quiet heaven? After all, the Purple Moon Empress knew deeply that divine quiet heaven was the last formed realm. It couldn't be compared to the other 9 realms, its overall strength was the weakest, and it lacked a terrifying powerhouse like the Gu family's Huangtian ancestor to guard it. If I could keep them here, she muttered in her heart, her eyes gradually revealing longing. At the same time, Gu Fan was unaware of what the Purple Moon Empress was thinking, his gaze cold, looking at the Emperor Realm corpses floating in the darkness. Ants are still ants. Even though I gave you all a chance, you were still no match. He spoke slowly, and immediately, the blood-red storm around him grew even more terrifying, devouring all existence. But at this moment... Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the extreme fire Heavenly Emperor Fu family's elder, the elder of the vast immortal palace, and other Emperor Realm beings, committing acts of villainy, affecting the future plot, and gaining 200,000 darkening points. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Great Wilderness Chaos Bone. This immortal bone contains the purest chaos power. The holder can freely wield chaos power, summon the chaos domain, and any technique can fuse with it, resonating with the chaos to unleash ultimate power, as well as gaining terrifying healing ability. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Starry Return to Origin Sutra. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 9 marrow cleansing pills times 1000. Would you like to claim them all? In Gu Fan's mind, the system's voice echoed continuously. Great Desolate Chaos Bone. He didn't need the other rewards, but when he saw the introduction about the Great Desolate Chaos Bone, a trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. This was something he could use. However, as for these rewards at the moment, do not claim them for now. Gu Fan was in no hurry to claim them. There was still some distance to Shinji Tian. It wouldn't be too late to claim them after settling his people. Chapter 80, The Empress's Invitation, the Fury of the 9 Heavens in the Divine Realm. When Gu Fan gave his answer. Ding! Detected that the host has left Lingshu Tian, mission is now being issued. Host, please create your own villainous faction to resist the Divine Realm in the future. Upon completion, you will receive a supreme reward pack. Do you accept the mission? Once again, the system's voice rang out. In an instant, Gu Fan looked at the mission given by the system, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Accept. He had almost no hesitation and chose to accept it decisively. He knew that this was a long-term mission issued by the system. And he had already planned for this ever since he decided not to guard the Demon Abyss anymore. Because Gu Fan clearly understood how the game's plot would unfold. In the future, he would inevitably become the ultimate villainous final boss. And he would definitely become the target of a combined crusade by the Divine Realm. By the end, when the 10 heavens of the Divine Realm merged into one, he would have no place to escape. Replace me. Become me. Surpass me. By his ear, he vaguely heard the words spoken by his original self, the Demon Dao Immortal Emperor, before he entered the game. Since that was the case, then he would naturally plan ahead, building a villainous faction powerful enough to resist, even destroy, the Divine Realm, sweeping across the 8 desolations, and reigning supreme in the Divine Realm first. By that time, the Divine Realm would bow before him. Who would dare? Who would even have the right to wage war against him? Even if the 10 heavens merged into one, he would still be the sole ruler. What was there to fear? Ha! A cold smile appeared on Gu Fan's lips. By then, the entire Divine Realm would be under his control, and all so-called righteous factions would cease to exist. This was exactly what he wanted. As for the so-called supreme reward, Gu Fan didn't care. He sneered coldly and muttered, "This mission is just what I wanted." So the moment the mission was issued, he accepted it immediately. With that settled, Gu Fan only glanced briefly at the now utterly stunned and numb Emperor Paksu and Empress Ziyue, then turned to his family members from the Gu clan. Let's go. He spoke softly, ready to continue leading his clan toward Shinji Tian. At this moment, seeing Gu Fan and his clan about to leave, Empress Ziyue, who had been hesitating, finally made her decision. "Guno, Ancestor Huangtian, please wait." She gritted her teeth and stepped forward, speaking anxiously with a nervous heart. "I know that you and your people need a place to settle down. And your first choice will definitely be a great world like Lingshu Tian, or even an even greater one. But I still want to ask, would you consider Shinji Tian? Right now, Shinji Tian is the youngest of the 10 heavens. At present, I rule over Shinji Tian, and from this, you can tell that Shinji Tian cannot compare with the other great worlds at all. Compared to other heavens, Shinji Tian longs for and respects a powerful being like you. Lingshu Tian cannot accommodate you and your people, but Shinji Tian can. On behalf of Shinji Tian, I sincerely invite you to come. I will personally arrange everything for your people, ensuring that they do not suffer the slightest grievance or unfairness. If necessary, I am willing to swear an oath here and now. After issuing this solemn invitation, Empress Ziyue nervously watched Gu Fan. Seeing that Gu Fan remained silent, Emperor Pakzu understood her intentions and quickly spoke earnestly, Ancestor Huang Tian, Empress Ziyue is right. You and your clan need a place to settle down. Instead of going to those other worlds, why not come to the God Silence realm? Their eager invitation immediately caused the members of the Gu family to show strange, almost mocking smiles. Gu Fan, upon hearing this, did not respond. Let's go. He gave a command again and stepped forward, while Gu Zongping and the others hurriedly followed. Upon seeing this, indeed, the Empress of Purple Moon couldn't help but self-mockingly smile and shook her head bitterly. She knew that the God Silence realm was the smallest of the 10 realms in the God domain. How could it have the qualifications to keep terrifying beings that could easily wipe out dozens of Emperor realm experts? Although the God Silence realm revered her, it was still only at the early stage of the Emperor Ancestor level. An Emperor Ancestor, whether in terms of personal or overall strength, was far from comparable to the other 9 realms. What a pity! The Empress of Purple Moon sighed with regret. She thought that when the old ancestor of the Guangtian family called out her name, she might have a chance. But now it seemed that it was just her own overthinking. The great Emperor of Broken Void saw that Gu Fan and the others were walking farther and farther and grew anxious. He immediately shouted, Gu Family Master, can't you discuss it with the old ancestor of Guangtian? As long as he agrees, the God Silence realm can meet all your conditions. Upon hearing this, Gu Zongping, who had not walked too far, turned around to look at the two and helplessly smiled. Why do you guys bother? The old ancestor's original intention was to take us to the God Silence realm. Why would you need to invite us so formally? Before leaving the Spirit Void realm, the old ancestor already planned to have the Gu family settle in the God Silence realm. After saying this, he no longer spoke further and hurriedly caught up with Gu Fan with the clan. Upon hearing this, What? The Empress of Purple Moon and the Great Emperor of Broken Void's eyes widened in shock, trembling in disbelief. The old ancestor of Guangtian and the Gu family were going to the God Silence realm? And they had already planned this before leaving the Spirit Void realm? Ha ha ha. After the shock, the Great Emperor of Broken Void immediately burst into wild, joyous laughter. Great! Great! His laughter also made the Empress of Purple Moon snap out of her shock, and she called out in excitement, Old ancestor of Guangtian, please wait. Let me lead the way for you. As she spoke, she suddenly moved, excitedly catching up to Gu Fan in front to lead the way. The group of people, in great procession, turned back toward the God Silence realm. Several hours later, the completely destroyed Tianhai Star, the burial ground for dozens of Emperor realm beings. Suddenly, boom! The sound of explosions echoed in the darkness, followed by the distortion of the area where Gu Fan and the others had been. A terrifying aura spread out. Soon after, several figures that twisted the void appeared. When they saw what had once been Tianhai Star, now reduced to countless remains, everyone's faces changed drastically. After a quick investigation, their expressions turned dark. They're dead? All dead? The elder of my Huangfu family actually died here? The deputy hallmaster of my Tianshu Hall also dead. Weren't they here to steal the longevity grass from 2 ants? Why are they all dead? What happened here? Who dares to be so lawless and kill my Illusion Moon Palace elders? Bastards! When they saw the bodies floating in the darkness and recognized their identities, they all became furious and roared in rage. Instantly, the entire area trembled, twisting wildly. Chapter 81, How dare he, a single person face off against 9 realms? Everyone present had twisted faces, extremely hideous. Bang! 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 With the terrifying aura on their bodies, many of the surrounding meteorite fragments exploded violently. The forces of these people were all at the level of the Emperor Alliance in the Spirit Void realm, or even higher. Now, in such a short time, many of the powerhouses of these forces had perished here. How could they not be angry? Under their furious anger, the aura here hasn't dissipated completely. It hasn't been long, no more than 4 hours at most. An elder with white hair, who looked like a fairy, slowly spoke. Unlike the others, he was calm. There was no anger on his face, only a chilling, frightening sneer. And he was from the vast Immortal Palace. Compared to other forces, the vast Immortal Palace was far more terrifying. So at this moment, all the strong forces present fell silent and turned their attention to the old man with white hair. Under everyone's gaze, the old man with white hair felt the surrounding waves and his eyes flickered as he spoke in a deep voice. Anyone capable of killing members of our forces, including one from the Emperor Ancestor realm, such a person must be a terrifying existence. Such beings, in most cases, do not wander freely, and they would not recklessly start a killing spree like this. But oddly enough, I received a message from the Immortal Palace earlier. Perhaps the events here were caused by that one such existence. Upon hearing this, the powerful figures behind him all opened their eyes wide in anger. Who? They all roared in unison, with killing intent erupting in their eyes. The old man with white hair squinted and said, Ling Su Tian, the ancestor of the Gu family, Emperor Huang Tian. But now calling him emperor might be a bit inappropriate, as no one knows what realm he is in at the moment. Before he could finish, the strong figures present all became doubtful and frowned. People from Ling Su Tian? Emperor Huang Tian, who is that? How could people from Ling Su Tian appear here? This place is far from Ling Su Tian. Logically, no one from Ling Su Tian should be here. They couldn't help but feel suspicious as they looked at the old man with white hair. However, the old man from the vast immortal palace did not answer their questions, but instead continued, in any case, the information I received is that the ancestor of the Gu family, Emperor Huang Tian, has torn his face with Ling Su Tian and left with his clan. And someone like him, leading his clan to migrate, wouldn't do it quietly without being noticed if they reached our world. So, before you came here, did you notice anything unusual in your world? After the words fell, everyone shook their heads. Seeing this, the old man with white hair immediately confirmed and coldly spoke towards the direction of Shinji Tian. So this is clear, the person who killed our people and brought the Gu family's clan to Shinji Tian is none other than Emperor Huang Tian, the ancestor of the Gu family. Upon hearing this analysis, the others reacted. What? Damn it, even if he was powerful in Ling Su Tian, he shouldn't have killed our people. Now that we know the answer, what are we waiting for? Let's storm into Shinji Tian and make him pay with his life. I remember now, Emperor Huang Tian, one of the original emperors of Ling Su Tian. He's still alive. But does he really think he can do whatever he wants? That's a huge mistake. Exactly, so what if he's in Shinji Tian? We can arrive any time with our forces. This emperor doesn't believe a mere Shinji Tian has the guts to oppose us. They were all burning with anger, shouting loudly, their killing intent soaring. They looked down on Shinji Tian. As for Gu Fan and the Gu family's Emperor Huang Tian, few had heard of him. Right now, they just wanted to kill him as quickly as possible. But seeing everyone like this, the old man with white hair did not act rashly. Instead, he coldly snorted with a dark expression and said, Where is your brain? Shinji Tian may not be strong, but it is still a world nurtured by the divine domain, so it is naturally protected by the heavenly Tao of Shinji Tian. Moreover, according to news from the Ling Su Tian Emperor Alliance, the Gu family's Emperor Huang Tian may have already touched the immortal realm. In this situation, not to mention whether the heavenly Tao of Shinji Tian will allow it, but did Emperor Huang Tian ever think that killing our people would anger many? And yet, he still did it. Do you truly believe you can kill him? With this analysis, those who had been filled with killing intent and anger before were now stunned. What? You said that Emperor Huang Tian has already touched the immortal realm? If that's the case, then it's going to be difficult to make him pay with his life. Damn, how can that ancient existence who has lived for 100,000 years still not die? Are we really going to swallow our anger? Their momentum weakened instantly. Yet in the end, they still could not accept it. Finally, they fell into silence. After a moment, is this matter really going to end like this? It can't be. Can we just endure this? Absolutely not. Even if he has touched the celestial realm, what of it? Our powers united, he may not be afraid. Everyone gritted their teeth, their faces darkened as they shouted in anger again. Before, all those killed by Gu Fan were the backbones of their forces, how could they just let it go? In an instant, the roar echoed in all directions. Twisted everything here. The white-haired elder of the vast celestial palace pondered for a moment, then sneered, foolish. Why rush? At most, we just return and report the news from here. We should not be angry about this. Moreover, the divine silence celestial realm is merely a small world. Since that Lord Huang Tian has already torn off ties with Ling Shu Tian and severed the luck connected to it, the remaining 8 directions cannot possibly accommodate him. As far as I know, the Empire Alliance of Ling Shu Tian has already made a deal with our vast celestial palace. At most, we can wait and watch the divine silence celestial realm fall. That Lord Huang Tian may be fearsome, but he cannot hide forever in the divine silence celestial realm. Even so, in this small world, what storm can he stir? He is doomed to die. No one can survive after being targeted by the vast celestial palace. Hearing this, with reasonable and well-founded content, the anger of those present was directly suppressed by more than half, and they all nodded. That makes sense. Then I will return to report this. That so-called Lord Huang Tian, he will surely pay a price for this. If we really need to take action, be sure to inform us. Right, I want to see if this old creature really can't die. They all snorted coldly, leaving behind harsh words. Then they no longer lingered, each finding the bodies of their group members before leaving. Seeing this, the white-haired elder of the vast celestial palace looked towards the divine silent celestial realm, sneering mockingly, "Lord Huangtian, you leaving Lingshu Tian for the divine silent celestial realm is undoubtedly seeking your own path. And Lingshu Tian will not take long to be controlled by the vast celestial palace, the divine silent celestial realm will be no exception. They will all become possessions of our vast celestial palace. As for you, just live a little longer." A strange glint flickered in his eyes. With a cold snort, he waved his hand and turned to leave. Chapter 82, Let the Divine Silent Celestial Realm Become the Respect of the Nine Heavens. Divine Silent Celestial Realm? This is the smallest realm within the 10 directions of the Divine Domain. Now, under the leadership of the Purple Moon Empress, Gu Fan and a group of Gu family members finally stepped into this realm. Before they had fully entered, they saw a vibrant world brimming with spiritual energy, continuously forming and perfecting the rules of the realm. What they could see with their own eyes was breathtakingly beautiful. However, compared to Lingshu Tian, the divine silent celestial realm was still immature, still growing and perfecting, and overall, it was far too small. This is such a vibrant realm, so beautiful. It's really not bad, though small, many places are quite good, and there is great potential for growth, and that's the key. It seems the ancestor brought us to the right place. I didn't want to stay in that absurd Lingshu Tian anyway. Many Gu family members, seeing the strange yet flourishing divine silent celestial realm, curiously observed and discussed with great interest. And in front of everyone, Gu Fan, since entering the divine silent celestial realm, showed not much change in his expression, still calm and composed. Divine silent celestial realm. He looked at various scenes, softly muttering to himself. The reason he was so calm was that he had so much knowledge of the divine silent celestial realm in his mind. Everything was so familiar. In the original game plot, the original self came to this realm. It was just that at that time, he was severely injured, fleeing from Lingshu Tian to the divine silent celestial realm, where he was taken in by the Purple Moon Empress. Now, he had logged in early and had actively separated from Lingshu Tian, arriving at the divine silent heaven with a victorious stance. Then, from this moment on, everything about the process and the outcome will change. At this moment, the Purple Moon Empress noticed that Gu Fan remained silent, her eyes flashing, and she couldn't help but worry once again. Grand Ancestor Huang Tian, don't be fooled by the fact that Divine Silent Heaven is not as grand as the other realms. Although it may not be considered a large realm, once it matures and becomes perfected, it will not be inferior to other realms in any way. She was worried that Gu Fan might look down on Divine Silent Heaven, so she introduced it with great enthusiasm. Moreover, in Divine Silent Heaven, there are no complex forces, nor are there as many intrigues as in other realms. Only one force rules this realm. It is the Moonlight Divine Dynasty, and I am the Empress of the Divine Dynasty. Now, I represent Divine Silent Heaven and welcome your arrival. Despite being the Empress ancestor, the Purple Moon Empress lowered her posture in front of Gu Fan. This was because she had benefited from the great fortune of Divine Silent Heaven and dared not show any disrespect to the grand ancestor of the Gu family. After all, the Emperor of Breaking Void had said before that this person had lived for over 100,000 years. Upon hearing this, Gu Fan noticed the Purple Moon Empress's cautiousness and worry, and couldn't help but chuckle lightly. You need not be so anxious. Since I have chosen Divine Silent Heaven, I will not change my mind. And as for your Divine Dynasty, I have no interest. When these words were spoken, the Purple Moon Empress felt immense joy in her heart and let out a heavy sigh of relief. Such an honor. She nodded excitedly, having always wanted to keep the Grand Ancestor of Huang Tian here. Because right now, Divine Silent Heaven desperately needed a powerful figure like him. Even the Purple Moon Empress didn't care about the Divine Dynasty's ownership. If the Grand Ancestor of Huang Tian needed it, she would willingly hand over the entire Moonlight Divine Dynasty. But just as she was about to express this thought, she saw that Gu Fan was staring directly at her. Her heart skipped a beat. Without waiting for the Purple Moon Empress to ask, Gu Fan's voice, as if carrying a magical force, sounded deep and slow. However, no matter how small Divine Silent Heaven may be, it is still one of the 10 heavens of the Divine Domain. Yi Qinghuang, are you truly willing to let the cultivation of Divine Silent Heaven be inferior, allowing the other 9 realms to look down upon and oppress it? This question, filled with implied meaning, made the Purple Moon Empress's heart tremble. She bit her lip tightly, unwilling to admit it. These words truly struck at her heart. Of course, she didn't want this. But unfortunately, no matter in which aspect, Divine Silent Heaven simply couldn't match the other realms in terms of strength. The Purple Moon Empress sighed softly, shaking her head bitterly. No matter how unwilling, what can I do? I have no way. But before she could finish speaking, Gu Fan stopped in his tracks, his gaze fixed on the Purple Moon Empress. He smiled lightly. I can change all of this, and even make Divine Silent Heaven the leading realm of the Divine Domain, making the other realms revere it. And this only requires one condition, that is, you just need to listen to me. When these words were spoken, all the members of the Gu family suddenly shivered. The Emperor of Breaking Void widened his eyes in disbelief. The Purple Moon Empress suddenly looked at Gu Fan, her eyes flashing with brilliance, and her breath became rapid. Make Divine Silent Heaven the leading realm of the Divine Domain and have the other heavens revere it. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. Overcome with excitement, her proud figure trembled uncontrollably. Could this really happen? Uncertain, the Purple Moon Empress didn't ask further, and Gu Fan waved his hand, saying, "This matter is not for discussion now. Once we settle down, you can come, and I will explain everything to you in detail." Upon hearing this, the Purple Moon Empress understood. Such a significant matter couldn't be explained in just a few words. All right, Grand Ancestor Huang Tian, please follow me." She nodded seriously and raised her hand, waving it in front of the empty space. A huge spatial portal appeared. She smiled lightly and said, "I have already prepared the place for you. You and your clan can settle on Moon Phoenix Island." This island is located at the peak of the Divine Quiet Sky, in the center of the continent, where spiritual energy is abundant, and with various spiritual plants, birds, and beasts. It seems perfect for you all. While introducing, the Purple Moon Empress led the way and entered first. Gu Fan, along with the Gu family members, followed closely behind. After a brief journey through space, they arrived. Whoosh! A gentle breeze swept over, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. Now, as they reappeared, everyone had already reached an island suspended in the void, comparable to a small world, with pure and intense spiritual energy. The entire island was located in the clouds, like an immortal realm, with towering trees everywhere, called fire phoenix trees. Their trunks were like fire, and their leaves were like crimson gold. Many of the Gu family members, as they breathed, could feel their cultivation improving. This is truly a land of creation. My cultivation is actually increasing. The Purple Moon Empress is so thoughtful, preparing such a good place for us to settle. After seeing the breathtaking beauty and the fact that this was a perfect cultivation site, the Gu family members, in excitement, bowed and expressed their gratitude to the Purple Moon Empress. Seeing this, the Purple Moon Empress smiled humbly and replied, "There is no need for thanks. From now on, this place will be the Gu family's territory. No outsider will disturb you." She smiled modestly, then respectfully looked at Gu Fan and said, "Lord Huang Tian, you and your family have traveled a long way. Please rest first, I shall take my leave now." She didn't stay any longer and, together with the Broken Void Emperor, stepped into the void and disappeared. Chapter 83, The Divine Dynasty is shocked, Gu Fan's bold words. After the Purple Moon Empress and the Broken Void Emperor left, Gu Zongping withdrew his gaze, and the smile on his face faded. He looked puzzled and said, "Why do I feel like the Purple Moon Empress's attitude is too unusual? It seems like she's going to great lengths, even at any cost, to win over the ancestor. Is the Divine Quiet Sky really as unworthy as she described?" Upon hearing this, Gu Fan glanced at the curious Gu Zongping and said with a faint smile, "No need to feel that way, she is indeed trying to win us over. But, the Divine Quiet Sky is not as bad as she described. It's weaker compared to other worlds, that's true. However, her choice is correct, because I, the Emperor, will change all of this." As he finished speaking, Gu Zongping's eyes trembled with excitement, filled with anticipation. At this moment, Gu Fan said nothing more. He knew that the Moon Phoenix Island, where they were now, was originally the place where the Purple Moon Empress lived, and it was the best place in the entire Divine Quiet Sky. Now, she willingly gave it to the Gu family as their ancestral land, which was enough to prove that she wanted to win him over and had indeed shown great sincerity. But it didn't matter. Because in Gu Fan's eyes, the entire Divine Quiet Sky was already within his grasp from now on. The Purple Moon Empress's investment in sincerity today would be repaid 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even more. With this thought in mind, he said, "I will enter seclusion for a while. If you need anything, just use the previous edict to summon me." Gu Fan said to Gu Zongping and then walked deeper into the Moon Phoenix Island. He was very familiar with this place. Seeing this, Gu Zongping scratched his head and remarked with a strange look, "How does it feel like the ancestor is back home?" He had noticed many times during the journey, but from beginning to end, it felt like they were visiting for the first time, while the ancestor was returning to his old home. Meanwhile, the Purple Moon Empress had already returned to the Imperial Palace, hundreds of miles away from the Moon Phoenix Island, with the Broken Void Emperor. In the court, the ministers had already received the news and were waiting anxiously. When they saw the Purple Moon Empress return, they immediately became agitated, their faces filled with anxiety. "Your Majesty, has the powerful figure you mentioned earlier been won over? Has the Broken Void Emperor's Huang Tian ancestor from the Gu family shown any intention of staying in the Divine Quiet Sky? The Divine Quiet Sky really needs a powerful Emperor ancestor to take charge." The ministers eagerly asked, their eyes filled with both hope and unease. Seeing this, the Purple Moon Empress raised her hand to signal for silence from the ministers. And then, amidst countless gazes, he chuckled lightly and said, "Everyone, the ancestor of Huang Tian has agreed to stay in Shinji Tian. the moment the news was received. The tension and unease on the faces of the court ministers vanished, replaced by wild joy. This is wonderful. With the ancestor of Huang Tian willing to stay, Shinji Tian has finally gained another powerhouse above the emperor realm. Even His Majesty himself admits he is no match for him. That ancestor of Huang Tian must have already touched upon the immortal realm. If the ancestor of Huang Tian truly settles the Gu clan in Shinji Tian, then with him overseeing things, Shinji Tian will undoubtedly gain an extra layer of security. The ministers were beyond excited, their faces flushed red as they trembled and shouted in exhilaration. At this moment, cheers erupted endlessly in the court. Gu Fan staying in Shinji Tian made them feel both honored and overwhelmed, unable to hide their excitement. But after the joy subsided, "Your Majesty," a minister, having calmed down, spoke with concern, "You previously sent word that the ancestor of Huang Tian's strength is unfathomable, and that you are absolutely no match for him. Now that he has brought his entire clan, could he possibly have intentions towards the Moonlight Divine Dynasty? If that is the case, then aren't we inviting a wolf into our home?" The moment these words fell, the entire court fell into dead silence. The ministers exchanged glances, worry reappearing in their eyes. Seeing this, the void-breaking emperor frowned deeply and was just about to refute, when the Purple Moon Empress suddenly stood up, her face showing displeasure as she angrily reprimanded, "That ancestor of Huang Tian is far more terrifying than you or I can imagine. If he wished, he could take control of the entire Shinji Tian at any moment. From now on, be cautious with your words regarding this topic. Do not recklessly speculate and risk angering the ancestor of Huang Tian." In an instant, the court fell into silence once again. Yet the worry on the ministers' faces only grew deeper, and one by one, they hesitated to speak. Seeing this, the Purple Moon Empress shook her head and immediately said, "Previously, the ancestor of Huang Tian alone erased more than a dozen Emperor Realm experts, and not a single one could resist. Furthermore, within Lingshu Tian, even when faced with a siege from the Emperor Alliance, he remained undefeated, and with a single strike, he crushed the leader of the Emperor Alliance. If the opponent hadn't fled, he would have perished on the spot. Do you know what the ancestor of Huang Tian did when he left Lingshu Tian? He slaughtered nearly 60% of Lingshu Tian's Emperor Realm experts, and then he caused two major alien races to launch a full-scale invasion of Lingshu Tian. To make the ministers fully grasp the terrifying power of Gu Fan, the Purple Moon Empress directly revealed one earth-shattering act after another. As the court grew ever more silent, everything His Majesty has said is completely true. And the ancestor of Huang Tian was once an old friend of my imperial ancestor. He has always acted honorably and openly. If he truly had intentions toward the Moonlight Divine Dynasty, he would have already taken action by now." The void-breaking emperor confirmed the Purple Moon Empress's words and then added, "Besides, even if the ancestor of Huang Tian had such intentions, I fear that no one in all of Shinji Tian could stop him." At this moment, the words of the Purple Moon Empress and the void-breaking emperor exploded like endless thunder in the minister's ears. What? He single-handedly slaughtered nearly 60% of Lingshu Tian's Emperor Realm experts. They were utterly shocked, their scalps tingling as they collectively gasped in astonishment. Everyone trembled, their hearts in chaos. The impact of the news they were now hearing struck their minds with an intensity like never before. The Purple Moon Empress took a deep breath, recalling what Gu Fan had told her before, her eyes flashing as she spoke in a solemn voice. "Not long ago, there was something he said that I couldn't understand. The ancestor of Huang Tian told me that he would change everything, and that he would make Shinji Tian the supreme ruler of the 10 heavens of the divine domain." These words instantly set off an unprecedented storm in the hearts of the ministers, causing their pupils to shrink violently and their bodies to tremble. The ancestor of Huang Tian's words are simply too bold, as if he completely disregards the other 9 heavens. They looked at each other, all feeling chills down their spines, horrified beyond words. Under countless gazes filled with disbelief, the Purple Moon Empress turned to the void-breaking emperor and curiously asked, "Why exactly did the ancestor of Huang Tian massacre so many in Lingshu Tian and cause the alien races to invade? How did he lead his people to leave the Lingshu heaven?" In an instant, all eyes turned in unison towards the broken Void Emperor. Everyone understood clearly, the broken Void Emperor was originally from Lingshu heaven. Chapter 84, Crisis of Shinji Heaven, the large-scale invasion of the Yin Jin clan? In the Imperial Court, the broken Void Emperor took a step forward when he heard the Purple Moon Empress's inquiry, his eyes full of hatred, and said, "The people of Lingshu heaven are now a bunch of ungrateful people, those who deserve to die. My ancestor was one of the first-generation emperors from the same era as the Huang Tian ancestor. They resisted the invasion of the Blood Demon clan 90,000 years ago, carrying the heavy burden for Lingshu heaven, guarding the demon abyss for a full 90,000 years. But my family and the other imperial families left by those great emperors were backstabbed by Lingshu heaven and completely destroyed. If my family hadn't done everything to protect my life, I would have already died in Lingshu heaven. And the Huang Tian ancestor didn't die. Upon learning that his people were in trouble, he abandoned guarding the demon abyss and returned to Lingshu Heaven to settle accounts with the ungrateful wolves. Didn't the head of the Gu family say it? It was exactly Lingshu Heaven's ungratefulness. The Huangtian ancestor killed through the Imperial Alliance, slaughtering nearly 60% of the Imperial realm, and has completely separated from Lingshu Heaven. If that's not the case, I fled to Shinji Heaven, while the Huangtian ancestor killed his way through Lingshu Heaven and brought his people here. Each word was powerful and resonated in the Great Hall. The ministers' faces changed drastically when they heard this. What? So, not only the imperial family of the broken Void Emperor, but also all the imperial families of the great emperors who resolved the crisis of Lingshu Heaven, besides the Gu family, were all backstabbed and destroyed? If the Huangtian ancestor hadn't returned, wouldn't the Gu family have been destroyed too? Lingshu Heaven actually did such heartless, ungrateful things? Beasts! Are the people of Lingshu Heaven all fools? How could they treat the benefactors of Lingshu Heaven like this? No wonder the Huangtian ancestor went on a killing spree. These people deserve to die. If it were us, how could we ever bear such great righteousness, to carry the weight for an entire world? Everyone, in shock, their expressions constantly changing, finally understood what Gu Fan and the other great emperors had done for Lingshu Heaven. But after hearing about the backstabbing and ungratefulness of Lingshu Heaven, they deeply empathized and angrily cursed without holding back. The Purple Moon Empress's face was filled with anger as she trembled with rage. I never thought that Lingshu Heaven, as a great world, those people would do such beastly things. No wonder the Huangtian ancestor went on a killing spree, no wonder he left Lingshu Heaven and took his people away. She gasped, her eyes blazing with fury. After a moment, the Purple Moon Empress calmed her anger and spoke softly, her eyes flashing. However, this situation in Lingshu Heaven is exactly the opportunity for Shinji Heaven. The Huangtian ancestor chose Shinji Heaven, leading his people to migrate here. This is a good thing for us. And now that the Huangtian ancestor has led his people away from Lingshu Heaven, it proves that he will never return. We now have the chance to keep him here in Shinji Heaven. As she spoke, a gleam appeared in her eyes. With the terrifying power of the Huangtian ancestor, if he could sit in Shinji Heaven, it would be a great fortune for them. Just as the Purple Moon Empress was about to say more, suddenly. Boom! 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 A series of earth-shaking roars rolled in. Under the sudden loud noise, the Purple Moon Empress, Broken Void Emperor, and others all changed their expressions and rushed out of the Great Hall. That's... As they looked up, they saw a bizarre phenomenon in the northern part of Shinji Heaven that obscured the sky. And as the noise grew louder, the earth shook, the mountains trembled. The sky above the world quaked. Then, before their eyes, a crimson glow painted the sky. Seeing this scene, they all shouted, "Damn! It's the Yin Jin clan from the Forbidden Zone of the Burning Domain again. What are these beasts trying to do? Just a month after their last attack, they're here again?" The ministers' faces turned extremely ugly, angrily cursing, but their panic could not be concealed. This is not the first time they have experienced such a situation. But this time, they are angrier than ever before. The cold face of the Purple Moon Empress is filled with chill, and there is fire rising in her eyes. The trash of the Yin Jin tribe, taking advantage of the weakness of the Shinji Tian, now becoming more and more reckless. She gritted her teeth, then her eyes burst with killing intent, and she coldly shouted, "Follow me to suppress them, let them know that the agreement is made, and they cannot tear it apart whenever they want." As soon as the words fell, the Purple Moon Empress did not hesitate, taking a step into the void, heading straight for the northern direction of Shinji Tian. The void-breaking emperor and the others all followed, leaving the royal palace in a mighty procession. At the same time, at the northern edge of Shinji Tian, outside the defense line. At this moment, the great battle has already begun. Boom! The sky-shaking rumble continues, and the terrifying heat waves form a storm that rages wildly, twisting the void. A heart-shocking red color occupies the sky, looking absolutely breathtaking. On the battlefield, the bodies of the Yin Jin tribe are made of scalding lava and blazing fire, ready to turn into flowing lava at any moment, causing massive destruction and having immense destructive power. Not only that, but when the Yin Jin tribe suffers fatal damage, they can turn to ashes and then be reborn from the ashes. This ability makes them extremely difficult to be completely destroyed. The ants of the Yuehua divine dynasty surrender obediently and become slaves to the Yin Jin tribe. Your resistance is in vain, it won't be long before we truly descend upon Shinji Tian. The ants of Shinji Tian tremble. They continue killing on the battlefield, their mad laughter and mocking voices rising one after another. In an instant, the entire defense line battlefield becomes even more terrifying, with dark red magma and blazing flames covering the sky, continuously devouring and plundering the Yuehua divine dynasty's defensive army. Facing the Yin Jin tribe's overwhelming force and their clearly superior strength, the Yuehua divine dynasty's army roars in anger. Delusional. Kill. The foreign tribe is still a foreign tribe, those untrustworthy scum. No matter what, we cannot let them break through the defense line. The army of the Yue divine dynasty fights recklessly, with red eyes, charging into battle with fury and shouting in anger. The army lines up, and arrays rise into the sky. Countless flying swords gather, their sword energy howling and slashing. One after another, seemingly small figures, with a determination to face death, charge into the Yanjin army, fighting fiercely without hesitation. And it is at this moment that boom! 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 Outside the defense line, behind the Yanjin army, a series of earth-shattering, spine-chilling footsteps sound. The morale of the Yanjin army rises sharply, and they all respectfully make way for a path. Then, a towering figure, with a body intertwined with lava and flames, exudes the terrifying aura of an emperor ancestor, suppressing all directions, with an overwhelming pressure sweeping across the entire battlefield. The Ants of Shinji Tian. The flame emperor ancestor is surrounded by a fiery storm, his eyes filled with mockery and disdain, as he looks down at the battlefield and sneers, "You are far weaker than the spirit void heaven." Today, the Yanjin tribe will officially step into Shinji Tian. Chapter 85, Tear up the agreement and destroy Shinji Tian? Resistance is futile. The flame emperor ancestor sneers, raising his hand, a storm gathers in the palm. Then, it gets bigger and bigger. A terrifying storm, carrying destructive fluctuations, suddenly rises, with lava and flames interweaving, twisting every inch of the void, shaking the entire world. Bang bang bang. Inside the storm, everything is destroyed. With a wave of the flame emperor ancestor's hand, the terrifying storm descends onto the battlefield, sweeping towards the defense line at extreme speed. Ah! No! The army of the Yue divine dynasty is instantly disbanded, turning into a scattered, broken army, with miserable screams constantly echoing. No one can resist. Everything is devoured by the storm, which is thousands of feet tall, almost merging with the sky. Under the flame emperor ancestor's attack, the entire battlefield becomes one-sided, with tens of thousands of soldiers being obliterated, directly breaking the defense line, and many buildings in the rear collapsing into ruins. The tragic scene turned the heavens and earth into a strange, blood-red color. The Yanjin tribe's army laughed wildly, ready to charge towards the already collapsed defense line. Suddenly, stop! A cold shout echoed out. In an instant, the Yanjin tribe warriors on the battlefield didn't even have time to react, their bodies were instantly wiped out, and their regenerative powers lost all effect, disappearing without a trace. In the midst of shocked gazes, tear! The void was torn apart. The figures of the Purple Moon Empress, the Breaking Void Emperor, and others appeared before their eyes, reaching the defense line with extreme speed. As they arrived, the Yanjin tribe's army, which had been so reckless before, grew solemn, halting their invasion. The two sides stood in confrontation. But the Purple Moon Empress did not pay attention to anything else, her cold eyes fixed on the Flame Emperor ancestor, and she coldly shouted, "Yanjing, what exactly do you mean?" A month ago, the Yanjin tribe and the Moonlight Divine Dynasty reached a 100-year ceasefire agreement. Are you now planning to tear up the agreement and start a new war? At this moment, she was burning with fury. Because Shinji Tian was the smallest among the 10 directions of the divine domain, far weaker than the other realms. So, 700 years ago, the Yanjin tribe came from somewhere unknown and began invading Shinji Tian. Faced with an external enemy, especially one from a different race, the Purple Moon Empress and every cultivator of Shinji Tian naturally would not allow it, and every invasion was met with their full efforts to drive back the Yanjin tribe. Over the hundreds of years, the battles between Shinji Tian and the Yanjin tribe were countless. Though they had repelled them each time, the price paid by Shinji Tian was also extremely heavy. So, until last month, the Yanjin tribe invaded Shinji Tian once again. In the end, the two sides reached an agreement, a 100-year ceasefire, to recuperate and recover. After all, too frequent battles were also a burden for the Yanjin tribe. But who would have thought, just a month later, the Yanjin tribe would tear up the agreement and invade Shinji Tian once again? Such behavior, how could it not enrage people? At this time, the Flame Emperor ancestor looked at the arriving Purple Moon Empress and sneered mockingly, grinning cruelly, "You're right, we indeed planned to ceasefire for 100 years, but alas, alas. Purple Moon Empress, not long ago, it seems you had a clash with those from the realms of the heavens, and even fought them. Now you're probably injured, such a perfect opportunity, how could the Yanjin tribe let it slip by? The northern part of Shinji Tian is nice. As long as you give it up, the Great War can be avoided. How about it?" At the end of his words, the Flame Emperor ancestor laughed wildly. Upon hearing this, the Purple Moon Empress trembled with anger. She did not expect the Yanjin tribe to learn so quickly about her encounter with the strong ones from other realms. But what the Flame Emperor ancestor didn't know was that she was not injured, and had not fought or clashed with the strong from those other realms. And that wasn't a great battle, it was a one-sided massacre by the ancestor of the Huang Tian. So the Flame Emperor ancestor received the news, thinking that she was injured and thus chose to tear up the agreement. Ha! The Purple Moon Empress sneered coldly in her heart. The other side wanted to take advantage of the situation, to seize the opportunity while the fire burned. It was truly a foolish dream. But, the Purple Moon Empress knew deeply that Shinji Tian was indeed too weak compared to the other realms, and after hundreds of years of continuous warfare with the Yanjin tribe, they could no longer support large-scale battles. Now they desperately needed to recuperate. And Shinji Tian also needed time and an opportunity to develop. Yanjing. The Purple Moon Empress's expression was cold, and she said icily, the northern part of Shinji Tian will never be given up, and Shinji Tian will never allow you, the foreign race, to step foot on it. You might as well propose other conditions. Once these words were spoken, the Flame Emperor ancestor grinned and said carelessly, very well. If you want to continue the ceasefire, and have the previous 100-year agreement remain in effect, it's simple. The northern part of Shinji Tian, we can give up, but you must provide a portion of resources every year. For example, half of the resources of Shinji Tian. The Flame Ash tribe, after numerous previous invasions, suffered significant losses, and now needs to reorganize and recover. However, when the Flame Silence Emperor ancestors' conditions were stated, the expressions of Emperor Voidbreak and others from the Moonlight God dynasty drastically changed. Impossible. Flame Silence Emperor ancestor, you're dreaming. Half of the resources of the God Silence Heaven? What a huge appetite. Why don't you just say that we should hand over God Silence Heaven to you? Foolish talk, is this how you negotiate? They were furious, shouting in anger. The Purple Moon Empress immediately snorted coldly, saying icily, Flame Silence Emperor ancestor, your appetite is too large, I cannot agree to this condition. Seeing this scene, ha! The Flame Silence Emperor ancestor sneered, with a cold smile on his face, and said viciously, Purple Moon Empress, I'm just notifying you about this, not discussing it with you. If you don't agree, fine, then we'll continue the war. I'll see how long your God Silence Heaven can hold out. With those words, the Flame Ash tribe's army suddenly became full of killing intent, and an astonishing aura erupted once again. At this moment, they were clearly prepared for another invasion. And the Flame Silence Emperor ancestor now was a threat. There was no concealment, it was a naked, blatant threat. Upon seeing the scene outside the defenses, Flame Silence, you are going too far. The Purple Moon Empress's face darkened with anger, her beautiful eyes filled with intense rage. Behind her, Emperor Voidbreak and the others were trembling with anger, gritting their teeth in fury. But even so, everyone knew that the Flame Ash tribe was much stronger. Faced with this situation, they had no way out. As both sides were at a standstill, Emperor Voidbreak seemed to have thought of something, lowering his voice to ask, should we inform the ancestor Huang Tian and ask him to take action? When these words were spoken, the ministers present all trembled, and they all turned their eyes toward the Purple Moon Empress. They were indeed moved by Emperor Voidbreak's suggestion. Chapter 86, A Group of Stray Dogs, Do They Deserve to Be the Great Enemy? Under the gazes of everyone, Ancestor Huang Tian. The Purple Moon Empress was also moved, her expression showing deep thought. Because she knew that if they could invite Ancestor Huang Tian to intervene, then facing the full force of the Flame Ash tribe, they would definitely be able to resolve the current crisis of God Silence Heaven. After a moment, the Purple Moon Empress finally shook her head and sighed lightly, this is not appropriate. Ancestor Huang Tian has just arrived in God Silence Heaven, if we ask him to intervene now, he might feel that we are using him. This statement directly caused the ministers present to lower their heads, sighing in disappointment. After all, doing this would indeed give a huge impression of using him. The Purple Moon Empress glanced at the ministers, took a deep breath, and then looked back at the Flame Silence Emperor ancestor and the army of the Flame Ash tribe. Flame Silence, since you want war, then I shall accompany you to the end. She showed a dignified expression, her eyes deep and serious as she spoke in a low voice, if necessary, we will fight for another 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. If necessary we will exhaust God Silence Heaven, and make sure the Flame Ash tribe cannot fight for 10,000 years. Each word rang out, resounding in all directions, with overwhelming authority. In an instant, the Purple Moon Empress's murderous intent surfaced, her Emperor ancestor cultivation erupted fully without concealment. Boom! Her eyes flashed with purple light, and vast pressure spread out. Seeing this, Emperor Voidbreak and the ministers all withdrew their thoughts, and their eyes exploded with immense battle intent. Bang! 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 Without any hesitation, all their powers erupted, and the astonishing aura distorted the very space itself. Moon Phoenix Island. The massive commotion swept across. The members of the Gu family all looked toward it, seeing the strange phenomena in the northern part of God Silence Heaven. Such an anomaly and aura. Gu Zongping and the 4 clan elders felt the overwhelming fluctuations of the battle, their eyes narrowing sharply. And deep within, Gu Fan was in seclusion. In fact, he was just in a quiet place to receive the rewards he hadn't claimed before. Boom! A loud noise came from the forbidden area on the island. In front of Gu Fan, a piece of bone, shaped like jade yet neither jade nor stone, was floating in the air, containing endless chaotic power. It emitted a faint gray-white glow all over its body. A vast, overwhelming energy fills the air, sometimes raging like a violent storm, sometimes gentle like a trickling stream. This is the great chaos bone of the wild, a powerful immortal bone. However, few can earn its recognition. Most lose themselves while seeking its power, turning to dust. But at this moment, Gu Fan's breath merges with it, and the void trembles and twists. There is no sign of rejection, instead, the entire process proceeds smoothly. Thump! Thump! The sound of a heartbeat echoes from the immortal bone. Terrifying waves of energy fill the space. The sky outside suddenly changes, and endless thunder appears in the sky. The entire world trembles. In the next second, Gu Fan suddenly opens his eyes, his gaze shining brightly. Boom! He looks at the great chaos bone of the wild in front of him, which shares the same origin as himself. He feels the immortal energy rising from it, raises his hand, and forcefully presses it against his chest. The fusion process only takes an instant. There is no sign of rejection. Boom! As Gu Fan merges the great chaos bone of the wild with himself, the entire space suddenly twists. And the entire Moon Phoenix Island is directly consumed by chaos. It seems to have become a realm of its own. At this moment, Gu Fan is surrounded by the breathtaking chaos, his aura more terrifying and violent than before, surpassing the Imperial realm. His aura collapses the void. So, this is the great chaos bone of the wild. He mutters, his eyes resembling the domain of chaos. Compared to before, he is more terrifying now, and the space in all directions trembles in fear. And besides the great chaos bone of the wild, many cultivation techniques, elixirs, and resources also continuously appear, all materializing into the storage space. As his aura subsides and the surroundings return to normal, it seems organizing a villainous force of my own and ruling the divine realm should be put on the agenda. Gu Fan's eyes flicker as he mutters. But as his aura recedes, the movements of the world gradually fade away. Ancestor. Outside, Gu Zongping's voice comes. Hearing this, what is it? Gu Fan asks indifferently. Soon, Ancestor, it seems there is a great enemy invading the divine silent heaven. Empress Ziyue and the others have already set out. Should the Gu family go and assist? Gu Zongping's voice comes again. In an instant, cold light flashes in Gu Fan's eyes, and the space in front of him twists again. A terrifying pressure slowly rises. Without responding, he stands and steps forward. When he appears again, Gu Fan is no longer in seclusion but stands in front of the shocked Gu Zongping. Boom! The void cracks, and his divine sense directly sweeps across the northern direction of the divine silent heaven. Seeing that Gu Fan has finished his seclusion, Ancestor. Gu Zongping feels the invisible pressure from Gu Fan, and his heart involuntarily shivers. He says respectfully, not long after you entered seclusion, the divine silent heaven began to change. It seems that external enemies have invaded. Empress Ziyue and the others left a long time ago. It seems a great battle is underway. What should we do next? It's all up to you, Ancestor. His heart races as he informs Gu Fan, feeling that the current Ancestor is even more terrifying than before. Just standing beside him, he cannot stop trembling. The invisible pressure, though not aimed at him, sends chills down his spine, and he dares not look directly at him. Soon, Gu Fan's divine sense sees the scenes from the northern defense line, and a sinister smile forms at the corner of his mouth. Great enemies? He retracts his divine sense and coldly says, they dare? Just a bunch of defeated dogs I didn't finish off in the past. Let's go, let's take a look. With a single sentence, Gu Fan steps forward, and the entire Moon Phoenix Island shakes violently. His voice drifts into the ears of all the Gu family members. Defeated dogs? And then recognize those foreign races who want to invade the divine silent heaven? Gu Zongping's heart shakes. Although he is extremely surprised, he does not slacken. He quickly gathers the family members and hurries to follow. Northern defense line. Empress Ziyue, Emperor Pasu, and the ministers are filled with fighting spirit. Their auras are violent, clearly preparing for a death struggle. After all, they cannot possibly agree to the unreasonable demands of Emperor Yanji's ancestor, who is trying to force them into submission. Suddenly, the purple moon empress suddenly turned around, her gaze seemingly piercing through the void, staring at the direction of Moon Phoenix Island. Just now, she had felt the tremor in her soul, the ripple of an overwhelming aura. But before the purple moon empress could be shocked by Gu Fan's terrifying power. Outside the defense line. Good. The flame-desolate ancestor watched the purple moon empress and others who had clearly decided to start a war again. His expression darkened, and he immediately shouted in anger, "Purple Moon Empress, you're seeking death." In an instant, the terrifying flames around him surged, creating a violent storm. Behind him, the army was filled with killing intent. The flame-desolate ancestor's eyes were icy cold, and seeing that the Purple Moon Empress showed no sign of retreating, he spoke in a deep voice, "Today, the flame-desolate clan will step into the divine desolate heaven. Anyone who obstructs us, kill them." Chapter 87, The First Meeting, the flame-desolate ancestor kneels directly? The flame-desolate clan's army erupted in violence. Step into the divine desolate heaven. They stirred up an endless heatwave storm and rushed once more towards the defense line battle. Upon witnessing this scene, fight! 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 On the Moonlight Divine Dynasty side, the army raised their arms and shouted in unison. Just as the great battle was about to break out. Boom! A roar that shook the heavens and reverberated in all directions came from behind. The earth-shaking sound immediately made both armies stop at the same time. Then, countless eyes turned towards it. The sky tore apart. It seemed as if the entire world was about to be ripped in half at this very moment. A chaotic storm surged, blocking the sun and the moon. In just a split second, whether it was the people of the Moonlight Divine Dynasty or the Flame Desolate clan, they all felt an overwhelming and intense pressure bearing down on them. Thump, thump. They saw the chaotic force devouring heaven and earth, and felt the tremble in their souls, their hearts racing uncontrollably. Time seemed to freeze. Under the gaze of tens of thousands, a cold snort echoed. Boom! Then, a giant hand reached out from the boundless chaos at the back of the battlefield, tearing apart the sky and pressing down violently towards the flame-desolate ancestor beyond the defense line. The void shattered. The heavens and the earth trembled. The entire battlefield, even the void outside the defense line, twisted and collapsed under the weight of that hand, which was over 1,000 feet in size. Seeing this, who's pretending to be a god? The flame-desolate ancestor's pupils shrank suddenly, and he roared in anger, then instinctively struck out to resist. With his heart shaken, he threw a punch without holding back. But soon, his expression changed drastically. His punch couldn't shake the descending giant hand at all. Bang! The collision caused the heavens and earth to explode. The entire divine desolate heaven trembled at that moment. The mere impact of the collision wiped out countless flame-desolate clan warriors, vanishing into nothingness. No, no! The flame-desolate ancestor let out a dreadful scream from the impact, his body, as large as a mountain, constantly retreating, his aura becoming chaotic, and the void around him continued to collapse. Finally, under the terrified gaze of the flame-desolate clan warriors, how is this possible? The flame-desolate ancestor groaned, retreating at full speed, his eyes filled with fear as he stared at the vast, boundless chaos behind the Purple Moon Empress and the others. Divine desolate heaven, when did such a terrifying powerhouse appear? With just one strike, he was completely unable to resist and was directly suppressed. Apart from the flame-desolate ancestor, the entire flame-desolate clan army, which could have caused huge chaos in the divine desolate heaven, was also firmly suppressed, with screams of horror filling the air. Their bodies couldn't move. Then, under the astonished gaze of the Purple Moon Empress and the Moonlight Divine Dynasty army, Gufan stepped forward, descending onto the battlefield, standing before the Purple Moon Empress. Behind him, Gu Zongping and other members of the Gu family followed him closely. The whole process was so fast that no one could react in time. With Gufan's arrival, the pressure became even more terrifying, suppressing everything in its path. One person, suppressing the entire Flame Desolate clan. The terrifying aura filled the entire sky and earth, making countless people shiver with fear. Until this moment. Huang Tian ancestor? The Purple Moon Empress and the Breaking Void Emperor, having snapped back to their senses from their shock, spoke in trembling voices, full of disbelief. They were both shocked and delighted, their eyes bursting with brilliance. But Gufan did not pay attention to the Purple Moon Empress and the others, his cold eyes staring at Yanji Emperor ancestor and the Yanjin clan army outside the defense line. A bunch of strays, have you forgotten how the Yanjin clan almost perished all those years ago? His expression was indifferent as he slowly spoke. A simple sentence immediately made the world fall silent. The Yanjin clan, who had come out in full force, saw Gufan descending like a ghost, their eyes filled with fear, uncontrollably shaking violently. Those who had never seen Gufan only felt fear. Because now, the Lord of Yanjin had been suppressed with a single strike by him. But among them, a few of the Yanjin clan's elder, ancient beings who had lived for tens of thousands of years, showed fear upon seeing Gufan, and a confused look appeared in their eyes. And at this moment, the previously suppressed Yanji Emperor ancestor was burning with rage, feeling deeply humiliated, struggling to rise and roar. Who is it? Who dares to sneak attack when this emperor is unprepared, seeking death? Under the roar that shook heaven and earth, You bastard, I will make you die, die. Yanji Emperor Ancestor angrily turned, as if intending to destroy everything, his gaze suddenly landing on Gu Fan. His voice shook the sky, but upon seeing Gu Fan, it was as if it sank into the sea. In an instant. You. Yanji Emperor Ancestor's eyes suddenly widened, fear rising within him, his body uncontrollably trembling. At this moment, it was as though he had seen some great horror, but he couldn't speak a word. Frozen in place, he was stunned, dumbfounded. Seeing Yanji Emperor Ancestor in this state. Speak, why aren't you continuing? Gu Fan quietly looked at him, with a cold smile, saying, What do you want me to do? Upon hearing this, Yanji Emperor Ancestor instinctively took a few steps back, unable to say anything, his fear growing stronger. Seeing this, the Purple Moon Empress did not notice anything wrong, quickly stepping forward to explain, Huang Tian Ancestor, this person is the lord of the Yanjin clan, his cultivation is already at Emperor Ancestor level, this time. Gu Fan did not wait for her to finish, shaking his head, saying, Shut up. Upon hearing this, the Purple Moon Empress blinked, wisely stopping her speech. Gu Fan turned his gaze back to Yanji Emperor Ancestor, mocking, Dog, I'm asking you a question, are you mute? In an instant, the Purple Moon Empress felt a huge wave surge in her heart. As expected of Huang Tian Ancestor, so domineering. She marveled in her heart, feeling an invisible pressure, which seemed even more terrifying than when they first met. Compared to Yanji Emperor Ancestor, it seemed like Huang Tian Ancestor was more like an alien's manner. While the Purple Moon Empress was silently in awe. Yanji Emperor Ancestor suddenly trembled, and could no longer suppress the fear in his heart. Thud. Under everyone's gaze, he was so frightened that he collapsed, trembling as he kneeled towards Gu Fan, saying in a trembling voice, Huang Tian Emperor, no. You definitely are no longer at the Emperor realm. But, how could you be here? At this moment, Yanji Emperor Ancestor was pulling at his hair in disbelief, unable to believe that Gu Fan would appear like this. Moreover, calling him Huang Tian Emperor clearly indicated that this was the past. After all, he was already an Emperor Ancestor, and the other had suppressed him with a single strike. This was simply something that couldn't be done by someone at the Emperor realm. That could only mean one thing. This old monster who had survived until now must have already stepped past the threshold. Boom! Yanji Emperor Ancestor's mind roared, and his fear intensified. He even regretted coming here, regretted tearing up the agreement he had made with the Purple Moon Empress. Chapter 88, The Return of Past Horrors, the Yanjin clan's defense crumbles. Regarding Yanji Emperor Ancestor's trembling inquiry. Gu Fan did not respond, his expression still cold, and he spoke softly, Answer me. The simple 3 words sounded like thunder in Yanji Emperor Ancestor's ears, his body shaking even more violently. No. He shook his head madly, hurriedly saying, I deserve to die, I deserve to die. It's really. This insignificant ant, didn't know you were here, I was wrong, I really was wrong. Please don't make it hard for me, let us go, no. Let us roll. Facing Gu Fan. Yanji Emperor Ancestor couldn't raise even the slightest courage to resist, trembling in deep humility, each word carrying a plea. He was afraid. A fear from his bones, carved into his soul. At this moment. Retreat. The 2 clan elders of the Yanjin clan didn't hesitate at all, decisively leading their people to retreat wildly. They kept retreating until they were hundreds of miles away, and only then did they stop. Now. The army was shaken, and everyone trembled uncontrollably. Huang Tian? Why does this name sound so familiar? I remember now, that was the Emperor Huang Tian who nearly caused the destruction of our Yanjin clan over 90,000 years ago? How could it be him? How is he still alive, and even here in the Divine Silence Heaven? Damn, if it wasn't for the first ancestor of the Yanjin clan sacrificing his life to ensure the spiritual void heaven would not be touched, and in this way allowing the Yanjin clan to leave, we would have been wiped out long ago. To make even the Yanji Emperor Ancestor, such a powerful Emperor Ancestor, so fearful, then, how terrifying is this former Emperor Huang Tian now? Could it be that he has taken the final step in the Emperor realm and reached the true immortal realm? Is he going to slaughter us again and wipe out our clan? The army fell into fear, with terror in their eyes beyond measure. Huang Tian. For the Yanjin clan, this was undoubtedly a forbidden name. But the existence that nearly caused the destruction of the Yanjin clan back then had appeared once again. And it was even more terrifying than before. And this scene made the Purple Moon Empress, the Broken Void Emperor, and the people of Divine Silence Heaven all stare in disbelief, unable to understand. What is happening here? What happened? The Yanjin clan is afraid, and the Yanji Emperor Ancestor is kneeling before Emperor Huang Tian? This isn't out of respect for his strength, they are scared, they are terrified. They were stunned, looking at the scene in disbelief. It felt as if they were dreaming. After all, the Yen Jin clan had already sent out their entire force, with an army capable of causing chaos in Divine Silence Heaven, and even if the Moonlight Divine Dynasty could push them back, it would still leave Divine Silence Heaven in a long and painful recovery. But with the appearance of Emperor Huang Tian, the Yen Ji Emperor ancestor who had been so arrogant before, knelt down. The Yen Jin clan's army, which was once so fierce, full of murderous intent, now seemed like frightened birds, retreating hundreds of miles in a panic, not daring to act rashly. All of this was because of the arrival of Emperor Huang Tian. It was simply too unbelievable. The Purple Moon Empress and the others were deeply shocked, their scalps tingling as they watched everything, falling into numbness. At that moment, Gu Fan ignored the incessant pleas of the Yen Ji Emperor ancestor, noticing the confusion of the Purple Moon Empress, and said indifferently, over 90,000 years ago, the Yen Jin clan attempted to invade the spiritual void heaven. But I discovered it in time, suppressed them, and slaughtered them. They were almost wiped out, but the first ancestor and 5 clan elders of the Yen Jin clan sacrificed their lives and swore that they would never approach the spiritual void heaven again, allowing the Yen Jin clan to survive. I never expected that after all these years, they have grown to this point, and even produced an emperor ancestor who came here. With these words, the Purple Moon Empress finally reacted, and understood why Gu Fan had never taken the Yen Jin clan seriously from the beginning, and why the Yen Ji Emperor ancestor had such a drastic change in attitude. But as she understood, her heart became even more shocked. It turned out that over 90,000 years ago, Emperor Huang Tian had already suppressed them and nearly destroyed the Yen Jin clan. Which means, the Yen Jin clan, which had troubled Divine Silence Heaven for so long, and was constantly being guarded against, was nothing more than a defeated force under Emperor Huang Tian's hand back then. No wonder these guys looked like they had seen a ghost when they saw Emperor Huang Tian. Who wouldn't be scared seeing this? In an instant. Does this mean that the crisis in Divine Silence Heaven has already been resolved? The Purple Moon Empress's eyes shone brightly, staring in shock at Gu Fan, her heart filled with endless curiosity. How many secrets does this Lord of Huang Tian still hide? At the same time, the still kneeling Yen Ji Emperor ancestor, seeing that Gu Fan ignored him, felt his fear growing more and more. Damn it, why is this monster here in the godly silent heaven? He wanted to cry but had no tears, regretting coming here in the first place. Remembering the ancient teachings of the first ancestor, which instructed the Yen Jin clan to never harbor any thoughts of the spirit void heaven, to stay as far away as possible. But they had drifted outside the divine domain for tens of thousands of years, and now, even far from the spirit void heaven, they had encountered this calamity again. With that thought, Yen Ji Emperor ancestor shuddered violently, and once again begged, Lord of Huang Tian, I was wrong. If I had known you were in the godly silent heaven, even if you gave me 100 lives, I wouldn't dare to come here. I will leave, I will take my people and leave, as far as possible. Please, can you allow it? At this moment, Yen Ji Emperor ancestor was as humble as could be. He bowed deeply to Gu Fan, and under the intense fear in his heart, he immediately stood up, intending to lead his people away, not daring to stay any longer. Just thinking about how, when he was a nobody in the Yen Jin clan, he personally witnessed the first ancestor and several older clan elders being forced to take their own lives and vow never to set foot in the spirit void heaven again, which preserved a glimmer of hope for the Yen Jin clan. For tens of thousands of years, they barely survived, and only now did the Yen Jin clan exist. Yen Ji Emperor ancestor dared not waste any time, driven by fear, wanting to leave as quickly as possible. Just as he was about to get up, did I say you could leave? A cold voice echoed. In an instant, Yen Ji Emperor ancestor froze like he had been struck by lightning. I. He trembled and turned around, looking at Gu Fan, already on the verge of tears. Meanwhile, the Yen Jin army, hundreds of miles away, dared not act rashly, filled with fear as if waiting for judgment. Seeing how one sentence held such power, hiss. The Purple Moon Empress sucked in a cold breath, completely unable to believe that her lifelong enemy, the Emperor ancestor of Yenji, could show such a humble side. It was simply unbelievable. At the same time, she gained a new understanding of how terrifying Gu Fan was. This Lord of Huang Tian was probably no longer at the Imperial realm, he must have already taken that step. Chapter 89, Hand over your soul, I'll give you a chance to conquer the heavens. Under the watchful eyes of both sides, Lord of Huang Tian, you must let us go. Yen Ji Emperor ancestor's voice trembled, almost crying as he said, since you are in the godly silent heaven, from now on, we will never set foot here again, and we will never provoke any person from the godly silent heaven. If he had known this, he would have rather died than show up here. Thinking back to the information he gathered about the Gu family ancestors, he still felt a chill down his spine. Especially now, the opponent clearly possessed strength far beyond his own. Gu Fan ignored Yen Ji Emperor ancestor's useless words and coldly asked, do you know the blood demon clan of the Devil Abyss? Upon hearing this, Yenji Emperor Ancestor was momentarily stunned, not daring to hide anything, and tremblingly nodded. I know, the Blood Demon clan, suppressed by you and the other 9 great emperors of the Spirit Void Heaven for 90,000 years. Gufan's eyes flashed with a sharp light, continuing to ask, then you must also know the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone? Upon hearing this, Yenji Emperor Ancestor trembled even more, quickly saying, of course I know, 5,000 years ago, it was sealed and suppressed by you and the 9 great emperors, at the cost of the future. Until this moment, Gufan couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, saying in a low voice, you know quite a bit. At once, how could I not know? Yenji Emperor Ancestor shuddered, unable to help but smile bitterly, his heart filled with dread. He had never forgotten the terrifying reputation of the Lord of Huangtian from back in the day. The Yanjin clan nearly faced extinction back then, and I have always remembered the warning from the ancestor, never once thinking of getting involved with Lingshu Tian again. The Blood Demon clan of the Mo Yuan realm, the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone. These 2 alien races, who do not belong to any realm, are extremely terrifying existences. Yet they were suppressed by the Emperor Huangtian and other great emperors. How could the Yanjin clan have the courage or qualification to oppose them? Gufan looked at the Yenji Emperor Ancestor, who had not dared to act recklessly, and asked again, do you know where the Blood Demon clan and the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone are now? The reason why the Yanjin clan wasn't destroyed, in his view, was that rather than exterminating them, it would be better to make use of them. But this time, when the Yenji Emperor Ancestor faced Gufan's question, his heart thumped, and he anxiously shook his head in terror. No. I don't know. He trembled, only able to speak the truth. The news about the Blood Demon clan and the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone was only accidentally learned. In the past, the ancestors and several clan elders fell by your hands, and the Yanjin clan barely survived. After that, we completely distanced ourselves from Lingshu Tian, drifting in endless darkness. After that, we lost all knowledge of what happened. In response, Gufan wasn't surprised. He said faintly, they have already stepped into Lingshu Tian and launched a full-scale invasion and massacre of Lingshu Tian. The casual words struck the Yenji Emperor Ancestor like a thunderbolt, his eyes widened in horror. Wah! What? His scalp exploded, completely caught off guard by this situation. He had thought the Blood Demon clan and the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone had been exterminated, otherwise, how could the ancestor of the Gu family appear in Shinji Tian? The Yenji Emperor Ancestor's mouth went dry, unable to believe, but isn't there you in Lingshu Tian? They? If it weren't for my orders, would they dare? Gufan didn't wait for the Yenji Emperor Ancestor to finish, coldly sneering as he spoke. Boom! The Yenji Emperor Ancestor's eyes grew even wider, and he staggered back several steps from the intense shock in his heart. You are the one who ordered them to invade and massacre Lingshu Tian. He was completely dumbfounded, his mind in a frenzy. The Emperor Huangtian, who once led 9 emperors to the Mo Yuan realm to guard and seal the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone, had now actually allowed these 2 alien races to invade and slaughter Lingshu Tian. What in the world is happening? Before the Yenji Emperor Ancestor could understand, Gufan took a step forward, no longer wasting time on words, and directly said to the Yenji Emperor Ancestor, now that the Yanjin clan ants are still alive, I can give you a chance. You, hand over your soul blood, and submit to me. Then, I will allow you to attack Lingshu Tian, causing rivers of blood and countless suffering. Each word resounded through the heavens and earth, carrying endless coldness. The heavens and earth trembled, and the void twisted. In an instant, those from the Gu family behind them heard this and their eyes sparkled, excitement appearing on their faces. No wonder the ancestor didn't destroy them earlier. Gu Zongping and others showed joy on their faces, finally realizing the ancestor is going to make Lingshu Tian even more tragic, experiencing even greater despair. The current Yanjin clan has an emperor ancestor sitting in place, with several emperor lords, and more than 10 great emperors. This is already an enormous force. However, upon hearing this, the Yenji Emperor Ancestor's eyes suddenly narrowed, his expression filled with shock. Emperor Huangtian has broken with Lingshu Tian? After realizing this, he panted, murmuring to himself, if not, with his nature back then, how could he have ordered the Blood Demon clan and the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone to invade and massacre Lingshu Tian? And even allow the Yanjin clan to get involved. So, the Emperor Huangtian and the Gu family must have appeared in Lingshu Tian. After piecing this together, the Yenji Emperor Ancestor could even confirm that he hesitated, his heart still shaken. Gufan saw this and spoke slowly, if you don't want to, it's fine. At worst, today the Yanjin clan will be destroyed. You all. But this time, the Flame Emperor Ancestor didn't wait for Gufan to continue speaking. His body trembled as he slapped his chest and directly took out his own soul blood, throwing it towards Gufan immediately. I am willing. How could I not be willing to such a fortunate matter? He knelt again and immediately shouted, Old Ancestor Huangtian, on behalf of the Flame Extinction clan, I offer my submission to you. To be able to submit to you is something I have longed for in my heart for tens of thousands of years. Now that I have this opportunity, how could I not be willing? Old ancestor Huang Tian, you may take my soul blood. As for what you mentioned, I will definitely lead the Flame Extinction Clan's army to return to the Spirit Void Heaven. Invasion is secondary, the main goal is to slaughter the people of Spirit Void Heaven. The people of Spirit Void Heaven all deserve to die. At this moment, the Flame Emperor ancestor answered respectfully, not daring to hesitate, praising endlessly. He feared that if his performance was too slow, he would be slapped to death the next second. Seeing this, Gufan sneered, stretched out his hand to take the Flame Emperor ancestor's soul blood, and directly branded it with the Immortal Path seal. Boom! In an instant, the world buzzed, as if witnessing the event. Not only that, Gufan could clearly feel that some connection had been established between him and the Flame Emperor ancestor in the mysterious realm. And the effect of the brand was that he could, at any time, in any place, as long as the Flame Emperor ancestor dared to defy, he could make him turn to ashes with just a thought. Chapter 90, the so-called Great Enemy, was solved so easily? At this moment, Gufan accepted the soul blood after the brand, and suddenly waved his hand. Go! His eyes flickered, filled with a cold gleam, and he sneered, saying, this time, no one will stop your invasion. Upon hearing this, the Flame Emperor ancestor gritted his teeth, fully aware that life and death were in Gufan's hands. Therefore, this matter must be done beautifully. Rest assured. He took a deep breath and solemnly declared, the fools of Spirit Void Heaven will definitely not have an easy time. Wherever the Flame Extinction Clan goes, there will be endless suffering, rivers of blood. The people of Spirit Void Heaven, all must be killed. Seeing Gufan nod, the Flame Emperor ancestor immediately turned and looked at the Flame Extinction Clan's army, shouting loudly, Army, listen up, follow old ancestor Huang Tian's command, and help me conquer the Spirit Void Heaven. We will make the Spirit Void Heaven barren, rivers of blood flowing. With a wave of his arm, he led the charge, heading straight for Spirit Void Heaven. Upon seeing this, kill. Conquer Spirit Void Heaven. The Flame Extinction Clan army, fully aware that they could only submit to Gufan, roared loudly. They didn't hesitate at all and marched out in a grand procession, following the Flame Emperor ancestor. The departure of the Flame Emperor ancestor and the Flame Extinction Clan's army marked the end of the imminent war. To be more precise, the battle between both sides had not even begun. But with Gufan's arrival, the crisis Spirit Void Heaven was about to face was completely resolved. The entire process was too fast, too unreal. So fast that the people of Spirit Void Heaven, such as the Purple Moon Empress and Broken Void Emperor, hadn't even recovered from the shock and were staring blankly at the retreating Flame Extinction Clan's army. They just left? The crisis that could have plunged Spirit Void Heaven into massive chaos was solved so quickly? Does this mean the Flame Extinction Clan will never invade Spirit Void Heaven again, and that Spirit Void Heaven no longer has to worry about invasions? Old ancestor Huang Tian. He subdued the Flame Extinction Clan. Is this real? Are we sure we are not seeing things? The once invincible Flame Emperor ancestor, facing old ancestor Huang Tian, not only had no power to resist, but even willingly gave up his authority and led the Flame Extinction Clan in submission. Everyone's eyes were full of confusion, unable to stop their astonished exclamations, unable to believe what was happening before them. In an instant, the Purple Moon Empress and others all looked at Gufan at the same time. Thump thump. Their hearts pounded, still unable to believe. The Flame Extinction Clan, just like that, was subdued by old ancestor Huang Tian. Even the Flame Emperor ancestor's attitude from beginning to end was extremely humble. Feeling the numerous gazes on him, you all can rest assured. Gufan turned and looked at the Purple Moon Empress and others, calmly saying, the Flame Extinction Clan will not return. As for Spirit Void Heaven, with this emperor here, everything will be pacified in the future. Even though he had already ascended to the realm of true immortality, he was still used to referring to himself this way after so many years. But the Purple Moon Empress, the Void-Breaking Emperor, and many others from the Silent Sky of God were not foolish enough to continue viewing the old ancestor of the Bright Sky as someone at the emperor level. Boom! Gufan's simple words kept exploding in their minds. Although his words sounded calm, for those who had suffered discrimination and oppression from the heavens and all other worlds, and had always lived in fear in the Silent Sky of God, it was undoubtedly like sending charcoal in the snow. Since witnessing the humiliation and submission of the Flame Silent Emperor ancestor and the Flame Ashen Clan in front of Gufan, no one doubted his words. Everyone looked at Gufan with tears in their eyes, filled with excitement and immense gratitude. Thud. 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 The ministers, led by the highest-ranking ones, without hesitation, knelt one by one before Gufan. Behind them, the monks and commoners in all the defensive lines did the same. And the ministers of the Moonlight Divine Dynasty could no longer hold back their tears. Thank you, Bright Sky Ancestor. Such a great favor, we can never repay it, please allow us to bow to the Bright Sky Ancestor. If it were not for the protection of the bright sky ancestor over silent sky of God, if war broke out today, silent sky would surely fall into chaos. Previously, Her Majesty the Empress had already told us that from now on, silent sky will regard the bright sky ancestor as its ruler. They all shouted, their words filled with gratitude. Not only that, every one of them continued to bow in respect, seizing the chance to repeat the message the Purple Moon Empress had conveyed before. Because if silent sky could have the bright sky ancestor standing guard, the future would surely be better. So, no minister had any objections. Upon witnessing this scene, Gufan remained calm on the surface, but inwardly, he could not help but sneer. In his mind, he recalled those ungrateful beasts from the Lingshu sky. They were all of the human race. All from the realm of the divine heavens. It could only be said that the people of Lingshu sky had enjoyed their good days for so long that they had forgotten how their prosperous days had come about. But now, silent sky of God was the complete opposite of Lingshu sky. Just by doing something insignificant, he could make these people so grateful. And that was the difference. However, since he had already come here, from now on, the situations of Lingshu sky and silent sky of God should be reversed. This thought flashed through his mind. With this thought, Gufan's eyes grew even deeper, shining with a chilling, soul-piercing coldness. When this emperor arrived, I already said, silent sky will no longer be a world that other divine realms can humiliate at will. His gaze swept across the people of silent sky of God, and he slowly said, from now on, you just need to watch from the side. As his voice fell, he had already landed next to the Purple Moon Empress. Gufan turned and looked at her, whispering, let's go, it's time to fulfill my promise. The Purple Moon Empress was filled with confusion and couldn't help but ask, what promise? Upon hearing this, Gufan continued walking toward the rear. The Purple Moon Empress was about to ask again, but before she could, Gufan's voice rang in her ears. Make silent sky the leading world in the 10 heavens of the divine realm. Gufan's words were like a thunderclap, echoing non-stop. The Purple Moon Empress's pupils widened suddenly, and her breathing became hurried. Bright sky ancestor, wait for me. When she saw Gufan growing farther away, she immediately came to her senses, her eyes bloodshot as she hurriedly chased after him. In the void, thousands of miles away from silent sky of God, eyes were also watching when the Flame Silent Emperor Ancestor and the Flame Ashen clan were about to invade and start the war. Among them, people from Shuayun Sky, Rakshasa Sky, and other realms, the ones who had previously retrieved the bodies of powerful figures from their forces, were secretly watching coldly. This time, when the Flame Ashen clan tore up the agreement and started the invasion war, they were the first to secretly send out the news. That so-called bright sky ancestor killed our people. How can we not do something about it? The Flame Ashen clan is stronger than the Moonlight Divine Dynasty of Silent Sky. Once the war breaks out, Silent Sky will surely fall into chaos. This is to test the strength of that Huang Tian old ancestor. I really want to see what power he has. The death of Shinji Tian has nothing to do with us. If that so-called Huang Tian old ancestor is really weak, we don't even need to report back. We can appear and kill him directly. What's the use of living for so long? He dared to be so arrogant, so he must pay the price for it. The guy from the vast immortal palace really left. To put it nicely, it's cautious, but in reality, he's as cowardly as a mouse. Just the ancestor of a fallen imperial clan. Is he really worth our fear? The crowd secretly observed, sneering and mocking. First, we can test the so-called strength of the Huang Tian Emperor from Lingsu Tian. Secondly, we can use the Yin Jin tribe to throw Shinji Tian into chaos, maybe even destroy it. Chapter 91, The Shock of the Raksha Heaven. Gufan is unexpectedly terrifying. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the good show to start. But suddenly... Wait, what is that? Someone among the crowd exclaimed. Immediately, no one spoke further, their eyes glued to the northern defense line of Shinji Tian. Then, they saw the terrifying giant hand strike down. It made their hearts tremble. Besides that, with this strike, the Yenji Emperor ancestor was directly repelled and heavily suppressed. Just the sweeping shockwave caused a large number of deaths and injuries in the Yenjin tribe's army. That's the Huang Tian old ancestor who left Lingsu Tian as the person from the vast immortal palace said? And they noticed, a youth in white clothes, Gufan, had arrived on the battlefield. And upon his arrival, the originally aggressive Yenjin tribe's army became fearful, retreating hundreds of miles as if seeing the greatest horror. Even the Yenji Emperor ancestor actually knelt down, seemingly pleading for mercy. He was supposed to be an emperor ancestor, yet in front of this white-clad youth, he appeared extremely humble, not daring to resist in the slightest. And the unfamiliar youth, whether facing the Yenjin tribe's army or the Yenji Emperor ancestor, his gaze seemed not to view them as enemies, but as a group of ants. With a wave of his hand, the Yenji Emperor ancestor handed over his soul blood and made the Yenjin tribe submit. Such an unexpectedly terrifying scene. Instantly, everyone from all worlds at the scene watched in shock, their eyes ready to split, their minds trembling in disbelief. What's going on? Is that the Huang Tian old ancestor? How is he so terrifying? Just one strike, and the Emperor Ancestor realm couldn't block it. With the strength of the Yin Jin tribe, even facing our forces, they wouldn't be this helpless, but they had no courage to resist against the Huang Tian old ancestor? This doesn't make sense. Damn it, things shouldn't have turned out like this. They kept exclaiming in shock, their bodies trembling instinctively, unable to believe the scene before them. But the truth was just as such. One person made the Yin Ji Emperor Ancestor and the Yin Jin tribe fear and submit. That so-called Huang Tian old ancestor seemed far more than what they had imagined. A moment of distraction. And several people in the void saw the submission of the Yin Ji Emperor Ancestor with their own eyes, watched as the Yin Ji Emperor Ancestor led the Yin Jin tribe away, while Shen Ji Tian remained unharmed. Damn! Seeing this, the crowd, though shocked, had dark expressions, deeply unsatisfied with the outcome. But they had felt a soul-shaking pressure from the sudden giant hand earlier. Though they dared not act, they were helpless. Amidst their shock, an elder from Raksha Heaven saw the entire process, his deep eyes revealing a serious expression, staring hard at Gu Fan's figure. It seems that the strength of that Huang Tian old ancestor is indeed as terrifying as those from the vast immortal palace said, having already touched upon the immortal realm or perhaps already stepped into it. He breathed heavily, feeling regretful, quietly muttering in his heart, such a terrifying existence, and Shen Ji Tian didn't even need to exert any effort to bring him here? Damn, how is this any different from handing over everything willingly? The ancestor said before, it was Ling Su Tian who made a foolish move. The supreme ancestor of the bright sky had a falling out with them, taking his clan away, but if such a terrifying existence were to settle in the demon sky, wouldn't their overall strength far surpass that of other realms? At this thought, the elder from the demon sky felt a pang of regret in his heart, silently cursing the people of his own faction for not sending word earlier. If the supreme ancestor of the bright sky had settled his clan in the demon sky, the overall strength of the demon sky would surely increase significantly, and at that time, it would not be impossible for it to become the strongest realm. The more he thought about it, the more enticing it seemed, and the elder from the demon sky's eyes burned with eagerness, his body trembling uncontrollably. No matter what, the demon sky is still far better than the small realm of the silent god sky. If I could extend an olive branch to that supreme ancestor of the bright sky, I believe we could win him over? When he thought that his realm might have a peak emperor realm expert, or even a heavenly immortal, his face couldn't help but show a smile. Without any hesitation, he said goodbye to the others and immediately returned. He had to quickly bring the message back and let the ancestor decide, inviting the supreme ancestor of the bright sky to join the demon sky. Time passed, half a month later. Outside the spirit void sky, from the endless void, it could be seen that nearly half of the spirit void sky had already turned into a terrifying blood red. Originally, Gu Fan had led the Gu family members to leave, which caused countless people in the spirit void sky to breathe a sigh of relief, feeling that the great terror had departed, and that peace and prosperity would return. But clearly, they were overly optimistic. Gu Fan had left, but the invasion and slaughter of the Blood Demon tribe and the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone were still ongoing. At this moment, the southern and northern regions had already been completely devoured, and were still expanding. Under the rampant killings of the Blood Demon tribe and the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone, with no survivors left in their wake, at least billions of cultivators had died, and as for the countless ordinary civilians slaughtered in the invasion, they were beyond counting. Whether in the southern or northern regions, they had long been transformed into a blood-red hell, with blood rain falling continuously. It had been half a month since Gu Fan left, and the White Emperor had promised to resolve everything within 10 days, but that time had long passed. Not to mention 10 days to deal with the Blood Demon tribe and the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone. Given the current situation, it would likely take 10, 100, even 1,000, or 10,000 years, and still, the two growing alien tribes might not be eradicated. Within the spirit void sky, people were already filled with panic, and countless lives were trapped in fear. The southern region has completely fallen, the footsteps of the Blood Demon tribe cannot be stopped. Why has it come to this? The ancient demon life Forbidden Zone has completely taken control of the northern region. If we don't migrate, we will die in their hands. Both regions have been lost, billions of lives have been destroyed, yet the Blood Demon tribe and the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone continue to expand. Who can stop them? The Imperial Alliance has yet to show up, the White Emperor's promised deadline has already passed. Where are they? Why haven't they ended all this? How much longer until the invasion is quelled? If this continues, the entire spirit void sky will be destroyed. Especially in the southern region, the remaining forces in the northern region now completely gave up on resistance, fleeing to areas that had yet to be invaded and slaughtered in order to save themselves. Countless people were exploding with fury, filled with fear and panic, and couldn't stop cursing the White Emperor and the Imperial Alliance. Whoever it was, at this moment, they all appeared incredibly disheveled. Under the fear for their own lives, the calm and composure they once had completely vanished. The southern and northern regions were beyond words to describe. A simple word like misery couldn't do them justice. Endless blood red had become the dominant color in both regions, with a thick aura of death filling the air, and with the constant expansion of the two alien tribes, the bloodshed was spreading at a terrifying speed. Chapter 92, The Current State of the Spirit Void Sky. The realm is already in ruin. At the same time, the northern and southern regions have fallen, and the surrounding areas are constantly being invaded, slaughtered, and filled with screams. The western region. After more than half a month, the traces of the killings and destruction caused when Gufan returned still remain. But just when the western region learned that the northern and southern regions could no longer withstand the bloodthirsty demonic race and the ancient demon, Life Zone's brutal killings and expansion, they were relieved to have a place to rest. Boom ka! A deafening roar echoed in all directions. The entire western region trembled. The huge noise immediately alerted all the major forces in the western region, as well as some who had migrated here. Then, they saw it. The sky turned color. Endless red covered the sky, and a terrifying heat wave swept across, causing the air to twist. Especially the Imperial Pass defense line of the western region. Rise up! The sky itself was torn open, and a terrifying aura suddenly descended. Visible to the naked eye. Endless flames spread out from the void, instantly engulfing the entire Imperial Pass defense line, devouring numerous defending cultivators. Soon after, the towering and violent figure of Emperor Yen Ji appeared, followed by the vast, bloodthirsty army of the Yen Jin tribe descending here. Looking at the blazing flames rampaging through the Imperial Pass defense line. Is this the Lingshu sky, after 90,000 years? We actually still have a chance to step into this world, such dense spiritual energy. It really is a great world, far beyond what the Shinyu sky can compare to. Our goal this time is to bloodily wash the Lingshu sky, to kill everyone. Kill. 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 The army of the Yen Jin tribe looked down below, and their terrifying momentum twisted everything. Waves of shouts tore through the heavens and earth. At this moment, Emperor Yen Ji's divine sense scanned the Imperial Pass defense line and the entire western region, his eyes cold as ice, radiating endless killing intent. If you don't die, I must die. He spoke coldly, then suddenly shouted, Kill. Spare no one from the Lingshu sky. Wherever the army reaches, not a blade of grass must remain, absolutely no mercy. With a single order, the Yen Jin tribe's army knew this was a task that must be completed. Kill. These fools don't even know why they offended the Huang Tian ancestor. Now that the Huang Tian ancestor's protection is gone, their end has come. The other two regions have already been taken by the Blood Demon tribe and the ancient Life Zone, so this place belongs to us, the Yen Jin tribe. They all roared, also understanding that this was an opportunity for the Yen Jin tribe to establish itself in a vast new world. After all, besides them, the Blood Demon tribe and the ancient Life Zone are also wreaking havoc on the Lingshu sky. This makes it impossible for the Lingshu sky to concentrate its forces to resist them, so there was no hesitation, and they immediately rushed down towards the Imperial Pass. Boom! 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 Deafening roars continued without end. The Yen Jin tribe's army, carrying endless killing intent, began their invasion, engaging in indiscriminate slaughter. Even when Emperor Yen Ji took action, facing an emperor-level being, the Imperial Pass fell, without any resistance, and more than 100 cities were lost. In an instant, the entire western region exploded in chaos, with forces, cultivators, and commoners all seeing the cities of the Imperial Pass falling one after another at a visible speed, instantly turning into a hell on earth, filled with blood and darkness. What is that? Such terrifying foreign armies, where do they come from? No. Where exactly are you from? These foreigners are neither from the Blood Demon tribe nor the ancient Life Zone. Why do they have such intense killing intent towards us? I think I remember now. This is the Yen Jin tribe, which was once defeated by the Gu family's Sin Emperor more than 90,000 years ago. What? Weren't they supposed to have disappeared from the Lingshu sky? How could there be an emperor-level existence now? The Yen Jin tribe has returned, and like the Blood Demon tribe and the ancient Life Zone, they intend to bloodily wash the entire western region and even the Lingshu sky. Some recognized the identity of the Yen Jin tribe, and were immediately terrified beyond belief. The Yen Jin tribe, almost exterminated and faded away more than 90,000 years ago. Once again, a terrifying army has emerged, launching a storm of slaughter. The entire western region is plunged into endless panic and horror, with cries of pain and wails ringing out non-stop. A blood-red purgatory spreads at a storm-like speed with each killing. In less than half an hour, due to the direct involvement of the Yenji Emperor ancestor in the slaughter, strong figures like emperors and emperor lords from various major forces in the western region fell one after another. The sky was covered in blood, and a rain of blood poured down. The Imperial Gate could not withstand the invading footsteps of the Yenjin clan, falling completely without resistance. Western region. Chaos. At this moment, Central State. Compared to the current Lingshu sky where everyone is in fear and the various turmoils, only Central State remains relatively stable. Furthermore, most of the forces retreating from the southern and northern regions have almost entirely hid in Central State, seeking a relatively safe place to land. But as the southern and northern regions where they originated are occupied by alien races and filled with slaughter, anyone migrating here wears a grim expression, full of resentment. Across Central State, only the Seacone family had not participated in supporting the Divine Alliance against Gufan, and had no casualties throughout. It is precisely because of their non-participation that now, many forces that have lost Emperor Realm experts are shocked and admire the Seacone family's decisiveness and foresight. Thus, currently, the Seacone family has gathered Emperor Realm figures from various forces. For example, from the major emperor families of the southern and northern regions, well-known figures like Donghua Emperor Lord, Zihua Emperor Lord, Jinwu Emperor Lord, among many others, are all present. Now, there are dozens of Emperor Realm experts gathered in one place. Such terrifying beings could dominate any region. But they also betrayed the Gu family and Gufan. In the main hall of the academy, the previous high spirits of the group have long vanished, replaced by somber faces, as everyone looks extremely gloomy due to the current situation in Lingshu Sky. On the main seat, Emperor Xian Yang is drinking tea, watching the expressions of the Emperor Lords and Emperors before him, and slowly speaks, "Everyone, since you are here today, just get straight to the point." As soon as these words were spoken, they broke the silence in the room. Upon hearing Emperor Xian Yang speak, the Emperor Realm figures of various forces all sighed, no longer hiding their thoughts. Right now, Lingshu Sky is already in a state of panic, and countless lives in the southern and northern regions have been brutally slaughtered. Rivers of blood flow, the Blood Demon Clan and the Ancient Monster's Life Forbidden Zone are too terrifying, we cannot withstand it at all. Damn it, if it goes on like this, Lingshu Sky is bound to perish. Currently, we have come here to prepare in advance, or else, if those two alien races continue to expand, the western region, eastern region, and even Central State will plunge into chaos and bloodshed. Emperor Xian Yang, you must be very clear that the current situation of Lingshu Sky is not what we want to see. They all expressed their discontent, gritting their teeth and shouting angrily, their faces filled with unwillingness and rage. In everyone's words, uneasy emotions could not be concealed, revealing a strong dread towards the Blood Demon Clan and the Ancient Monster's Life Forbidden Zone. Chapter 93, Everyone Explodes, It Must Be the Sin Emperor Gufan? At the scene, everyone expressed their dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Emperor Xian Yang couldn't help but frown, coldly snorting, "What is the use of you telling me all this? Do you intend to let the Seacone family resolve it?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present showed awkward expressions. Among them, the Zihua Emperor Lord glanced at others, then explained, "We have come here, not hoping for the Seacone family to solve the current situation in Lingshu Sky, but to invite the Seacone family to join us in going to the Divine Alliance." Previously, the White Emperor had said he would solve the invasion turmoil, so this matter must be resolved by him and the Divine Alliance to deal with the current troubles and crises. First of all, the White Emperor has not fulfilled his promise. The invasion from the Blood Demon Clan and the Ancient Monster's Life Forbidden Zone is still ongoing and constantly expanding. Secondly, the previous siege of the Gu family's ancestor depleted the Divine Alliance too much. Now the White Emperor clearly doesn't want to continue letting the Imperial Alliance suffer anymore, and no longer cares about the invasions in the north and south regions. Such irresponsible behavior, we cannot tolerate it any longer. Each word was filled with anger and unwillingness. The others present all nodded heavily, their eyes burning with fury. The White Emperor and the Imperial Alliance may not care, may not intervene. But they cannot afford not to care, cannot afford to ignore it. If the Lingshu Sky, which they rely on for survival, is gone, what will happen to them and so many cultivators and ordinary people? So now they have no choice but to act urgently. After a joint discussion, they decided to temporarily unite and go to the Imperial Alliance to force the White Emperor to intervene and solve the problem. Upon hearing the purpose of their visit, the Emperor Xian Yang did not speak, his face showing signs of deep thought, and he fell silent. After all, in his view, the crisis facing Lingshu Sky today has little to do with the Seacone family. Suddenly, a clan member rushed in with a frantic look on his face, and hurriedly said, "Master, something has happened to Lingshu Sky again. To be precise, it's the western region. Our people sent word, the western region is being invaded by an alien race. It seems the Yen Jin clan, which disappeared over 90,000 years ago, has reappeared. Now the western region is in chaos, the Yen Jin clan is coming with great force, the Imperial Pass has completely fallen, and the entire western region is being massacred. Just like the Blood Demon clan and the Ancient Demon Life Forbidden Zone, their invasion is not about conquering cities and lands, but about indiscriminate slaughter. In just a few hours, the Imperial Pass of the western region fell, and 2 states have already been lost." As the news broke, boom! Both Emperor Xianyang and the other powerful figures in the imperial realm all changed their expressions in unison, suddenly standing up. What? They were in complete chaos, their minds shaking violently. Originally, the southern and northern regions had already turned into hellish purgatories under the invasion and slaughter of the Blood Demon clan and the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone. Now the western region is also facing an alien invasion. At this rate, Lingshu Sky will have no place left for them. These alien races are not here to seize land, but to slaughter madly. If this is not resolved, Lingshu Sky will be doomed. Everyone became desperate, feeling overwhelmed, unable to believe that the western region was also facing a new alien invasion. What is going on? The Yen Jin clan? What kind of alien race is this? How come we've never heard of it? What is happening to Lingshu Sky? In the past 100,000 years, when have we ever experienced this? Damn it, why has it come to this? The Blood Demon clan and the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone were already a headache, and now there's the Yen Jin clan. With 3 regions invaded, only the eastern region, where the Imperial Alliance is, and the central states remain peaceful. Is Lingshu Sky going to perish? No, this can't be true. They all shouted angrily, their frustration and rage obvious. At this moment, no one could accept the situation. Amid the curses, I just remembered, there was indeed an invasion by the Yen Jin clan in Lingshu Sky before. A great emperor's face gradually turned pale, and then he said in a hoarse voice, that was over 90,000 years ago, but back then, the Yen Jin clan's invasion was nearly wiped out by the Gu family's ancestor, and the survivors fled in a pitiful state. I never thought that after 90,000 years, they still exist, and would come back again. These words stunned everyone. A powerful emperor's face grew dark, biting his teeth in anger, and immediately shouted, the Gu family's sinful emperor? The Yen Jin clan? They actually have such a connection? So, the Gu family's sinful emperor left Lingshu Sky, and then the Yen Jin clan invaded the western region. And just like the Blood Demon clan and the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone, the Yen Jin clan's invasion isn't about conquering land, but about massacring the beings of Lingshu Sky. This is clearly the sinful emperor's order. Damn it, it must be him, that guy is insane. He's already left Lingshu Sky, completely taken his clan away, but he still hasn't planned to give up. Does he want to completely destroy Lingshu Sky? The roar shattered the sky. The ground beneath their feet trembled constantly. Hearing these words, everyone else was filled with fury, and they all angrily shouted. The current state of Lingshu Tian is all because of the Gu family's sin emperor. They cursed incessantly, their eyes filled with hatred. Because of one person, Lingshu Tian was completely thrown into chaos. As the situation grew more chaotic. Enough! The Emperor Xianyang, with an ugly face, shouted in anger. In an instant, the entire place fell silent. Facing everyone's gaze? Is all of this really the fault of the Gu family's ancestor? Emperor Xianyang frowned, coldly snorted, and angrily rebuked, you still don't recognize the reality, and you have the nerve to blame the chaos of Lingshu Tian on the Gu family's ancestor? Let's not even talk about whether the Gu family's ancestor is the Sin Emperor, or whether he didn't continue guarding the demon abyss. For now, let's talk about one thing. That is, when the Gu family's ancestor was here, for 90,000 years, when did Lingshu Tian ever face an invasion from foreign races or such great chaos? In contrast, after the Empire Alliance took control and declared the Gu family's ancestor and the other 9 founding emperors as Sin Emperors, they destroyed their families, encircled the Gu family's ancestor, forcing him to leave with his people. And after he left, Lingshu Tian became the miserable, helpless mess it is today. With this comparison, how dare you blame the Gu family's ancestor? Each of his words was powerful. Each time he questioned, the scene became more and more dead silent. Everyone looked at Emperor Xianyang, their faces just as ugly, but no one could refute him. So, everyone fell silent again. Because they knew, Emperor Xianyang was not wrong, everything he said was right. When the Gu family's ancestor was still here, Lingshu Tian had never faced an invasion from foreign races, and no foreign race had ever brought such a massive slaughter. But now, Lingshu Tian was on the brink of collapse. The invasion of the 3 great foreign races had made any region hard to defend, and perhaps soon the western region would fall just like the southern and northern regions did. Chapter 94, at this point, do you still have the face to blame him? As the crowd remained silent. Emperor Xianyang, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. His face darkened, and he continued, however, the Yen Jin clan has resurfaced after 90,000 years, and even if everything happening today in Lingshu Tian is because of the Gu family's ancestor, so what? Can you stop it? Who among you can kill the Gu family's ancestor? Have you all forgotten the words the Gu family's ancestor said before he left? The Gu family's ancestor said he would let Lingshu Tian perish, and in my opinion, he was not afraid of being denied by other worlds, but simply disdainful of taking action himself, so he let the 3 great foreign races unleash slaughter. Still don't understand? This is his revenge. All of this happened because you all chose to betray him in the past. At this moment, Emperor Xianyang was angrily scolding everyone present without holding back. Even though several emperor-level figures were present, he still confronted them, his heart filled with anger. Even though he knew Ling Shutian had become what it was today because of Gu Fan, it was all because of the short-sightedness of these people, who first betrayed the Gu family's ancestor, leading to the invasion and slaughter by the foreign races. How could one not be enraged by this? How could one not feel anger? After Emperor Xianyang vented his anger, everyone present fell silent once again, their expressions complicated, and no one spoke up. After a long while, one of the emperors sighed and said hoarsely to Emperor Xianyang, "This matter is already settled, discussing right or wrong is pointless now, we should talk about how to resolve it. As for you, Xianyang, don't try to distance yourself from the Seacone family. When the Empire Alliance was attacking the Gu family's ancestor, you and the Seacone family didn't participate, but when the Empire Alliance sought to destroy the Gu family, the Seacone family only verbally opposed it. Did you really do anything? And that is called inaction. Since you acknowledge the Gu family's ancestors' actions and recognize everything he did for Ling Shutian, the Seacone family also benefited from the peace he brought to Ling Shutian. What about your inaction? Isn't it a form of betrayal?" Every word was sharp and resolute, filled with a sense of righteousness. After hearing these words, everyone's gaze was fixed on Emperor Xianyang. Emperor Qian Yuan and Emperor Qingyan looked displeased, wanting to argue. Emperor Xianyang raised his hand to stop them, his face dark as he tried to explain, but ultimately sighed deeply. Sigh. He shook his head, fully aware that the other party's words were right and the truth. The Seacone family, indeed, could be considered as betrayers. But they hadn't gone as far as others, not too extreme, nor too decisive. But betrayal is still betrayal, no matter what, neither he nor the Seacone family could wash it away. After sorting through his thoughts, Emperor Xianyang scanned the people present and walked towards the outside, speaking in a low voice, "Let's go, to the Empire Alliance. No matter what, Ling Shutian is the place where we survive, we cannot watch it perish. Since you all have made plans, then I will go with you, and force the White Emperor to fulfill his promise and resolve the crisis." Upon hearing this, everyone in the room stood up, their expressions firm, gritting their teeth. "All right, to the Empire Alliance. Apart from the Seacone family, we also need to bring in others, we must make the White Emperor step forward to resolve it. We did betray the ancestor of the Gu family, true, but everything was forced by the White Emperor and the Empire Alliance. Now, the ancestor of the Gu family has brought a crisis to Ling Shutian, his vengeful anger should be borne by the White Emperor and the Empire Alliance. The Empire Alliance cannot be so shameless. Go!" They spoke one after another, their dissatisfaction and anger fueling them as they left the Seacone family, marching towards the eastern region. In an instant, such a large-scale imperial realm movement made the entire Zhengzhou tremble. In the eastern region, at the Empire Alliance, White Emperor's place of seclusion. In a dim and hazy miniature space, it was filled with endless violent aura. Bang! 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 Thunderous booms echoed continuously. In the darkness, the White Emperor sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly closed, a terrifying aura rising from his body that twisted the void. Boom! With a deafening explosion, his body trembled, and his cultivation soared in that moment. In an instant, he seemed to be on the verge of surpassing the Imperial realm. A vast and violent aura swept in all directions, making the entire Empire Alliance tremble, the sky twisted over a large area, and a huge vortex appeared, covering everything below. The peak of the Imperial ancestor. The White Emperor suddenly opened his eyes, murmuring to himself, his aura sweeping through the Empire Alliance and the world. The earth shook. The sky itself seemed to be on the brink of collapse. No wonder it's the vast immortal palace. The White Emperor felt the unprecedented boost in his power, a faint light flashing in his deep eyes. The items given to him by the blood-robed immortal had directly skyrocketed his strength to the peak of the Imperial ancestor. At this moment, the White Emperor's breathing became rapid, then his expression turned sinister as he gritted his teeth and said, "If I were to face the Gu family's Sinner Emperor now, could I kill him?" An overwhelming hatred appeared on his face, and he trembled uncontrollably. The Gu family's Sinner Emperor had destroyed the plan he had been working on for thousands of years, and had defeated him under the siege of the Empire Alliance, in full view of Ling Shutian. His dream of uniting and ruling Ling Shutian had been shattered by the Gu family's Sinner Emperor. Because of the Gu family's Sinner Emperor, Ling Shutian had been invaded by both the Blood Demon clan and the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone at the same time. The southern and northern regions fell, becoming hell in a death zone. He and the Empire Alliance could not stop it. Now, Ling Shutian, the White Emperor, did not want it, his fury surged in his eyes, and his hatred for Gu Fan reached unprecedented levels. Crack! His fists clenched tightly, his body trembling more violently. At this moment, just as he stood up to leave the place of seclusion, in an instant, the void surged. A black hole suddenly appeared in front of him. Then, the figure of the blood-robed immortal emerged, smiling as he looked at the White Emperor and asked, "The peak of the Imperial Ancestor, how do you feel? Not bad, right?" Upon hearing this, the White Emperor suppressed the rage in his heart. He nodded. The methods of the Immortal Palace are indeed extraordinary. The things you gave me earlier have truly been of great use. Now that I have reached the peak of the Emperor Ancestor realm, if I can get more, I will surely be able to break through to the true immortal realm. Upon hearing this, the blood-clad immortal chuckled softly, his voice seeming to carry some kind of enchantment, as he spoke with a calm tone. What I gave you before, the Immortal Palace still has plenty more. As long as you wish, you can take it at any time. Like a temptation, the smile on his face grew even more pronounced. However, the White Emperor had lived for so long and naturally knew the unusual nature of the items he had previously refined, and he was well aware that there were no free lunches in this world. Though I yearn to ascend to immortality, I am not a fool. You can freely offer such generosity to me, but what is the price? He snorted coldly, his face stern as he asked. As for the blood-clad immortal, the White Emperor had never fully trusted him. At this moment, he just wanted to know what price he would have to pay to obtain the resources needed to push towards the true immortal realm. Even though he had chosen to join the vast immortal palace, that did not mean he could take resources without cost. Chapter 95, Questioning the White Emperor. Why hasn't the chaos been quelled yet? Upon hearing this, the blood-clad immortal couldn't help but sneer, his tone light and indifferent. Heh. The cost? The price you need to pay is very simple. You just need to hand over the fate and fortune of Lingshu Heaven. Anyway, Lingshu Heaven is already beyond saving, and the Imperial Alliance cannot resolve it. Though you are the Emperor Ancestor, you are powerless to turn things around. Why not, before Lingshu Heaven perishes, personally hand over its fortune, destiny, and heavenly path to the vast immortal palace? Wouldn't that be a beautiful thing? His words were deep with meaning, and the smile at the corner of his mouth grew wider. From the very beginning, the vast immortal palace never cared for the White Emperor, but always sought the fortune of the entire Lingshu Heaven. As the blood-clad immortal's words fell, the White Emperor's body trembled, and he instantly understood. He immediately spoke in a deep voice. I should have realized this long ago. Joining the immortal palace was just a side matter. The real thing they wanted was the fortune of Lingshu Heaven. But because of this, the White Emperor was deeply shaken, and his expression grew grim. He knew that if he did this, Lingshu Heaven would be completely finished, and there would be no hope for him or the Imperial Alliance to unify and dominate the realms. After a moment of silence, he said, I will consider this matter. The White Emperor did not give an immediate response, speaking in a calm voice. Upon hearing this, the blood-clad immortal was not surprised. It seemed as though he had everything under control. He smiled faintly and said, No matter. I believe you will have your answer soon enough. After saying this with deep meaning, his figure gradually became illusory. Then, the black hole vanished. The White Emperor furrowed his brows, feeling as if he had been caught in a trap. What exactly does he mean? Thinking of the blood-clad immortal's last meaningful smile, he suddenly felt uneasy all over. But he didn't want to dwell on it too much and left the place where he had been in seclusion. However, as soon as he stepped outside, Alliance Leader, a voice full of urgency cried out. The White Emperor frowned. The Xianming Emperor rushed over in a hurry, speaking anxiously. Alliance Leader, the Western region. The Western region is being invaded by foreign tribes, the Imperial Pass has fallen, and several states have been slaughtered nearly to extinction. The entire Western region has plunged into massive chaos. If we can't stop it, it won't be long before it becomes like the southern and northern regions, a dead zone. Upon hearing the news, the White Emperor's brows furrowed even tighter. He waved his hand and calmly said, I know. For the mess that was Lingshu Heaven right now, he no longer wanted to care. The Western region was invaded again? So what? Since the southern and northern regions were invaded, he had done nothing. If there was a way to solve it, would it have waited until now? In the White Emperor's eyes, whether the Western region was being invaded by the Blood Demon tribe or the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone, this was not a problem that could be easily solved. If it could have been solved, it would have been done by now. Even though he had reached the peak of the Emperor Ancestor realm, to resolve this in a short time was undoubtedly a pipe dream. Seeing that the White Emperor still did not realize the severity of the situation, the Xianming Emperor immediately wanted to explain. Alliance Leader, the invaders in the Western region are the Yen. Before he could finish, outside the Imperial Alliance, the rumbling never stopped. There were many figures in the sky, moving powerfully and steadily towards the place. White Emperor, come out. White Emperor, have you forgotten the promise you made when the Blood Demon clan and the ancient demon life Forbidden Zone invaded? The 10-day period has long passed, yet the South Domain and North Domain have already fallen. You and the Imperial Alliance have not yet resolved the invasion matter. You must give us an explanation. Now the West Domain is being invaded by the Flame Burn clan. If you do not step forward to resolve this, the Spirit Void Heaven will be finished. The voices of Emperor Xuanyang and others were like thunder rolling in the sky, continuously echoing between heaven and earth. Every word carried anger. The whole world lost its luster because of this, and the rumbling sound never stopped. In an instant, the White Emperor's heart shook, and his face instantly became gloomy. What is going on with these people? In addition to that, he also heard unexpected news and asked in a deep voice, Flame Burn Clan? Invasion? In his mind, memories that had been silent for tens of thousands of years resurfaced. Those guys, weren't they almost exterminated by the Gu family's Sin Emperor, vanishing without a trace? Upon hearing the question, Emperor Xianming nodded heavily, helplessly saying, the Flame Burn Clan has returned. They are the ones invading the West Domain. And like the Blood Demon Clan and the ancient Demon Life Forbidden Zone, their main goal is not invasion, but slaughter. Upon hearing this, the White Emperor's face turned extremely dark, and he roared, it must be the Gu family's Sin Emperor. Earlier, he thought that the ancient Demon Life Forbidden Zone and the Blood Demon Clan had invaded the West Domain, but unexpectedly, it was the Flame Burn Clan returning, not for invasion but for slaughter. This could only be instructed by Gu Fan, he couldn't think of any other possibility. How is it him again? The White Emperor trembled with rage, and the void around him kept exploding. Looking at the many figures outside the Imperial Alliance, he had no choice but to suppress the anger in his heart. At this moment, he asked again, why have these people come? Emperor Xianming sighed and helplessly said, Lord, they are the surviving emperors from the West Domain, North Domain, and several major imperial families from the Central Continent. Among them, there is also the Seacone family, who have gathered together to demand to see you. The White Emperor snorted coldly and cursed, these guys are just asking for trouble. But even though he was displeased, he still forcefully suppressed his anger and stepped into the void to go outside. In an instant, the White Emperor appeared outside the Imperial Alliance and saw Emperor Xuanyang, Emperor Ziwei, Emperor Donghua, and many other emperors. Did you all forget the rules of the Imperial Alliance? Dare to make noise here? This place is not where you run wild. His cold eyes scanned everyone, and he immediately scolded. Facing the White Emperor's commanding tone, although Emperor Xuanyang and the others felt the more terrifying aura coming from him, no one retreated, and their faces all looked grim. Because if they didn't come, the spirit void heaven would be finished. At that point, they would have no place to stand. Afterward, Emperor Xuanyang stepped forward and confronted the White Emperor, loudly asking, White Emperor, is the Imperial Alliance not the ruler of the spirit void heaven? The White Emperor squinted his eyes and nodded. Seeing this, Emperor Xuanyang spoke again, are you not the number one in spirit void heaven? The White Emperor nodded again. At this point, Emperor Xuanyang immediately became furious and scolded, since all forces under heaven respect the Imperial Alliance, and all people acknowledge you, the White Emperor, as the number one, under this pressure, you had no choice but to offend the Gu family's ancestor and even betray the Gu family's ancestor. It is precisely because of this that the spirit void heaven has been invaded by the Blood Demon Clan, the ancient Demon Life Forbidden Zone, and the Flame Burn Clan at the same time. The South Domain and North Domain have already been ravaged, countless cultivators and civilians have died in the slaughter. Now, the West Domain is experiencing the same thing. But what have you and the Imperial Alliance done? Aside from the Central Continent and the current East Domain, the other three domains of Spirit Void Heaven are suffering devastating strikes. Yet you still do not intend to step forward and resolve it? You said you would resolve it in 10 days, but now, the chaos has not been calmed. Have you forgotten? Chapter 96, The White Emperor's Fury, the Big Emperor's Gritted Teeth and Regret. In the heavens and earth, Emperor Xuanyang's questioning sounded like thunder exploding. In an instant, the group of emperors behind him all had angry faces, glaring at the White Emperor, gnashing their teeth. Emperor Xianyang was right, White Emperor, you are the sinner who caused all of this. White Emperor, are you going to ignore this? Facing the danger of Lingshu Heaven, you did nothing. What right does the Imperial Alliance have to be the ruler of Lingshu Heaven, and what face does the White Emperor have to claim to be the first of Lingshu Heaven? In the past, when Lingshu Heaven was in crisis, the ancestor of the Gu family never let Lingshu Heaven suffer any turmoil, so why can't you do the same? Leaving everything else aside, in this point, you White Emperor are not as good as the ancestor of the Gu family. You don't deserve to be compared with the ancestor of the Gu family, a person like you, no wonder you were defeated by his hands. That's right, if we had not abandoned the Gu family, if we hadn't offended the ancestor of the Gu family, he would never have stood by and watched Lingshu Heaven be invaded. He would never have done nothing like you. The crowd angrily scolded, their eyes blazing with fury, all blaming the Imperial Alliance and the White Emperor for their inaction. As they grew more and more emotional, the majority of them even began listing the White Emperor's faults, saying things like the White Emperor was inferior to Gu Fan. In an instant, the situation on the scene became uncontrollable. But the White Emperor already had boundless hatred for Gu Fan. It was fine earlier, but once he heard himself being compared to Gu Fan, he could no longer control the raging anger in his heart. Enough! His Emperor's peak aura erupted violently, roaring at Emperor Xianyang and the others, shut up! The terrifying pressure rampaged, making the heavens and earth tremble. Seeing that the White Emperor was enraged, Emperor Xianyang and the others were shaken and quickly quieted down. But at this moment, the White Emperor's eyes were bloodshot, his killing intent boiling as he stared coldly at Emperor Xianyang and the others, speaking icily, "I am not as good as the Gu family's sinner emperor? Then, you don't need to look for me, go look for him." Faced with this roar, the group of angry emperors immediately fell silent. They wanted to find him, but it was unrealistic. Because the current chaos and devastation in Lingshu Heaven were the flames of revenge from the Gu family's ancestor. Seeing everyone's silence, the White Emperor's expression twisted into a grimace, pointing at them as he angrily scolded, "When you all acted as dogs for the Imperial Alliance, when you betrayed the Gu family's sinner emperor, why didn't you show such righteousness then? When you enjoyed the privileges the Imperial Alliance gave you, did you ever think about a day like this? Now that something has happened, you dare come and accuse me. What right do you have to accuse me?" Every word he spoke carried an overwhelming fury, causing the entire world to shake violently, as though it was about to collapse at any moment. The White Emperor trembled, his eyes filled with madness. In the past, when he was glorious, these people and even the whole of Lingshu Heaven had to bow down, submit, and treat himself and the Imperial Alliance as supreme. But now that he had fallen, these people had the nerve to stand up with their so-called moral high ground and dare accuse him, reprimanding him for inaction? How could this not make him angry? What's more, these individuals had already betrayed the Gu family, betrayed the Gu family's sinner emperor, and now they compared him to the Gu family's sinner emperor, saying he was not as good as him. Having been defeated by the Gu family's sinner emperor before had already become a thorn in the White Emperor's heart. Thus, the White Emperor had gone completely mad, his terrifying aura shattering the surrounding void, and the heavens themselves were torn apart. The Gu family's sinner emperor has nothing to do with Lingshu Heaven anymore. He left, and I am still the first person of Lingshu Heaven. He trembled as he spoke these words, coldly looking at Emperor Xianyang and the others, his words chilling the soul. "If you all are dissatisfied, if you all are angry, what will it change? This world is mine. The 3 domains being invaded, lives perishing, so what? When did I ever say I would fight to the death to protect Lingshu Heaven? I have the Imperial Alliance, I am pursuing the path of immortality. If Lingshu Heaven perishes, I will take the Imperial Alliance and leave. I will find another world to settle in. Let me tell you, even if all the living beings in Lingshu Heaven perish, I don't care. You are nothing but ants, do you understand?" Completely enraged, the White Emperor lost all reason. In his fury, he tore apart all pretenses and shouted harsh words at the crowd. Humph. With a cold snort, he had no interest in speaking to anyone anymore. He turned around and returned to the Imperial Alliance. No matter what, he would not allow the Imperial Alliance to suffer any more meaningless losses. Seeing this, the Xianyang Emperor and others were shaken, looking at the White Emperor in disbelief, unable to imagine such a situation. They wanted to call the White Emperor back, but his figure had already disappeared. Before anyone could snap out of their shock, a cold voice echoed, "Anyone who intrudes into the Imperial Alliance, kill them." In an instant, everyone present shuddered, their minds ringing. They couldn't believe it, the White Emperor, leader of the Imperial Alliance, the first in Lingshu Heaven, could say such shameless and treacherous words in front of so many people. Lingshu Heaven, their homeland where they survived. But, the White Emperor had made it clear that he was unwilling to handle the crisis Lingshu Heaven was facing right now. Moments later, the Imperial Realm experts on site were burning with anger, trembling with rage. Beast! Did the White Emperor just speak like a human? How could he be like this? Not caring whether Lingshu Heaven survives or not, and even saying he would take the Imperial Alliance and change to another world. Everyone stared at the direction the White Emperor left, glaring at the magnificent Imperial Alliance, roaring in desperation. At first, they had hoped to use this to put pressure on the White Emperor, forcing him to act and suppress the chaos. But, the White Emperor didn't care whether Lingshu Heaven lived or died, didn't care how many people would die at the hands of the foreign tribes. All he cared about was the Imperial Alliance and himself. He even tore apart all pretense, declaring that they were nothing but ants. As everyone's eyes reddened and their bodies shook even more violently. If it weren't for agreeing to the Imperial Alliance's extermination of those imperial families, if it weren't for offending the Gu family's ancestor. Among the crowd, Emperor Jinwu spoke with a complex expression, bitterly and angrily saying, if it weren't for these things, Lingshu Heaven wouldn't have come to this point. Even if the foreign tribes weren't instigated by the Gu family's ancestor, with him here, how would the foreign tribes dare invade? When these words were spoken, everyone on site fell into silence. This was the truth, and the regret in their hearts grew stronger. Yes. Compared to the White Emperor, it now seems that the Gu family's ancestor would never be so heartless and ungrateful. If there was no Imperial Alliance, no White Emperor, as long as we didn't offend or betray the Gu family's ancestor, as long as the Gu family was still in Lingshu Heaven, we would never have come to this point, and Lingshu Heaven would certainly have thrived and flourished. All of this, in the end, is our own fault. The Gu family's ancestor just left not long ago, and now Lingshu Heaven is on the verge of collapse. They spoke one after another, each sentence dripping with deep regret, lamenting the things they had done in the past. After hearing the White Emperor's stance, they felt an indescribable discomfort in their hearts. Because everyone knew, as long as the Gu family's ancestor had still been in Lingshu heaven, as long as they hadn't agreed to the Imperial Alliance's destruction of the Gu family, Lingshu heaven would never have fallen into this chaos. But even though they regretted it now, it was already too late. Chapter 97, The Immortal Fallen Ancient Ruins, The Chance to Become Immortal. In the main hall of the Imperial Alliance. Boom, boom. A thunderous roar continued, shaking the entire Imperial Alliance's territory. The White Emperor, furious and returning, his eyes bloodshot, threw everything in the hall with increasing rage, his body trembling uncontrollably. The sinful emperor, again the Gu family's sinful emperor. He was driven into madness, hoarsely roaring, damn it, damn it. Why? Why him? Time and time again, causing the Imperial Alliance to suffer heavy losses, the Blood Demon clan, the ancient demon's life forbidden zone invasion and slaughter could be tolerated, but why the Yin Jin clan, who almost exterminated him, can still follow him? I hate it, why is he still not dead? At this moment, the White Emperor's anger was unprecedented, his madness causing the entire hall to tremble dangerously. Crack! The surrounding space begins to explode at this very moment. The hard work of a lifetime is destroyed in an instant. All because of the Sin Emperor of the Gu family. At this moment, the hatred in the White Emperor's heart for Gu Fan has reached an unimaginable level. Boom! 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 His violent aura twists the surrounding void, and deafening booms keep ringing out. And at this moment, the void in front of him tears apart. The familiar black hole reappears. Within it, the figure of the blood-clad immortal emerges. Seeing this scene, scram! The White Emperor's expression twists, his whole body shaking, and he roars without any politeness. At this moment, he clearly understands the deep meaning of the words spoken by the blood-clad immortal earlier. The other party has obviously seen through the situation of Lingshu heaven. But clearly, they had agreed that if he joined the vast immortal palace, the other party would kill Gu Fan. But obviously, the blood-clad immortal hasn't done this, definitely wanting to seize the fortune of Lingshu heaven first. Seeing the furious White Emperor. Why get so angry? They're just ants. The blood-clad immortal laughs lightly, speaking leisurely. These words cause the White Emperor to stare at the blood-clad immortal, snarling fiercely, my lifetime of effort has been destroyed by Gu Fan, how can I not be angry? You speak so easily, have you forgotten your promise after I joined the vast immortal palace? His eyes burn with anger, as if it would become a physical substance, and he immediately questions. Upon hearing this, the blood-clad immortal shakes his head, still smiling lightly and says, what will happen if you get angrier? Since I promised you to kill the Sin Emperor of the Gu family, then this matter, the immortal palace will not break its word, it just hasn't reached the right time. Moreover, didn't you want to kill him with your own hands? Now, there is an opportunity that can make you an immortal. After that, you can kill the Sin Emperor of the Gu family with your own hands. Are you interested? Each word is filled with enchanting power. It echoes in the great hall. Like thunder, it crashes into the White Emperor's ears. In an instant, the White Emperor is struck as if by lightning, his eyes wide with shock. An opportunity to become an immortal. His body stiffens, his breathing becomes rapid, and then his body violently trembles. If such an opportunity truly exists, he would certainly crave it. In that moment, the White Emperor's eyes burst with an intense light, immediately locking onto the blood-clad immortal. Upon seeing this, the blood-clad immortal smiles in satisfaction from within the black hole, saying nothing, raising his hand to unleash a streak of light. In the blink of an eye, a token with strange fluctuations and an ancient aura appears in front of the White Emperor. Before he could ask, the blood-clad immortal, with a smile on his lips, leisurely says, this is the Immortal Fallen Ancient Ruins token, one of the 3 top-secret realms in the Divine Domain. The Immortal Fallen Ancient Ruins existed even before the Divine Domain world was complete, to be precise, it is an ancient battlefield, a place where many immortals fell, and countless emperors perished. Though it is a land of great fortune, containing numerous resources and great opportunities, it is also full of danger, with great horrors lurking. Moreover, the Immortal Fallen Ancient Ruins can only be entered by those of the Emperor Realm. The reason it is called a land of great fortune is because it contains many immortal realms and items left behind by the Emperor Realm, not to mention the Emperor Realm, even the immortals would go mad for it. 10 days later, the Immortal Fallen Ancient Ruins will open again, and this time, the vast immortal palace can give you a spot to enter it, but what fortune you gain, it all depends on you. After coming out of the Immortal Fallen Ancient Ruins, killing the Sin Emperor of the Gu family, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? Every word carries an alluring, soul-catching power, echoing throughout. The more the White Emperor listens, the more shocked he becomes. As the leader of the Emperor Alliance, and once the #1 in Lingshu heaven, he naturally understands the structure of the Divine Domain world. Immortal fallen ancient ruins. He mutters, his eyes growing even brighter. Beyond the 10 directions of the divine domain world, there exist numerous secret realms and forbidden zones, as well as many eerie places that have long existed. The immortal fallen ancient ruins is one of them. But this top secret realm opens only once every 100,000 years, making this opportunity extremely rare. It is said that the immortal fallen ancient ruins is an ancient battlefield, existing even before the divine domain world was born. There are rumors that the ancient ruins of Xiandian was once a realm of immortals. Within it, there are countless opportunities for immortal transformations and chances to ascend, but also various terrifying restrictions and deadly dangers. A slight mistake in the Emperor realm will lead to instant annihilation. Over the years, every time it opened, more than 80 or even 90% of those who entered were forever lost or fell in the ancient ruins of Xiandian. There are still 10 days remaining, the ancient ruins of Xiandian will open again. To my surprise, I actually obtained a qualification token to enter the ancient ruins of Xiandian. The White Emperor grabbed the token, showing a fervent look in his eyes. Good. He nodded heavily, no longer dwelling on past matters, and confidently said, when I emerge from the ancient ruins of Xiandian and personally slay the Sin Emperor of the Gu family, the luck of Lingshu will surely be presented to me. Upon hearing this, the blood-clad immortal laughed loudly, saying, very good, very good. The black hole twisted and then collapsed. At this moment, the White Emperor held the token and kept looking around with gleaming eyes. Let me gain the opportunity to enter the ancient ruins of Xiandian. He took a deep breath, his face revealing killing intent, gritting his teeth and saying, Gu family's Sin Emperor, your death is not far away. I will personally slay you to break my heart's demon. Endless killing intent surged, causing the entire Emperor Alliance to rumble ceaselessly. In the God-quiet sky. On Moon Phoenix Island. Gu Fan, the Purple Moon Empress, the Void-Breaking Emperor, and the ministers of the Moonlight God dynasty gathered in the square. In addition, many imperial realms of God-quiet sky also came together. Once everyone was present. Is everyone here? Gu Fan looked at the imperial realms and couldn't help but feel puzzled, asking, with my Gu family's 5 great emperors, there are only a total of 21 emperors present? This really caught him off guard. As soon as these words left his mouth, the Purple Moon Empress awkwardly nodded, bitterly saying, the entire Emperor realm of God-Quiet Sky is here, please forgive us. To this, Gu Fan shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless. God-Quiet Sky is ultimately too weak. He sighed softly in his heart, no longer surprised. Only a little over a dozen emperors, it's no wonder God-Quiet Sky ranks at the bottom among the realms. After all, in other realms, these people can only be considered part of a local power, how could they not be weak compared to other realms? Chapter 98, Supporting God-Quiet Sky, Summoning All-Powerful Beings of the 9 Heavens. Under the anxious gazes of everyone, Gu Fan did not say much about the matter, nor did he waste time, directly raising his hand and waving. Boom! Instantly the sky shook, and a thunderous sound erupted. Then, everyone looked up. They saw a massive whirlpool appearing in the sky, covering the entire Moon Phoenix Island. The world lost its color. Thunder clapped out of nowhere. Amidst the bizarre light, streams of light began to rain down. A terrifying aura swept in all directions, causing the entire island to tremble and stir up fierce winds. What is that? The Purple Moon Empress and others were left dumbfounded, their minds shaking. Under their watchful eyes, they finally saw what those streams of light were. They were various pills, techniques, weapons, and numerous imperial scriptures along with many cultivation resources. A dazzling array. So much that they could scarcely take it all in. These were all the things Gu Fan found little use for. Some were from system rewards, others collected from himself and other accounts. But right now, all the things he couldn't use were brought out by Gu Fan. Boom! The Purple Moon Empress, the Void-Breaking Emperor, and over 10 imperial realms of God-Quiet Sky were all shocked, their heads buzzing. They watched as streams of various resources continued to materialize, their scalps tingling, and they all turned to look at Gu Fan. This scene resembled a treasure trove appearing right before their eyes. At this moment, old ancestor Huan Tian, what is this? The Purple Moon Empress's heart was shaken, asking in astonishment and confusion. This was simply too unbelievable. Such a vast resource even made her pale. Gu Fan glanced at the confused Purple Moon Empress and slowly said, these resources, you can distribute them, let them refine and absorb it. In just a few years, everyone can be promoted to a higher realm. Upon hearing this, everyone at the scene widened their eyes, their faces filled with shock. A higher realm. They were stunned, unable to believe what they were hearing. The vast resources, the esteemed ancestor Huang Tian of the Gu family, had actually taken them out just like that? So terrifying. But for them, this was undoubtedly a great fortune. This is too precious. Empress Ziyue gasped, quickly waving her hand. Such a massive amount of terrifying resources truly startled her. However, Gufan paid no attention to the Empress Ziyue, who was trying to decline, and calmly said, additionally, in the coming period, I need you to arrange for some people to go to certain places and find the people I need. This is the list. Saying this, he tossed out a list that had already been prepared. Empress Ziyue was slightly startled, staring at the list made from special beast hide, and instinctively opened it. This is... When she saw the information on it, her eyes widened sharply, and she exclaimed, blood-cursed abyss of the desolate land, find the underworld lord. The dead space of the Empire's fall rift, find Xian Shang. The ghost fog swamp of the forbidden domain of the return to ruins, find Nightmare. The chaos abyss of the ancient demon ruins, find the evil fiend. Each place, each name, made Empress Ziyue's mind tremble and her hair stand on end. In the midst of this extreme shock, many of the places and names she had never even heard of before. As for the places and names she had heard of, every one of them was a terrifying force. Amid the shock, Empress Ziyue knew clearly that if the ancestor Huang Tian personally made this list, even the unfamiliar, unheard of places and beings must be incredibly terrifying. Because the divine realm world has 10 directions and heavens. It is a whole. But beyond the 10 directions and heavens of the divine realm, there are still many unknown lands, or places that humans cannot step into and open up. There are also many fragments of continents and worlds. For example, the abyss of demons, the forbidden zone of ancient demon life, these are all such places. And the list provided by ancestor Huang Tian, the vast majority are such places. After reading the list, Empress Ziyue looked up at Gufan with a shocked face, dry-mouthed, and asked, these, what are these? The names she had heard and recognized, each of them was as strong as the Emperor Ancestor realm. Gufan calmly glanced at Empress Ziyue and said indifferently, they are all my friends. Friends? Empress Ziyue froze for a moment, asking in disbelief. The people on the list could be friends? Gufan nodded and said leisurely, yes, they were all almost killed by me back then, it's been a long time since we've met. Upon hearing this, Empress Ziyue's mind roared, her scalp tingling as she shuddered, unable to speak, and said, since that's the case, then they are still friends, not enemies? Ancestor Huang Tian, are you sure you want to bring them here? They won't destroy the entire divine silent sky, will they? She asked fearfully, feeling that it was too crazy. Because if all the beings on the list were summoned, destroying divine silent sky would undoubtedly be easy. Seeing this, Gufan shook his head, unconcerned, and said, rest assured, just mentioning my name, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly, nor would they dare not come. When they arrive, it will be enough to greatly strengthen and elevate the overall power of divine silent sky. Upon hearing this, Empress Ziyue felt much more at ease, but her shock remained, like massive waves, one after another. Ancestor Huang Tian is recruiting soldiers and horses. She gasped, finding it hard to believe that one day divine silent sky would grow in this way. Because none of the beings on the list were of the human race. It could even be said that they were enemies of humanity. But they were all defeated by ancestor Huang Tian. Providing the Emperor Realm resources to Divine Silent Sky and seeking the beings on the list, ancestor Huang Tian was all doing this to strengthen Divine Silent Sky, to elevate its overall power? The Purple Moon Empress became increasingly horrified as she thought about it, unable to stop herself from asking, Ancestor Huang Tian, what is your purpose in doing this? Gufan didn't wait for her to finish, chuckling lightly and saying, I have said before that I will make Shinjitian the leader of all the realms, making the other 9 realms respect Shinjitian. Do you think I am joking? Although it's not possible yet, all you need to do is call those on the list over. Not to dominate the world immediately, but enough to stand against any realm. As for later, I will rule the entire divine domain. Each sentence carried unprecedented confidence and dominance. The coldness in his voice sent chills down the spines of those present, including the Purple Moon Empress, yet their eyes shone brightly, and their breaths became hurried. If they could call those terrifying existences, then they would undoubtedly have the confidence to challenge any realm, just as ancestor Huang Tian had said. No one had expected this day to come for Shinjitian. This was something they hadn't even dared to dream of. Not only that, but they were even going to make Shinjitian the leader of the 10 realms of the divine domain, to dominate the entire world of the divine domain. This ancestor Huang Tian was really going to do it. How could anyone not be moved by this? How could they not feel excited? Chapter 99, The Secret Realm is Opening, Taking the Empress in Early. Swish. All the emperors of Shinjitian present looked towards the Purple Moon Empress with excited and eager gazes. The ministers, too, constantly exchanged looks with each other. At this moment, there was no need to hesitate anymore. The Purple Moon Empress, seeing the looks directed at her, immediately understood their thoughts and took the list in her hands. Ancestor Huang Tian, I will arrange this matter immediately, what else do you need me to do? She nodded seriously and asked again. Gufan shook his head, smiling lightly, you don't need to do anything, just listen to my arrangements. The Purple Moon Empress nodded without hesitation. At this point, or perhaps after seeing how easily Gu Fan had subdued the Yin Jin tribe just by stepping in, she had already accepted Gu Fan as the ruler of Xinjiang. Not just her, but all the ministers and the emperors of Xinjiang had no objections. Regarding this matter, the Purple Moon Empress was very open-minded and didn't mind at all. With ancestor Huang Tian overseeing, Xinjiang will definitely get better and better. She murmured to herself, feeling secretly thrilled. After all, the arrival of Emperor Huang Tian undoubtedly enhanced the strength of Xinjiang and gave them more confidence. At this moment, Gu Fan swept his gaze over everyone present in Xinjiang and slowly said, "That's all for now, the others can leave. Yi Qinghuang, stay behind." As soon as the words fell, all the emperors in the hall stood up, respectfully bowing to Gu Fan, and left with the previously allocated resources. Soon, only the Purple Moon Empress remained in the hall. Before she could speak, Gu Fan directly waved his hand, and two ancient, worn-out, and strange tokens appeared in his hand. Upon closer inspection, they were identical to the token that the blood-clothed immortal had given to the White Emperor. When the Purple Moon Empress saw the token in Gu Fan's hand, she asked in confusion, "What is this?" Gu Fan smiled lightly and said, "Have you ever heard of the immortal fallen ancient ruins?" And it was this simple question that caused the Purple Moon Empress to turn pale with shock, unable to stop herself from exclaiming, "Immortal! Immortal fallen ancient ruins! I certainly have heard of it. How could I not know?" It is said that the immortal fallen ancient ruins is one of the top-secret realms of the divine domain, to be precise, one of the 3 top-secret realms, opening only once every million years, and within it are boundless opportunities for cultivation and great fortune. How is this related? At this moment, the Purple Moon Empress stared closely at the token in Gu Fan's hand, her mind already speculating, stirring up a storm of shock. A wider smile appeared on Gu Fan's lips as he softly said, "This is the key to enter the immortal fallen ancient ruins." Instantly. What? After receiving the clear answer, the Purple Moon Empress exclaimed once again in shock. She had already suspected as much. The truth that was revealed still shocked me deeply. The key to enter the immortal fallen ruins appeared right before my eyes. Before this, the Purple Moon Empress had only heard of it, she had never seen it or entered the immortal fallen ruins herself. After all, the conditions for opening were so harsh. It only opened once every million years. I have only lived for a few thousand years, so how could I have had the chance to go there? In the midst of shock, the Purple Moon Empress looked at Gu Fan with disbelief, her eyes full of uncertainty, and said, "Grand Ancestor Huang Tian, it is said that the immortal fallen token is extremely rare. Every single one is worth great fortune, and every time one appears, it causes conflict and struggle between worlds, leading to rivers of blood and countless casualties. But you actually have two." She looked once more at the token in Gu Fan's hand, breathing heavily, her entire body trembling. However, Gu Fan couldn't help but twitch his mouth and chuckle, saying, "Who said this emperor only has two?" In front of the Purple Moon Empress, he waved his hand once more. In an instant, brilliant, colorful light burst forth. Clang, clang. Countless immortal fallen tokens appeared, dozens of them, all glowing with dazzling light, emitting astonishing waves of energy. Looking at the pile of tokens that had stacked up into a small mountain on the ground, the Purple Moon Empress was stunned, her face pale as she covered her mouth, speechless. This. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Even her mind went blank. So many tokens, are they all real? Every single one could lead into the immortal fallen ruins? Every time a single immortal fallen token appeared, it sparked terrifying conflicts, making countless people covet it. But Grand Ancestor Huang Tian could actually take out dozens at once. How could this be so exaggerated? Seeing that the Purple Moon Empress was frightened, Gu Fan couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental, chuckling lightly. "In the 90,000 years I've lived, I've experienced countless battles and conflicts, so I have no shortage of these tokens. Entering the immortal fallen ruins is no problem at all. It's just a pity, though, while I have the tokens, the immortal fallen ruins are too terrifying, full of dangers, and there are too many restrictions. Even an emperor entering it is just an ant. Now, looking across the entire divine silent heaven, you're the only one who has the qualification. So next, this emperor will give you a spot to enter the immortal fallen ruins together." Upon hearing these words, the Purple Moon Empress couldn't recover from her shock for a long time. After a moment, she took a deep breath, her eyes shining brightly, and nodded heavily. However, the Purple Moon Empress still felt regretful. "It's a pity that in the divine silent heaven, the Emperor Ancestor realm only exists for me, otherwise, Grand Ancestor Huang Tian would definitely be able to take more people into the immortal fallen ruins. Although there are too many terrifying dangers inside, the opportunities and fortunes inside are just as terrifying. Just thinking about entering the immortal fallen ruins that only opens once every million years. Grand Ancestor Huang Tian, how long until the immortal fallen ruins opens?" The Purple Moon Empress tried to suppress her excitement and asked curiously. After all, for one of the 3 top-secret realms, she had only heard of it but didn't know much about it. Gufan replied calmly, 10 days later. As soon as this was said, the Purple Moon Empress took a deep breath and nodded seriously. Good, then I'll go prepare and join you in a few days. Before she could leave, Gufan shook his head and said slowly, no need to prepare, we leave now. The Purple Moon Empress was confused and asked, didn't you say it opens in 10 days? A meaningful smile appeared on Gufan's lips. That's right, but that's for others. We can enter early. In an instant. Ah! The Purple Moon Empress stared in shock, unable to believe her ears. The Immortal Fallen Ruins, which only opens once every million years. Of course, we can enter early. In a moment. What is going on? The Purple Moon Empress, filled with shock, wanted to ask for more details. However, Gufan did not respond, taking a step and directly leaving Moon Phoenix Island. Undefined novel_translation. Whatever, this kind of opportunity only comes once in a million years, I must not miss it. The Empress Ziyue gritted her teeth, temporarily putting away her curiosity, and chased after without hesitation. Chapter 100, The Son of Destiny, Nangong Immortal Emperor? I'm here to snatch from him. Not long after, Gufan left the Silent Heaven with Empress Z undefined novel_translation. Ziyue walking through the endless darkness. At this moment, his mind was recalling the upcoming game plot. Before the crossover, Gufan remembered that the Immortal Ruins would open in 10 days. By then, all the great forces in the 10 directions of the Divine Realm, as long as they were at the Emperor level, would want to enter. Since one must hold the Immortal Ruins token to enter, a mad scramble, fights, and blood would stain the universe before anyone even entered. Countless Emperor-level beings would be dead or injured even before entering the Immortal Ruins. At that time, his original self, the Emperor Huang Tian, who had suffered betrayal and his clan's destruction, would fight his way through with his overwhelming strength and enter the Immortal Ruins. However, what no one expected, what shocked and disappointed everyone was the so-called Immortal Ruins, a place full of immortal opportunities and chances to ascend, actually had very little valuable stuff inside, and it seemed as if someone had already beaten them to it. This made everyone furious, and they couldn't help but curse, but had no idea why it turned out like that. In the end, nothing came of it. His original self was also extremely disappointed. Until the later stages of the game. When his original self became the Demon Gao Immortal Emperor and was besieged and hunted by countless forces and players, the truth was revealed. The Immortal Ruins that opened back then had already been beaten to by someone else. And no one knew that. Actually, 10 days before the Immortal Ruins was about to open, 2 people, or more accurately, 3 people, had already arrived there. And those 2 were the future Nangong Immortal Emperor and the Empress of the Yaoguang Empire, the future Fengli Immortal Sovereign, Fengxingge. They both came from the Illusion Moon Heaven. Both were the children of destiny in the Divine Realm world, the son of destiny and the daughter of destiny. And it was precisely Nangong Xianxiao and Fengxingge who entered the Immortal Ruins ahead of everyone, taking various immortal opportunities and chances to ascend. As a result, when the Immortal Ruins finally opened, those who entered afterward gained very little, and were deeply disappointed. With this thought in mind, Gufan couldn't help but sneer, muttering to himself, children of destiny? Daughter of destiny? Beating everyone to the punch? According to the original plot, you entered the Immortal Ruins early, plundering all the immortal chances, and in the end, you're still going to deal with me? If that's the case, then this Emperor will log in early, lay the groundwork early, and kill you first, grabbing your opportunities while I'm at it. As he muttered to himself, a boundless killing intent brewed in Gufan's deep eyes. A terrifying chill erupted suddenly. The void around him emitted a booming sound, and it surged wildly. Feeling the sudden movement and change, Empress Ziyue's heart shook, and she quickly looked toward Gufan's figure ahead, her soul trembling. Such terrifying killing intent. She cried out in her heart, her body uncontrollably trembling. But she was even more curious, wondering if what the ancient ancestor Huang Tian said about entering the Immortal Ruins early was not as simple as it seemed. At the same time, in the deep space universe, billions of miles away from Silent Heaven, endless chaos was surging, and nothing could be seen in all directions. Only above. A piece of what looked like shattered land was floating, occasionally flashing with ghostly light, with waves of ancient and desolate air spreading. The void in all directions was twisting constantly. Not only that, there were terrifying gale winds howling around, and cracks in the void could be seen. Every single one contained incredible spatial law power, and with a slight misstep, one could be swallowed. This place is exactly where the ancient ruins of the fallen immortals are located. It looks like fragments of a continent, but it seems to stretch endlessly when you look around. And hundreds of miles away from the ancient ruins of the fallen immortals, 2 figures are rapidly approaching. 1 man and 1 woman. They both appear exceptionally young, with urgency and anticipation flashing in their eyes. A young man in a blue robe, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, leading the way, exuding a terrifying aura. Behind him, a woman dressed in a flowing purple dress with a hem like smoke and mist, outlining her slender waist, her face as cold as the bright moon, closely follows. Her gaze seems to see through one's heart. And they are the future South Palace Immortal Emperor and Phoenix Lyre Immortal Sovereign in Gufan's memory, Nangong Xianyao. The youngest among the Emperor realm in the illusory moon heaven, and unlike any other emperor, he is a true grassroots rise, a counterattack all the way, achieving the Emperor's path in less than 20,000 years, and reaching the Emperor Ancestor realm in less than 40,000 years, a monstrous existence. And Fengqinga, the imperial daughter of the Yaoguang imperial clan. In the illusory moon heaven, the Yaoguang imperial clan is undoubtedly the first imperial clan, and beyond her distinguished imperial background, her cultivation also reached the Emperor Ancestor realm. The reason they are here is that Nangong Xianyao sent an invitation to go to the ancient ruins of the fallen immortals together. The two are not very familiar. But when Nangong Xianyao invited her, he promised that they could enter the ancient ruins of the fallen immortals in advance. This temptation is too great. It is simply impossible to refuse. At this moment, as the ancient ruins of the fallen immortals come into view, Fengqinga slows down her pace, cautiously using her divine sense to explore her surroundings. Looking at the figure of Nangong Xianyao ahead, she coldly asks, "Nangong Xianyao, do you really have a way to enter the ancient ruins of the fallen immortals in advance?" Upon hearing this, Nangong Xianyao turns around to look at Fengqinga, full of confidence, lightly laughing. "You can rest assured, since I promised you, I undoubtedly have absolute assurance. Besides, you don't need to be too cautious, just follow me." After receiving the answer, Fengqinga squints her eyes, but does not say much and nods. At this moment, Nangong Xianyao, who is leading the way, curls his lips. In fact, he does not have any so-called method at all. It's just that within him, a residual soul has been nourishing. When he first learned about it, the other party claimed to be an existence that achieved the immortal realm a million years ago, knowing and understanding too many things. It is precisely because of this Nangong Xianyao, 30,000 years ago, obtained the help of the residual soul within him, and after that, he rose all the way, quickly stabilizing himself in the illusory moon heaven and gaining a tremendous reputation. As they approach the ancient ruins of the fallen immortals, "Master, have you found the location?" Nangong Xianyao shows respect, secretly inquiring. "Soon. Almost there, you continue to explore nearby, I'm sensing." In his mind, a clear cold voice of a woman rings out. Upon hearing this, Nangong Xianyao nods, without any hesitation, exploring in another direction. "Master, entering the ancient ruins of the fallen immortals in advance is no small matter, I'll leave this to you." In his eyes, there is a shine of spirit and expectation, speeding up, avoiding numerous prohibitions that even the Emperor realm fears, according to the hints in his mind. Chapter 101, The Opening of the Gap, Fengqinga's Doom. Meanwhile, within Nangong Xianyao's dansions, sits an unnoticed woman. This woman's eyes sparkle with a faint golden light, exuding a terrifying wave of soul power. And she is the jade-clear true immortal from a million years ago. She was trapped in the ancient ruins of the fallen immortals due to an unprecedented crisis, her physical body locked in, and her soul escaped at a great cost, falling into a long silence. A million years have passed. Situ Yuqing awoke 30,000 years ago, by chance encountering Nangong Xianyao at that time, sensing the great fortune on him, thus taking him as a disciple. Let it rise quickly. Now back at the old place. A million years have passed. Naturally, Situ Yuqing did not expect the body from a million years ago to still be usable. This time, she came merely to use the body's perception to break the barrier of the immortal fallen ruins and create an opening to enter early. Moments later, the golden light in her eyes became stronger and stronger. Then, Situ Yuqing immediately said, "Xianxiao, I have sensed the imprint left by the body from the past, let's continue forward." At this moment, Nangong Xianyao, who was in the midst of chaos, nodded when he heard this. Good. He hesitated not at all, quickening his pace. As long as the master takes him into the immortal fallen ruins early, the chance of encountering immortal fate will no longer be a luxury, and becoming an immortal will no longer be a distant dream. The reason he brought Fengqinga along was simple. His master was now just a remnant soul and needed a body. And Fengqinga was the body he had arranged for his master. Thinking of this, "Stay close to me." Nangong Xianyao subconsciously glanced back at Fengqinga, then quickly turned his gaze away, and his eyes flashed with a cold killing intent. However, thinking that Fengqinga was the princess of the Yaoguang imperial clan, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Taking a deep breath. "Master, does Fengqinga have to die?" Nangong Xianyao, filled with doubts, secretly asked. The Yaoguang imperial clan is the first imperial clan of the illusion moon heaven, offending them is not trivial. But soon. Foolish. Situ Yuqing snorted coldly, rebuking, the Yaoguang imperial clan that Fengqinga belongs to is terrifying, but what does that have to do with you? If she doesn't die, will you get the support of the Yaoguang imperial clan? But if you kill her during this trip, I will take her body, no one will notice, and with my help, you will have the full support of the Yaoguang imperial clan. Don't you want that? Upon hearing this, Nangong Xuanxiao's breathing became increasingly rapid, and his body slightly trembled from excitement. Good. How could he not want it? Without hesitation, he made a decision. Without his master, he wouldn't have today. Having gone through all the struggles, starting from nothing, Nangong Xianxiao clearly knew that in order to truly rise, he needed someone behind him, someone with power to support him. Otherwise, alone, achieving great things would be impossible. So after coming to this conclusion, everything will depend on master's arrangements. Nangong Xianxiao had made up his mind, and in his eyes, the killing intent grew stronger. However, Fengqinga, who was following behind, didn't know this, and seeing there was no progress, she impatiently asked, Nangong Xianxiao, how much longer? In her gaze, a trace of disgust flashed. She had no interest in someone like Nangong Xianxiao, who had strength but no background. If it wasn't for the fact that he said they could enter the immortal fallen ruins early, she wouldn't have cared and wouldn't have come along. Upon hearing the question, Nangong Xuanxiao's eyes grew colder, but he smiled and said, almost there, it will be soon. Thinking of his master taking over Fengqinga's body, he couldn't help but coldly sneer, Fengqinga, sorry. When they were very close to the immortal fallen ruins. This is it. In her mind, Situ Yuqing urgently said, quickly, give me control of the body, I will lead the body of the original self to break the barrier. Instantly, Nangong Xianxiao nodded, his body shuddering violently as he turned around and shouted at Fengqinga behind him, Fengqinga, this is it. As soon as these words were spoken, Fengqinga's eyes flashed with brilliance, and without hesitation, she quickly stepped forward. But at that moment, boom! With Nangong Xianxiao handing over control of his body, his aura became colder, and the energy around him became even more terrifying. The surrounding chaos continued to churn, with violent energy tearing open rifts. Faced with this sudden change, Fengqinga's expression changed, and she asked in surprise, Nangong Xianxiao, what's wrong with you? Her brow furrowed as she sensed something unfamiliar from him. But Nangong Xianxiao, whose body had been taken over by Situ Yuqing, did not respond. Instead, he focused on sensing the body of the original self, his eyes fixed on a mist-filled spot ahead in the immortal fallen ruins. Open! His face was cold, his eyes flickering with golden light, and he shouted sharply. He made hand gestures, constantly waving in the air before him, drawing a strange symbol glowing with golden light, containing terrifying waves. Under Fengqinga's astonished gaze, Nangong Xianxiao waved his hand directly, and the strange symbol rushed out, directly entering the mist. Boom! A roar that shook the universe echoed, visible to the naked eye, even the immortal fallen ancient ruins trembled. After the brief roar, a terrifying aura erupted where the symbol had landed. Crack! A huge sound rang out, and in the blink of an eye, a gap several meters wide was torn open. In an instant, all the restraints and cracks around them became violently chaotic, as if they would explode at any moment. At the gap, an even more ancient and decaying aura spread out. Moreover, a vast, immense, and incredibly rich pure spiritual energy surged out wildly. Nangong Xianxiao saw this and trembled with excitement, saying, it worked. Beside him, it really worked? Fengqinga also stared in shock at this scene, her voice trembling with excitement. This was the immortal fallen ancient ruins, one of the top 3 secret realms outside the divine domain's 10 directions, and it really could be entered early. Thinking about the vast opportunities for becoming an immortal and the immortal path contained within, she couldn't help but shiver, trembling with excitement. But seeing Nangong Xianxiao remain unmoved. Now that the gap is open, what are you hesitating for? Let's go in quickly. Fengqinga breathed heavily and was about to rush toward the gap. Suddenly, Nangong Xuanxiao's figure flashed and directly blocked Fengqinga's way. The golden light in his eyes had faded, and he had regained control of his body, with an unmistakable coldness in his gaze. Upon making eye contact. Not good. Fengqinga's excitement disappeared from her face, and she silently screamed in her heart, quickly retreating. At this moment, she sensed an intense feeling of danger. Realizing too late, she had a strange feeling that Nangong Xianxiao was no longer the same person as when he opened the gap to the immortal fallen ancient ruins. Chapter 102, Nangong's plan, to take over her body. Where are you going? As Fengqinga retreated, a cold voice came from behind. Instantly, her scalp tingled. As she turned, Fengqinga's pupils suddenly shrank, and she saw a woman dressed in a purple gown, with an otherworldly beauty, coldly blocking her retreat. That's... Seeing the golden light in Situ Yuqing's eyes, she felt like she had been struck by lightning. and she immediately realized that the other person was only a soul body, yet had an extremely terrifying soul power fluctuation. The sense of pressure was overwhelming. With Nangong Xianxiao ahead and this mysterious woman appearing behind her, Feng Qingge's mind was shaken, and after realizing the situation, she turned to Nangong Xianxiao and coldly shouted, "Nangong Xianxiao, what do you mean by this? I am the imperial daughter of the Yao Guang imperial clan, how dare you design to harm me?" Her face darkened, her eyes filled with raging fire. Just moments ago, she sensed that although the woman behind her was only a soul body, her soul power was so frightening that it made one's heart race. Feng Qingge couldn't help but be alarmed. Before Feng Qingge could think further, Nangong Xuanxiao's expression was cold as he. Cold voice questioned with an ugly expression. Now, before even entering the immortal ruins, Nangong Xianxiao couldn't wait to reveal his cards, and it couldn't simply be about wanting to monopolize the resources inside. However, Nangong Xianxiao did not respond. At this moment, "What are you doing?" Situ Yuqing looked at Feng Qingge with eyes full of greed and sneered, saying, "I need your body. After sleeping for 1,000,000 years, I urgently need a body to live my second life, and your body possesses the power of reincarnation. It is the most suitable. If you stop resisting, I can make it less painful for you." As the words fell, Feng Qingge's heart trembled, and her face turned even uglier. "Nangong Xianxiao used the advance entry into the immortal ruins to lure me here, and the purpose is to help this person seize my body." She immediately understood the whole situation, and could even foresee what would happen next. Seizing her body to replace her. Then return to the family, allowing Nangong Xianxiao to gain the support of the Yaoguang imperial clan. This is a conspiracy. From the very beginning, you had already planned all of this. Feng Qingge trembled with anger, staring at Nangong Xianxiao with gritted teeth, asking angrily. Until now, she never thought she would be schemed against like this. Even. There was actually an ancient woman, who had been asleep for 1,000,000 years, helping from behind. If it were just Nangong Xianxiao, he would never dare to act like this. Upon hearing this, Nangong Xianxiao could not help but sneer, and leisurely said, "It's your greed that's to blame. If you hadn't come, where would I have had the chance to strike at you?" As soon as these words were spoken, Feng Qingge fell silent. But at that moment, "Stop wasting time." Situ Yuqing erupted with a terrifying wave of soul power and immediately shouted, "Let's suppress her together so I can seize her body and enter the immortal ruins." Without hesitation, the golden light in her eyes suddenly surged. In an instant, a terrifying wave, so powerful that it made Feng Qingge's soul tremble, crashed down, overwhelming everything. At this moment, Nangong Xianxiao showed no hesitation, his body filled with bloodlight, and his cultivation erupted without holding back. "Feng Qingge, accept your fate." He sneered, and the void beside him constantly shattered as an overwhelming force of space surged out. Both of them struck, without holding anything back. Seeing this scene, "Dream on." Feng Qingge's eyes suddenly turned gray, her robes billowing. She angrily shouted, "Nangong Xianxiao, when I return, the Yaoguang imperial clan will have you tortured 1,000 times, refined over and over, never to reincarnate." Without hesitation, her aura grew even more terrifying, and everything around her twisted. Faced with the attack from Nangong Xianxiao and Situ Yuqing, the immense power of reincarnation erupted, causing this entire area to erupt in chaos, the winds growing even fiercer. The suppression from the two of them was instantly shattered. "Transform." Feng Qingge coldly spoke, and immediately swapped places with Situ Yuqing. Just as she was about to contact the outside world, she was horrified to find that all communication was blocked, and no matter how hard she tried, it was futile. At this time, Situ Yuqing and Nangong Xuanxiao's faces changed, but luckily, they had blocked off this area in advance. Without any hesitation, they struck again. Boom! Boom! Their strike this time was even more terrifying. A gigantic seal that blocked the sky and the sun suddenly appeared, violently suppressing everything below. Additionally, a massive array of seals glowing with brilliant dark light suddenly rose, dropping seal after seal. The entire area became distorted, constantly collapsing. They only sought to suppress, not to kill. Otherwise, even the Imperial Ancestor realm would have no chance of survival. Feng Qingge's face changed drastically, fully aware that if she was suppressed, she would have no strength to resist, with no way out. Damn! Her body trembled violently, her anger beyond measure. But at that moment, there was no chance to escape. Nangong Xianxiao sneered, saying, "Feng Qingge, your resistance is futile, you might as well help me fulfill my master's wish. Afterwards, my master will replace you and become the empress of the Yaoguang imperial clan, while I will gain the full support of the Yaoguang imperial clan. Once I obtain the chance of in the Xianyun ancient ruins, it won't be long before the Phantasmon heaven regards me as its ruler." He laughed wildly, once again urging the great seal that could suppress flesh to fall. The seals and restrictions erupted, making the whole area more unstable. Seeing that there was no way out, Fengqing's madness was no longer hidden as she decisively urged her own cultivation. Reincarnation, 6 paths collapse. She summoned the power of reincarnation without reservation, and behind her, black and white colors bloomed, resembling a gate of reincarnation appearing. The rules of this place instantly became chaotic, as an endless black hole suddenly manifested behind her, with waves of destruction seeming to devour all living beings and matter, as if even the universe was being pulled into the terrifying abyss of reincarnation. Moreover, at this moment, a more terrifying aura wildly surged from Fengqing's body. Chapter 103, Gufan arrives. It turns out to be a good show. Bang! 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 Even though this area had been sealed off, there were constant explosions and rumblings everywhere. Vaguely, whether it was the seal or the Great Formation, both were becoming unstable, on the verge of shattering. If you want my body, you will never succeed. Fengqing's face was fierce, her eyes filled with determination as she laughed at the shocked faces of Situ Yuqing and Nangong Xianzhou. She would rather end her own life and destroy her body than let the other party succeed. In that instant, Situ Yuqing's eyes widened, urgently shouting at Nangong Xianzhou, "Not good, hurry, stop her." Nangong Xianzhou also came back to his senses from his shock, his face dark. Damn! He cursed under his breath, then spurted out a mouthful of vital blood, roaring, "Freeze!" It seemed that his words had power, as vast spatial laws erupted, directly covering the entire area. Everything seemed to come to a standstill, directly suppressing Fengqing, while the waves of destruction in her body came to a halt. Put! Nangong Xianzhou coughed lightly, hoarsely saying, "Master, I can't hold her down for long, hurry." A self-detonation from an emperor ancestral realm, especially at such a close distance, forced him to use all his strength to stop it. Situ Yuqing snorted coldly immediately, her eyes shining even brighter with golden light. Bind! Her soul body twisted, even becoming somewhat blurry. But without Fengqing's resistance, the sealing array erupted completely, countless threads of diffused ghostly light spread at breathtaking speed. They faced no obstacles and began to entwine endlessly. Nangong Xianzhou could no longer hold on, his body staggered back under the backlash. Fortunately, no! Fengqing roared in unwillingness, her face distorted, her primordial spirit and body firmly bound, unable to move a single bit. Even wanting to destroy herself further, she was horrified to find she couldn't summon the power within her body. The pain of her soul tearing made her tremble continuously, her face losing all color. Seeing this, Situ Yuqing and Nangong Xianzhou finally let out a sigh of relief. But Fengqing could not accept the current result, nor could she accept the fate of being robbed of her body, madness erupting as she howled, "Nangong Xianzhou, you will have a miserable end. If the ancestor knows what you have done to me, he will never let you go. You all must die." Nangong Xianzhou, hearing her words, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, sneering, "Fengqing, do you still not recognize reality? Kill me? Too bad you can't get your wish. Don't worry, once I become a celestial, the entire Yaoguang imperial clan will accompany you." He laughed wildly, his eyes filled with anticipation. At this moment, the greed in Situ Yuqing's eyes re-emerged as she kept sizing up the hopelessly struggling Fengqing, grinning coldly, "What a wonderful body, an innate reincarnation body. If I obtain it, I can return to the true immortal realm in no time. At that time, I will unify the entire phantasmoon heaven." After evaluating it, her eyes revealed intense anticipation. Hearing this, Nangong Xianzhou couldn't help but feel excited, eagerly saying, "Master, now that we have controlled her, then quickly seize her body, and enter the ancient ruins of Immortal Fall." Okay. Situ Yuqing nodded, a bigger smile forming on the corner of her mouth. She raised her hand, and the threads tightly entwining Fengqing continuously seeped in, intending to devour and tear apart her primordial spirit. Ah! Fengqing's body trembled violently, her eyes nearly splitting as she let out a heartbreaking scream, feeling the endless pain of her primordial spirit being torn apart. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness, and her aura began to weaken. Just as Situ Yuqing was about to get closer. Slap! 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 A series of crisp claps suddenly rang out. The unexpected noise caused the expressions of the three people present to change drastically. Before they could investigate. Boom! 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 The sound of footsteps that shook the entire area followed one after another. In an instant, Situ Yuqing and Nangong Xianzhou both furrowed their brows, and without speaking, they both gazed toward the dark void where the sound came from. Then, a good show, a rare good show. I never thought the plot would be like this, interesting. A soft laugh came from the darkness, sounding like a thunderclap that reverberated throughout the entire area. In an instant, the surroundings shook. The clapping and footsteps grew closer. Who is playing tricks? Come out. Situ Yuqing and Nangong Xianzhou both trembled, their faces showing unpleasant expressions as they both shouted loudly. At the same time, Feng Qingge, who had been in despair, suddenly brightened, as if seeing a glimmer of hope. She immediately called out, "Which friend of the Tao, these two want to plot against me? If you can help me, I will greatly repay you. I am." She screamed desperately, wanting to seek help. But before she could finish, "Shut up!" Nangong Xuanya's face was grim as he raised his hand and pointed, sealing Feng Qingge's mouth, stopping her from speaking. At this moment, he continued to look toward the darkness. C2 Yuqing's expression was also serious. Under their watch, a figure slowly walked out, wearing white robes as pure as snow, his eyes like endless abysses. It was Gu Fan. And behind him, the uneasy and curious Purple Moon Empress followed. At this moment, Gu Fan looked at the completely bound Feng Qingge and the vigilant gazes of Nangong Xuanya and C2 Yuqing, and couldn't help but smile lightly. "I didn't expect it to be like this." No wonder, no wonder. His words not only made Nangong Xuanya and the others look puzzled, but even the Purple Moon Empress behind him was left confused. However, the smile on Gu Fan's face grew wider, and his eyes flickered with realization. In the plot he knew, the future Nangong Immortal Emperor, and Fengli Immortal Sovereign, had entered the ancient ruins of Immortal Fall early, obtaining a great deal of immortal inheritances and countless resources, thus rising quickly. At first, it seemed like the destined child and the beauty entered the secret realm together and grew together, but now, it wasn't as he had understood. Gu Fan also clearly remembered. When they came out of the ancient ruins of Immortal Fall, Feng Qingge's temperament had changed drastically. Everyone thought it was because she had received the immortal inheritance and many opportunities. But now, Gu Fan understood everything upon seeing C2 Yuqing's soul in Feng Qingge's situation. This wasn't a change in temperament, it was clearly her body being seized. Thus, later on, Feng Qingge's Yao Guang imperial clan would be the one to prepare the bridal dress for Nangong Xuanya in the future. Ha! Gu Fan, after clearing up the cause and effect, couldn't help but sneer. Behind him, the Purple Moon Empress could also see some things. Looking at Nangong Xuanya and C2 Yuqing, her eyes filled with disgust as she coldly said, "Your methods truly make me feel disgusted. You are already in the realm of the imperial ancestor, yet you can still do such dirty and vile things." She frowned, and the disgust in her eyes grew stronger. Chapter 104, Who are you? The one who will kill you. At the same time, Nangong Xuanya ignored the Purple Moon Empress and kept his gaze on Gu Fan, coldly saying, "Friend of the Tao, who are you, and what do you intend to do?" He only found the person before him unfamiliar, with no impression in his mind. Upon hearing this, Gu Fan lightly glanced at Nangong Xuanya,